Snow had piled so high across the countryside that the fields were completely smothered, and the old wooden house looked almost buried under the endless white outside. The winter wind howled across the empty land like something alive, but inside that isolated shelter, the quiet didn't hold for long. Before long, it was broken apart by the weight of a tense, uneasy conversation. Inside, two figures spoke in low, guarded voices, as though even repeating the story too loudly might call some unseen horror into the room. They passed around rumors of a man who cut through one battlefield after another, like a ghost no one could hunt down. And when one of them asked what kind of man he really was, the answer came back grim. A mercenary with eyes so hollow they looked dead. Someone who appeared out of nowhere and hurled himself into battle with terrifying, reckless force. Then, just as abruptly as he arrived, he would disappear again without a trace, only to reappear later in some other land drenched in war. What made the story even stranger was the way he fought like a man who had already thrown his own life away. He moved as if dying meant nothing to him, and yet, no matter how many massacres he walked into, he somehow never fell. People said that after every battle, the man would murmur the same chilling words to himself under his breath. He would say he had survived yet again, and that he never fought for money, and never for fame. The more people watched him, the more it seemed those battles carried some deeper purpose, especially whenever the Empire was involved. And then the rumors turned darker still, with whispers claiming that this mercenary had once belonged to royalty, a prince from a kingdom that had already vanished. Far away from that house, beyond the endless spread of snow, the mercenary from those rumors was still moving through the frozen wasteland. His body staggered with every step, worn down and unsteady, and yet he kept forcing himself forward, as if there were only one thing left in this world he meant to reach. From a distance, soldiers stood and watched in silence, unable to tear their eyes away from the sight of a man who looked as though he was walking straight toward his own death. The pain ravaging him could be read in every part of his body, from the way he moved to the way he barely stayed upright. That phantom who drifted from battlefield to battlefield was none other than Briol, the third prince of Briol, the very same man who had brought ruin to his family's crown with his own hands, and stained the honor of his own name beyond repair. But if you rewind the story 10 years, the world looked completely different. Back then, on a lively night inside the crowded XX casino, the air was bursting with laughter, cheers, and the non-stop clatter of games in motion. It was the kind of place overflowing with noise, heat, and reckless excitement. At the center of all that chaos stood Briol, only 18 years old and radiating the easy confidence of youth. He flashed a bright grin as he tossed the dice, then declared with almost playful arrogance that luck was obviously on his side tonight. Standing beside him, Hernando, the royal mage, could do little more than stare at the scene in open disbelief. One round after another, Yuri kept winning, as if fortune itself had decided to stay seated right next to him. Hernando watched with a mix of amazement and irritation, then teased him by pointing out how ridiculous it was that someone riding such an impossible streak was somehow still always broke. Yuri only laughed it away, brushing the whole thing off as nothing but dumb luck, and immediately pushed his friends to keep playing. As the excitement around the table grew hotter, Yuri leaned in with a bold, fearless look and demanded that the stakes be doubled. In that moment, he wore the expression of someone completely convinced that luck would never dare betray him. But before the game could go any further, Hernando caught him and reminded him that they had somewhere important to be. Yuri was just about to leave when a group of men suddenly stepped in front of him and blocked his path. Their voices rose all at once as they accused him of cheating. They insisted Yuri had swindled them and stolen their money through fraud. The easy smile that had been resting on his face vanished on the spot. A flash of anger crossed Yuri's face as his eyes hardened into a glare. In a sharp, dangerous voice, he demanded to know whether they had the slightest idea who they were talking to or how serious an accusation like that really was. The men only answered with sneers, openly mocking the prideful way Yuri carried himself. They laughed at his noble attitude, and with open contempt they said that if he truly was a prince, then they would show him even less mercy. That alone was enough to set him off. But they didn't stop there. They went on to mock his family as well, calling the royal line a bunch of arrogant fools drunk on their own pride. The instant those words left their mouths, Yuri's anger finally burst over the edge. With one violent motion, he overturned the table. Chips flew everywhere, glasses smashed across the floor, and in a single second, the whole scene exploded into chaos. A wave of shocked cries swept through the casino as people recoiled and stumbled backward in fear. Even the men who had been shouting at him just moments ago froze where they stood, staring at Yuri like they suddenly couldn't believe what they had provoked. Then Yuri started walking toward them. He moved slowly and deliberately, and with each step, crushed glass ground beneath his boots. When he spoke, his voice was cold enough to cut, and every word dripped with venom as he dismissed them as gutter filth. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he lifted his chin and revealed exactly who he was. He told them his name plainly. Yuri Briol, the third prince of Briol. The moment that name landed, the entire room fell silent. Yuri kept advancing with the same icy, unwavering expression, declaring that from this moment on, their lives were about to be reborn. He made it absolutely clear that everything from that day forward would be changed by his own hand. The grin that spread across his face only made him look even more terrifying. One of the men finally broke and let out a scream, and that single cry shattered the silence for good as panic rushed through everyone else. Then the story shifts to a very different kind of night, one wrapped in darkness and silence instead of noise and heat. Yuri now sat before someone far more dangerous than a pack of drunken gamblers, and the tone in his voice had changed completely. This time, he spoke softly, trying to explain why he had arrived late. He told her that his father, Fiore Briol, had summoned him without warning, and that was what delayed him. Trying to calm her anger, Yuri quickly reminded her that he had even sent word ahead by pigeon, and he pleaded with her to forgive him just this once. She didn't soften in the slightest. The young woman sitting before him was Yekaterina Ivarna Grandzayan, princess of the empire, and her expression remained as cold as ice. She rejected his apology at once and asked, with chilling calm, whether he really believed he was the only person in the world weighed down by duty. She went on to tell him just how much risk she had taken to slip away unnoticed and wait there for him. Yuri tried to settle things down, insisting that he did understand what she had done for him. But even then, he still asked her to be a little more lenient. Desperate to make her forgive him, Yuri let something slip that never should have been spoken out loud. He admitted that with his father's reign nearing its end, he had no choice but to move carefully. The moment those words left his mouth, he realized how much he had just revealed, but by then it was already too late to take them back. But instead of looking surprised, Yekaterina's lips slowly curved into a chilling smile. Then she looked straight at him and asked, in a voice sharper than any blade, whether that was really all she was to him, just other people. Yuri immediately tried to pull the words back, stumbling over himself as he rushed to explain that he hadn't meant it that way. But the look in her eyes had already changed by then. She had already decided. With quiet, icy finality, Yekaterina reached up to the necklace Yuri had once given her and removed it from her neck. Then she let it fall. It hit the ground with a dull clink, and she bitterly asked why he had given it to her in the first place if he couldn't even trust her. Her voice stayed cold and razor-sharp as she told him he might as well give that necklace to some other woman instead. Someone he could actually trust. Without giving him another glance, she turned and walked away, leaving behind only one final command. He was not to contact her again unless she chose to reach out first. Yuri called after her immediately and begged her to wait, but she never slowed down and never looked back. Before long, her figure disappeared into the darkness, and Yuri was left standing there by himself. After a long, heavy pause, Yuri slowly bent down and picked up the necklace from the ground. He stared at it in silence, then whispered to himself, asking what he was supposed to do now. His shoulders sagged as the truth sank in that winning her forgiveness this time would be anything but easy. But he wasn't as alone as he believed, because hidden in the shadows, another man had watched the entire exchange, listened to every word, and waited patiently for the moment to reveal himself. A sinister laugh slipped out from that hidden watcher, the kind of laugh that only comes from someone who has just found exactly the opening he wanted, and in that instant, danger quietly began to move. From that night onward, the already fragile link between Briol and the Empire began to come apart, thread by thread. What began as small provocations didn't stay small for long. The pressure kept building, one incident after another, until all restraint finally snapped, and both sides fell into war. Then came the day that felt as though time itself had placed a grim warning right in front of Yuri. By then, the Empire's invasion was already underway, and Briol had been swallowed by its fury. Flames devoured the streets, smoke clogged the sky, and the city itself looked as though it were collapsing beneath the relentless force of the imperial assault. Screams echoed from every direction as people ran for their lives. Panic spread through the city so completely that it seemed to swallow everyone it touched. Amid all that chaos, Yuri sprinted across the palace grounds, desperately directing the evacuation while the fires behind him climbed higher and higher. Their red glow stained the night itself, as if announcing to the whole world that a full-scale war had truly begun. The city continued to burn while its people could do nothing but watch despair carved deep into their faces. That terrible night became the opening chapter of a long and brutal war that would show no mercy to anyone. Years passed after that, and still the war refused to end. The dead continued to pile up, and the fighting dragged on for so long that it started to feel endless. Then on yet another battlefield soaked through with blood, a soldier named Joshua collapsed with grievous wounds. All around him, battered soldiers struggled desperately to pull Prince Yuri away from the most dangerous part of the battlefield. But Yuri's mind was fixed somewhere else entirely. Even in that moment, he kept demanding to know about the reinforcements. Where was Fiore Briole, the kingdom's greatest warrior, the strongest man on the entire continent? At a moment this decisive, his absence gnawed at the hearts of everyone on that field and drained away the last scraps of fighting spirit they had left. Without Fiore Briole there, the balance of war began to tip. The Empire seized the advantage, and fear spread through the ranks alongside despair. At first, Yuri refused to accept that the absence meant anything at all. He kept forcing himself to believe it had to be nothing more than coincidence. He tried to believe his brother's absence wasn't intentional. He tried to believe there was still some hope left, but with every battle and every brush with death, the truth kept pressing harder and harder against him. Old memories came flooding back. Every scar felt ripped open again, and in the end Yuri could no longer force that conclusion away. The truth was there, bearing down on him like a blade laid against his throat. In the end, the truth Yuri reached was more crushing than any wound he had taken in battle, the one he had trusted more deeply than anyone else had turned against him. Princess Yekaterina, the person he had believed in above all others, was the very one who had betrayed him. And once that suspicion finally took root in his mind, every scattered piece around him began snapping together with terrifying clarity. Fiore Briole's unexplained absence from Briole lined up far too perfectly with the Empire's sudden attack. The more Yuri turned it over in his head, the more complete the picture became, until denying it started to feel almost impossible. Even then, he still clung to one desperate hope. He kept praying he was wrong, that this was only paranoia, nothing more than a cruel falsehood born from an exhausted mind on the verge of collapse. But then the carrier pigeon returned. There was a single note tied to it, and the instant Yuri laid eyes on that message, he felt something deep inside himself begin to cave in. Only 2 words were written on it, nothing more. Those plain, empty words stared back at him like a final judgment already passed. "I'm sorry," that was all it said. Just those 2 hollow words, and somehow that tiny scrap of writing was enough to shatter the last fragile thing still holding Yuri together. Before long, word spread across the battlefield that Yuri himself was standing on the front lines. The enemy understood immediately what that meant. If they could kill him there, then Briole would begin breaking apart from the inside. So the Empire closed in without the slightest hesitation, sending wave after wave straight at him with grim, merciless resolve. They were no longer fighting just to claim victory on that field. They had come to wipe Yuri out completely. Yuri answered with everything he still had left. His sword kept crashing against steel, his body kept moving almost on pure instinct, and even so, the battle around him only seemed to drag on and on with no end in sight. Every time he cut one enemy down, another was already stepping in to take that place. One swing barely ended before the next came at him, and another storm of blades followed so quickly he wasn't even given a moment to breathe. His arms burned from the strain, and his chest rose and fell in desperate, ragged breaths. But still he endured. The fighting only became more savage. In the middle of that chaos, Yuri took hit after hit, his body jolting under every impact, bruised, battered, and shoved closer to its breaking point with every passing second. At some point, even his hands began to betray him. Sweat and blood slicked his grip around the hilt, and the sword started to feel heavier, harder to lift, and harder to hold on to. Even so, Yuri forced his legs to stay under him and refused to fall. With one last desperate burst of strength, he swung again and struck down another soldier, as if he refused to collapse without dragging at least one more enemy down with him. But by then, his strength was bleeding away fast. The Imperial soldiers had already sealed the space around him and closed the circle completely, kept pressing inward from every direction, their numbers tightening around him like a noose being pulled shut. Every pair of eyes fixed on Yuri was cold, steady, and completely decided. There was no fear in them, no uncertainty, and not even the slightest trace of hesitation. There was nowhere left for Yuri to run. His chest tightened until it hurt. His vision started swimming out of focus, and tears began gathering in his eyes. Not because he lacked courage, but because the weight of what was coming had become impossible to ignore. It was the despair of a man who finally understood that the end had caught up with him. Cornered with death right in front of him, Yuri took another blow. The impact tore through his body and sent him crashing hard onto the ground. Pain exploded through him at once, sharp, crushing, and merciless. Blood spilled from his wounds and spread across the earth beneath him, staining the ground dark. Flat on the ground, Yuri understood it immediately. There was no escape left now. This was where he was going to die. Just as the finishing strike came down, One soldier suddenly hurled himself in front of Yuri and used his own body as a shield. Steel rang out in a harsh collision, and right after that came the sickening sound of a fatal wound being struck. Yuri froze, his eyes shot wide open, and for one stunned second, disbelief robbed him of the ability to even move. Then he saw it. The young man had collapsed right at Yuri's feet, blood pouring from his body as his strength rapidly drained away. "Laurent," Yuri whispered, and his voice broke as the name left his mouth. Laurent, his loyal companion, lifted dimming eyes toward him, and, with the last strength he had left, begged Yuri to live on, to survive, no matter what. Those final words cut deeper than any blade ever could. Yuri's scream tore across the battlefield, raw with grief and helplessness, as Laurent's life slipped away right in front of him. And even then, the fighting around him only grew more vicious. The soldiers still standing at Yuri's side threw themselves into the battle with everything they had left, forming a desperate wall of flesh and steel between their prince and the enemy closing in. Their voices rose through the chaos, shouting over clashing weapons and the screams of war, ordering him to run. They yelled that if Prince Yuri died there, then Briol's future would die with him. Yuri hesitated, torn apart by grief, rage, guilt, and helplessness all at once. But the cries around him only became louder, sharper, and more desperate. In the end, he had no choice. Forced to obey, Yuri turned and ran while the sounds of their final stand roared behind him. At his back, Imperial soldiers shouted orders to one another, demanding that Yuri be stopped at any cost. And even after he managed to escape that immediate slaughter, the hunt for him never stopped. Imperial troops swept through the area with ruthless precision, combing through every road, every trail, and every possible hiding place. They barked that he couldn't have gotten far, then ordered the entire surrounding area searched without exception. Inside an abandoned house, Yuri crouched low in hiding, wedged between dusty crates in the dim, airless interior. Through the narrow cracks in the wood, he watched their shadows pass outside and listened as their footsteps came closer and closer. He knew he had almost no time left. If he wanted to live, he would have to break through the net closing around him and escape somehow. But in that suffocating silence, his thoughts drifted back to his father. If the king still had not returned by now, then the Empire had most likely already taken him. That realization seized Yuri's chest so hard it almost felt like it crushed the breath out of him. Before he could even finish following that thought, a cold shiver tore violently through his body. Someone was close. Then, without warning, the door burst open. A massive Imperial soldier stepped inside, and the moment he entered, his sheer presence seemed to flood the cramped house with dread. Yuri felt his heart plunge. Despair settled over his body with such crushing weight it was almost hard to breathe. Trapped under that sense of absolute inevitability, only one thought filled his mind. If he died here, then Briol would die with him. His knees finally gave way, and he dropped helplessly to the floor. At once, his thoughts began spiraling out of control. He saw the knights who had already given their lives for him. He remembered the friends who had fallen one after another. Tears blurred his sight as he silently begged for rescue, for a miracle, for anything at all that might keep him from dying there. But when he finally managed to open his mouth, nothing noble or heroic came out. All that escaped him was a broken whisper and an apology. The Imperial soldier started forward, but before he could reach Yuri, another figure stepped in and planted himself firmly between Yuri and the enemy. His voice rang out sharp, steady, and without fear. He declared that enough was enough, that words would save no one now, and that the Empire would pay for everything it had done. Then he turned that same unwavering resolve toward Yuri and told him that Prince Yuri had to live. He had to leave now. Before Yuri could even protest, the meaning was already clear. He was being ordered to escape while there was still a chance, because the enemy was already closing in. Staggering back onto his feet, Yuri burst out into the night. He ran through the forest with every last bit of strength. His broken body could still force out. Branches clawed at his clothes and tore at his skin. His lungs burned like they were full of fire, and still he kept pushing ahead, dragging in ragged breaths, as if life itself were leaking out of him, one step at a time. But through every frantic stride, that man's words kept echoing in his head. Live, rebuild, avenge them all. Even so, the fire that had once driven Yuri was gone. The ideals he had held onto for so long no longer looked noble or bright in his eyes. Now they felt childish, like fragile dreams reality had crushed without mercy. All that seemed left in the world was blood, death, and the ashes of everything he used to believe in. Rain poured down endlessly over him as he staggered forward. Every drop felt unbearably heavy, as if the past itself were crashing down onto his shoulders. And with every step, the images followed him. Blood on the ground, fallen comrades, faces he would never see again. With grief eating through his heart, Yuri could only ask himself what any of it had truly been for. Then, through that endless curtain of rain, one bitter truth slowly rose to the surface. He had not really been fighting for peace anymore, not for a long time. What he had actually been doing was punishing himself again and again, throwing himself back into suffering without end. Deep down, some part of him had been waiting for someone strong enough to finally finish it, someone who could cut short his pain once and for all. In the end, that was all he wanted now, a place where he could die. Then, in the present, a voice suddenly tore through the storm. It came out sharp and hard, loaded with accusation, as if it had been waiting for this exact instant to drive itself straight into Yuri's chest. And the voice did not stop there. It condemned him for always hurling himself into the cruelest battles, the most hopeless fronts, the kind of places no sane man would ever choose unless he was trying to be destroyed. It mocked everything he had once said, sneering at all his talk of peace, and declaring that in truth, what Yuri had been chasing all along was his own ruin. Every word hit him like a blade meant to wound. Then the voice came again, colder than before and stripped of even the smallest trace of mercy. It pronounced its judgment with brutal finality, spitting out that even death itself would be too gentle a punishment for someone like him. Die, Yuri Briol, third prince of Briol. Yuri went completely rigid. Cold ran through his blood in an instant. Whoever was speaking knew his past, knew the name he had buried, and that should have been impossible. Everyone who still ought to remember that name should have been dead long ago. But the voice only kept bearing down on him, as if pounding the truth deeper and deeper into his skull. It told him that every tragedy, every ruin, every broken thing left behind in the aftermath was his fault. And then, through the rain and the darkness, the figure behind those words finally began to step forward into view. As that face slowly emerged from the shadows, Yuri saw the rage twisted across it so clearly that his own eyes widened in shock. His lips parted before he could stop himself, and in utter disbelief, he breathed out a single name, Laurent. The man standing there was his fallen comrade, the knight who should have died long ago, the one who had once thrown away his own life to protect Yuri. And yet there he was, sword in hand, glaring at Yuri with hatred blazing in his eyes. His voice crashed down like thunder as he roared that Briol had fallen because of Yuri, that the Flandre family's honor had been destroyed because of Yuri. Their oath, their pride, even the faith Laurent had lived by with his whole life, all of it had been shattered in a single instant because of him. His blade flashed the moment he lunged, and rage burst from him in one final furious shout of Yuri's name. But Yuri did not move. He only stood there staring blankly at the figure charging straight at him. A dead comrade, a memory, a ghost dragged up from the past for no reason except to condemn him. Strike landed. Agony ripped through Yuri all at once as Laurent's spectral blade drove straight into him. A broken gasp escaped Yuri's lips, and his trembling eyes shook as pain flooded every part of his body. In that bitter instant, he realized how wrong he had been. He had believed death might finally release him, that once everything ended, the suffering would finally end too. But even as his life slipped away, guilt only pressed down harder, crushing him more mercilessly than ever. Then, at that final edge, the pendant hanging from Yuri's neck began to give off a faint glow, and with the last scraps of strength left in his fading consciousness, he heard his father's voice in his memory, that old command that had once guided him. As Briol's successor, he was never to cast honor aside, no matter what happened. As his life ebbed away, faint voices began to echo somewhere in the darkness. At first they were so distant they were almost impossible to catch, like whispers drifting in from somewhere far away. But little by little they grew clearer, until the only thing Yuri could hear was the same name being called over and over again. Yuri Briol. Yuri Briol. That voice hit him like a jolt. Yuri's eyes flew open as his own name thundered through his mind and dragged him back from the very edge of the void. Still struggling to see clearly, he blinked through the haze and slowly realized that someone was leaning over him. It was a strong, imposing man with the unmistakable bearing of royalty, and he was looking down at Yuri with open concern. The man asked if he was finally awake, then told him that he had been unconscious for 3 full days. Yuri's breath caught hard in his throat. His eyes trembled, and a helpless, deep-rooted despair began swelling back up from inside him. That face, could it really be his father's? But that made no sense. Fiore Briola was supposed to be dead. The contradiction twisted violently through Yuri's thoughts until he could reach only one conclusion. In a dazed, half-broken murmur, he asked if this was hell. His voice cracked as he stared at the man in front of him. He called him father, then muttered almost bitterly that he had ended up in hell, too. A faint, twisted smile tugged at Yuri's lips as he whispered that maybe it was only fitting, since he himself deserved a place like this. But for his father, the man who had always spoken so much about honor, Yuri could hardly understand how he could have ended up there as well. Slowly, Yuri reached out and took hold of his father's hand, his own eyes clouded over with disbelief and sorrow. Then, in a bitter, weary voice, he muttered that perhaps it did make sense after all. A man who preached so constantly about honor, yet lived such a decadent life. Maybe ending up in a place like this had only been a matter of time. Before he could continue, a sharp smack cracked against his head. His father frowned down at him and snapped, demanding to know what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Tears stung Yuri's eyes as he looked back at him and complained that even in hell he still hadn't broken that habit of hitting him. Then, with a bitter little plea, he told his father it still was not too late, that he should repent. But the moment those words left Yuri's mouth, something about the world around him began to feel strangely wrong. A soft breeze drifted into the room, stirring the air and rustling leaves past the open window. Yuri froze where he sat, staring ahead in stunned disbelief. Then his gaze snapped toward the window where warm sunlight was spilling across the palace courtyard outside. Maids moved back and forth with calm, graceful steps, their laughter light and ordinary. Everything beyond that window looked peaceful, so normal that it almost felt wrong. There were no flames anywhere, no chains, no devils, no sign of torment, punishment, or anything hellish at all. There was only life. Confusion came crashing down on Yuri all at once. If this wasn't hell, then where in the world was he? His father's worried voice pulled him back. Fiore Briole called Yuri's name urgently, asking if he was truly awake and telling him to stay with them. Only then did Yuri realize there were others nearby as well, all standing around him with anxious faces, all calling out to him. But before he could make sense of any of it, his vision blurred again. Darkness crept inward from the edges, and as his strength slipped away once more, their voices faded into something distant and echoing. And in that moment, Yuri finally understood the truth. He was no longer that ruined prince collapsing on a battlefield. He was a 13-year-old boy again, lying in a deep, unbroken sleep, trapped in a state like a coma. At first, Yuri could only wonder whether all of this was some final dream, the kind of illusion a dying man might see as his whole life flashes before his eyes. He tried to wake himself up. He tried to resist it. He tried to force some kind of change into the world unfolding around him. But no matter what he did, the world around him kept moving onward as if nothing had ever ended at all. Then Yuri began noticing something far more unsettling. The events happening around him were unfolding exactly the way they once had, step by step, detail by detail, without even the slightest deviation. Memories he had buried deep inside himself began rising back to the surface and replaying before his eyes, as if the past itself had come alive and started moving again. Slowly and painfully, the truth settled into him. This was no passing illusion. Somehow, Yuri had been brought back to the spring of his 13th year. The next morning, sunlight poured into his room as the servants pulled the curtains open wide. Their voices were bright and cheerful as they called for him to wake up and begin the day. "Your Highness, it's time for your sword training." The instant those words reached him, Yuri jolted upright and practically sprang out of bed in a rush. He hurriedly fumbled for his clothes, only to realize a beat later that he hadn't even washed his face yet. Seeing him so flustered and out of sorts, the maid Aina quickly stepped in to calm him, her voice soft, warm, and gentle. She told him to slow down, promised she would help wash his face, and asked him to sit still for just a moment. But the second Yuri heard her voice, it pierced him like a blade through the heart. A flood of memories surged up inside him at once. He remembered Ina lying dead. He remembered the way her life had been taken from her in the past. A sharp, heavy sorrow rose inside Yuri so suddenly that it nearly stole the breath from his lungs. For one brief moment, he could do nothing except sit there in silence, drowning in regret and beneath the crushing weight of what he remembered. Then, all at once, Yuri called out her name. Ina answered immediately, turning toward him without delay and replying with a simple, respectful, "Yes, Your Highness?" Yuri fixed her with a strange, burning stare so intense that the air between them seemed to tighten all at once. Then, without the slightest warning, he opened his mouth and gave an order so outrageous it sounded almost unreal. "Slap me 3 times, and don't you dare hold back. Hit me with everything you've got." Ina froze on the spot, as if the shock had locked every muscle in her body. Her eyes widened, and when she finally managed to speak, her voice came out thin and unsteady as she nervously asked whether he was seriously commanding her to do something that could be considered treason. But Yuri only answered with a light, almost teasing smile, like none of this was strange to him at all. Looking completely at ease, he told her that if the command had come from him directly, then it could not possibly be treason. He insisted he was serious, and with bold confidence, he even swore that he always stood by his word. Ina never got the chance to argue any further. The answer came in one sudden, explosive motion. Crack. Her palm smashed across Yuri's cheek with far more force than anyone would have imagined, and the sharp sound rang through the room so loudly it spilled out into the hall beyond. And after that, the day at the palace continued as though nothing unusual had happened at all. The morning stayed clear and gentle, the air calm, and the royal grounds remained wrapped in that same quiet, peaceful stillness they always carried. Out in the training yard, though, Yuri was still dealing with the aftermath of those hits. Every time he shifted or moved, the sting in his cheek flared up again, the dull, lingering pain reminding him exactly how hard Aina had struck. The whole thing almost surprised him. He didn't remember her strength feeling this vivid before, but now the ache was stamped right across his face, making that forgotten fact impossible to overlook. A few soldiers passed by the yard, and Yuri quietly waited, half expecting at least one of them to stop, ask what had happened, or show even the slightest bit of concern. But no one did. Not a single man paused, and not one of them so much as reacted to the mark on his cheek. And training began, and before long Bernard stepped forward to spar with him. Yuri readied himself for some kind of response, maybe a question, maybe even a passing remark. But Bernard gave him absolutely nothing. His face stayed unreadable, his eyes cold, and he said not a word. No advice came, no correction followed. There was no instruction at all. The only thing echoing through the yard was the repeated crack of wooden swords colliding as the session dragged on. Yuri tried to push down the irritation rising inside him, but it became impossible to ignore that Bernard was no longer correcting his stance or teaching him the way he once had. Somewhere along the line, Bernard's guidance had simply vanished, leaving behind nothing except silent, wordless sparring. And as Yuri traded blows with him there in the yard, an old memory suddenly surfaced, one he had kept buried for a very long time. He remembered the day Bernard had stood before his father and reported on his progress. Back then, Bernard had plainly said that Yuri had been born with extraordinary talent great enough to become one of the kingdom's greatest blessings, if only it had been properly used instead of wasted. Bernard had gone on to say that if Yuri had only been more diligent, he could have risen all the way to the very top. The memory struck Yuri like a flash of lightning. That was it. That was the turning point. Everything had changed after that conversation. In his past life, Yuri had overheard Bernard speaking with his father, but instead of taking those words to heart and forcing himself to improve, he had reacted like a stubborn child throwing a silent tantrum. He rebelled, became even lazier, and turned more defiant than ever. In the end, Bernard gave up trying to teach him. From that day on, the lessons disappeared, and all that remained was silent sparring. And now Yuri understood the ugliest part of it all. It had happened because of his own choices. The memory shattered, and Yuri's mind snapped back to the present. His hands tightened around the wooden sword, his grip becoming firm, steady, and deliberate. He could not let himself repeat that same mistake. Not again. Not this time. "Bernard," Yuri suddenly called out. The instructor turned his head toward him, one eyebrow lifting ever so slightly in quiet question. Yuri straightened at once and set his feet properly beneath him, his stance growing visibly more stable as he faced Bernard. When he spoke, his voice was calm, solid, and without the slightest wavering. "From now on, I want you to train me properly," he said. "No leniency. No holding back. I, Yuri Briol, will take this seriously from this moment on." For the briefest instant, a flicker of surprise crossed Bernard's face when he heard those words. But the reaction vanished almost immediately, and Bernard's expression hardened again. He said he didn't know what had caused such a sudden change in Yuri, but if this was truly what the prince wanted, then the training would be serious from now on. There will be no excuses. Bernard raised his wooden sword, and the weight in his voice left no room for misunderstanding. "It starts now." And in the very next instant, Bernard lunged at him, without the slightest warning. The attacks came fast, hard, and relentless. One after another, each strike carrying the weight of long discipline and total control. There was nothing casual in any of it. Every blow felt like it came from someone who had spent years refining both body and blade. "Wait! At least take it a little easier on me," Yuri shouted as he stumbled backward beneath the sudden storm of attacks, barely keeping himself from losing his footing. Bernard didn't ease up in the slightest. His swings remained sharp, precise, and utterly unforgiving, revealing the true strength of a real master who clearly had never once shown Yuri everything he was capable of before. And for the first time, Yuri felt the crushing pressure of that power head-on. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself into a proper stance, corrected his posture, and raised his guard higher, desperately trying to meet Bernard's strikes the right way. Blow after blow came crashing down on him, numbing his arms and sending the shock deep into his bones. With every exchange, his whole body shook from the impact. Even so, Yuri endured it. As hard as he struggled just to keep up, a strange sense of awe spread through him, because he was finally seeing what real training had actually looked like all along. So this was the genuine instruction he had missed in his past life. This was the level Bernard had always been holding back from him. By the time the training session finally ended, Yuri's legs had completely given out on him. He collapsed hard onto the ground, his chest heaving as he dragged in desperate breaths, sweat pouring down his face in heavy streams. Every muscle in his body screamed in pain, and yet beneath all of that exhaustion, he felt something he never would have expected, a deep, heavy sense of satisfaction. At last, he understood what serious training truly meant. More than that, he realized he had finally been given a real opportunity to grow stronger. Lying flat on his back, Yuri lifted one hand toward the open sky above him, and a faint, tired smile touched his lips. If he kept going like this, then his swordsmanship really would improve. His effort would actually lead somewhere. Even with fatigue pressing down on every part of him, a small spark of hope finally lit up inside his chest for the first time in years. Bernard remained standing in the middle of the training yard, his wooden sword resting quietly at his side. He watched Yuri in silence, clearly taken aback by how suddenly the boy had changed. When had the prince grown this much? The question lingered in his mind as he tried to reconcile the child he had once trained with the determined young man, now stretched out before him. Just then, the stillness of the yard was broken by the sound of hurried footsteps rushing closer. Ina came running in, breathing fast, her voice tight with urgency. "Your Highness, please come at once. The king is asking for you." Yuri blinked in surprise. "Father? Why now?" Even Bernard looked faintly unsettled by how abrupt the summons was, but Ina quickly gave the reason, and the weight in her voice changed the atmosphere at once. "Count Johannes and his son have just arrived at the palace." Those words struck Yuri like a hammer. His whole body stiffened, and for a brief moment it felt as though even his breathing had stopped. Count Johannes and his son. The instant he heard it, a vivid image flashed across his mind. Barkvar, the traitor. The man whose betrayal had helped drag Briol into ruin in Yuri's past life. Yuri remembered that face with painful clarity, and the memory brought a fierce wave of anger surging hot through his chest. His eyes narrowed immediately, the fury inside him held in check only by sheer force of will. He turned sharply toward Ina, and when he spoke, his voice had become cold and commanding. "Ina!" "Yes, Your Highness," she answered at once, startled by the sudden intensity in his tone. "Where is Got right now?" Yuri demanded, each word short-clipped and edged with anger. Later that evening, the royal family gathered for a banquet with Count Johannes and his son. The mood around the table was polished and formal, but Yuri stood out the moment anyone's eyes landed on him. Seated across from the guests, he carried himself with a stiff, hardened expression and an upright, unbending posture that felt completely different from the way he had once been. Quiet whispers began to drift through the banquet hall as people noticed the change. Count Johannes, more than anyone else, seemed intrigued by what he saw. Looking at Yuri, he warmly remarked, "Young Prince Yuri, you seem much stronger than before. Quite a transformation." At that, the king let out an amused chuckle and joked that perhaps Yuri had eaten something special to improve so much so quickly. Laughing along with the king's remark, Count Johannes playfully asked whether he might be allowed to get some of that same special thing for his own son as well. The king was still in high spirits, smiling as though the whole banquet were nothing more than a pleasant evening among familiar nobles. He laughed lightly and answered in the same easy tone, openly praising Got Barkvar's intelligence as if this were all just harmless table talk. Count Johannes answered with a modest smile, dipping his head with polished courtesy. In a humble voice, he admitted that his son still had much to learn, and that the boy was far from finished growing. While those smooth, formal pleasantries continued around the table, Got Barkvar slowly turned his attention toward the second prince. The admiration on his face was plain to see, and there was an almost bright, dazzled fascination in the way his eyes lingered on him. But the very moment Got's gaze moved from the second prince to Yuri, the mood changed completely. He froze where he sat, because Yuri was already looking straight at him, and that stare landed like a naked blade, cold, sharp, and merciless. Got Barkvar was caught completely off guard by the force behind that look. His composure faltered right in front of everyone, and the confidence on his face cracked for the first time under an intensity he had clearly never expected from the third prince. The second prince picked up on that strange tension immediately. Leaning a little closer toward Yuri, he spoke with an amused, curious tone, sounding almost entertained by whatever he thought he had just discovered. "Something happened between you and Got?" he asked. Yuri answered at once, not hesitating for even a second. His voice sounded calm on the surface, but there was something deep and final underneath it. "He stabbed me in the back once. That's something I can never forgive." The second prince blinked, visibly taken aback by how blunt and severe that answer was. Then he let out a crooked little laugh and shook his head with a wry grin. "You? Carrying a grudge like that?" he said, almost disbelieving it. "You're too soft, too lovable. It's hard to picture you actually being angry at him." Yuri didn't answer him at all. He stayed completely silent, but behind that silence, the anger inside him only kept burning hotter and hotter. Just seeing Got Barkvar sitting there with that same smug smile, that same swollen pride Yuri remembered from the past, made his blood feel as though it were starting to boil. That shallow self-satisfaction, that empty arrogance, the way he carried himself like no one could ever bring him down. It all stirred up a deep, bitter disgust inside Yuri, and the hard stare Yuri kept fixed on him did not go unnoticed. Got shifted uneasily in his seat, a flash of irritation crossing his face. He had no idea why Yuri was staring at him like that. But the hostility in the prince's eyes was impossible to misread. Little by little, the air between them grew heavier, until the tension itself seemed to settle over the table. Not this time, Yuri thought, cold and unwavering. In this life, he refused to let Got swagger around with that same arrogant ease ever again. Yuri knew exactly what kind of man Got Barkvar would one day become, the betrayer who would sell Briol out for his own gain. And perhaps that road toward treachery had already begun here, in these early sparks of resentment and envy taking root inside him. That possibility alone gave Yuri more than enough reason to move. Yuri leaned forward just slightly, and when he spoke, his voice carried a sharp, unmistakable note of mockery. "Tell me, Got, are you really as skilled with the sword as the rumors say?" The young man hesitated immediately, and some of his confidence slipped from his face. "I know a little," he answered carefully, sounding unsure of where this conversation was headed. "But why are you asking something so strange?" Yuri's reply came down hard and clean. "Because this kingdom has no use for knights who think that narrowly." Got stiffened at once and shot back in a defensive tone. "But I'm not even a knight yet." "Not yet," Yuri said firmly, giving him no room to escape the point. "But one day, you're expected to serve this kingdom." Got could only nod, however reluctantly, because he knew that part was true. "Yes," he admitted at last. "That's true." Then Yuri rose from his seat in one swift, decisive motion, his eyes burning with resolve. "Then prove it. Let's fight." He didn't wait for permission, hesitation, or proper ceremony. He moved first, surging forward the instant he threw down the challenge. Startled and furious, Got shouted back at him, his voice cracking with both confusion and outrage. "Coward, you're attacking me without warning?" Yuri showed him absolutely no mercy. He kept pressing in, strike after strike coming sharp and disciplined, far beyond anything Got had ever expected from him. Then, with one heavy, crushing blow, Yuri smashed straight through Got's guard and forced a cry of pain out of him. "Stop! Enough!" Got shouted the words desperately now, panic finally breaking through his voice. He pleaded with Yuri to fight properly, to at least follow the rules and honor expected in a formal duel. But Yuri ignored every last word. Without answering at all, he simply let his blade slip from his hand, and it crashed onto the floor with a loud, heavy clatter. Got's eyes flew wide in pure, unfiltered shock, and before he could even understand what Yuri was doing, Yuri came straight at him barehanded, moving without the slightest pause or hesitation. A brutal kick slammed into Got's body and sent him flying backward across the floor. He hit the ground hard, and his cry of pain rang sharply through the banquet hall. Yuri remained standing over him, tall and still, his eyes fixed downward with a cold, steady gaze that held not even a trace of pity. In that instant, old memories came roaring back through Yuri like fire. He remembered the man Got would become the one who had once sold out Briol and even his own father to the Empire in exchange for scraps of favor. When Yuri spoke again, contempt weighed heavily in every word. "Your father is a great count, a respected knight. Do you know what earned him that title and that standing?" Got looked up at him from the floor, trembling and dazed, his face twisted by pain and confusion. Yuri narrowed his eyes and pressed him further, waiting for a real answer instead of silence. "Well, what do you think it's for?" The question struck Got almost like another blow. He stammered helplessly, lips moving, but no proper answer managed to come out. Even with anger still burning hot inside him, Yuri held one hand out toward Got. His voice stayed firm and under control as he said that he understood the desperation people felt when they wanted to survive. But in this kingdom, he would never allow even a single knight to live with weak conviction. Still keeping that hand extended, Yuri tilted his head slightly and asked, almost coldly, whether the question had been too difficult for him. Got lowered his gaze in shame and admitted in a small, embarrassed voice that yes, he still didn't really understand what Yuri meant, Your Highness. Yuri's expression grew more thoughtful, but the weight in his words only deepened. He repeated the point again. Why was Got's father a count, Who was it that had granted him that authority in the first place? And when Gott still failed to answer, Yuri finally reached down, caught hold of his arm, and pulled him back up to his feet. Looking straight into him, Yuri spoke with hard, cutting clarity. No matter what kind of situation you face, he said, you have to understand its essence. Think about that. Think about it deeply. Gott swallowed hard, lowered his head, and answered in a quiet voice, Yes, Your Highness. Gott left without another word, his footsteps heavy, slow, and subdued. Yuri watched him go, his thoughts turning inward. Maybe this time. Maybe the future really could be changed. A little while later, the second prince drifted over to Yuri's side, wearing a playful expression that barely hid his curiosity. He asked whether that whole spectacle had been real skill, or just a show put on to impress everyone who had been watching. Yuri answered with a smirk, his voice carrying that same stubborn edge as always. Do you seriously think I'd lose? His brother didn't pause for even a heartbeat. The answer came back dry, sharp, and dripping with sarcasm. Yes, I absolutely do. Yuri blinked and looked at him with clear annoyance. That's really how you see me? The second prince broke into open laughter before replying. To him, Yuri was still the biggest troublemaker in the entire kingdom. The gambler prince, he said, as if that explained everything by itself. Of course, that's how I see you. Yuri's smile thinned, then faded completely. When he answered, his tone had turned firm and serious. Not anymore. I'm not going to live the way I did before. Then Yuri fired one more line back at him, almost like a quiet warning between brothers. And maybe you should stop causing trouble too, brother. That one landed harder than expected. The second prince stared at Yuri, and for once the surprise in his eyes looked completely real. For a brief moment, he said absolutely nothing. He only stood there studying Yuri in silence, as if he genuinely couldn't decide whether his younger brother had finally gone mad, or whether he was truly starting to change. Later, after another stretch of brutal, exhausting training, Yuri finally dropped to the ground, dragging in breath after breath as he gasped hard from the effort. At last he groaned, completely drained. Training is over right at that moment. Bernard stepped forward and formally declared the session finished. Bernard's voice remained as firm as ever, but this time there was clear praise mixed into it. He told Yuri he had done well and that the effort he had shown today had been impressive. As Yuri lifted a hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, Bernard took a step closer. Yuri, Bernard said. Yuri turned to him despite his exhaustion, curiosity rising at once. Then Bernard asked a question that changed the entire mood in an instant. Are you ready to learn a mana style? The words made Yuri's eyes widen on the spot. In a flash, the fatigue on his face was swept aside by pure excitement. You mean you're going to teach me your personal style? But Bernard shook his head. No, he said. His own style was not strong enough for a prince like Yuri. What Yuri was about to learn would be something far greater. Bernard answered without the slightest hesitation, his voice settling into a calm, assured cadence, as though he had already weighed the matter from every angle. For someone in your position, the Briol style would suit you best. It's a sword technique built on real balance, strong in straightforward combat, adaptable in a wide range of situations, and already proven to be highly effective. At Bernard's recommendation, Yuri fell silent. In his previous life, he had already gone down that exact road, learning the Briol style, refining it, and eventually raising it to a high level during his years as a mercenary. He knew better than anyone how dependable that style was and just how much it could accomplish in battle. But this time, dependable would not be enough. In this life, he needed to reach a place his former self had never been able to touch. His thoughts sank deeper and deeper until one conclusion stood out with painful clarity. I can't afford to walk the same path again. If I do, I'll only repeat every mistake I made before. Bernard noticed the shift immediately. Yuri's silence was too sudden, too heavy, and the prince's gaze had clearly drifted away from the conversation in front of him and into some much deeper place. Watching him for a brief moment, Bernard narrowed his eyes with quiet curiosity before asking in a careful tone, Are you thinking of taking a completely different path from the one I suggested? Yuri's eyes sharpened at once, the hesitation vanishing from them in a blink. Then answer me this, he said. Among the royal guards, who has the greatest natural talent? You mean someone with truly exceptional potential? Bernard echoed. He paused for only a moment, as if sorting through faces and names in his mind, then spoke again with a firm certainty that left no room for doubt. If we're judging purely by raw talent, Bernard said, then the best answer would be Jared. That single name made Yuri go still. Jared, he murmured under his breath, repeating it slowly, almost like he was testing the sound against some old half-buried memory lurking far in the back of his mind. And then piece by piece, those forgotten fragments began to rise back up from the depths. Yuri had known Jared during the war. Back then, Jared's swordsmanship had never seemed remarkable at all. If anything, it looked average, plain, even underwhelming. especially beside the fighters who stood around him, and yet somehow he had survived one battlefield after another while countless others had been swallowed by the war. Why had a man like that managed to endure? The answer came back to Yuri in flashes, like embers whipped through the air by the wind. He saw a battlefield burning beneath a wide-open sky, smelled the thick, suffocating stench of blood in the air, and there in the middle of that wreckage was Jared, dropped to his knees and crushed beneath a despair so deep it seemed to hollow him out. Even now, Yuri could hear Jared's broken voice as vividly as if the moment were unfolding right in front of him again. Jared had cursed himself with raw, bitter regret. If only I'd trained harder. If only I had truly cultivated the talent I was born with. I could have done more. The self-loathing in that moment had been impossible to miss. It was all over him, in his voice, in his face, and in the way his whole body seemed to collapse under the weight of that unbearable truth. Jared really had been born with extraordinary potential. That part had never been a lie, but he had allowed that gift to decay, letting it dull and wither instead of forging it into something real. Yuri remembered that fact with painful sharpness, because by the time it became obvious, it had already been far too late to matter. In the end, neither of them had possessed the strength to change anything. With dull blades in their hands and skills that had never fully matured, both of them had been powerless to alter the course of the war. The memory shattered, and Yuri snapped back to the present with both fists clenched hard at his sides. Not this time, never again. Yuri's resolve hardened in an instant. Cold and absolute tonight he would find Jared. He would not allow that talent to be wasted in laziness and neglect a second time. In this life, he was going to drag Jared back onto the proper path, even if he had to force him there with his own hands. Later, under the dim orange glow cast by the courtyard torches, Yuri finally found him. Jared was standing in the training yard with a sword hanging loosely from his hand, his posture slack and his eyes so lifeless they looked almost empty. Every movement he made gave off the same dull sense of boredom, even when he swung the blade. There was no drive behind it, no discipline, no hunger, only the listless rhythm of someone finishing a task he had no real interest in. Yuri stood a short distance away and watched him in silence, and with every passing second the determination in his chest only grew denser and harder. This ends now, he told himself. A faint, confident smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The time had come to drag Jared out of that sleeping apathy and force the fire buried inside him to burn again. Over the palace grounds, the sky still carried the last pale traces of sunset, and long evening shadows stretched quietly across the training yard. The air felt calm, almost peaceful, but Yuri's footsteps carried none of that softness. He walked straight toward the training grounds with firm, unwavering purpose, every step making it clear he had already made up his mind. At the sound of someone approaching, Rosso turned his head. The moment he realized it was the prince coming at this hour, surprise flashed across his face. Rosso's eyes widened, but Yuri simply approached with an easy smile and lifted one hand in a light casual wave. "Your Highness?" Rosso asked, clearly caught off guard. Yuri answered in a calm, relaxed voice, "I came to see how things are going in the training yard." The stiffness immediately left Rosso's face, and he returned the smile with visible relief. "We're doing our best," he said modestly, "though of course we're nowhere near your level, Prince Yuri." Yuri gave a soft chuckle at that, then turned his eyes toward the soldiers training nearby. The men were moving with far more energy than Yuri had expected. Every step they took and every strike they threw carried a noticeable determination that stood out right away. He watched them for a moment, mildly impressed by what he saw. Not bad, he thought. They're much more motivated than I remember. Then Yuri's expression sharpened. "Where's Jared?" he asked. Still smiling, Rosso raised a hand and pointed toward the far end of the yard. "The new recruit is over there." Yuri followed the direction of Rosso's gesture, and the moment his gaze landed there, he found exactly the man he had come to see. Jared was moving exactly the way Yuri had feared, slow, careless, and utterly indifferent. His sword swings were empty, and even the way he stood made it obvious that he was putting no seriousness into it at all. Bernard's earlier words echoed through Yuri's mind. Training is meant to push a person beyond their limits, but this isn't training. A heavy wave of disappointment tightened across Yuri's chest. The sharp potential Jared once possessed had gone dull, left to rust away through sheer neglect. "Bring me a wooden sword," Yuri said suddenly. Rosso blinked in surprise and looked at him, clearly confused. "Who exactly are you planning to spar with, Your Highness?" Yuri replied with a thin, razor-edged smirk, his tone dripping with dry sarcasm. He lifted a hand and pointed straight at Jared. "That slacker." The words sent a ripple through the entire training yard. Soldiers froze in the middle of their drills, lowered their weapons, and all turned at once toward the unexpected match that had just been called. Whispers spread through the yard almost immediately, and excitement rushed through the place in an instant. Some of the soldiers even began shouting encouragement toward Jared, calling for the new recruit to give the prince everything he had. At the center of the yard, Yuri stood tall and completely assured as he faced Jared directly. His voice rang out clean and sharp enough for everyone there to hear. "I've heard you're exceptionally talented, so show me. What kind of knight are you really?" Then Yuri tilted his head just a little and gave him a playful smile, though the pressure behind it was unmistakable. "Don't disappoint me." Jared hesitated. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword and a flicker of nervousness passed through his eyes. After swallowing once, he finally gave a stiff nod. Yes, your highness. I'll do it." Before the tension hanging in the yard even had a chance to settle, Yuri moved first. His body shot forward with explosive speed, and the wooden sword tore through the air so suddenly it became little more than a blur in the eyes of everyone watching. There was crushing weight behind that strike, but also frightening precision. As Yuri came in, his voice cut across the air with the same force as the blow itself. "Don't disappoint me, Jared." The strike came down hard, and Jared's eyes flew wide in shock, his entire face twisted with disbelief. He had never imagined that the prince in front of him could move this fast, or strike with strength this overwhelming. Their swords crashed together again and again, each collision ringing out so fiercely, it sounded almost like steel slamming against steel. One powerful exchange burst into the next, the speed of the duel dazzling everyone gathered around the yard. The clash echoed loudly through the evening air, sparks seeming to fly in the minds of the spectators. As neither side yielded an inch, no one could look away. And as the exchanges continued, Jared's own movements revealed themselves to be sharp, disciplined, and precise. But even then, the tide of cheers never shifted toward him. If anything, the voices around the yard only grew louder in support of Prince Yuri. And right in the middle of that mounting pressure, Jared was forced to a quick and unsettling realization. Yuri was far more skilled than he had ever first assumed. Then, in the thick of the exchange, something began to feel off. With every single clash of their swords, Jared started noticing a strange pattern buried inside Yuri's rhythm. The spacing between Yuri's attacks was unnervingly exact, so perfectly consistent that it began to crawl under Jared's skin and throw off his focus. At the very same moment, Yuri already understood exactly what was happening. He had completely seized control of the duel. Now he was the one dictating the tempo, controlling the pace of every exchange, and forcing Jared to move inside Yuri's rhythm instead of following his own. Quiet satisfaction rose inside Yuri. By this point, the duel barely even felt like a true fight anymore. It was starting to resemble a performance he had carefully arranged, with Jared unknowingly moving to the pattern Yuri had laid out for him. But Yuri had no intention of stopping there. With calm, unwavering confidence, he made it clear that the real fight was only now about to begin. Then his speed spiked in an instant. Jared barely managed to react, desperately throwing up his sword to block as a sudden storm of attacks came crashing down on him, his arms already trembling beneath the sheer force. Blow after blow rained down without mercy. Yuri's strikes came fast, sharp, and ruthless, carrying the relentless instinct of a beast that never gives its prey a single moment to breathe. Jared fired back with desperate strength, and the instant it sank in, his pride flared like it had been set on fire. Prince Yuri was actually overpowering him. That humiliating truth hit him hard, and a hot wave of anger surged up through his chest. He had stepped into this match thinking he could handle it lightly, almost casually, but that idea was gone now. At this point, he understood he had no choice except to push himself far harder than before. Gathering every bit of strength he could pull out of himself, Jared swung back with a crushing blow of his own. The moment it connected, a sharp jolt of pain shot straight through Yuri's body. For the first time since the duel began, Yuri stumbled. In that brief instant, it became painfully clear to him that taking down a properly trained knight was never going to be as simple as he had first imagined. Jared's attacks came down heavy and without giving him any room to breathe, forcing Yuri to brace himself and struggle just to stay planted on his feet. And right there, a sharp realization struck Yuri. Jared was not some average opponent he could simply overwhelm. In his previous life, Jared had gone on to become a real knight, someone trained, battle-tested, and hardened through actual combat. No matter how much experience Yuri had carried over, and no matter how many techniques still lived in his memory, defeating someone like that was never going to be easy. Driven all the way to the edge, Yuri threw himself into a desperate counterattack. He gathered every last ounce of strength he still had, poured it all forward, and committed everything to one bold, reckless, all-or-nothing strike. Jared was caught off guard by how reckless that move was, and that tiny opening was all Yuri needed. Yuri's blade crashed through and forced Jared to give up a step. That unexpected breakthrough sent a thrill racing through Yuri from head to toe, electrifying his whole body with pure exhilaration. A broad grin spread across his face. He lifted his sword high above his head and shouted with open, unrestrained excitement. This was it. This was exactly the kind of fight he had been waiting for. All around the yard, the soldiers could only stare in disbelief. Prince Yuri had actually landed a clean strike on Jared. Shocked voices burst out from every side, and before long, that disbelief turned into open admiration for the young prince standing in the center of the yard. With his head tilted ever so slightly, Yuri looked at Jared and casually asked if he had been holding back on purpose. Jared answered that question with a hard, unwavering stare. In a steady voice, he said plainly that he had not gone easy on Yuri at all. But even as those words left his mouth, something uneasy began to creep into his chest. Just moments ago, he had been the one dictating the pressure of the fight. Somehow, without him fully realizing when it happened, the flow had changed. Now it felt like he was the one being driven into a corner. Yuri lunged again and hurled out another heavy strike, one that missed by only a hair. For the briefest second, frustration flickered across the scene, but Yuri only smiled, brushed it aside, and remarked as if it were nothing that the blow had been close enough. Jared remained standing at the center of the yard, irritation steadily building inside him, while the fatigue in his body began to settle in more and more. Around them, the soldiers started shouting in confusion, unable to make sense of what exactly Jared was trying to do. A few of them even yelled out in alarm, wondering aloud if he had completely lost his mind. Then, in a single instant, the entire atmosphere of the yard changed. Jared revealed a weapon cloaked in energy, a mana blade. A collective gasp swept through the crowd at once, and horror showed clearly on the faces of everyone watching. The soldiers immediately began shouting at him to stop, their voices rising in alarm from every direction. Their panicked warnings crashed over one another as they reminded him that the man standing across from him was the third prince. Yuri did not hesitate for even a second. He rushed forward again, determination written plainly across his face, and his voice rang out clearly enough for the entire yard to hear. This duel will not be stopped. The moment Yuri declared it, the clash resumed. Their weapons crashed together again with tremendous force, each of them unleashing blows packed with overwhelming power. Every collision sent a tremor through the men watching. The tension hanging over the training yard thickened so much that it felt as if the air itself had grown too heavy to breathe. Jared could feel it clearly now. Prince Yuri was nothing like him. The prince was forcing himself past every natural limit, fighting with a reckless ferocity and a will that simply refused to bend no matter what was thrown at him. Fear and awe twisted together inside Jared as he watched Yuri push himself beyond the point anyone should have been able to endure, each swing driven forward by raw determination alone. All across the yard, the soldiers stood frozen in shock, stunned by the unbelievable resolve of the third prince. Jared struggled just to keep pace with Yuri's non-stop assault, barely managing to knock aside one blow after another. The distance between them disappeared until they were nearly chest to chest, their blades locked together as sparks seemed ready to burst from the pressure between them. Yuri kept driving himself forward without the slightest hesitation, teetering on the edge of collapse, and still refusing to stop attacking. Then, for one brief instant, the clash broke. The two of them stood face to face, and silence spread across the training yard as every soldier around them held his breath. In that suspended stillness, both men saw the same thing reflected in the other's eyes, unyielding resolve, and a complete refusal to back down. Something began to stir awake inside Jared. His blood ran hot and his heart slammed against his chest with a violent rush of adrenaline, unlike anything he had ever felt before. It was true that he had crossed blades with stronger opponents before, but none of them had ever dragged this kind of fierce thrill out of him, this raw, suffocating tension that Prince Yuri was forcing him to feel now. Steel rang out once more as their weapons crashed together again. Yuri's eyes blazed with a fierce determination, burning with a fire Jared had never seen in anyone else. For the first time, a stunned thought flashed through Jared's mind. How could a young prince like this awaken something so powerful inside him? Yuri still did not slow down. If anything, every exchange only made his attacks sharper, faster, and more aggressive than before. Even now, he looked like he was still overflowing with momentum and resolve, as though there was somehow even more left in him. Then another crushing strike slammed into Jared and forced him backward, making his stance give ground yet again. That was the moment Jared finally understood the truth. He could not afford to hold back for even one more second. With a furious shout, he poured all of his frustration into brute force, tightening his grip on the sword as he prepared to strike back with everything he had. Drawing in his mana, Jared unleashed a devastating attack, making it unmistakably clear that he intended to end the duel in one final clash. The impact that followed was enormous. Their blades slammed together with such explosive force that the collision felt bigger than the training yard itself. The strain reached its limit. It became too much to withstand. Yuri's sword shattered. Broken fragments scattered through the air, and the ruined weapon slipped from his hands and fell away. Yuri let out a slow breath, then steadied himself where he stood. After that, a calm, satisfied smile spread across his face. In a firm, composed voice, he declared that it was over. Jared stood frozen in place, his chest rising and falling heavily, the shock of what had just happened written all through his silence. Then Yuri slowly extended a hand toward him. With quiet composure, he told Jared that he had gained something valuable from this duel. Caught completely off guard, Jared accepted the hand that was offered to him. He shook it with confusion still written on his face, though that confusion was now mixed with a growing sense of respect. His thoughts churned with admiration. This young prince with that unbreakable spirit and that stubborn, unyielding determination had left a deep mark on him. Only then did Jared suddenly realize that he was still holding on to Yuri's hand. Yuri gave him a crooked little smile and lightly teased him, asking just what he thought he was doing. Embarrassment hit Jared all at once. He hurriedly stumbled back, let go of Yuri's hand at once, and blurted out a quick apology. A few of the soldiers burst out laughing almost immediately and started mercilessly teasing Jared from all sides. Half amused and half genuinely impressed, they pointed out that he had actually managed to make the prince bleed, then piled on by mocking the way he was just standing there, stiff and speechless like a fool. Every jab only made the situation worse. Jared's face turned even redder, burning with embarrassment, and all he could do was stammer out apology after apology. At that point, Jared simply couldn't take another second of it. He hurriedly excused himself, turned away in a rush, and practically fled the training yard. The moment he disappeared from sight, Yuri finally stopped forcing himself to remain standing. He dropped hard onto the ground, his entire body giving out all at once. His chest heaved with deep, exhausted breaths, and a long sigh escaped his lips as relief finally washed over him, now that the duel was truly finished. When Yuri opened his eyes again, he almost seemed surprised to find himself flat on the dirt, so thoroughly drained that even trying to lift his body felt impossible. All around the training yard, the soldiers exploded into loud cheers. Their voices were full of awe and excitement as they praised Yuri again and again for the incredible skill he had displayed while taking Jared head-on. In the middle of all that noise, Rosso suddenly sensed someone beside him. He turned with a puzzled look and found the captain of the Royal Guard, Sened, standing there. The nearby soldiers noticed him almost right away and quickly asked when he had arrived. Wearing his usual calm, unreadable expression, Sened answered simply that he had only just arrived. After that, he said nothing else. He merely stood there in silence, his sharp gaze settling on Yuri. The prince was still lying, stretched out on the ground, utterly spent after the duel. A thoughtful look rested on Sened's face. But whatever conclusion he came to, he kept it to himself and never spoke a word of it aloud. A few days later, the mood around the palace had changed completely. The air felt lighter, the atmosphere brighter, and the gardens lay quiet and peaceful beneath the calm daylight. Jared walked alone through the greenery, his steps slow and unfocused, his thoughts obviously wandering somewhere far beyond the path in front of him. Then the silence was broken by a voice calling out to him, asking whether his shift had already ended. Jared lifted his head at once, startled by the sound. And there, to his astonishment, stood the third prince himself. Yuri was leaning casually against a pillar, watching him with that same calm, steady confidence he always seemed to wear. "Your Highness?" Jared blurted out, clearly never expecting to find him there. Yuri's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile, and a soft chuckle slipped from him as if he had already planned everything in advance. He told Jared to come with him, saying there was somewhere they needed to go today. Jared hesitated, then muttered that he should probably train first instead. Still unsure, Jared finally asked where they were even going. Yuri only laughed and told him to stop asking questions and just follow quietly. But when he caught the uneasy look on Jared's face, Yuri paused and turned back toward him. With a bright, confident smile, he reassured him that if danger was what worried him, then there was no need to be concerned. He had already arranged for someone else to come along with him. Jared blinked, surprised, and asked who this third person was supposed to be. Yuri didn't answer directly. Instead, he cupped both hands around his mouth and shouted a loud "Hey" across the courtyard, his voice carrying all the way to someone in the distance. At the sound of Yuri's call, a man turned sharply in their direction. It was the royal mage, Hernando. Caught off guard, Hernando walked over and asked exactly what the prince wanted from him. Yuri didn't waste even a second. He plainly told Hernando that he needed his help to go somewhere. Hernando's expression immediately tightened, and in an apologetic tone he explained that he already had other matters to handle. His reluctance could not have been more obvious. Yuri, however, only responded with a sly little smile and casually dropped a much more tempting offer. He was willing to pay off Hernando's gambling debts. Those words hit Hernando so hard that he froze where he stood. His eyes widened in total shock, as if he genuinely couldn't believe what he had just heard. Then his voice turned serious, and with a hard stare he asked for confirmation. Are you truly serious about that? Yuri answered with a calm, unwavering smile, assuring him that he meant every word. And more than that, he added that he would even cover the debt Hernando still owed from last time. Then, with a touch of dry sarcasm, Yuri asked whether Hernando had ever once known him to lie. Hernando answered with a crooked smirk. Not outside the gambling hall. Yuri let out a light laugh and nodded like he was conceding the point. Exactly. You've never caught me lying outside the gambling hall. But Hernando fired right back without missing a beat. That's because I've never seen you anywhere except the gambling hall. That reply left Yuri feeling faintly disappointed, even if his face barely showed it. For just a moment, he found himself wondering whether he really had been that hopeless before. Even so, Yuri didn't back off. He repeated his promise to pay off Hernando's debts and pressed him to join the trip without dragging it out any longer. Hernando made a dramatic performance out of thinking it over, then finally agreed, but only on the condition that Yuri sign a formal contract first. With almost theatrical flair, he actually produced the document right there on the spot. Yuri stared at him with a cold, flat expression, and a small flicker of annoyance passed through his eyes. Had his authority as the third prince really fallen so low that Hernando felt bold enough to treat him like this? Without any warning, Yuri turned toward Jared and announced that Jared would serve as the guarantor for the agreement. Jared, completely blindsided, blurted out a baffled "what?" Yuri remained perfectly calm and explained that he wanted Jared to act as both witness and guarantee for his word. Jared still looked utterly lost, but after a short hesitation, he reluctantly agreed. The moment Jared gave that answer, Hernando lit up. He looked practically delighted, buzzing with excitement now that the arrangement had finally been secured. He eagerly urged Yuri to come along at once so they could leave immediately, his enthusiasm now impossible to hide. As the three of them prepared to set out, Jared asked again, still determined to find out where they were headed. Now that both a knight and a royal mage were being dragged along, his curiosity only grew stronger, and he couldn't help wondering what exactly the prince was planning. Yuri paused for a brief moment and suppressed the dangerous little curl that was starting to rise at the corner of his mouth. Then he lifted his head, confidence blazing across his face, and answered with unmistakable excitement in his voice. They were going to plunder the ancestors' dungeon. The very words alone made it obvious that something dangerous was waiting ahead. Not long after that, the three of them made their way down a hidden passage concealed beneath the palace itself. As they advanced through it, Jared looked around in open amazement and admitted that he had never even known a route like this existed. His curiosity only kept growing in the darkness, and at last he asked Yuri what exactly was waiting for them at the end of this secret tunnel. Yuri answered at once, completely certain and without the slightest hesitation. This passage leads to the Mountain of Swords. Jared froze the instant he heard the name, and astonishment filled his voice as he asked if Yuri meant the very same mountain from the legendary tale of their ancestor. Yuri replied with one firm, decisive word, yes, and as the three of them continued deeper into the passage, Yuri's thoughts quietly began to drift back toward his previous life. He remembered the day the Empire conquered the kingdom of Betrayal. It was during those dark years that a hidden dungeon was discovered within the Mountain of Swords. Inside that place were the archaeological remains tied to the first ancestor of the Betrayal family, along with treasures and relics so valuable they were almost beyond imagination. What had once been nothing more than a secret escape route eventually became a road leading straight to priceless swords and rare artifacts, and in Yuri's previous life, the Empire had taken all of it for themselves and used those riches to strengthen their own side. That memory left a bitter weight in Yuri's chest, but he steadied himself and kept moving forward. In this life, he had no intention of turning back. He refuses to keep running. This time, Yuri steps forward on his own 2 feet, pushing ahead with every last ounce of strength, pride, and determination he still carries inside him. Deep in his heart, he makes a vow that will not waver. He will claim his ancestors' legacy with his own hands, and he will return that stolen inheritance to the kingdom it was always meant to belong to. At last, the three of them emerge from the tunnel and step into a dense forest overflowing with raw, almost overwhelming beauty. Yuri comes out first and immediately sweeps his gaze across the area, alert and on guard, while Jared and Hernando follow close behind him. After studying the route ahead for a moment, Hernando quietly says that if they truly came the right way, then this path should lead them straight to Sword Mountain. Then Hernando's eyes narrow, and he turns toward Yuri with suspicion written plainly across his face. Lowering his voice, he asks how Yuri managed to get hold of the key to a hidden passage like this, when something that rare is supposed to be a tightly guarded secret. Yuri does not answer him right away. Instead, his thoughts slip back into a memory from his previous life. Back then, he had found the key abandoned in the corner of the study, yet he never knew what it was for until everything had already become too late. That ignorance had cost him dearly once before. But now, things are no longer the same. This time, he already knows exactly what it means. When Yuri finally answers, his voice is cold and sharp enough to cut. He tells Hernando it is none of his business, then turns and keeps walking. But only a moment later, Hernando suddenly lets out a startled cry behind him. A single leaf, thin and sharp as a blade, slices straight across his skin. Yuri glances back over his shoulder and gives him a short warning. He explains that the plants in this forest are dangerous and that their leaves are sharp enough to cut through flesh. Then he tells Hernando to stay close unless he wants to get injured again. After that, Yuri faces forward again and resumes leading the way with deliberate caution. A few steps behind him, Hernando goes quiet and keeps watching him closely, as though he is trying to piece together what kind of person Yuri has suddenly become. A moment later, Hernando shifts his attention to Jared and quietly calls out to him. When Jared looks over, Hernando leans in and, in a hushed voice, asks whether the prince has taken anything strange lately, clearly unable to make sense of Yuri's recent behavior. Jared parts his lips as if to answer, but the words never get the chance to leave his mouth. Yuri's voice cuts through the forest from ahead of them, ordering both of them to stop dragging behind and hurry up. At that, Hernando gives the faintest little smirk and mutters under his breath that no matter how much the prince may have changed, his temper is still exactly the same as it has always been. But in the very next instant, Yuri suddenly stops and throws up a hand to halt them. His eyes sharpen immediately. There is danger close by. Up ahead, a pack of enormous direwolves is moving through the path. Their hulking bodies slit between the trees, and in the darkness all around them, pairs of glowing eyes drift through the shadows like embers floating in the night. Without taking his eyes off the forest ahead, Yuri warns them that wolves never move alone. They hunt in packs, which means there is no way of knowing how many more are lurking unseen in the dark around them. Nando stares at him in open surprise and blurts the question out before he can stop himself. How does Yuri even know that? Yuri answers without the slightest trace of tension, saying simply that he read it in a book. That answer leaves Hernando visibly stunned. He repeats the words back in disbelief, like he cannot bring himself to accept them. Because you read a book? Yuri does not even bother turning around this time. He simply tells them to move quickly and stay quiet while the wolves still have not noticed them. Hernando obeys and follows after him, though not without grumbling under his breath the whole time. Even as he moves, he still sounds far from convinced that any of this is a good idea. Then it happens. His foot comes down on a fallen branch, and with a dry, ugly crack, it snaps cleanly in two beneath him. Hernando's whole body locks up on the spot. Then, trying desperately to smooth over his mistake, he forces out an awkward, shaky little laugh. That tiny sound is all it takes. In a flash, a massive wolf explodes out from behind them, jaws spread wide and fangs flashing as it lunges straight at Hernando. Jared reacts instantly and shouts, "Sir Hernando!" His sword ignites with mana as he steps in without a second of hesitation, intercepting the beast in midair before it can sink its teeth into Hernando. With one clean and decisive strike, Jared drives the wolf straight down into the ground, and its heavy body slams into the earth with a brutal thud. Yuri's eyes flash with approval. He praises Jared for reacting so quickly and for controlling his mana with enough precision to cut through the wolf's thick hide. But that praise lasts only a moment before his expression turns hard again. This battle is far from over, and as if to prove him right, more pairs of glowing eyes flare to life deeper in the woods, while the air around them grows dense with danger. Yuri warns them that the noise from that clash has brought out the alpha, the true leader of the pack. Then the biggest wolf of all steps forward from the darkness. Towering above the rest, it lifts its head high while the other wolves part around it as if making way for their king. A cold, thunderous howl tears through the forest, sending a chill through the night as it calls every wolf in the area to gather at its side. In the blink of an eye, the three of them are completely surrounded. Snarling jaws, gleaming fangs, and countless glowing eyes close in from every side until not a single clear opening remains, Jared immediately steps to the front and raises his sword. Blue mana burns along the blade as he plants himself between the wolves and the others, ordering Yuri and Hernando to stay directly behind him. The wolves inch closer with savage growls rumbling low in their throats, every muscle in their bodies drawn tight and ready to rip the three of them apart. Then two of them burst forward at the same time, charging straight in with terrifying speed. Jared does not flinch. Holding his ground, he meets both attacks head-on and swings in one powerful motion, his mana-blazing blade catching them together in a single sweeping strike. The impact is so violent that both wolves are hurled backward at once. Their snarls are cut off as their bodies crash hard into the ground. Watching from behind, Hernando studies Jared's swordsmanship with obvious admiration and says that this is exactly the level of skill one would expect from a man trusted with royal duty. Yuri gives a small nod, acknowledging that Jared is unquestionably capable. Even so, he quickly adds that raw skill alone will not be enough to completely break through a threat like this. And before long, it becomes obvious that Jared's movements are already starting to slow. The strain is beginning to show all over his body. His muscles tighten, his breathing grows heavier, and little by little, fatigue starts creeping into every motion he makes. Yuri turns to Hernando and calls his name. Hernando answers at once. Yuri reminds him that the king trusted his abilities enough to send him here and tells him that this is the moment to prove that trust was never misplaced. Confident grin spreads across Hernando's face as he finally steps forward. Power begins gathering around him, and with bold certainty he declares that he is about to unleash his full combat magic on the wolves. Jared turns toward him in shock, his voice wavering as he asks what exactly Hernando means by that. But before he can finish the question, fire suddenly erupts from Hernando's staff. Flames explode outward in a roaring burst, swallowing the wolves that had been pressing in around Jared. That violent wave of fire crashes straight into the center of the battle, and together with Jared's mana-charged sword strike, it sends the attacking beast flying backward with overwhelming force. Jared barely manages to hurl himself out of the way in time. He escapes the searing aftermath of the flames by the narrowest possible margin. Then the fire swells even further before detonating again. A second explosion rips across the battlefield and blasts the pack apart, scattering the wolves in every direction. That sudden inferno tears open a path for them, giving the three companions the slim chance they need to break free from danger. And by the time the sun begins sinking low along the horizon, they finally reach the place they had been trying so hard to find. Yuri is the first to speak, admitting with some surprise that he had not expected the journey here to involve anything more troublesome than wolves. Jared agrees, saying the fighting cost them precious time, though there is clear relief in his voice as well, because despite the delay, they have finally reached their destination. Now the three of them stand at the very peak of Sword Mountain. Yuri looks ahead and firmly declares that this is the summit they fought their way toward. But instead of relaxing, Jared's expression only tightens. He looks around with growing doubt and points out the problem immediately. There are no ruins here, no traces, no marks at all that this is the legendary place they were supposed to find. Even with no ruins in sight, no carvings on the stone, and not a single visible trace of anything important, Yuri refuses to give up. His certainty does not waver. He drops into a crouch and begins searching the ground with his own hands, insisting with stubborn conviction that something has to be hidden somewhere on this summit. Still, as his eyes sweep over the empty peak again and again, the first tiny crack begins to form in that confidence. Confusion starts mixing into his impatience, and for the first time, that rock-solid determination flickers just slightly. Then, among the scattered rocks, something catches his eye. A faint shimmer flashes between the stones. Yuri's voice rises at once with excitement the moment he realizes he has found something. Without wasting even a second, he rushes toward the glimmering spot and calls for Jared to come over and help him pull it out. Jared immediately turns for support and looks to Hernando, but the mage recoils on the spot, his face tightening with obvious displeasure, wearing an expression that looks almost offended. Hernando protests that for a mage, damaging one's hands is practically humiliating. To him, that sort of rough labor is no small thing at all. Yuri pays that complaint absolutely no attention. His entire focus is locked onto the strange object sticking only halfway out of the earth. He bends down, grips it firmly with one hand, and pulls. Slowly, a peculiar sword emerges from the soil, revealing that it had been buried beneath the ground this whole time. Its hilt is set with a vivid red gem, and that jewel gives off a faint glow as if something deep inside the blade is still alive and quietly breathing. Yuri draws the sword free far more easily than he expected, and lifts it up in front of his eyes. The brilliance running along the blade catches him off guard. It looks sharper, cleaner, and far more radiant than he ever imagined it would. Hernando's eyes widen as he stares at it in disbelief. Under his breath, he mutters that the sword looks almost brand new, far too pristine for something that was supposed to have been buried there for ages. Yuri narrows his eyes and examines the blade more closely. As his gaze travels along the metal, he notices that a single word has been engraved into it. Guilty. That strange inscription stops him cold for a brief moment, and in silence, he wonders what kind of meaning could possibly be hidden behind a word like that. Jared steps closer and asks in a low, steady voice whether this could really be the founder's lost legacy. Yuri gives a faint shake of his head and admits that he is not sure, but before any of them can dwell on it for long, a violent rumble suddenly rises from beneath their feet. The shaking grows worse with every passing second, and sharp cracks begin racing across the ground around them. Instinct takes over immediately. All three brace themselves at once, hands moving toward sword and staff, as the summit starts to split apart beneath them. And yet, right in the middle of that chaos, Yuri smiles. Calm and steady, he declares that they are finally about to learn the truth. The trembling intensifies into a full quake. Jagged fissures rip through the earth in every direction until the ground under their feet can no longer hold together. Then, with a deafening roar, the floor gives way completely. The three of them are swallowed by the opening all at once, their cries echoing through the darkness as they plunge straight down into an unknown abyss below. The landing is brutal. Yuri is the first to regain consciousness. He opens his eyes and finds himself sprawled across the cold floor of a vast underground cavern, his whole body aching from the force of the fall. Then he realizes that Jared is beneath him. A faint shimmer of mana still lingers around Jared's body, clear evidence of the barrier he managed to cast during the fall to shield them from the worst of the impact. A small smirk touches Yuri's lips. Quietly, he admits to himself that Jared handled that well. His reflexes were fast, and that defensive response had been sharp enough to impress him. A moment later, Hernando drifts down lightly from above, using magic to lower himself the rest of the way. As he looks around the cavern with visible unease, he remarks that this place stretches far deeper than he ever imagined. Yuri turns a cold stare on him and scolds him in a flat, cutting voice. Instead of thinking only about saving himself, he says Hernando should have been thinking about helping the others as well. Hernando scratches the back of his head and lets out an awkward little laugh, mumbling that it was an emergency and looking plainly embarrassed. But then, all at once, his expression changes. His eyes open wide as he stares past them into the darkness ahead. His voice shakes as he blurts out a warning to Yuri about something right in front of them. Yuri narrows his eyes and answers with irritation, assuming Hernando is only trying to change the subject and wriggle out of the scolding. Hernando frantically shakes his head and insists that he is not joking. What he sees standing ahead of them, he says, is a ghost. Yuri turns sharply toward the darkness, and for a brief instant, even his breath catches in his throat. From deep within the shadows, a figure slowly steps forward. Its body is wrapped in black armor, and the deathly aura rolling off of it is so thick and heavy that it seems to choke the very air around them. Even so, Yuri does not panic. He keeps his eyes fixed on the armored knight and studies the way it moves, his focus steady, sharp, and completely undisturbed. Deep down, he already understands what kind of being is standing before them. This is an undead knight, a warrior more fearsome than any ordinary living swordsman. But Yuri speaks with calm certainty and tells Jared there is no reason to panic. This Death Knight, he says, is not truly a danger to them. Jared stares at him as if he can hardly believe what he is hearing, and demands to know how Yuri could possibly be so sure. Yuri answers without a moment of hesitation, saying he can feel it. Then, with measured steps and unwavering composure, he begins walking straight toward the armored figure. As he approaches, Yuri explains that this knight is not their enemy at all. It is a guardian of the Founder's dungeon, a being created to protect that place, not to slaughter intruders for no reason. And because Yuri carries the Founder's blood in his veins, he says there should be no cause for hostility between them. He stops right in front of the figure and addresses it directly in a calm, clear voice. Am I right? The Black Knight says nothing. Silence hangs in the cavern for a single heartbeat, and then suddenly Yuri, Hernando, and Jared all cry out at the same time, alarm exploding from all three of them at once. Watch out. A gigantic blade comes crashing down right in front of Yuri and smashes into the ground with terrifying force. The entire cavern lurches from the impact. The earth splits beneath the strike, and dust and shattered stone burst outward as the shockwave tears through the chamber and rattles through their bodies. Hernando's face drains of color in an instant. For one horrible moment, his heart nearly stops, because he is convinced Yuri has just been sliced clean in half. His hand flies to his mouth as he stares ahead in horror. But Yuri is still standing there, completely unharmed. He turns and fires a fierce glare at Hernando, then snaps at him to watch what he says. Flustered on the spot, Hernando hurriedly apologizes and stammers that he only reacted like that because he was worried. At last, the Death Knight speaks. Its voice is deep and heavy, carrying the hollow weight of the grave as it tells Yuri that his bold attitude reminds it of someone from a very long time ago. Yuri's eyes narrow immediately, and he asks who it is talking about. The knight answers with only one name, Eric Briol. The moment that name is spoken, both Jared and Hernando are visibly shaken. Their eyes widen as the full meaning of it crashes down on them. Jared can barely force the words out. He mutters in stunned disbelief, his voice trembling with awe. Everyone in Briol knows that name, Eric Briol, the swordsman who conquered the entire continent with nothing but his blade. The instant he hears that name, Yuri falls quiet. His expression stills, and his thoughts turn inward as he sinks into silent reflection. Eric Briol, the true founder of Briol, the kingdom of knights, and the very first king ever to sit upon its throne. The instant that name reaches him, Yuri goes still. It makes him pause on the spot, his thoughts snagging on the staggering weight of the legacy now standing right in front of him. The history bound to that single name is so vast, so deep, that Yuri can feel it pressing down on his chest like a physical burden, heavy enough that there is no ignoring it. At last, Yuri breaks the silence. Turning toward the Death Knight, he asks if this means he is the very first person ever to set foot in this place. The Death Knight answers without the slightest pause, yes. Then his voice rings out again, firm and echoing through the chamber, as he declares that only one who carried the blood of Betrayal could ever have drawn that sword, making it unmistakably clear that he is speaking about Yuri's own lineage. That answer sharpens Yuri's resolve in an instant. The blade in his hand is not some ancient relic or ceremonial weapon. This is the legendary sword once wielded by Betrayal himself, a treasure beyond compare, and with the same calm certainty, the knight confirms it, stating steadily that this is indeed the sword he once carried with him into battle. Pulling together every ounce of courage in his chest, Yuri raises his hand high and speaks in a clear, ringing voice. I am Prince Yuri Betrayal, the third prince and the rightful heir to Eric. I have come to claim what was left to me. For a long and suffocating moment, the knight says nothing at all. His huge armored body simply stands there in silence, grim, towering and oppressive, as if he is measuring the weight of every single word Yuri just declared. Then, finally, his deep voice rolls through the chamber like distant thunder. He says the time has at last arrived. The duty he has waited countless years to fulfill has finally reached its end. And with quiet finality, he announces that he will now grant Yuri the very thing he came here to receive. Without wasting another word, the Death Knight turns and steps forward, leading them deeper into the chamber. Yuri follows immediately after him, his expression set and his resolve no longer wavering. Behind them, Jared slows for a moment, his steps faltering as hesitation catches hold of him. He watches everything unfold with narrowed eyes, his face tense while his thoughts churn in a mess of uneasy disbelief and confusion. To him, none of this feels even remotely believable. How did he somehow end up here of all places, speaking with a Death Knight and standing inside the Founder's dungeon like this? This is so wildly far beyond anything he ever imagined for himself as a royal guard that it barely even feels like reality anymore. Then Yuri's sharp voice cuts cleanly through his spiraling thoughts as he calls Jared by name and demands to know why he is lagging behind. The sudden shout jolts Jared where he stands, and his eyes snap wide open in startled surprise. In that single instant, a distant memory from his previous life flashes through his mind. He sees himself on a battlefield, soaked in blood and worn down to the edge of collapse, while Yuri shouted nearly those exact same words at him, ordering him to stay on his feet and keep fighting. A long, weary sigh slips out of Jared as he drags a hand through his hair, still trying to make sense of the ridiculous, impossible reality playing out right in front of him. Even so, he forces himself back together. I'm coming, he shouts back, pushing courage into his voice as he finally starts moving again. The three of them press onward together, walking into a vast chamber bathed in the radiant glow of enormous blue crystals, their cold light spilling across the stone floor and illuminating the path ahead. At the very center of that crystal-lit cavern, the Death Knight stands waiting like an immovable pillar. His armored frame gives off such crushing presence that the entire chamber feels tight with tension and filled with a quiet, lingering dread. Yuri, Jared, and Hernando each take their places, their bodies stiff and alert, every one of them instinctively bracing for whatever is about to happen next. A strange pressure hangs in the air around them, thick and crushing, as though some invisible force has settled over the chamber and made the whole place feel even darker, heavier, and more mysterious. Yuri narrows his eyes and fixes his gaze straight ahead. Then, without anyone opening their mouth, a voice suddenly echoes inside his mind. I hope they are worthy. The words hang in the chamber wrapped in uncertainty, and the suspense only grows thicker. And then, without any warning at all, the world around Yuri changes in a single instant. The crystal-filled chamber vanishes completely. He blinks in shock and finds himself standing in a realm he has never seen before, a place utterly foreign to him. Confused and immediately on edge, Yuri turns his head and looks around in every direction, trying to understand where he has been taken. Where exactly is this place? The question slips from his lips before he can stop it, heavy with stunned disbelief. Then his eyes catch sight of a lone figure standing far off in the distance. For the briefest second, Yuri wonders if he might actually be looking at the Founder himself. But as that figure draws nearer, the thought dies instantly. What stands before him is no human being. It is something grotesque, twisted, and terrifying to behold. Before Yuri can even process what he is seeing, the creature suddenly lunges at him with astonishing speed. Yuri reacts on instinct, snapping his sword up at once and straining with all his strength to block the incoming strike. The impact rips through his body and forces a rough grunt of pain out of him. The clash is brutally violent, but even as he steadies himself in the middle of the exchange, Yuri realizes that something about this enemy feels different. A strange aura pours off the creature's body. It is mana. The realization strikes him all at once. This thing is not merely attacking him, it is showing him a mana method through its movements. Then, just as suddenly as it attacked, the creature stops. It stands completely still, almost as if it is waiting for Yuri to understand what he just witnessed. And Yuri realizes it instinctively. This creature is not trying to kill him, it is trying to teach him. The being slowly lifts one hand and gestures toward Yuri, signaling for something, though what exactly it means is still unclear. Yuri frowns at the creature and asks, half serious and half in disbelief, "Are you seriously telling me to copy that right now, in the middle of a fight?" The creature gives him nothing in return, not even a sound. In spite of the tension, a short, breathy laugh slips out of Yuri. "My ancestor must have been completely insane," he mutters under his breath. "Who throws someone who's never even learned a mana method into live combat and calls that training?" A faint smirk touches the edge of his mouth. This kind of madness is something only a man living through a second life could possibly endure. Dropping down onto one knee, Yuri presses his palm firmly against the ground beneath him. He shuts everything else out, forces himself to focus, and tries to feel the faint stream of energy running through the earth. Then, slowly but undeniably, mana begins to gather and flow into his hand. Yuri's eyes widen with pure exhilaration. "So this is how it works," he whispers, his voice bright with excitement, and with mana finally coursing through him, he lifts his head and speaks up. "Hey," he calls to the creature, his tone steady even with all the tension hanging in the air. "I still don't fully understand how to use this, so let's just keep fighting and figure it out as we go." To Yuri's surprise, the creature actually smiles after hearing those words. The two of them settle into their stances with their blades ready. Yuri steadies his breathing, tightens his grip, and sharpens his focus. Deep in his heart, he reminds himself once again that he has to become stronger than he was before. The day will come when the Empire bares its fangs and invades Betrayal. But this time, Yuri swears the ending will be different. No matter what price he has to pay, he will crush their ambition with his own hands and stop that future from repeating. Never again, he vows in silence. He will not relive the mistakes of his past life. Mana surges into Yuri's hand and shoots straight through the hilt as he pours it into his sword. His eyes sharpen to a razor edge, and under his breath, in a low, burning voice, he mutters that if this is truly the swordsmanship of Eric Betrayal, then so be it. He will absorb every last bit of it. Then, in less than a blink, Yuri launches himself forward. His gaze locks in with absolute focus as he lifts his arm high above his head and brings the blade crashing down in one heavy, wholehearted swing. Steel crashes against steel, and the real battle finally begins. Yuri and the creature slam into each other head-on, both swords wrapped in mana, and their first collision instantly explodes into a savage close-range fight. Then, without warning, the scene shifts completely, and Jared stirs as his eyes slowly begin to open. A dull throb pounds through his skull as he forces himself upright, his face still clouded with disorientation and confusion. He immediately looks around, scanning everything he can see while his thoughts twist uneasily, trying to understand where he is. "Is this the training grounds?" he murmurs under his breath, pressing a hand to his temple as if it might somehow calm the ache hammering inside his head. But as strange as all of this feels, Jared quickly realizes one thing. This does not feel like a dream at all. Trying to steady his breathing, Jared takes a cautious step forward into the center of a broad open space that unmistakably feels like an arena. Then a sudden prickling sensation crawls across his skin. Someone else is here. Jared straightens at once and raises his voice into the empty-looking space, ordering whoever is there to stop hiding and come out. A blur flickers at the edge of his vision, and a moment later, someone begins walking toward him with calm, measured, utterly confident steps. At once, Jared tightens his grip on his weapon and readies himself for a fight. But the instant the figure comes fully into view, disbelief hardens across his face. Standing there before him is himself. A perfect copy of Jared stares back, matching his posture and mirroring his stance down to the smallest detail. Jared narrows his eyes and advances in slow, careful steps, never dropping his guard for even a second. He calls out directly and asks whether this is the Death Knight's trial. Then he presses harder, demanding the figure's name and asking with open suspicion if it is Jared too. The replica answers with a smirk and a cold glint in its eyes. In a tone dripping with contempt, it tells Jared not to waste his time trying to struggle against fate, and that sneering expression only makes the mockery bite deeper. Then its voice lowers, turning darker and more menacing. It reminds him that he joined the Royal Guard in pursuit of comfort, didn't he? And it tells him not to pretend otherwise. It continues by warning him to stay away from the Third Prince. saying that the more he resists his destiny, the more miserable his life will become. Jared breathes heavily as he listens, but instead of fear taking over, a strange, tired boredom begins to settle into him while those words sink in. The old version of him would have accepted that kind of talk without the slightest hesitation. But then, all at once, a memory flashes through his mind. He sees Yuri again, wearing that small, mocking smirk as he casually asked, "Isn't that boring? It's just a performance." That memory sparks something back to life inside him. Jared straightens fully, and this time, a confident, defiant smile rises at the corner of his lips. He tells the thing in front of him that of course it wouldn't understand. How could it? It is nothing more than a fake imitation. His voice hardens as he continues, declaring that once a sword has been swung, there is no taking it back. "Dwelling on old wounds and clinging to what is already behind you," he says, "only clouds a swordsman's mind and dulls the blade." He raises his sword, now blazing with vivid blue mana, and fires back without hesitation that everything it is saying is nothing but arrogant nonsense. And then he moves, fast, exact, and impossible to halt. Jared tears through the air with a storm of rapid, crushing strikes. Mana-wrapped steel whistles again and again as he unleashes one relentless barrage after another without giving the replica room to breathe. With a sudden burst of force, Jared kicks off the ground and leaps high into the air. From above, he swings his weapon down in a brutal overhead slash, aiming to cleave straight through his opponent. The impact rattles the very space around them as sparks and violent bursts of energy explode outward from the collision. As the fight continues raging, Jared starts to notice the flaws in the way his opponent moves. It is too simple, too easy to read, too obsessed with protecting itself, and completely unwilling to take any true risk. A grim understanding passes through him. That was exactly how he used to fight, always choosing the safer path, always hiding behind defense, as if it could protect his heart just as much as his body. But not anymore. That kind of life is hollow, empty, and without meaning. With fresh determination driving every motion, Jared throws himself forward into a far more aggressive assault. Each strike becomes sharper, heavier, and more vicious than the one before it, forcing his opponent backward one step at a time. At last, with one decisive blow, he knocks the replica off balance and makes it stagger. A breath of relief slips from him, but it lasts only for a second. Right away, something begins to change. A black aura starts seeping out from the opponent's body. It coils through the air like smoke for a brief moment, and then it erupts with sudden, violent force. The figure's body begins to warp and swell, growing larger and more distorted with every passing second, until it transforms into something massive. What stands before Jared now is a nightmarish being wrapped in terrifying darkness. Jared's eyes widen at the sight. So this is its true form. For a brief moment, the monstrous presence threatens to shake his resolve, but he forces himself to steady. Appearances mean nothing. What matters is the will carried behind the blade. Tightening his grip even more, Jared reminds himself that Prince Yuri must be fighting his own battle somewhere right now. With fierce determination burning in his chest, Jared silently prays, "Please overcome this, Your Highness." Then he raises his sword and pours every ounce of strength he has into a single devastating strike. Elsewhere, Yuri lies sprawled across the ground. His body is bruised, battered, and left weak after taking a crushing blow. Exhaustion presses down on him from every side. His arms and legs feel unbearably heavy, and his breathing has turned rough, strained and ragged. Above him, the creature towers with its sword lifted high. Its shadow swallows Yuri where he lies, covering him completely as it prepares to bring down a merciless finishing strike. The blade comes plunging down, aimed to kill the prince where he is pinned on the ground, unable to move. The very last possible instant, Yuri tightens his grip around his sword through the pain, even as his battered body screams in protest. He drags together every final shred of strength he has left, along with the last remaining trace of mana in his body, and forces it all into one desperate counterattack. That last desperate strike explodes outward with overwhelming force, and in the very next instant it sends the Death Knight blasting backward. At last, the clash comes to an end, and Yuri remains standing through nothing but raw willpower. His legs shake beneath him, his chest heaves with heavy breaths, and after a long, unsteady moment, he lets out a deep exhale of relief, grateful that he somehow made it through alive. Once he finally manages to steady himself a little, a new thought quietly surfaces in his mind. Just how much time had passed while he was trapped inside that trial? Yuri admits it to himself in silence. That fight had driven him dangerously close to his absolute limit. And even so, the endless, punishing training he had endured before reaching this point was exactly what kept him from collapsing for good. In the middle of that desperate battle, he did more than merely survive. He actually succeeded in taking hold of that unfamiliar mana technique and making it his own. And along with that, he had also relearned something just as important: what it truly meant to wield a sword the right way. Confidence that had once cracked and wavered inside him has now come back, reforged through pain, struggle, and sheer endurance. Then, just as Yuri is catching his breath, something strange pulls his attention away. The Death Knight's body has begun to fade, slowly breaking apart piece by piece before his eyes, staring at it in confusion. Yuri mutters under his breath. "It's disappearing," he says softly, watching in silence as the fading figure makes one thing clear to him. This bizarre trial has truly come to an end. Then, in the space of a blink, Yuri feels his senses shift once again. His eyes fly open in shock, and suddenly he finds himself back in reality. Standing right in front of him are Jared and Hernando, both visibly worried. Hernando quickly asks whether Sir Jared thinks Yuri is all right, and Jared answers in a calm, reassuring voice. Then, from behind Yuri, a low voice tinged with dry sarcasm drifts through the air. The Death Knight remarks that it sounds as though he has just awakened from a pleasant dream. Still dazed, Yuri turns his attention back and asks what exactly just happened. The knight's tone turns serious as he explains that everything Yuri experienced was part of Erika's design, a trial that had been prepared in advance for the future heir of the Betrayal bloodline. That answer stirs an old memory in Yuri's mind. In his previous life, the Empire destroyed the Mountain of Swords, and because of that, no descendant of Betrayal had ever been able to reach this place. Yuri immediately asks the knight a direct question. Was this the mana style that the founder, Eric himself, had used? The reply comes simply and firmly. No, this is Eric's final legacy. Before his death, Eric took everything he knew and fused it together with an Eastern sword style, and Yuri is the very first person ever to inherit what came from that union. Still unable to let the matter go, Yuri presses on and asks why a technique like this would be hidden away in a place like this instead of being openly handed down through the royal family. The knight explains that this dungeon only reveals itself when the proper time has arrived, and the fact that it has appeared now means the power sealed within it is meant to be used. Curiosity sharpens Yuri's voice as he asks when that destined time is supposed to come, but the Death Knight remains calm and unshaken, telling him that it is not his place to reveal such an answer, and that Yuri must discover it for himself. After a brief silence falls over them, Yuri asks one final question. "What is the name of this style?" he asks. The knight answers without the slightest hesitation. Eric called it soul severance. Then he tells Yuri to kneel, declaring that the time has finally come for the legacy of his ancestors to be passed on. The knight stands still and waiting as Yuri lowers himself with solemn respect. He drops one knee to the ground, bows his head, and quietly prepares himself to receive what has been entrusted to him. The knight places a firm hand on top of Yuri's head and speaks in a voice full of command. "Never fear your enemies." Then he continues, his conviction never wavering. "Live by what you believe in." With reverence in both his posture and his voice, Yuri answers clearly, "I will." The knight continues, ordering him to fulfill the duty of the Betrayal family until the very end, and once again Yuri responds with the same solemn resolve, "I will." Finally, the knight tightens his grip on Yuri's head with unmistakable finality, and in a voice that rolls through the chamber like thunder, he declares, "Remember this? The Betrayal family never abandons its honor, even if it means death. That is the vow of Betrayal." Next morning, soft sunlight pours gently into Yuri's chamber. His maid, Ina, greets him with a warm smile and cheerfully announces that a new day has begun. Still worn down from everything that happened the night before, Yuri lets out a tired breath as he lies there, with the full weight of his exhaustion still hanging over him. Seeing how drained he looks, Ina gently suggests that if staying up so late left him this tired, then perhaps he should rest a little longer. Yuri slowly pushes himself up and stretches, then tells her in a low, exhausted voice that he had gone to the royal archives the previous night, hinting that there had been something important he needed to investigate. Ina tilts her head, clearly surprised, and asks why he would suddenly go to the archives, "My prince." Yuri answers evenly that he was searching for a certain record, and as he says those words, the memory of last night's search comes back to him. Alone inside the archives, he had gone through one old document after another until he finally uncovered something startling. Eric Betrayal, the founder himself, once had a brother, a man who cast away his honor and erased himself from history so completely that not even his name remained behind. And the moment that truth clicked into place, Yuri realized who that forgotten brother really was. It was the Death Knight, the true original master of the sword now resting in Yuri's possession. Before Yuri can sink any deeper into that thought, Ina urges him to hurry and get changed. The king has summoned him urgently. Yuri's expression tightens at once, and confused, he asks why. Ina shakes her head and says she does not know, but the summons came immediately after the king finished meeting with Hernando. At once, a knot of irritation and unease tightens inside Yuri as he gets himself ready for whatever is coming next. It does not take him long to realize that Hernando must have already informed the king about everything that happened. Later, while walking beside Jared, the knight suddenly comes to a stop. He tells Yuri plainly that he intends to submit a report directly to the king about everything that happened today. Yuri pauses and turns toward him, doubt creeping into his face as he asks whether that is really necessary. Jared simply answers with a calm smile, saying, yes, he believes it is. Now, on the following morning, Yuri remembers that exchange and feels his irritation rise all over again. So that was it. Jared really had told the king everything. Right in the middle of the vast throne hall, Yuri Briol lowers himself into a deep, respectful bow before his father. Each movement measured and exact, as if even the weight of the royal chamber itself is pressing down on his shoulders. He rises only a little from that bow, keeping his posture properly restrained, and in a calm, formal voice he says, "You summoned me, Your Majesty." Fiore Briol answers with a voice so hard and unwavering that there is no room for doubt. Hernando has already told him everything. Yuri left the palace without permission, and not only that, he went all the way to the founder's dungeon at Sword Mountain. Yuri quietly steadies his breathing before he responds, forcing himself to look composed even with that faint tension still hanging over him. "I didn't plan it," he says. "It just happened." King's eyes narrow with sharper interest as he presses the matter further. "And the sword? Did you truly find it inside that dungeon?" Yuri doesn't hesitate for even a heartbeat before answering. "I did." Then Fiore Briol steps closer, closing the space between them, his gaze moving over Yuri's face and stance with careful attention, studying him not just as a ruler judging a prince, but as a father trying to read his son. He says this is not the first time such words have reached his ears either. Again and again, he has been hearing the same thing from the people surrounding Yuri. From Aina to Bernard, from Sened to even Hernando. Every one of them has said the same thing. Yuri has changed. Then, with a hand resting lightly on Yuri's head, the king asks in a voice carrying real concern beneath its authority, "What happened to you? What caused this change?" At that single question, Yuri's whole body stiffens for just an instant, like something buried deep inside him has suddenly been struck. His fingers tighten around the sword at his side, gripping it a little harder. But no answer leaves his lips. He can only stand there in silence. The king notices that hesitation immediately, and his tone sharpens at once. "Do you not wish to answer me?" That stern, unblinking stare presses down on Yuri so heavily that even the air between father and son seems to draw tight with tension. Yuri awkwardly takes a small step back and mutters under his breath, "It's not that." Fiore Briol catches the movement at once and asks, "Then why are you backing away like that?" Yuri lifts his eyes toward him and answers with blunt honesty. "Because you're clenching your fist." Startled by that, the king flicks his gaze down to his own hand, then slowly loosens his fingers and opens it. When he speaks again, his voice is a little softer than before, though the firmness in it has not disappeared. "Then tell me what brought on this sudden change?" This time, Yuri finally meets his father's eyes and answers in 3 quiet words. "I had a dream." The king repeats it back, almost like he can hardly believe what he just heard. "A dream?" "Yes," Yuri says, his voice steady, though there is a strange heaviness underneath it. And with that, he begins to explain what he saw. "In that dream, I committed a crime," Yuri says quietly. Then, after a beat, he adds with grim certainty, "A terrible crime." The instant those words leave Yuri's mouth, the king's expression hardens, his eyes turning sharp with unmistakable shock. "What crime did you commit in that dream?" he asks, his voice dropping low, grave, and serious. Yuri answers without the slightest wavering. "The crime of failing to protect the kingdom of Briol until the very end." Those words land heavily enough to shake Fiore Briol, and a deep unease settles across his face. Yuri continues speaking in a controlled tone, but the strain beneath that control is impossible to miss. He tells him that in the dream, the kingdom of Briol was swallowed by a massive war, the kind of catastrophe that devoured countless lives, and no matter how many times he tried to change what was coming, no matter what he did, he failed every single time. In that dream, after the kingdom finally falls, Yuri is forced to run, stripped of his honor and stripped of his dignity. He wanders on in disgrace, only to meet a miserable end. With sorrow slowly creeping into his voice, Yuri explains that when he woke up, the blue pendant his mother had given him was gone. That one detail remains painfully vivid in his memory, and the fact that it vanished still weighs heavily on his chest, filling him with a quiet, lingering dread he cannot shake. He tells the king that he believes the dream may not have been an ordinary dream at all, but a warning, a message from his mother about the future waiting ahead. The king's concern deepens even more at that. "Then tell me this," he asks firmly. "What is it that brings the kingdom to ruin in that dream?" Yuri starts to answer, but the words catch in his throat halfway through. he stops and hesitates. It still feels too early to speak about the Empire, especially now when he is already trying to alter the future with his own hands. If things unfold differently this time, then maybe the Empire will never invade at all. After a short silence, he finally gives a hesitant reply. I don't know for sure, only that it was some unknown army. Fiore Briol does not answer right away. He simply stands there in grave silence, his face heavy, as if he has sunk deep into his own thoughts. At last, he quietly admits that he cannot tell whether what Yuri saw was only a nightmare or a true warning sent by his late mother, Lily. But even so, there is one thing that gives him some peace. Yuri seems to be in a better place now. Am I really better? Yuri asks himself silently, the question rising in his mind but never reaching his lips. The burden of his past life still clings to him far too strongly for that to be true. The blood, the failures, the crushing guilt, they have not vanished, and he knows the only reason he keeps moving forward is because he wants to atone. Then, cutting straight through Yuri's thoughts, the king suddenly speaks again. There is something else we need to do. Bring your sword. The order comes without any explanation, and that alone is enough to stir Yuri's curiosity at once. King Fiore Briol is known across the continent as a man of overwhelming strength, a figure whose name is wrapped in near-legendary stories. People say that even as a child, he showed extraordinary power, advancing far beyond others before boys his age could even hope to keep up. He became a trailblazer in one field after another, and once he stepped onto the battlefield, no equal could be found. His name was forged through countless clashes, each victory adding another layer to the legend surrounding him. Now, he stands at the very summit among the continent's 10 greatest warriors, recognized by all as the finest swordsman alive. Before long, Yuri finds himself standing in a place he has never once been allowed to enter before, his father's private training hall. His eyes travel slowly across the training grounds as he takes everything in, and then he says aloud, "This is my first time here, father." The king looks directly at him and says without decoration, "I have always believed that none of my sons truly possess talent for the sword." Yuri answers with surprising calm, and this time there is real confidence settling behind his voice. "I believe I am exceptionally gifted." A faint smile touches the king's lips, thin enough to feel almost mocking, as he repeats the word back to him. Gifted? Then Fiore Briol draws his massive blade and levels it straight at Yuri, the tip aimed without a trace of hesitation as his tone turns razor sharp. "Then tell me," he says, "what is a swordsman's talent? Is it raw strength? Is it speed, reflexes, or perhaps wisdom?" He gives Yuri no chance to answer, not even a moment to open his mouth. Before Yuri can say a single word, Fiore Briol gives his own answer instead, his voice slicing through the training hall like a blade cutting through empty air. No. With that one flat declaration, Fiore Briol tears apart the image Yuri had been trying to form in his head, leaving behind no comforting illusion, no simple explanation, and nowhere to hide. Yuri can do nothing but stand there in stunned silence, his whole body going rigid as his father's words hit far harder than he expected, and throw his thoughts completely off balance. Still holding his sword, the king explains that raw strength by itself is not enough. Speed is not enough either. Reflexes are not enough. Even wisdom alone falls short. Beyond all of those things, he says, there is something greater still. It is something that drives a person past the very brink of what they believe they can endure, forcing them beyond the edge of their own limits. His voice carries such weight that it seems to settle into every corner of the training hall as he says that this force is stronger than fear, and stronger even than duty itself. The instant Yuri feels his father's aura begin to shift, his entire body stiffens on instinct. That presence grows heavier with every passing second, sharper, harsher, almost violent, until the pressure seems to rattle him down to the marrow. It is suffocating, terrifying, and so overwhelming that simply enduring it feels nearly impossible. Then, just as suddenly, the king speaks in a tone that grows calmer, yet carries an unexpected trace of hesitation. "I cannot say what it truly is," he admits. Perhaps it could be called an inner calling. Instead of clearing anything up, those words only deepen the confusion already spreading through Yuri's mind. His grip tightens around the sword in his hand, and when he finally speaks, the uncertainty in his voice is impossible to hide. "A calling," he repeats uneasily. "Do you mean something like destiny?" The king pauses for a moment, his eyes narrowing slightly, and then gives Yuri no firm answer at all. Perhaps it is, perhaps it isn't. Yuri lowers his gaze and his thoughts drift inward. In his previous life, fate had never once opened the path of the swordsman before him. Back then, the sword had never been something he could point to and call his destiny. But now, standing here in this life, that old doubt rises again in a different shape. Could this time be different? Could fate have placed another chance in his hands? Before he can sink any deeper into those thoughts, his father's voice slices straight through them, sharp enough to pull Yuri back to the present in an instant. "What do you believe?" Fiore Briol demands. "Do you truly think you are meant to bear the sword? Can you hear that calling that binds you to the blade?" The king's aura bears down even harder as his voice grows more intense. "And when that day comes, when death is standing right in front of you, will you still be holding your sword?" A wave of dread crashes over Yuri at once, and fear closes around him so suddenly it leaves him shaken. His voice trembles under that crushing pressure as he tries to answer. I don't feel any." But the rest of the sentence collapses in his throat before he can force it out. Anxiety surges upward and begins swallowing him whole. His chest cinches painfully under the weight of that overwhelming aura, tightening so hard that even drawing breath becomes difficult. Yuri stumbles backward in rising panic, his composure finally breaking apart. "Father, something's wrong," he gasps. And then, out of the darkness behind him, countless red eyes begin opening one after another, gleaming with savage hatred as they fix themselves on him. Yuri's breathing turns ragged. His footing gives beneath him as raw terror seizes hold, and all that escapes his lips is a broken, shaking gasp. "Ah!" Memories stab through his mind like blades. A voice echoes inside his head, desperate and frantic. "No, you have to run. Run, Prince!" The images rushing back into him only grow darker, bloodier, and more horrific with every passing second. Screams break out from every direction. Voices cracked by desperation cry for help and beg him to save them, while the kingdom burns before his eyes, flames devouring towers, walls, and streets without mercy. The battlefield is drowned in red as soldiers fall one after another, their dying cries swallowed by the chaos raging all around them. The fire climbs higher and higher, consuming everything in its path. War, death, ruin, all of it surges together at once into one unbearable vision. Those memories crash over Yuri so completely that they drag him straight back into the nightmare he thought he had already escaped. Yuri jolts back into awareness, but the panic is already there, clamped tight around his chest like an iron vice. "What is this?" he cries out in horror. "Why is Briol burning?" Shouts erupt from every side around him. "It's the third prince, the last surviving royal." Enemy soldiers come rushing through the flames, their boots pounding across the ground, that thunder of footsteps echoing through the roar of the burning city. Yuri sucks in a sharp breath as the truth crashes into him all at once. The Empire. Horror floods through him as he realizes exactly where he is. He has been pulled back to that cursed moment again. The fall of Briol. The sight before him is unbearable. The kingdom he once knew swallowed all over again by fire and steel. His voice shakes with disbelief as he demands to know what is happening. One enemy soldier snarls with murderous fury and shouts, "Death to the Prince of Briol," before charging straight at Yuri with everything he has. The instant they collide, steel crashes against steel. Sparks burst from every impact, and the sharp ringing of each blow cuts through the chaos surrounding them. The soldier attacks with brutal force, but Yuri throws himself into the clash just as desperately, their blades slamming together again and again in a rapid, violent exchange. Then Yuri finally breaks through with one hard swing. His strike lands cleanly, and the soldier screams in agony before collapsing to the ground in defeat. Behind him, Briol's soldiers cry out in desperation. "Your Highness, go! We'll hold them back, so run," they shout over the battle. "We'll stop them here. Just flee." And all around Yuri, the fighting rages on, steel clashing against steel, screams of pain, and the sound of men throwing away their lives to protect him. One soldier takes a devastating blow, and his scream slices across the battlefield just before his body crumples lifelessly to the ground. Yuri staggers where he stands, utterly overwhelmed, his mind twisting in a storm of panic, confusion, and disbelief. Is this real? Or is this only another dream? The question claws at him from the inside and refuses to let go. Darkness begins eating away at the edges of his thoughts, as one terrible fear rises above all the others. Is this really Briol's fate to be destroyed like this in the end, without anyone being able to stop it? The despair pressing in around him is so overwhelming it feels like the darkness could swallow Yuri whole at any second. And yet, even with that crushing weight closing from every side, one vow keeps resounding deep inside his heart. He can hear the words he once swore as sharply and clearly as if someone were standing beside him, speaking them into his ear all over again. "I will never fear my enemies. I will live according to the convictions I chose with my own will, and I will bear the duty of Briol all the way to the very end, no matter what kind of fate is waiting for me there." That promise lights a fierce fire inside him, and in the very next moment the resolve that had nearly burned out surges back to life, sending strength flooding through his body once more. With a ragged, hoarse cry tearing from his throat, Yuri lunges forward, forcing his body ahead as mana rushes into his sword until the blade blazes with a brilliant, scorching light. He swings with every bit of power he has left, the blade carving a violent arc through the air. The strike comes so suddenly that it lands clean, and an enemy soldier lets out a cry as Yuri's blow cuts him down and sends him flying backward. Yuri does not stop there. He keeps pressing on, and with every clash his attacks become quicker, sharper, and far more ruthless, cutting down soldier after soldier. But right in the middle of that savage push, a heavy blow suddenly crashes straight into his face. Pain tears through him hard enough to force a cry from his lips, and his body staggers back a step. Even then, he clenches his teeth, forces his trembling body to steady, drags himself back under control, and throws himself forward again with another desperate slash. Another enemy rushes in to meet him head-on and answers with brutal force, pushing Yuri all the way to the brink. Still, by straining through sheer will and effort, Yuri finally breaks through the man's guard and cuts him down, his chest heaving under the crushing burden of exhaustion. From somewhere within the enemy ranks, a soldier raises his voice and shouts at him in open mockery. "Prince of Betrayal, you're a dead man walking." Then more voices start rising behind that first one after another, calling out for him to surrender now that they can all see how blood-soaked, battered, and drained he has become. But instead of giving in, Yuri straightens his back and stands tall, and when he answers, his voice rings out without the slightest tremor. The people of Betrayal do not throw away their honor, even when death is right in front of them. Pulling from the very last scraps of strength still left inside his battered body, Yuri drives himself forward once more in a final attack that is as desperate as it is all-consuming, his sword flaring brighter and brighter with mana as he pours absolutely everything he has into that single strike. His roar thunders through the flames, and as he charges ahead, he repeats Betrayal's vow to himself like an order he will never allow himself to betray. Carry the duty until the end. And then in the very next instant, the entire world around him suddenly changes. Yuri's eyes snap open wide, and instead of the battlefield he expected to see, he finds himself in a place completely different from the one he was just standing in. Words of the vow are still leaving his mouth when a voice reaches him through the haze. Faint and gentle at first, almost like someone calling him back from a very distant place. "Can you hear me?" the voice asks softly, and at the same time, a careful hand settles lightly onto his shoulder. Then a sharper voice cuts cleanly through the fog. Yuri, startled, he jerks and gasps out the first word that rises to his lips. "Father." As the mist clouding his mind finally starts to lift, he sees his father standing directly in front of him. The Black Army. Yuri murmurs the words under his breath, giving a name to the thing he just witnessed, his face still set with the same grim certainty. King Fiore steps closer, his expression steady and his tone calm as he tells Yuri to pull himself together. "What you saw was nothing more than an illusion." Yuri's fingers tighten around the hilt of his sword because even after hearing that explanation, the vision still feels vivid enough to have been real. Uncertainty continues to cling to him, and he cannot stop wondering how much of what he saw was false, and how much of it might have contained some truth. The king studies him in silence for a moment, watching him carefully without saying a word, and then reaches out to place a firm, steady hand on Yuri's shoulder. When he finally speaks, his voice remains calm, but the weight in it leaves no room for argument at all. "You will wield a sword." Even though the shock has not fully left him yet, Yuri slowly gets his breathing back under control and regains his footing. The confusion clouding his thoughts begins to fade away, and little by little, a clear sense of conviction settles into its place. Bold, confident smile spreads across his face as he answers without wavering. "Yes, I've made my decision." He raises his chin and meets his father's eyes directly without the slightest hesitation. But the heaviness in the king's gaze is impossible to miss, and what Yuri finds there is not pride, but worry. Sadness has taken root in his father's expression, and Yuri notices it right away. Why is father looking at me like that? The thought sends a faint chill through him. Does he think I'm about to die or something? Trying to lighten the oppressive mood hanging between them, Yuri forces a brighter smile and speaks in a tone that comes out almost playful. "Don't worry so much, father." Then, with a flashy confidence that is nearly shameless, he adds as though that alone should settle the matter. "I'm a genius, after all." The corner of the king's mouth lifts just slightly at his son's attempt to ease the tension. Then, without any warning at all, he suddenly raises his hand toward Yuri. The sudden motion catches Yuri completely by surprise, and for a brief instant he freezes where he stands, staring in shock. By the time the next day arrives, Bernard is standing outside near the training yard, looking ahead while his mind seems to be drifting somewhere far from the place his body is. The sound of approaching footsteps pulls him back to the present, and the moment he turns and sees who it is, he speaks at once. "Your Highness?" As Prince Yuri walks over to him, Bernard's eyes immediately settle on the injury that is still plainly visible on the prince's face. With a teasing grin, Bernard asks who managed to leave that wound on him this time, and Yuri answers in the most matter-of-fact voice possible. My father. Bernard lets out a short laugh. His Majesty must have been rougher than usual. Still, that doesn't mean I intend to go easy on you during training today. Yuri lets out an open sigh, already knowing that would be the answer. I know that very well, and as the two of them talk, a quiet realization passes through his mind. Bernard's reason for staying in Betrayal is tied directly to his father. After a brief pause, Yuri decides to ask the question directly. Is your staying in Betrayal conditional on a duel with my father? Bernard answers him honestly, yes. Yuri presses forward immediately. Then if I were the one to ask you myself, would you stay here even if you didn't have to fight a duel with him? That question plainly catches Bernard off guard, and for a second he only stares at Yuri, the surprise obvious in his eyes. Then, after a short beat, a smile slowly appears on Bernard's face. No, the answer is blunt enough to sting, even though Yuri keeps the irritation from showing on his face. Bernard notices it anyway and calmly remarks that it almost sounds like Yuri really wants him to stay. Then, with a faint grin, he says, maybe he'll consider it. If you can show me something convincing enough to make me change my mind. Yuri looks straight back at him and asks without circling around it. What kind of thing? At that, Bernard's eyes narrow by the slightest amount, and the lazy, almost bored look he had been wearing slips away. In its place, a sharp flash of genuine interest appears on his face. What I want to see, he says, without even a moment of hesitation, is the dueling style once used by your predecessor, Eric Briol. Yuri blinks, visibly thrown off by the request, and then stares at Bernard in open disbelief. You want me to teach you the founding king's dueling style? Bernard simply gives a calm, steady nod, as though there is nothing strange about asking for something so extraordinary. It stirred my curiosity. But Yuri shakes his head almost immediately and refuses him on the spot. I can't do that. Inside, his thoughts turn dark and heavy. Of course Bernard would ask for something like this. A man known as the Sword Demon was never going to be satisfied with anything ordinary. Even so, this is one thing Yuri knows he absolutely cannot give him. Bernard answers with nothing more than a light shrug, looking almost amused by the refusal. It doesn't matter if you haven't mastered it completely. I already took that into account. Yuri cuts in at once, his voice firm and flat. That's not the reason. It's not that I haven't mastered it yet, Yuri says, holding Bernard's gaze without flinching. The real problem is that teaching it to you wouldn't actually help you the way you think it would. That sword style is bound tightly to the mana technique I use, to the point that the two cannot really be separated. One exists as part of the other. Bernard's brow lifts at that, and for once real surprise shows on his face. I've never heard of a style like that. Mana is supposed to strengthen swordsmanship, not become woven directly into the technique itself. Yuri gives a steady nod without the slightest hesitation. Exactly. And that's why I can't simply pass it on to you. Without the mana behind it, Yuri explains, all I'd really be showing you is half the shape, not the style as it truly is. Bernard falls silent after hearing that, his expression settling as one hand drifts up to his chin and he sinks into thought. Then, after a pause long enough to make Yuri start wondering what kind of answer is coming, Bernard finally speaks. All right. Yuri's eyes widen on the spot, and the surprise on his face brightens into open delight. Wait, seriously? Bernard smiles when he sees that reaction. I mean it. Even if what you can show me is only half of the full technique, I'll still remain in Betrayal. As long as you're willing to teach me this sword style, I'm certain I'll still be able to gain something valuable from it. Hearing that, Yuri cannot help thinking to himself that Bernard's confidence in his own skill is honestly outrageous. Even so, the excitement breaks right through him. Then it's settled, Yuri says with a bright grin. But if we're doing this, you'll have to stay in Betrayal for good. He says it half playfully, and Bernard answers with a low chuckle before agreeing. All right. With that out of the way, Bernard tells him to start the demonstration. The two of them square off properly now, standing face to face with their feet planted and shoulders set, each of them settling into a ready stance. Yuri slows his breathing, tightens his grip, and begins drawing mana into his sword. Little by little, a vivid blue aura blooms around the blade until it shines clearly in the air. This, Yuri says as the glow gathers around his weapon, is my style, Soul Severance. But just as Yuri is about to move, Bernard suddenly stops him. There's something I haven't told you yet. The interruption halts Yuri mid-preparation, curiosity rising immediately, and Bernard states it as plainly as possible. I had already decided to stay in Betrayal from the start. Besides that, Fiore Betrayal asked me to remain here for at least another 10 years. He says it with a light laugh and the faintest smile at the edge of his mouth. Yuri blinks in surprise, and then his expression pulls tight into a frown. Then why are you just standing there instead of attacking? Yuri fires back. Bernard meets him with a grin of his own, because I'll be the one making the first move, and as soon as he says it, he raises his sword. At the exact same moment, Bernard's own mana erupts outward in a powerful surge, dense with pressure and impossible to ignore. Yuri's eyes widen at the sheer force gathering in front of him. Why would you tell me that now, of all times? He ends up shouting the complaint out loud in pure frustration, just as their blades slam into each other. Collision is explosive from the very first impact. Their exchange turns instantly fierce, steel and mana crashing together over and over again, while sparks burst into the air with every single clash. Later that day, Yuri lies back on his bed, staring silently ahead while his thoughts continue to churn without settling. His mind keeps circling around everything that has already changed, and the more he thinks about it, the harder it becomes to deny the truth. The future is no longer fixed. It has already started to move. He remembers the terrible visions of Briol's destruction with awful clarity, remembers that ruin as if it were burned into him, and yet now a different possibility is beginning to form in his mind. A future where the kingdom survives, a future where Briol escapes the destruction he once witnessed. And the strangest part of all is that the course of events is already shifting, even though he has not yet made any grand, dramatic move. Bernard deciding to remain in Briol is proof of that all by itself. Yuri admits to himself that at first, the burden of changing the future felt so enormous it was almost too much to carry. But now that crushing weight is slowly being replaced by certainty. The future really has begun to change, little by little, step by step. Even so, he understands that the path ahead will still be anything but easy, and he makes a quiet promise to himself. This time, no matter what price has to be paid, the empire will be stopped. He repeats that vow again and again in his mind, letting it harden his resolve until it becomes something solid and immovable. Just then, Ina steps into the room, and the moment she speaks, she sounds almost like she is pleading with him. "Please, Your Highness, don't get into trouble this time." Yuri immediately pushes himself upright, clearly startled by the way she opened the conversation. "Why are you saying it like that?" Ina frowns at him as if the answer should be painfully obvious. "Do you really not know? You get yourself into trouble practically every single day." Yuri tilts his head, still looking honestly confused. "Then why are you warning me specifically today?" he asks. Ina straightens herself, and the tone in her voice turns much more serious. "Because tomorrow you have to attend the Senate meeting. The king himself said you absolutely cannot be absent. Weren't you already told?" Yuri lets out a long sigh, and a clear flash of irritation passes over his face. "So it's tomorrow morning, and the entire Senate is going to be there," he says, just to confirm it. Ina nods quickly, the worry in her voice impossible to miss, as she warns him that difficult men will be present, stubborn men, intimidating men. Then she practically begs him from the heart. "Please, I'm begging you, don't hit anyone." Yuri gives a small chuckle and gently takes both of her hands, trying to calm her down. "Don't worry. I'm not as reckless as I used to be," he tells her. Even then, Ina keeps studying his face nervously and asks in a quiet, uncertain voice if he's really sure. Yuri laughs, once again sounding completely confident in himself. "I'm sure." The next morning, the Senate chamber slowly fills as one member after another arrives for the long-awaited meeting. A heavy tension hangs over the grand hall, and even before a single real exchange begins, the air already feels thick with expectation. Then, all at once, an angry voice rips through the chamber. No, the shout is immediately followed by the hard, thunderous crack of a hand slamming down on the table. Yuri stays seated in calm silence, his eyes fixed steadily on the man who just erupted. And inwardly, he cannot help admitting that Ina had every reason to worry. The man raising his voice is none other than Duke Gernard Jatari. From the very beginning of the meeting, the Duke openly challenges them, declaring that the mana technique Prince Yuri is practicing has never been officially recognized and is therefore inappropriate. Yuri narrows his eyes slightly and lets his gaze travel across the rest of the chamber. This meeting was supposed to concern the governance of the kingdom. Instead, what he sees are men using it as a chance to question the king's judgment. The realization settles heavily in his chest, and disappointment rises inside him. This is not a gathering meant to guide Briol toward its future at all. It has become nothing more than a stage for challenging his father's authority. And in that instant, Yuri finally understands why Fiore Briol avoids setting foot in these halls whenever he possibly can. Duke Gernard Jatari presses the matter even harder, insisting that Prince Yuri would be far better off studying Briol's traditional swordsmanship instead of relying on this unapproved style. But before the Duke can continue piling on, another senator rises from his seat and objects immediately. How can you call it unrecognized when the founding king himself is the one who left that style behind? The Duke's eyes narrow at once, and when he answers, his voice comes out cold and razor-sharp. And how exactly are we supposed to know that's true? What proof do we have that this technique really came from the founder? The moment those words leave his mouth, irritation stirs around the chamber, and one voice fires back, demanding to know whether he is openly doubting the prince's own word. Gernard calmly raises a hand. "I only want to ensure the prince's safety, nothing more," he says in a measured, almost reasonable tone. "Shouldn't we verify claims like that before allowing him to place his trust in a style none of us properly understand?" At last, Yuri speaks, his posture composed and his face calm, though the faint smile on his lips says more than his tone does. "I must thank Duke Gernard for showing such extraordinary concern," Yuri says smoothly. "Truly I'm touched, so touched in fact, that an entire council session has now been spent discussing my personal mana technique. The words sound polite on the surface, but the sarcasm underneath them is impossible to miss. And beneath that controlled expression, Yuri is seething. Memories from his previous life stab into him without warning. Gernard Jatari, the man who betrayed Betrayal, the same man who knelt to the Empire after the kingdom fell. The hatred coiling in Yuri's chest grows heavier and heavier. Completely unmoved by the prince's tone, Gernard turns his head toward the captain of the royal guard. "And what is your opinion, Captain Senaid?" Senaid hesitates before he answers, choosing his words with visible care. "At this stage, I can't make a final judgment. Any sword style can carry strengths and weaknesses. In the end, its effectiveness depends greatly on the person wielding it." The instant he hears that answer, the Duke pounces on it. "Exactly," he says, seizing the room's attention in one motion. Even the captain of the royal guard admits the technique is uncertain, perhaps even dangerous. For the prince's own sake, it should be abandoned entirely. But another attendee cuts in at once, objecting that this is not what Captain Senaid meant at all. He merely said the style has different aspects, nothing more. Gernard dismisses that defense with a careless wave of his hand. It amounts to the same thing. A danger is still a danger, and I refuse to sit by while the prince's safety is placed at risk. Yuri can feel the frustration inside him climbing higher with every word. This is getting completely out of control, he realizes. And as if to prove him right, more and more members of the Senate begin nodding along with Gernard's argument. The atmosphere in the chamber shifts quickly, and that swelling pressure starts bearing down on Yuri from all sides. Hidden beneath the table, he quietly curls his hand into a tight fist. "If I had only just started learning soul severance, then maybe I could still turn back," he thinks bitterly. But it's already taken root in the very core of who I am. There's no changing course now. The problem is, how could he ever explain that to these people? Saying too much was never an option. That suffocating helplessness starts eating away at him as he desperately searches for some reply. Any reply at all, that might turn the tide. Then suddenly a voice rises from somewhere among the council seats. "No." I find Prince Yuri's words convincing. For one brief moment, the entire chamber goes still. Heads begin turning one after another in surprise as a man calmly raises his hand to speak. "May I say something?" he asks in an even, unhurried voice. The room grows quieter still as the man begins to introduce himself. "I am the Free Baron, Calcio Arancha." Then his tone shifts, half serious and half openly mocking, as he asks the chamber a simple question. "Tell me, has anyone here ever actually fought an orc before?" A tight, uncomfortable silence spreads through the hall at once. The nobles glance sideways at one another, but not a single person gives him an answer. Duke Gernard narrows his eyes at the newcomer and challenges him sharply. "And just who are you to speak in this chamber? What official standing do you even have here?" Baron Arancha answers with nothing but an easy, relaxed smile. "I already told you, I'm just a free baron." And at that, Gernard's face twists with open fury. "Then why are you even here?" he demands. "This meeting is for men of rank and standing, not wandering nobodies who have no place in this hall." The Baron gives a casual shrug, sounding almost bored by the outrage directed at him. "I didn't want to be here either." Then, with a sly little grin, he adds, "But what exactly was I supposed to do about it?" A murmur runs through the chamber when he finally gives the reason. "Count Sidor is the one who asked me to attend." That single name stops Yuri cold. Count Sidor? His thoughts start racing immediately. The border lord who guards the edges of Brioli, the man famous for having spent his entire life on the battlefield. A true soldier respected for his strength, his discipline, and his experience, and just as famous for never once showing his face at noble gatherings like this. So for a man like that to suddenly involve himself by sending someone in his place shocks everyone in the chamber. Whispers begin breaking out across the room, and one senator even voices the question aloud. Why would Count Sidor send someone now? He doesn't owe us an explanation, but this is highly unusual. Baron Arancha clears his throat and speaks again, his voice level and steady. "After sitting here and listening for a while, I understand perfectly why he sent me. Watching high nobles bicker like this makes the reason painfully obvious." He slowly sweeps his gaze across the room before continuing. Out on the battlefield, the name of a mana style means almost nothing. Briol style, the Empire's lion style, it makes no real difference. What matters is the soldier holding the blade. Then his eyes settle firmly on Yuri. "What do you say, Prince?" Yuri straightens where he sits, and when he answers, his voice rings through the chamber with complete confidence. "There is nothing here worth debating," he declares. "I will follow the style of my ancestor, and I will master it whether anyone in this hall approves of it or not." The Baron gives a satisfied nod, then adds in a firmer voice that if the prince himself has chosen to carry on the will of the founder, then those with no stake in it have no business interfering. After that, his words turn even sharper, edged with open sarcasm. "It's always the men who have never drawn a blade who complain the loudest." Gernard slams his hand against the table again, his temper finally cracking wide open. Those words are insolent and completely inappropriate. Baron Arantia answers without losing his composure, offering a brief apology for his bluntness before explaining that life on the frontier, where soldiers face orcs day after day, naturally shapes the way a man speaks. Then he turns and looks around the chamber, asking the nobles directly how many of them have ever faced an orc in actual combat. And before anyone can recover, he presses even harder, asking whether they truly believe such monsters care in the slightest what kind of mana style is being used against them. His reasoning is difficult to argue against. But even so, one stubborn noble still insists that the prince is too young to make the right decisions for himself. That is the moment Yuri cuts in sharply, saying that if they are all so terrified of poor judgment, then perhaps they should abandon mana styles altogether and start everything over from nothing. He shoots back in open disbelief, demanding to know whether that noble truly understands how absurd a demand like that even sounds once it's said out loud. Baron Arantia responds with a smug little smile, as if the prince's refusal was exactly what he expected. Then, with mockery dripping from his voice, he asks whether they intend to rip the prince's mana core out by force if he refuses to step aside. The noble flares up at once, his face tightening with anger as he snaps that he never meant anything of the sort. But Baron Arantia doesn't lose that sly expression for even a second. He coolly asks what this whole uproar is even meant to accomplish, then turns his gaze toward Yuri and asks whether the prince feels the same way. And before anyone else can cut in, he keeps pressing, openly scolding the gathered nobles for surrounding the prince and trying to corner him like this. With bitter sarcasm, he remarks that the royal capital must be a wonderfully peaceful place if its nobles have enough free time to waste on nonsense like this. That single jab sets the whole room off immediately. The nobles bristle in outrage, voices rising all around the chamber as they call his words insulting, and one of them even slams a hand against the table, insisting that the border has been unusually quiet despite all the money and supplies constantly poured into it. The moment those words leave his mouth, Baron Arantia's expression changes completely. The smirk vanishes, his eyes turn cold and razor-sharp, and in a much harder voice, he asks whether they truly believe the front lines are quiet. Then he tells them the truth without softening a single word. He says that hundreds of soldiers are dying there every single day, and he accuses everyone in that chamber of pretending not to know, even though those losses are written plainly in the reports sent to them. He goes even further, saying that on the very day he left the border, 4 men died in battle. And worse than that, he himself had to cover the corpse of a friend he had been sharing breakfast with only hours earlier. His voice grows darker and heavier as he explains that orcs never rest, not even for a moment. Battle and slaughter are all they know, and all they have ever lived for. That one statement crashes down over the chamber like a weight, crushing the room into silence and leaving not a single person with an easy reply. Yuri falls completely quiet and sinks into thought. The image of the orcs presses heavily against his mind, and for the first time, he starts to suspect that this threat may not be confined to Briol's border alone. Almost at once, a memory rises inside him. He recalls the long-running border conflict with the Duchy of Klein, and in his mind, the shape of that entire frontier begins forming with startling, almost perfect clarity. Yuri remembers what that land between Briol and Klein has really become. Towns struck by orc raids, homes reduced to ruin, and countless lives swallowed whole by bloodshed and destruction. A new urgency enters his voice as he asks whether the orcs' behavior has changed recently. The representative answers grimly that it has, saying they have become more savage and more feral than ever before, and Yuri immediately follows with a sharp question of his own. What about Klein? That question clearly catches Baron Arantia off guard, and for one brief moment all he can do is stare back at Yuri in stunned silence. But Yuri doesn't let up for even a second. He demands to know the current condition of Klein's army, and whether its forces are still holding their ground along that border, making it plain that the whole situation has begun to look deeply suspicious to him. Now visibly unsettled, Baron Arantia explains that Klein's border troops withdrew for reasons nobody can explain. They pulled back without warning, without notice, and without giving any reason at all, and as he continues, his voice grows heavier with what came after. Towns were wiped out, civilians were either butchered where they stood or dragged away in chains, and the entire region was left looking less like a frontier and more like a landscape of horror and ruin. Yuri's thoughts begin racing faster and faster. The timing feels far too precise to dismiss as coincidence, making him suspect civil unrest at work, or perhaps an even larger scheme, moving carefully in the shadows. And then, just as the discussion reaches that point, the meeting suddenly jerks in a completely different direction when someone brings up something embarrassingly trivial instead, complaining that the third son of a duke is causing trouble again. Irritation flashes across Yuri's face at once. The room falls into a strained, awkward silence, and the nobles shift uneasily in their seats, clearly feeling the weight of his growing frustration. At last, Yuri cuts straight through that tension himself and declares in a firm, final voice that the meeting is over. Lord Gernard tries to speak up and stop him, but Yuri shuts him down before he can even properly begin. He says their attention should be fixed on the urgent threats closing in around them, not wasted on a pointless dispute over his mana technique. His tone turns even sharper as he makes it absolutely clear that their priority should be Klein and the threat of the orcs, not some petty squabble over a teenager. From there, the scene pulls away, carrying all of that tension somewhere far more hidden and secretive. A dim glow spills from a magic crystal, revealing someone speaking inside a shadowed room. From that crystal comes the voice of a cloaked figure, cold and steady, asking whether the rumors are true that the third prince has really changed. The man standing before the crystal confirms that the rumors are indeed true. Then the unseen voice shifts the topic to Baron Arantia and asks what conclusion he reached about Prince Yuri after seeing him with his own eyes. Baron Arantia answers without the slightest hesitation, and he sounds far more certain than doubtful when he does. He says that the prince's eyes are sharp and keenly watchful, and that his determination is written so plainly across him that it cannot be mistaken. The mysterious figure tells him to continue watching Yuri closely, stressing in a serious voice that the third prince is someone who deserves very careful attention. When Arantia offers to investigate the prince more deeply, the figure grants permission at once and tells him to move if action becomes necessary. With that, the exchange ends just as abruptly as it began, leaving no room for anything more. The light fades from the magic crystal, and the room is swallowed by a deep, motionless silence. Afterward, Baron Arantia sits by the window and looks down at the calm, peaceful street below. With bitter sarcasm in his voice, he mutters that the city looks safe and comfortable, while out on the border soldiers are shedding blood every single day. As he keeps staring outside, something suddenly catches his eye. His body goes still for a beat, and then his eyes narrow in open disbelief. Was that really the third prince he had just seen down there on the street? For a brief instant, he questions his own sight, almost convincing himself that what he just saw cannot possibly be real. But it is real. Yuri truly is out in the city under the cover of night, walking the streets with a companion at his side, and he quietly remarks that they managed to slip out of the palace exactly as planned. His companion lets out an easy laugh and says that sneaking out is hardly anything new for him. Back when he was a reckless teenager, he used to do it constantly, sometimes even 3 times in a single day. Yuri lets out a soft breath before replying that he never thought sneaking out was all that serious in the first place, especially when the man beside him is free to come and go whenever he pleases. The man laughs again and explains that when he goes out alone, it just looks like an ordinary outing. But if he heads out with the prince right beside him, then it starts looking a lot more like open rebellion. With a half-joking tilt of his head, he asks whether Yuri is planning to stir up trouble tonight. Yuri answers with a perfectly straight face that he is not, and adds that even if he were planning something reckless, he definitely would not announce it in front of him. That earns a dramatic, mock-disappointed sigh from his companion. Then, with his curiosity fully awakened, the man finally asks where the two of them are actually going. Yuri pauses for a moment, then answers with a sly smile slowly spreading across his face. Their destination, he reveals, is the biggest illegal casino anywhere in the capital. His companion nearly stumbles over his own feet from sheer shock, blurting out that Yuri had literally just sworn a second ago that he was not about to do anything bad. Yuri remains perfectly calm and assures him that he has no intention of doing anything improper. All he needs is for his companion to lead the way there, especially since the man knows that place far too well from all the times he ended up staggering into it drunk instead of going home. Then Yuri suddenly stops right in the middle of the street. The mood around him changes in an instant, and in a voice weighted with resolve, he says that everything he is doing now is for the sake of the kingdom of Betrayal. Those words hit his companion hard enough that he can only stare at Yuri in disbelief and ask whether he truly means that. But after a brief pause, the stunned look begins to melt away and a grin slowly spreads across his face as hesitation gives way to excitement. With his energy completely reignited, He declares that he is ready to follow Prince Yuri tonight on this bold little mission straight into the casino. At that moment, Yuri's thoughts drift back to the life he had once lived before, and he remembers the small circle of people inside Betrayal who had once thrown the entire kingdom into chaos. Out of all those memories, 3 names rise above the rest. 3 individuals whose actions had shaken Betrayal down to its foundations. The first was a terrifyingly powerful moneylender, a man who did far more than lend out coin. From the shadows, he had effectively seized control of the entire criminal underworld and ruled it like a king no one dared challenge. The second was an extraordinary woman, the kind of figure who could not be ignored, powerful enough to build the largest and most influential trade guild on the whole continent with her own 2 hands. And the third was an assassin feared like a nightmare made flesh, a legend of the shadows whose overwhelming strength and merciless dominance had turned the streets of Betrayal into a place people walked in terror. That reign of fear had only ended when Goryo himself stepped in. The great moneylender of the underworld, the man who ruled its darkness, had personally crushed that assassin and brought his legend to an end. And now, standing before Yuri at this very moment, that same man, Goryo himself is right there in front of Yuri and his companion. With an easy, polished smile that shows not the slightest trace of nerves, Goryo welcomes them as if this meeting were perfectly ordinary. In a smooth, gracious tone, he says it is an honor for his casino to receive guests of such high standing. Yuri calmly meets the man's gaze and, with only the faintest curve of a smile, asks whether Goryo already knows exactly who he is. His companion blinks at the question, clearly thrown off, but Goryo answers without missing a beat and admits that yes, he does. He addresses them directly as the royal mage and the third prince, then adds with polished courtesy that it is only natural for him to come out and greet visitors like them in person. Those words, Yuri's expression sharpens at once, and the air around him grows noticeably colder. He makes it clear that he did not come here for games, pleasure, or any kind of entertainment. That answer immediately catches Goryo's interest, and a thin glimmer of curiosity flickers across his eyes behind that composed smile. Still wearing that unreadable, almost mysterious smile, he lifts one hand and gestures toward a set of seats that had obviously been prepared ahead of time, as though he had expected this meeting before they even arrived. The 3 of them sit down the moment they do. Yuri's companion leans in with clear irritation in his voice and whispers under his breath, asking why Yuri just claimed they were not there to gamble. Yuri answers him in a firm, clipped tone and tells him to stay quiet. Turning his attention back to Yuri, Goryo asks with visible interest whether the prince has come for something else entirely. Then, almost playfully, he wonders if perhaps Yuri is here to borrow money instead. Yuri does not hesitate for even a moment. He says yes, that is exactly why he came. He intends to borrow money from Goryo, not to waste it on play, but to put it into an investment. Goryo lets out a soft chuckle and leans into the idea, speculating aloud that perhaps Yuri is trying to gather a private reserve of funds. Then, with the faintest provocative edge in his voice, he asks whether the prince is hiding even greater ambitions behind that plan. But Yuri cuts that thought off immediately. In a firm, unmistakable voice, he tells Goryo that it is not his place to question him like that. Goryo lowers his head at once and apologizes with practiced smoothness, insisting in a tone of flawless politeness that he meant no disrespect by it. Yuri brushes the apology aside with calm confidence and says it is fine. Then he tells Goryo to leave that behind and focus on the real matter, before finally beginning to lay out the plan he came here with. Using Goryo's money, Yuri plans to buy up enormous quantities of a rare spice called mugranja, a luxury import brought in from Klein. He says it plainly and with absolute conviction. Before long, demand for that spice is going to explode far beyond what anyone expects. His companion stares at him in open disbelief and blurts out, unable to hide his shock, asking what in the world Yuri is even talking about. Goryo, meanwhile, leans back slightly, his expression turning more skeptical as he acknowledges that yes, mugranja is indeed a key ingredient in high-end perfumes. Even so, he questions whether it could truly become as valuable as Yuri is claiming it will. Yuri does not flinch at all. With absolute certainty and no room left for doubt, he repeats that demand is going to rise so violently that supply will never be able to keep pace. Beside him, his companion falls silent and starts thinking it through, brows knitting as the pieces begin to move in his head. His thoughts jump to the chaos building in the Duchy of Klein, the Orc invasion, and the growing instability spreading across the borderlands. Could Yuri really be trying to seize control of the spice market before anyone else realizes what is coming? The possibility is there, clear enough to see, and yet even then, doubt still keeps clawing at the back of his mind. And yet, the moment he looks at Yuri's face, calm, composed, and utterly certain, he senses there is far more behind this than Yuri is saying aloud. It is obvious that Yuri knows much more than he is willing to reveal. At last, Goryo's skepticism begins to melt into genuine intrigue, and a grin spreads across his face as his eyes light up with interest. He agrees to the deal. Yuri wastes no time after hearing that, and immediately presses further, asking exactly how much Goryo is willing to invest, not in Yuri as the third prince of Betrayal, but in Yuri as a business partner standing on equal ground. From there, the conversation shifts into a real negotiation. After the two sides go back and forth for a while, weighing terms and conditions, they finally arrive at an agreement both of them can accept. With a confident smile, Goryo slides the contract across the table and invites Yuri to write his name on it. Without even the slightest pause, Yuri takes the pen and signs with a steady hand, his resolve showing clearly in the calm certainty of the motion. Then Yuri lets out a small, playful smirk and remarks that if he had explained this plan from the beginning, the first thing his companion would have done was drag him straight to the king. Letting out a long, reluctant sigh, his companion asks where exactly the two of them are supposed to head next. Yuri answers right away, plain and direct. Their next destination is the Merchant Guild, because there is someone there he intends to ask for help. As they move on, Yuri's thoughts circle back once more to the spice itself. In his mind, the conclusion is already settled beyond doubt. Mugranja is a guaranteed gold mine. The only alchemist who had ever been capable of creating a substitute for it had once served as a loyal subordinate under Duke Klein. But that same man had also become the very first casualty of the Civil War, assassinated before anyone else. Because of that single death, Mugranja would remain impossible to replace for years to come, which meant its value was destined to soar to staggering heights. Whoever controls Mugranja will control the entire market built around it. And just as that thought settles firmly in Yuri's mind, he suddenly stops in front of a crumbling building that looks worn down and nearly abandoned. His eyes stay fixed on that battered structure as his thoughts turn more serious. A plan this important and this delicate could never be entrusted to just anyone. Then, all at once, Yuri suddenly shouts out with excited force, startling his companion so badly that the man nearly jumps out of his skin. Staring at the shabby, half-decayed place in disbelief, he blurts out a protest and demands to know what Yuri could possibly be thinking. But Yuri does not pay the complaints the slightest bit of attention. Standing there without wavering, he raises his voice and calls out a single name, Elaine Wood. The moment that name leaves Yuri's mouth, his companion only grows more restless. He urgently tells Yuri to stop this at once, insisting that a place with walls this worn down and an atmosphere this lifeless cannot possibly be where anyone serious would run a merchant guild. And just then, before the argument can go any further, the old door gives a drawn-out creak and slowly begins to open. A woman steps out from inside. In a calm, measured voice, she first asks who he is. Then, in the same breath, introduces herself as Elaine Wood. Yuri looks straight at her without even a hint of hesitation and clearly introduces himself as Prince Yuri Betrayal, the third prince. Then, without wasting a second, he asks her to take on a task for him. Elaine lifts a hand to her chest, surprise and confusion spreading across her face at the sudden request. But before she can answer, Yuri's companion bursts out in shock, shouting at him in a mix of anger and disbelief, and demanding to know whether he has completely lost his mind. Yuri lets out a tired sigh and answers with dry sarcasm, pointing out that his companion has gotten far too comfortable lately, talking to him as though he were not a prince at all. His companion fires back without missing a beat, sounding completely fed up at this point. To him, this reaction is only common sense, with the whole place looking ruined, empty, and one breath away from total collapse. How was Yuri supposed to buy something as rare as spices through a business that looked like it was already dying? But Yuri remains perfectly calm inside, not even slightly shaken by what he sees. Where other people would only see failure and a dead end, he sees something temporary, because he already knows that Elaine Wood's current hardship is nothing more than a passing phase. In the life Yuri remembers, Elaine Wood began with absolutely nothing to her name, and still clawed her way upward. In time, she rose high enough to become one of the greatest merchants on the entire continent, and the trade guild she led grew so vast that it became an empire far beyond what anyone back then could have imagined. And more importantly, Elaine Wood is nothing like Goryo. Goryo hides himself behind pleasant smiles and dirty schemes, but Elaine is the opposite. To her, a promise is ironclad, and once an agreement is made, she honors it as if it were something sacred. A faint smile stirs in Yuri's heart, and his determination only grows firmer in his previous life. Elaine Wood had already become a living legend, but this time would be different. If he could guide things from the very start, then she would rise even higher than before and become something the world had never witnessed. Beside him, his companion lets out a long, exhausted groan, looking like he has already reached the limit of what he can handle tonight. In a worn-out voice, he asks whether Yuri is finally done with all these absurd plans, almost pleading for this to be the end of the madness. Yuri, however, only lifts a single finger, and a sly little smile curls at the edge of his mouth. There is still one final thing left to do, he says. The answer hits his companion like a blow, and he cries out in disbelief, demanding to know what Yuri could possibly still have planned now. He rushes to stop Yuri before he can take another step, but he is already too late. Yuri has already gone ahead without the slightest hesitation, leaving the poor man with no real choice except to chase after him again. Breathing hard as he hurries to catch up, his companion finally gets close enough to speak between pants. Still trying to steady himself, he asks what Yuri is scheming this time, and where exactly they are even going now. Meanwhile, Yuri calmly reviews the plan in his mind, step by step, with unwavering certainty. First, he borrowed money from Goryo. Second, he secured Elaine Wood's guild. Now there is only one piece left to put into place, the final person needed to complete the entire arrangement. The two of them move deeper into a rundown section of the city, where the streets feel abandoned and drained of life. The silence is unsettling, and the farther they go, the more the darkness seems to swallow the last scraps of light around them. Along one of those broken streets, a frail young man can be seen collapsed against a wall. His shoulders sag, his body looks almost weightless, and his presence is so faint that it feels as if misery itself has hollowed him out and left only a shell behind. A little farther on, the heavy stillness is suddenly broken by the sound of a vicious scuffle. Somewhere inside a cramped alley nearby, reckless men are fighting wildly, and the noise of their violence rattles through the darkness. Yuri keeps walking, his eyes sharp and steady as they cut through the gloom ahead. Then his pace begins to slow. The certainty inside him grows stronger with every step, until he knows without doubt that what he came here searching for is close. A moment later, his gaze fixes on a small group of youths gathered nearby. At that instant, a clear image flashes through Yuri's mind, like a memory snapping perfectly into place. He has found her. Without showing even a hint of hesitation, Yuri walks straight toward them. His expression stays composed, his posture confident, and then, in a grim alley where such a thing feels almost absurdly out of place, he greets them with a polite and simple hello. After that, he introduces himself in a calm and even voice. He says that he is Yuri, the third prince of the kingdom of Betrayal, and the boys around her immediately stiffen and exchange stunned looks. One of them blurts out in shock, asking if he is really a prince. Yuri answers without the slightest wavering and tells them that yes, he truly is. And in that same moment, the certainty settles fully inside him. The girl standing in front of him is no ordinary girl. This is Asuna, the infamous assassin from his previous life. She is the one who killed Goryo, and the same woman who once belonged to the Crimson Moon cult. Seeing her here with his own eyes confirms that Yuri's memory has not failed him. Inside his own mind, Yuri quietly repeats her name to himself. Asuna. She stares back at him with guarded eyes, her whole face drawn tight with caution. There is clear disbelief in her gaze, as though she still cannot accept that someone like him is actually standing here in front of her. After a short pause, she asks once again whether he is truly a prince. There is unease in her voice, because the idea of royalty appearing in a place like this is too strange, too unnatural, to accept easily. Yuri speaks to her in a level, reassuring tone, and he makes no threatening move at all. He tells her that she has nothing to fear, because he came here for only one reason, to help her. Asuna gives him no reply. She simply stands there in silence, and that silence hangs in the air with a weight that makes the tension feel even thicker. Then Yuri turns slightly toward his companion and calmly holds out his hand. "Give it to me," he says. The moment those words leave his mouth, his companion goes rigid before fumbling nervously to pull out a pouch. With fear still lingering in his voice, he hurriedly hands it over and stammers, Here you go." Yuri takes the pouch from him, but the instant he does, his attention shifts to something else nearby. A small girl is clinging tightly to Asuna's arm. The way she holds on makes it look as though she has nowhere else in the world to go and no one else to rely on. The moment Yuri notices that child, his thoughts grow dark and heavy. So this is the reason. At once, a memory from his previous life comes back to him, sharp and unmistakable. Asuna had once borrowed an enormous sum from Goryo in order to pay for treatment for this very girl. That debt destroyed her life from the inside out. Little by little, it dragged her down into despair until, in the end, fate cornered her and turned her into the terrifying assassin she was meant to become. But Yuri makes up his mind right there on the spot. Not this time. He extends the pouch toward her and tells her to take it. Then he says she should use the money to get the child treated at the temple. At once, Asuna's eyes narrow, and in a voice full of wariness, she asks what he wants in return. Yuri answers immediately, without even a moment of hesitation. He wants only one thing. A quiet, confident smile appears on his face as he tells her what that one thing is. She only needs to remember his name, Yuri Briol, the third prince. After leaving those words with her, Yuri turns and begins to walk away. Even as he leaves the alley behind, he repeats once more that she must never forget that name. Once they are out of the dim alley, Yuri's companion looks at him with open worry and confusion. He cannot understand why Yuri would hand that much money to a beggar, but Yuri answers in the same calm, steady voice as before and says that it was an investment in the future. Inside, Yuri reflects on everything he has set in motion during this single night. Piece by piece, the network he needs is starting to take shape. Goryo, Elaine Wood, and Asana. Each of them will have a role in what is coming next, and even so, Yuri already knows his work is still not finished. There is still one more person he needs to speak with before all of this is over. So, Yuri turns to his companion and asks him directly what he saw inside the Founder King's tomb. The question is asked plainly, but the tone in his voice makes it obvious that the answer matters. His companion answers with a sarcastic grin, almost like he has been waiting for the chance to say it. He says that what he saw in there was himself as a gambler. Yuri blinks at him in pure disbelief and can only manage a stunned, "What?" His companion gives a short laugh, then explains that he saw himself gambling away his very life in Barley's casino, somewhere deep within the Empire. Then he simply shrugs, as if that absurd vision suits him just fine, and says that it fit him well enough. Yuri lets out a tired sigh, clearly unimpressed, and turns his head away from him. In the end, Yuri brushes the whole bizarre exchange aside and says that whatever happened today does not matter. He says it like someone who has already decided there is no point dwelling on it. His companion only mutters his agreement under his breath. Then Yuri stops him and speaks again, this time in a much quieter and far more serious tone. He tells him that everything that happened tonight must remain secret and that he is not to speak of it to anyone. The night finally passes and morning arrives. Inside the palace, Hernando, the royal mage who accompanied Yuri, now stands before the king. The atmosphere has shifted completely, from the dark, filthy tension of the alley to the heavy dignity and formality of the royal court. The king calls Hernando's name in a direct, solemn voice. He says that he has heard Hernando went out with Prince Yuri yesterday, and then he asks him to explain exactly what happened. Hernando lowers his head slightly in respect before speaking. Then, in a careful voice, he begins to explain everything that took place. He starts from the beginning by saying that Prince Yuri was the one who persuaded him to leave the palace with him. According to Hernando, the very first place they went that day was a casino, and not some back alley gambling hole either. It was the biggest one in the entire capital, the sort of place everyone knew by name, even if they liked to pretend they had nothing to do with it. The moment he hears that, the king's brow draws tight, and his eyes narrow with immediate displeasure. In a low, heavy voice, he asks whether Prince Yuri truly sat down in a place like that and gambled. Hernando does not hesitate or try to soften the truth. In a calm, matter-of-fact voice, he answers plainly that yes, the prince did in fact gamble there. The king leans back, and a clear look of disappointment settles over his face as the answer sinks in. Under his breath, he mutters that he had at least believed Yuri was decent with cards, only to learn instead that the boy lost every single coin Hernando had lent him. But the king is not done questioning him. He presses on and asks what happened after that, and Hernando smoothly continues, explaining that once they left the casino, Prince Yuri went to Goryo and borrowed money from him. After that, Hernando says, Yuri visited a merchant guild so run down it looked as though it might collapse at any moment, and he left a large sum of money there as well. And later still, he handed another pouch of money to an orphan in the city. Once that was over, he spent time walking through the streets, quietly watching how ordinary people in the capital actually lived their daily lives. Hernando finishes that part of his report with the faintest trace of a smile. He adds that Prince Yuri seemed genuinely interested in the lives of commoners, almost like someone seeing that side of the world for the first time. The king listens to the entire account in silence, then finally asks, with a small hint of interest now mixed into his voice, whether Yuri returned to the palace afterward. Hernando answers immediately, firmly, and without the slightest hesitation that yes, he did. Then Hernando brings the report to a simple close, that is all. The king gives a slow, measured nod and quietly murmurs that he understands. Then his gaze drifts away, growing distant as he falls into a thick, unreadable silence. His face reveals nothing. After a long pause, heavy with thought, the king suddenly speaks again and asks Hernando whether he plans to attend the upcoming royal ball. Hernando answers with an unexpectedly bright smile and says that yes, this time, he does intend to attend the royal ball. That response makes the king lift one eyebrow in mild surprise. He remarks that he had always assumed Hernando had absolutely no interest in those kinds of courtly gatherings. Hernando only gives a light shrug, his smile never leaving, and replies that people are allowed to change their minds. He adds that it has been a very long time since he last took part in a dance, and for once he is actually looking forward to it. Meanwhile, out in the training yard, Prince Yuri is pushing himself hard under Bernard's instruction. His breathing has turned heavy, and the strain of repeated training is plainly written across his body. Then, right in the middle of that practice, Yuri suddenly pauses and lets his eyes drift around the area. A curious look flickers across his face, as if he has just noticed something quietly amusing. With a playful tone that borders on teasing, he looks over at Bernard and tells him that he seems to be rather popular. Bernard's expression tightens just a little, and a faint frown appears on his face. "Excuse me?" he asks, clearly unsure what Yuri is talking about. Yuri points out that the maids nearby keep sneaking glances in Bernard's direction, then jokingly tells him that he really ought to attend the royal ball. With that much attention already on him, Yuri says, there will definitely be people waiting for him there. Bernard shuts the idea down immediately and bluntly says he has no interest in that whatsoever. Yuri lets the joke go after that and smoothly steers the conversation back to what really matters: their sword training. He admits that Bernard had been right earlier. The sword technique they have been working on is not something tied to a rigid form or a fixed stance. Instead, it is something that shifts with the moment, something meant to move and flow along with whatever situation unfolds right in front of him. Bernard tilts his head slightly and explains that Yuri still does not fully understand what it truly means for this mana style to function as swordsmanship at the same time. To grasp that properly, Yuri would need to see it in an actual battle where everything is alive, dangerous, and unpredictable. And that is not the sort of thing that can simply be arranged on demand. Even so, Bernard openly admits that Yuri's progress has been astonishing. There is real surprise in his voice as he praises Yuri's mana control and the speed at which he has improved, saying he never expected to see talent like this from him. That praise sends a faint stab of guilt through Yuri. The truth is, he is trying to erase his old sword style completely and force an entirely new one into its place. And yet, for some reason, the transition has been happening with unsettling ease. Then Bernard steps closer, his face turning steady and serious. He warns Yuri not to rush any farther than this. The concern in his voice is real and direct, not casual. Bernard tells him that his growth is happening too quickly, while his body is still young and not yet fully developed. If he keeps pushing this hard before he is ready, the danger could become very real. Yuri blinks, visibly taken aback, and asks if Bernard is actually worried about him. Bernard answers plainly that yes, he is. He goes on to say that Yuri has already achieved far more than most people ever could at that age, but that still does not remove the risk. If he overstrains himself now, the consequences could be serious. Yuri answers with steady confidence, telling Bernard there is no need to worry, because he will keep himself balanced. Then, with his determination only growing sharper, he asks Bernard to continue the training. Bernard hesitates for a brief moment and asks if he is sure, and Yuri replies with a firm nod. "I am," Yuri says. And just as they prepare to resume, he suddenly asks for something more. Instead of going on with wooden practice swords, he wants to spar with real blades, driven by a fierce need to become stronger as quickly as possible. Bernard accepts, and the atmosphere in the yard changes instantly. The two of them stand facing each other with sharpened focus, real swords now drawn, neither of them treating the moment lightly. A playful smirk pulls at Yuri's lips, and before they begin, he proposes a wager. If he can land even one clean strike on Bernard, then Bernard has to attend the royal ball. Bernard rejects the idea immediately, not entertaining it for even a second. Yuri, clearly irritated by the flat refusal, presses him right away and demands to know why he keeps saying no. Bernard answers with perfect calm that he is going to win anyway, so the result is obvious from the start. And besides, he adds, even if Yuri somehow lost, he would just cancel the wager on his own side regardless. That offhand comment irritates Yuri even more, and with his determination flaring hotter, mana begins to surge around his blade. "We'll know soon enough," Yuri declares, his voice bold and openly challenging. Then he lunges forward, rushing in with confidence blazing across his face, as he loudly vows that this time he is absolutely going to land a hit. But no matter how fiercely Yuri presses Bernard, he still cannot land a single clean strike. In the end, the spar comes to a close without Yuri getting the outcome he wanted. Several days pass, and before long, the evening of the royal ball finally arrives. Carriages roll toward the palace one after another beneath the evening light, their polished surfaces gleaming as the horses pull them forward in elegant, measured steps. Inside one of those carriages sits Georg Ivarna Granzian, the Empire's second prince, carrying himself with the effortless ease of someone completely at home in high society. With a warm, teasing smile, he glances toward the person riding with him and points out that she has not stopped staring out the window for the entire trip. The young woman finally turns back toward him, her face bright with excitement. Princess Yekaterina Ivarna Granzian answers him, with a radiant smile, and admits that she simply cannot help herself. It has been far too long since she last attended an occasion like this, and the excitement is written plainly across her face. Then her expression softens, and she adds that there is someone in particular she hopes to meet at the ball tonight. That same night, beneath the glittering lights of the Grand Palace, someone asks Yuri what he thinks of the venue prepared for the royal ball. Yuri hesitates for a brief moment before answering honestly. He admits that the entire place feels too extravagant to him, decorated far more lavishly than seems necessary. Standing beside him, Ina responds with a gentle smile, clearly amused by the way he reacts. She reminds him that he used to enjoy exactly this sort of splendor, then proudly announces that she has finished getting him ready for the ball. Yuri looks at her quietly for a moment, then suddenly asks her to dance. The request hits Anna so suddenly that her eyes fly open on the spot. A vivid blush spreads straight across her cheeks, and for a second she just stands there, completely caught off guard by what he asked. Yuri answers her in the plainest, most matter-of-fact way possible. He says he only wants to practice a little, and since there is no one else around for him to do it with, she is the only person he can ask. The nerves in her body spike so clearly, it almost shows in every movement. She fumbles through a shaky question, asking if this is really something they need to do, and Yuri tilts his head at her, visibly confused by how seriously she is taking it. Still fidgeting and unable to hide her unease, Anna finally blurts out what is really bothering her and asks if he is planning to trip her or make her fall. Yuri shuts that down immediately. Without even a moment of hesitation, he assures her that he would never do something like that to her. His tone stays calm, steady, and completely sincere as he goes on. He tells her plainly that he is not trying to tease her, and this is not some prank or joke at her expense. Then Yuri takes a small step closer and looks straight into her eyes, his voice turning gentle as he tells her to just follow his lead, slowly and carefully. Anna pulls in a tense breath, still stiff with worry, but after a brief pause, she gives him a tiny, reluctant nod. Once they finally begin moving together, Anna glances up at him with the faintest little smile and asks, in a tone that is half suspicious and half playful, whether he is making fun of her. Then she quickly follows it up by insisting that she is actually a very good dancer. As the dance continues, Yuri asks her casually if she dances often. He follows that with another simple question, wondering who she usually ends up dancing with when she does. Anna lifts her chin with a proud, teasing smile, clearly pleased with herself, and says that she is actually pretty famous for her dancing. Then, with a mischievous sparkle in her eyes, she adds that she has never danced with someone as short as him before. Yuri lets out a small laugh and tells her not to worry, because that height difference is not going to be an issue for much longer. A moment later, Yuri calmly points out that she has just stepped on his foot. Anna instantly bursts into embarrassed laughter and hurriedly apologizes, admitting with a flustered smile that she made a mistake. And it does not stop there. She ends up stepping on him again and again by accident, and every single time another embarrassed apology comes tumbling out of her mouth. Even so, the clumsy little practice slowly starts to feel warm and comfortable, and before either of them notices, they are both genuinely having fun. At last, the night of the grand ball arrives. The vast hall gleams beneath layers of glittering light, making the whole place look almost dazzling. Across the smooth marble floor, nobles drift in elegant patterns while the music rises and pours through the room. The entire hall is wrapped in a rich, festive rhythm that makes the celebration feel even more magnificent. At the very front of the hall, King Fiore Briol sits upon his throne, carrying himself with solemn royal dignity. From there, he quietly lifts his cup for a measured sip, watching the lavish celebration unfold before him with composed, unreadable calm. Somewhere within that sea of nobles, Yuri remains silent and apart from the dancing crowd. Instead of joining in, he scans the gathering with sharp, watchful eyes, his attention restless and cautious as it moves from one corner of the hall to the next. Then his gaze stops. He spots Count Sidor, and unlike before, the Count has unexpectedly chosen to show up in person this time. A faint but immediate unease rises in Yuri's chest. In the past, Count Sidor had always sent Baron Arantia in his place, so the fact that he came here himself now makes Yuri question what changed. Turning slightly, Yuri notices his elder brother nearby. In a calm voice, he remarks that he seems to be wearing those glasses more often lately. Then he asks him directly whether his eyesight has gotten worse. His brother gives a light shake of the head and reassures him at once. He says it is nothing serious, certainly not bad enough for Yuri to worry about. Just then, a sudden blast of trumpets cuts cleanly through the music and freezes the hall in an instant. Right after that, an announcement rings out to inform everyone that an honored guest has arrived. The great doors swing open wide. Through them steps the Empire's second prince. Georg Ivarna Granzayan enters the hall with measured confidence, his posture flawless and his composure completely unshaken. Every step he takes feels controlled and deliberate. He advances toward the king, and the two of them exchange the formal greetings expected on such an occasion. Every word and gesture is carried out with perfect courtesy and proper respect. After that, Georg calmly announces that he has not come alone tonight. He reveals that he has brought his sister with him as well. At once, the attention of the entire room shifts toward the entrance. Every gaze turns there as Princess Yekaterina Ivarna Granzian steps inside. The moment she appears, the atmosphere in the hall seems to change around her. Her presence alone is enough to command the room. She walks forward with flawless poise and effortless grace, every movement smooth and unhurried. With each step she takes, more and more eyes are drawn toward her as if they cannot help themselves. Yuri goes completely still where he stands. The shock of seeing her hits him so hard that his chest tightens, and in the very next instant, memories from his previous life come crashing back into him all at once. There was once a time when Yekaterina had stood close enough to him to feel within reach, when the bond between them had been deep, personal, and real. But now, standing here and facing her again, Yuri forces his heart to harden. He tells himself with firm, unshakable resolve that he will not repeat the same mistake again. No matter what emotions stir inside him, he swears that he will not go near her. Meanwhile, his elder brother is the first to step forward. He extends a hand toward her in a gesture so polished, polite, and formal that there is not a single flaw in it. Yekaterina answers him with a soft, composed smile. Her eyes rest on him calmly, and she waits in perfect poise to see what he will say or do next. Yuri, meanwhile, remains exactly where he is, rooted in the middle of the hall as whispers begin to spread around him. Murmurs of curiosity ripple through the gathered guests, and the weight of all that attention settles heavily onto his shoulders while the unease in his chest coils even tighter. He quietly exhales and turns a little away from the center of it all. It is a small movement, but he uses it to steady himself and force his expression back under control. Elsewhere in the hall, Cedric glides across the dance floor with a noble lady in his arms, every step smooth and refined. His manners are impeccable, his smile is warm, and even the way he speaks feels perfectly measured. Watching from nearby, one guest openly admires the scene and remarks that this kind of elegance is exactly what one would expect from someone so gracious and kind. From a short distance away, Yuri watches that whole scene unfold. As he compares himself to his older brother, a sharp feeling of inferiority begins to creep into him and sting far more deeply than he wants to admit. Then, right in front of Yuri's eyes, a young man steps forward and asks Princess Yekaterina for a dance. She accepts with the same gentle smile she always wears. A moment later, the two of them move together as they step into the music. Yuri can do nothing but stand there and watch in silence. Inside him, sadness and anger twist together until they form one painful knot. Even though he already swore he would keep his distance, his heart refuses to listen. No matter how hard he tries to press those feelings down, they slip past his control anyway. At that exact moment, Anna appears beside him carrying a tray. With a kind, easy smile, she offers him a slice of cake. Yuri declines politely with a small shake of his head and says he does not need any. Instead, he asks whether she is not tired after working non-stop like this, but Anna only smiles even brighter and says it is nothing compared to taking care of someone important. The meaning behind her words is clearly directed at him. Yuri lets out a quiet chuckle and jokes that if that is the case, then she should bring him a whole mountain of cake, and after saying that, he starts to walk away. Before he can go far, Anna softly reminds him to take care of himself. Her voice is low and warm, filled with gentle concern. Once he is alone again, Yuri lets out a long sigh. He tries to push down the storm of thoughts crowding his mind and pressing in from every side. Then, all of a sudden, he senses someone drawing near. He lifts his head, and the next thing he sees stops him cold. Standing directly in front of him is Georg Ivarna Granzian, the Empire's second prince. The instant Yuri gets a clear look at him, something sharp and unmistakable clicks into place inside his mind, like an old image suddenly snapping back into focus. A flood of old memories surges up at once. This is Georg, the brilliant commander who led the Imperial army during the invasion of Betrayal in Yuri's previous life. Yuri immediately steps forward and forces every trace of emotion back under control. Then, in a clear and steady voice, without the slightest hesitation, he introduces himself. I am Prince Yuri Betrayal, the third prince. But inside his own head, he repeats the same warning again and again, refusing to let it slip. No hostility, not now, and absolutely not here. Georg answers with a cold little smile. And there is something dark in it, something deeply unsettling in the way he speaks when he says, "So you're the one." That smile only grows narrower and sharper, almost sinister, and the force of Georg's presence starts pressing down on Yuri like an invisible weight settling over his whole body. It feels suffocating, heavy, and oppressive, like Gorg's gaze is not just looking at his face, but boring straight through him and into the deepest part of him. Yuri feels his chest tighten under that crushing pressure, and every nerve in his body stiffens with discomfort. Even so, he refuses to take even a single step back. Georg asks his age in a tone that sounds almost casual, lightly remarking that he has heard Yuri only recently turned 13. Then Georg takes one small step back, a strange smile touching his lips as he says, as expected of Fiori's son, "You do have some talent." The moment those words reach him, Yuri feels anger flare hot inside his chest. His fists tighten silently at his sides. Georg still looks young, almost misleadingly young, but the presence coming off him is terrifying, so overwhelming it feels unnatural, and Yuri's nails bite into his palms as his anger climbs higher. So these imperial princes really are nothing but villains, Yuri thinks with bitter disgust. Then all at once the tension breaks apart with a sudden crash. Anna stumbles forward and slams into Prince Georg, and the tray flies from her hands as wine splashes across the embroidered insignia on his clothes. She falls hard onto the floor and starts trembling from head to toe. Her voice comes out cracked, frantic, and full of panic as she begs for forgiveness over and over again. Prince Georg lowers his eyes to her with a mocking smile, his voice dripping with icy cruelty. He says this is a serious problem, and then calmly declares that she has committed a grave offense. Anna stays on her knees, shaking violently against the floor, while Georg stands over her from above, like a blade already hanging in the air, ready to drop. His next words cut through the hall like winter ice. Under imperial law, he says slowly and clearly, the punishment for this is death. At once, the entire hall falls into a stunned, breathless silence. Every eye in the room turns toward the scene unfolding right in front of them. Anna's face loses all color as she pleads from the floor, her whole body swallowed by terror. Yuri's fury burns even hotter, because he understands exactly what this really is. Georg is not merely punishing a servant, he is deliberately humiliating Betrayal in front of its own king. And with a chilling smile still on his face, Georg calmly adds the kind of death he has in mind. A beheading, he says, will be enough. That is when the king's voice slices across the hall, sharp, firm, and impossible to ignore. This is his ball, and if Georg wants blood spilled, then he can spill it on imperial soil, not here. Georg's smile only widens. Then he turns back with a shallow apology so thin and insincere that it feels almost insulting. But even beneath that polished tone, danger still coils in every word. He reminds the king that relations between the Empire and Betrayal have always depended on mutual respect, then pointedly suggests that Betrayal is no longer showing the Empire that same courtesy. Next, he brings up the name Getentia, and the atmosphere in the hall shifts immediately. He recalls that during that incident, the king himself killed an imperial knight. And yet, Georg says, the emperor chose peace over retaliation and allowed the matter to pass without striking back. Now, he insists, he is doing exactly the same thing, acting only to preserve the honor and stability of both nations. Yuri feels his chest tighten painfully. The memory of Getentia flashes through his mind with brutal clarity, along with the image of his father's sword cutting down an imperial knight. He turns his eyes toward his father and sees the king pressing a tired hand against his forehead. The exhaustion on the king's face is impossible to miss. He has no wish to drag this confrontation out any longer than it already has, and more than anything he just wants it brought to an end. But Georg is already moving. One hand shifts toward his sword as he calmly assures everyone watching that Anna's execution will be swift and clean. Yuri's thoughts begin spinning violently. If he steps in here, then he will be challenging the Empire directly. The risk is enormous. It could place everything in danger. And yet, even knowing all of that, his heart does not waver. Betrayal does not throw away its honor. In that instant, he remembers the vow his family has carried across generations, the oath to defend Betrayal's pride no matter what the cost may be. His resolve hardens like forged steel inside him. Even here, even now, that vow cannot be cast aside. Yuri suddenly raises his voice and shouts for Prince Georg to stop. Then, in front of everyone present, he declares that Anna is his personal maid. With unwavering certainty, he makes it clear that whatever mistake she has made falls under his responsibility, not hers alone. The king pauses at that, realizing he had completely overlooked that fact. Yuri then lifts his voice even higher so that the entire hall can hear him, reminding everyone present that he too is a prince of this kingdom, and he calls on them to reconsider the decision to execute Anna. Deep in his heart, Yuri admits something grim to himself. In his previous life, he had been nothing more than a criminal, and the life he is living now feels like punishment for the sins he once committed. Even so, he does not retreat. With his resolve fixed in place, Yuri challenges Prince Georg and asks that Anna's execution be replaced with a trial by combat instead. Prince Georg lets out a soft, amused chuckle at the unexpected proposal, then looks directly at Yuri and asks for his name. Yuri answers firmly that it is Yuri. Georg then politely asks whether he may address him by that name, and Yuri gives his consent. After that, Georg turns toward the king and acknowledges that the third prince has offered a fair solution. He says he is willing to accept it, and then, after a thick and heavy silence settles over the hall, he asks the king whether this arrangement is acceptable. The king answers with a single word. Yes. And the sigh that leaves him afterward is heavy enough to show just how deeply that decision weighs on him. With an easy, confident smile, Georg explains that he will not fight personally, because someone of his status cannot take part in this matter that way. Instead, he says he will choose the youngest knight in the royal guard to face Yuri. Since Yuri himself is still so young, Yuri answers by thanking him with proper respect. Georg merely tells him that they will meet again, then turns and walks away, leaving Yuri where he stands to prepare for what is coming next. Once Georg is gone, Yuri turns back toward Anna, who is still crouched on the ground and trembling so badly she cannot stop. In a calm, steady voice, Yuri calls Anna's name and reaches his hand down toward her, urging her to stand back up. That one simple gesture leaves her visibly stunned, and when she finally answers him, her voice comes out thin, nervous, and badly shaken. Yuri gently places a reassuring hand against her back, his touch careful and steady, and quietly tells her to go somewhere peaceful and get some rest. But Anna lifts her eyes to him with sorrow welling in them and asks how she could possibly rest now, when he has been pulled into something so dangerous because of her mistake. Yuri answers with nothing more than a small, quiet smile and tells her not to worry about him. Then, after Anna finally leaves, he turns away and starts walking off with slow, composed steps. But in the middle of that calm, controlled walk, Yuri's gaze suddenly catches on Princess Yekaterina. She is sitting alone at a distance, set apart from everyone else, and the moment Yuri sees her, he stops for the briefest instant, silently whispering her name only inside his own mind. Just as quickly, though, he pushes the thought back down and tells himself there is no need for it. Refusing to let that hesitation linger, he keeps moving. Yuri continues forward at the same steady pace, heading straight toward the ballroom exit without looking back. Off in one corner, Hernando watches the entire scene in silence, slowly sipping his wine while a flicker of interest glints behind his eyes. Later, Yuri walks alone through an empty palace corridor, his footsteps echoing softly off the walls while his thoughts sink further and further inward. Then, without any warning at all, Cedric appears in front of him and quietly blocks his path. Yuri tries to pass by as though he never even saw him, acting as if he can simply keep going. But Cedric's calm voice breaks the silence and stops him cold with a single question. What is he thinking about? That one question makes Yuri halt in place. A faint tension moves across his face, and after a brief pause, he slowly turns back to look at his brother. With a trace of unease still lingering in his expression, Yuri explains that he could not just stand there and watch Prince Georg kill Anna. Cedric's lips curl into a gentle smile, and in a soft, almost affectionate voice he begins to say, "You really are." The words hang there for a moment as he steps closer and lightly pats Yuri on the head. Then, with warmth in his eyes, he finishes the sentence. Yuri is kind. That tiny gesture loosens something knotted deep inside Yuri's chest. A quiet calm begins to spread through him, softening the weight he had been carrying. And for the first time in what feels like a very long time, Yuri feels something close to comfort. A faint smile touches his face as he realizes how rare that feeling has become for him. After that, Cedric calmly asks whether Yuri wants help handling what comes next. At once, Yuri recalls Georg's words about the duel, and the fact that there is no escaping it now. He has to fight not only for himself, but for the honor of Betrayal as well. So, in a steady voice that does not waver at all, Yuri answers that he knows exactly what is at stake, and that he will face it himself. He makes it perfectly clear that this is his responsibility, and he intends to see it through with his own hands. Cedric's smile deepens at those words, and with complete certainty in his voice, he tells Yuri that he believes in him completely. Then he tells Yuri to go and rest, and not to concern himself with the remainder of the event, because he will personally take care of everything else. Yuri quietly thanks him, then steps aside to let him pass. As he watches Cedric walk away, Yuri cannot help thinking about the kind of king Cedric might have become if Betrayal had not fallen in Yuri's previous life. That thought hardens Yuri's resolve all over again. He makes a vow to himself that in this life, he will do everything in his power to help raise Cedric's kingdom, no matter what it costs him. And no matter who he has to stand against, he is determined to keep fighting until that vision becomes real. At last, the next morning arrives and Yuri stands ready inside the dueling hall, facing the knight Prince Georg has chosen for him. The air in the arena feels thick with anticipation. All around them, the gathered audience waits in absolute silence for the clash to begin. Among the spectators, one council noble stares in astonishment at the sight of the third prince stepping into an actual duel, then turns to the captain of the royal guard and asks what he makes of it. At the same time, the imperial knight steps forward with measured composure and begins making his final preparations for the duel. Whispers move through the hall as people take a closer look at him. His mana is remarkably stable, and his swordsmanship is far more refined than anyone would expect for someone his age, especially considering he has not even received the official title of knight yet. The onlookers note his composure, his concentration, and the natural sharpness in the way he carries himself, openly praising his ability. One noble, sounding uneasy, mutters that against an opponent like that, Prince Yuri may truly be in serious trouble. Then another noble notices someone nearby smiling to himself and asks why he looks so relaxed. The smiling figure says nothing at first and merely gestures toward the arena. When the noble follows that gesture and looks again, his eyes widen in surprise. Standing right at the center of the dueling grounds is Yuri, and he is astonishingly calm. His posture is loose, his face is completely untroubled, and there is not even the faintest trace of nerves on him. That unexpected sight leaves the crowd stunned. Only then does the smiling onlooker finally speak, saying with quiet certainty that there is no reason to worry about Prince Yuri at all. Looking at that level of confidence, the answer should already be obvious. Far away from the arena, another part of the story is unfolding altogether. The title of Grand Magus is a rank so high that almost no one in the Tower of Magic could ever hope to reach it, reserved only for those who have attained origin magic, a power that stands far above all others. And among the countless paths of sorcery, there is one that stands apart from the rest. Fate, revelation magic, the mysterious art that allows its wielder to glimpse the destiny of the world itself. In all of recorded history, only one man has ever reached that summit. Hernando. And at this very moment, Hernando is sitting inside a casino, staring straight ahead in utter disbelief. For the first time since mastering origin magic, he has suffered a crushing defeat. His thoughts race wildly as he struggles to make sense of what happened. Could it really have been chance? No, that cannot be right. He dismisses that idea almost immediately. Something about this feels fundamentally wrong, far too unnatural to be brushed aside. For all his mastery, Hernando has realized that when it comes to Prince Yuri, he can see nothing at all. With other people, reading fortune is effortless for him. He can sense the flow of luck around them without difficulty. But the moment he turns that same sight toward Yuri, there is simply nothing there. Instead, all that comes to him are disturbing visions. He sees a black-haired, black-eyed youth wearing the royal crest of Betrayal, and there is no mistaking who that boy is. It is Yuri. In those visions, the boy fights without pause, his entire body covered in blood, yet he still keeps hold of his sword with stubborn, unbreakable determination until at last he finally collapses to the ground. From that point on, Hernando understands that none of what has been happening can be dismissed as coincidence anymore. One event after another is beginning to turn around a single figure, Prince Yuri. And the more Hernando observes the boy's recent actions, so strange and so impossible to predict, the more firmly that belief settles inside him. Fate revelation magic is not some ancient fairy tale or empty myth. It is real, and Prince Yuri stands right at the center of what it is showing him. At last, Hernando reaches a shocking conclusion. Prince Yuri is someone untouched by fate itself, a man with no predetermined destiny at all. Back in the dueling arena, the atmosphere tightens all over again. The strain in the air grows so heavy, so suffocating, that it feels as if the entire hall has stopped breathing at once. Then, from high up in the spectator stands, a mocking voice slices through the silence and falls sharply down toward the ring. The jeer is impossible to ignore. With open contempt, the voice sneers at Yuri Betrayal, asking if he plans to keep waving that sword around like a performance, or if he is finally prepared to stop posturing and fight seriously. A beat later, Prince Georg steps forward. His tone is calm and measured, almost polite, as he asks Yuri whether he needs a little more time to compose himself before the duel truly starts. Yuri answers immediately, without even the smallest pause. His voice stays level, steady, and full of confidence as he declares that he is ready whenever they begin. From the opposite side of the arena, the Imperial Knight responds with the same firmness, making it equally clear that he is fully prepared as well. At that, the king rises from his seat. His authority fills the space at once, and his commanding voice carries across the entire arena as he formally announces the beginning of the duel. The noise in the hall vanishes in an instant. For one stretched, razor-tight moment, Yuri and the Imperial Knight do nothing except lock eyes across the arena, each one waiting in silence to see who will commit first. Then Yuri moves first. Without a hint of fear and without the slightest hesitation, he suddenly bursts forward, throwing himself into a direct charge and committing fully to the opening attack. His blade cuts through the air with a sharp whistle, carving a vicious arc as he swings straight at his opponent. The Imperial Knight reacts at once, and in that same instant, the duel finally explodes into a true clash. Steel crashes against steel as Yuri drives his sword straight toward the knight's face with terrifying aggression, so fierce that the fight nearly ends in that very first exchange. The Imperial Knight twists aside at the final possible instant, but not cleanly enough to escape untouched. A thin cut opens along his cheek where Yuri's blade still manages to graze him. Shock flashes through the knight's eyes, but Yuri gives him no time at all to recover from it. Tightening his grip, he presses in immediately, chaining one strike into the next and forcing the pace without letting up for even a heartbeat. The Imperial Knight answers every attack head-on, and their swords keep colliding with ringing force that echoes through the arena, neither man allowing the other so much as the smallest opening. At last, the Imperial Knight retaliates with a heavy slash of his own, and the sheer force behind it knocks Yuri several steps backward, widening the distance between them. For that brief instant, it finally looks as though Yuri Briol has been forced onto the defensive. The knight straightens, and the entire feel of him changes. His posture settles into a new stance, sharper, colder, and far more dangerous, making it plain that until this moment, he had not even been fighting with his full seriousness. As the duel rages on below, the king quietly turns his head toward Hernando. The mage looks faintly startled at suddenly being addressed, then quickly inclines himself with respect and asks what the king wishes of him. In a solemn, thoughtful voice, the king asks Hernando what he believes the outcome of this duel will be. Hernando begins to respond, but the words never fully come. His gaze remains locked on the battle below, as though something in that violent exchange has completely captured his attention and stolen the answer from his lips. Below them, sparks fly wildly every time the blades collide, and the tempo of the duel keeps climbing higher and higher as each exchange comes faster than the one before it. After watching in silence for a little longer, Hernando's expression eases just slightly. A faint smile, small and difficult to read, touches his face, as he quietly admits that even he cannot say how this duel will end. The king reminds him of his earlier words, of how he once said heavenly omens had guided him to Briol in the first place. Hernando gives a silent nod, acknowledging that reminder, without resisting it. Around them, the soldiers continue to watch the duel with drawn, tense faces, their eyes fixed on every swing and clash below. And yet among them, the commander's expression remains impossible to read. Then the king asks Hernando whether that means the time has come for him to depart. Hernando answers simply that it has not, and there is a quiet trace of relief hidden in that reply. The king remarks that he is glad to hear Hernando means to remain. In return, Hernando shows only a restrained, slightly wry smile and says that the king already grants far too much honor to someone as insignificant as a mere mage, and that such regard humbles him deeply. The king answers with a gentle warning, remarking that excessive modesty can sometimes bring misfortune instead. Then he turns his eyes squarely on Hernando and asks whether those words mean there is no disaster waiting ahead. Instead of replying directly, Hernando gives only the slightest smile and counters with a question of his own, asking which of the two the king believes is stronger, and at that exact same moment, the Imperial Knight unleashes a terrifying strike below. Mana surges violently into the knight's sword, rushing into the blade in a wild torrent until it is wrapped in a fierce glow, and then he bursts forward with overwhelming force. His eyes blaze with dangerous intent, and the hunger to seize victory here and now is written plainly across his face. The king answers Hernando's question with calm certainty, saying that Yuri Briola's opponent is the stronger man. At once, Hernando's face turns serious, and when he finally responds, his voice is low, steady, and completely unshaken. He admits that he sees it the same way. His thoughts drift back to the day he first arrived in Briol. At that time, he had been certain the heavenly signs had led him there for a reason. To him, that omen had looked unmistakable. Somewhere in this land, he believed, there existed a single person capable of changing the fate of the entire world. And yet there was one crucial detail he had never been able to ignore. The sword still had not been drawn. Because of that one fact alone, he had convinced himself that there was no longer any reason for him to stay. Turning slightly toward the king, Hernando explains that he truly believed his time in Briol had already come to an end. Meanwhile, down in the arena, the Imperial Knight lunges forward with explosive speed, driving in with what appears to be a finishing blow. Yuri stands before him looking completely still, as if every bit of strength in his body has already been spent. But Hernando's quiet voice continues over the scene, saying that he truly believed his time in Briol had ended, and yet it now seems that moment has not come just yet. And in that very same instant, Yuri lifts his face and a bright smile suddenly spreads across it. In a single stroke, the truth becomes obvious. What everyone had mistaken for exhaustion was never real weakness at all. Yuri had been acting the entire time, using the flow of the duel to test and measure his opponent's strength. A surge of mana races through Yuri's entire body and pours directly into his sword, flooding the blade until it quivers with dense, concentrated power. With fresh force rising from him, Yuri boldly declares that he has tested enough and that now it is time to finish the match. In the very next instant, he bursts forward, and the change in his movement is impossible to miss. Far sharper, far faster, and far deadlier than before. The Imperial Knight's eyes snap wide in shock. Completely caught off guard, he blurts out in disbelief that Yuri is moving faster now. Yuri's sword comes down with terrifying precision and stops only a hair's breadth away from the knight's neck. The air around them crackles under the sheer pressure of the mana pouring off Yuri's blade, making it instantly obvious that this is no bluff and no empty threat, but a strike carrying unmistakably lethal force. That moment, the Imperial Knight feels his whole body seize up. Terror surges through him as he realizes he cannot move, cannot defend himself, and cannot even flee. The realization hits him with brutal clarity, sharper than the edge before his throat. I'm going to die. Up in the stands, Prince Gorg and Princess Yekaterina Ivarna Granzian stare down at the arena in alarm, their faces openly filled with worry and disbelief at the sight unfolding below. The king, however, does not flinch in the slightest. He remains completely composed, watching with a hard, unwavering gaze that never leaves the arena for even a moment. A wave of gasps ripples through the crowd, and disbelief spreads across the hall as everyone struggles to process Yuri Briol's sudden burst of power. Shocked voices erupt from every direction, people unable to understand what they have just seen with their own eyes. Hernando alone wears a calm, confident smile, as though this turn of events has not surprised him at all and he had seen the result coming from the very beginning. The soldiers cry out in astonishment, stunned that Yuri managed to turn his sword at exactly the right instant. Down in the arena, the Imperial Knight can only stand there blankly, too dazed to believe what has just happened. His own weapon has been completely shattered, broken apart by the force of Yuri's strike. At last, with his voice trembling, he forces the words out in a shaken whisper and admits that he has lost. The very next instant, the entire hall erupts. Everyone on Yuri's side breaks into loud cheers at once, shouting praise for the third prince as their excitement finally bursts free. Yuri himself answers all of that roaring celebration with nothing more than a calm, controlled smile. Thunderous celebration washes through the palace, and the sound of that victory rolls through the entire place like a powerful wave. Watching quietly from where he stands, Hernando remembers why he came to Briol in the first place. He had followed the signs in the heavens, convinced they would lead him to the purpose fate had prepared for him. But what he has found here is not someone who merely follows those signs. He has found someone who seems to stand beyond them and defy them outright. Elsewhere, Prince Georg can be seen wearing the faintest hint of a smile, while Hernando's thoughts sink deeper and deeper than before. In his mind, one truth becomes impossible to deny. Life had turned into death, and death itself had somehow returned to life. From the very moment the third prince's sword awakened, the fate of the present had already been rewritten. His thoughts do not pause for even a moment. From here on out, every step Yuri Briol takes will be a step taken in defiance of the heavens themselves. Yuri has become someone who now stands completely outside the limits that fate once tried to place on him. Even as the cheers keep rolling through the crowd in wave after wave, Yuri remains standing at the center of it all with a bright, unwavering smile on his face, his confidence shining so clearly that no one could miss it. Hernando's inner voice follows that image closely. Yuri Briol is the one who has gone beyond destiny. The realization leaves Hernando genuinely astonished, and deep in his heart, he cannot help feeling a growing excitement to see just how far this young prince will go from here. At the very same time, Yuri's own thoughts are just as steady. Deep in his heart, he makes a vow without the slightest hesitation or doubt. From this moment forward, he will change the fate of the entire world. Even after that, Hernando's thoughts do not fade away. They remain vivid and heavy in his mind, lingering there with striking clarity. He had come to this kingdom in search of fate itself, only to find a single person who does not bow to fate at all, but instead rises up and challenges it head-on. That realization sends a powerful thrill through Hernando, the kind that tightens his chest and stirs his anticipation all at once. And now, all he can do is wonder how high Yuri Briol will rise as he keeps surpassing the fate that rules over this world. 5 years pass, and the scene shifts to Briol's palace resting beneath calm, gentle light. The grand royal residence looks as peaceful and beautiful as ever, its quiet elegance almost concealing just how much time has changed. Inside those vast halls, a newly appointed maid hurries along with obvious nerves written all over her. Her steps come quick and uncertain, and anxious thoughts race through her mind with every turn she takes. She tries to calm herself by insisting that everything should still be fine, but that only leaves her even more flustered. Even though someone had shown her the route earlier, she somehow still managed to lose her way in the palace corridors. Then, without warning, a voice calls out from behind her. She startles so hard that her whole body jerks, and she spins around on the spot. Standing there is a young man with black hair and a stern, serious face. Fixing her with a sharp look, he asks if she is new here. The maid notices that black hair at once, and in her mind she immediately connects it with Briol's royal bloodline. But his questioning does not end there. In a firm, demanding voice, he asks what she is doing wandering through the palace halls at an hour like this. She tries to answer him, but the words catch and tangle in her throat before she can get them out properly. Desperate not to embarrass herself any further, she hurriedly tells herself to stay calm and answer the way the senior maids had taught her. Before she can gather herself, though, the young man repeats the question in an even sterner tone, which only rattles her more. Her thoughts spin helplessly. If someone looked worn out, that should have been the king. If someone wore a warm and gentle smile, that should have been the crown prince. But the man standing in front of her is neither of those. The maid lowers her eyes, and just the sharpness in his gaze is enough to make her feel thoroughly intimidated. His tone turns even harsher as he asks whether she is ignoring him on purpose. At that moment, she becomes certain she has figured out who he is. This must be the third prince. Stammering nervously, she blurts out that she simply has somewhere she needs to be. His irritation deepens immediately. With bitterness in his voice, he demands to know whether the palace staff have been secretly ordered to avoid him, then says he may as well use this opportunity to teach them a lesson. Before the mood can darken any further, another voice cuts in from the side, calm and steady enough to stop the tension in its tracks. "Brother." The young man freezes as someone else approaches. The newcomer speaks in an even, controlled tone and asks what he is doing this time. The instant the maid hears that voice, she suddenly remembers the rumors she had heard about one prince in particular, a man said to be composed, confident, and utterly sure of himself. As the figure draws closer, her eyes catch on the sword hanging at his side, and that one detail is enough to confirm exactly who he must be. The newcomer speaks again, now addressing the stern young man directly and asking whether he is bothering the maid again. It is none other than the third prince, Yuri Briol. Not long after that, Yuri can be seen strolling through the palace garden at an easy, unhurried pace, snacking as he walks and looking so relaxed that it is hard to believe he had stepped into such an awkward scene only moments earlier. With a light gesture toward himself, Yuri repeats the earlier line in a playful, self-mocking tone, clearly amused by how ridiculous the misunderstanding had been. "Are you bothering the maid again?" he echoes teasingly. The young man answers right away with a short, clipped reply, flatly denying it with a simple no. Still shy and visibly flustered, the maid works up her courage and offers Yuri a small gift to thank him for helping her out. Yuri accepts it without making a fuss, takes a bite, and immediately thinks to himself that it really is delicious. As he carefully wipes his hands clean, his attention begins to drift away from the little exchange and turns inward instead. His thoughts settle on the state known as being unarmed, that advanced condition where, even while a sword is still in one's hand, the burden of its weight grows lighter and lighter through the flow of mana, until the weapon nearly feels weightless. He falls quiet for a brief moment, carefully turning that sensation over in his mind and measuring it against his own experience. Then Yuri reaches a firm conclusion within himself. There is no longer any room for doubt. He has truly stepped into that advanced realm. After that, Yuri's thoughts become quieter and more reflective. It has already been a full 5 years since the day he returned to the past. That memory remains painfully vivid even now, especially the instant he opened his eyes again after being cut down by Laurent's blade. Now, standing there in the garden, he knows those peaceful years are nearing their end. The stretch of calm he was allowed to enjoy is almost over. His eyes shift toward the palace building, and under his breath he murmurs with quiet certainty that inside those walls, they are almost certainly talking about him right now. A short time later, Yuri arrives outside the council chamber. From inside, an angry voice is already echoing through the room, ranting furiously and demanding to know whether everything he says is simply being ignored. The complaining goes on and on, accusing everyone else of refusing to listen to him at all. Beside Yuri, a guard who is clearly on edge gives a slight bow and politely explains that the people inside cannot hear anything beyond the door because they are too absorbed in the meeting. He nervously suggests that Yuri try knocking one more time, but Yuri completely ignores the advice. Instead, he places a hand on the doors and throws them wide open with force. The guard jolts in shock and lurches forward, hurriedly begging Yuri to wait. Yuri walks straight into the chamber wearing a smooth, mocking smile, acting as though nothing at all is out of the ordinary. In an easy, casual tone, he apologizes for the interruption and says that he did knock already, but since no one answered, he simply had to make the second knock a little louder. One of the nobles can only stare at him in disbelief, openly wondering how anyone could possibly call that kind of entrance a knock. Without showing the slightest hesitation, Yuri heads directly toward the king and calmly announces that he wants to join the discussion. The king remains perfectly composed, accepts that at once, and instructs the meeting to continue. With that, the debate begins moving once again. One of the nobles rises from his seat and argues that they do not have any reserve troops left that they can spare for the allied forces. One of the nobles slams his hand back in open fury, his voice echoing across the chamber as he accuses the opposing side of shamelessly brushing aside the Empire's urgent call for aid as if it were nothing at all. The first noble answers in a voice so cold it almost freezes the room, saying that if a response is truly necessary, then someone else is free to give it. That detached reply makes the second noble flare up even harder, and he lashes out at him as utterly irresponsible, while anger spreads through the chamber like fire. As Yuri watches the argument unravel in front of his eyes, a cold chill slips through his mind. He knows this scene. He knows these same words, this same clash, this same meeting, because he already lived through the catastrophe it led to in his previous life. The Empire's request comes back to him with painful clarity. That desperate appeal demanding that every allied nation send troops at once to stop the advancing wave of orcs before it was too late. And with that memory comes the bitter aftermath he can never forget. The allied army failed. The lines were smashed apart, and the orcs tore through one nation after another, leaving behind nothing but savage destruction in the countries that had answered the call. But in the middle of all that ruin, only one nation escaped untouched. The Empire alone came through it without suffering the same devastation. And that single fact cuts through Yuri's thoughts with horrifying sharpness. Now the truth feels more obvious than ever in Yuri's mind. None of it was a coincidence. The Empire had been the one pulling the strings from the very beginning. And because of that scheme, Betrayal ended up paying a terrible price, sending countless loyal and powerful knights to die under the banner of the Allied army. And among the many knights Betrayal lost in Yuri's previous life, one name stands out with painful weight in his heart: Laurent Flandre. That memory hardens his resolve on the spot. Without saying a word, Yuri swears to himself that this time, no matter what happens, he will never allow that tragedy to repeat itself. Then, back in the council chamber, another noble abruptly rises to his feet and voices a blunt objection of his own, declaring without hesitation that they should not send even a single soldier. The room erupts all over again. Angry voices crash from every direction as nobles shout over one another in a storm of outrage, and in the very center of that swelling chaos, Yuri steps forward. When Yuri finally speaks, his voice is calm, even, and unwavering, yet it carries enough weight to cut through the noise. He states plainly that if no one else intends to act, then he himself will go. Standing tall before the gathered nobles, without even the slightest hint of hesitation, Yuri declares that he will personally join the Allied forces. Then he challenges the others to prove whether their loyalty to Betrayal is genuine, making his determination impossible for anyone in the chamber to ignore. He makes his meaning unmistakably clear. Their duty is to protect the kingdom's honor and ensure that Betrayal is never dragged into disgrace before the eyes of the world. The king remains silent. He does not interrupt, does not react outwardly, but simply watches Yuri with a fixed gaze, thinking deeply as he finally grasps the real meaning hidden beneath Yuri's words. Later, in the training yard, Yuri is completely absorbed in sharpening his swordsmanship, his focus locked into every motion as he moves through one strike after another, when a familiar voice suddenly calls out to him from farther off. He lifts his head and sees Cedric hurrying toward him, breathing hard and looking visibly anxious. The instant Cedric gets close enough, he blurts out the question that has clearly been weighing on him the whole way over. Is Yuri really planning to join the Allied forces? Cedric pushes for a clear answer, and Yuri gives it without the slightest pause. Yes, he is going. That reply only deepens Cedric's concern, and he quickly reminds Yuri that he is a prince, not someone who can be forced to march out in person. Cedric urges him to think about this more rationally, but Yuri answers with only a faint, confident smile in his eyes. This is not recklessness at all. This is the responsibility he bears as a member of the royal family. Hearing that, Cedric finally lets out the tension he had been holding inside, and when he speaks again, his voice has softened. He admits that he understands Yuri's thinking now. All he asks is that Yuri come back safely, and in return he promises that while Yuri is away, he will stay behind and protect the palace. Off to one side, Bernard watches the exchange in silence, and there is quiet approval in his expression as he sees just how strong the bond between the two brothers has become. Even so, tucked away in the back of his mind, Bernard still cannot help but hope that Cedric will not end up creating any extra trouble. Yuri then turns his eyes toward Bernard and with a half-playful look on his face, asks him almost like a joke whether he is worried too. Bernard calmly shakes his head and says he is not especially worried. As long as Yuri does not do anything careless, he believes he will return alive. Yuri thanks him lightly, but before the warmth of the moment can linger, Bernard's expression tightens and his tone turns serious. He gives Yuri a firm warning not to underestimate the orcs. Bernard tells him directly that the orcs are far stronger, far more brutal, and far more dangerous than most people could ever imagine from rumor alone. Then he explains that among the orcs, there is an especially terrifying type, the ones that carry flags on their backs. Those monsters are even more violent and overwhelmingly powerful than the rest, making them enemies on an entirely different level. Yuri listens to every word without interrupting, then answers with a small, reassuring smile, saying that he already has his own method for dealing with them. Bernard narrows his eyes at that response and asks whether Yuri truly has an actual plan prepared. Right at that moment, a maid comes hurrying over and calls out loudly for Yuri. She informs him that a guest is waiting to meet him and that the visitor has brought the item Yuri asked for earlier. Yuri glances back at Bernard and gives him a calm nod, confirming that yes, he really does have a plan in mind, and not just a vague one, but something highly specific and specially tailored. In the guest room, Guillermo, the deputy head of Elaine Wood's trade guild, is already seated inside, waiting quietly for Yuri to arrive. The moment Yuri steps into the room, Guillermo rises from his seat at once and greets him with proper respect. Yuri does not linger on small talk for even a second and immediately asks about Elaine. Guillermo explains that Elaine is currently away traveling, so he has come here in her place instead. He goes on to say that no matter how many times he tells her to slow down, Elaine insists on continuing her travels anyway. According to her, she is only doing what she is best at. That earns a quiet chuckle from Yuri, who then asks whether that is really the only reason Guillermo came. With a small smile, Guillermo shakes his head and brings out a box. He tells Yuri that he has delivered the item the prince requested the last time the two of them met. Yuri opens the box, and the instant he sees what rests inside, a satisfied smile spreads across his face. He openly praises Guillermo and tells him that he has done well. Inside the box is the very thing Yuri has been waiting for all this time, a special pair of daggers known as elementarian. The sight of them fills Yuri with a deep, quiet sense of joy. Guillermo, unable to make sense of the prince's reaction, leans in nervously and admits that to him, the daggers look like little more than fancy ornaments, then asks if they are truly that valuable. Yuri answers without the slightest hesitation that they are enormously valuable. These are rare relics from ancient times, and each dagger is infused with magic. All of a sudden, Guillermo jerks backward in fright and cries out that the dagger is moving on its own. Fear flashes across his face, and even his voice trembles as he speaks. Yuri, on the other hand, stays perfectly composed and calmly assures him that his life is not in any danger. Still stammering, Guillermo asks whether Yuri is controlling the dagger with mana right now. Yuri answers with a smug, slightly sarcastic edge, saying that he has not spent the last few days just idling around. Hearing that, Guillermo can do nothing but stare at him in wide-eyed shock, completely overwhelmed by what the prince is capable of. Then a faint change passes over Yuri's face, subtle enough that someone might miss it at first glance, but still there all the same. Guillermo notices it and nervously asks what is wrong, but Yuri casually waves it off and says that it is nothing important. Before Guillermo leaves, Yuri asks him to pass along his regards to Elaine and to send him a report later on how preparations are progressing for their new guild branch in the Empire. Guillermo bows, respectfully, agrees at once, and then takes his leave. Once the room has completely emptied out, Yuri slowly leans back against the couch, looking perfectly at ease on the surface. But then, into the quiet stillness hanging in the room, he speaks in a clear, unhurried voice and tells the hidden presence nearby that there is no reason to keep concealing themselves anymore. A moment later, Asuna quietly reveals herself from behind him, stepping out so lightly and so soundlessly that it almost feels as if she has slipped straight out of the shadows. Yuri turns his head toward her with that same calm expression still resting on his face, and in an even voice he asks about Goryo. A faint, satisfied smile touches Asuna's lips as she reports that she delivered the warning exactly as Yuri instructed, without changing a single part of it. She explains that she left it right beside Goryo's head while he was asleep, startling him so badly that he nearly died from the shock right then and there. That image instantly makes Yuri burst into bright, cheerful laughter, and he openly praises her for handling it perfectly. Still amused, he adds that Goryo truly never seems able to restrain himself whenever Elaine Wood's money enters the picture. For a brief moment, silence settles between them again. But eventually, Asuna is the one who breaks it, speaking more carefully than before as she asks if the rumor she heard is really true. Is he actually going to join the Allied forces? Yuri answers without even the slightest hesitation that yes, he is, and after hearing that, she quietly tells him to be careful. Yuri gives her a light, almost teasing smile and points out that she is speaking as though he plans to head there entirely on his own. Caught slightly off guard by that reply, Asana looks at him and asks what exactly he means. With steady confidence, Yuri tells her that she will be going with him too. At those words, a small smile rises on Asana's face, and she softly asks whether he truly believes she can keep up with him on an actual battlefield. Yuri answers without the slightest trace of doubt that he does. He trusts her. Asana's expression softens the moment she hears that, and she quietly admits that she would rather follow him anywhere than ever go back to the place she came from. With that quiet understanding left between them, she takes her leave and tells him that she will contact him again soon. Several days pass, and at last the day of departure arrives. Over the capital, the flags of Betrayal snap and flutter high in the wind, marking Yuri's return to the battlefield once more. Cedric calls out to him, and the concern in his voice is real enough that he cannot fully hide it. With complete sincerity, he tells his brother to take care of himself out there. Yuri answers with a bright, fearless grin, brushing Cedric's worry aside with bold confidence. He proudly declares that he is invincible and promises that he will bring even greater honor to Betrayal. Cedric cannot help but smile at that, and Yuri, still wearing that teasing expression, warns him not to bury himself in study so deeply that he ruins his eyes. Cedric lets out a laugh and reassures him that he will not. Then the two brothers step closer and pull each other into an embrace. Cedric holds Yuri tightly and in a low voice touched with sadness, says his farewell, promising that they will see each other again very soon. Yuri returns those words just as warmly, telling him with total certainty that he will come back. Later, inside the ceremonial hall, Fiore Betrayal stands before everyone who has gathered there and formally announces that the send-off ceremony is now about to begin. At the center of it all stands Yuri, his back perfectly straight and his posture flawless. His face is set in firm seriousness as he waits in complete composure for what is coming next. Fiore Betrayal looks directly at him and quietly asks whether he is nervous. Yuri answers immediately, without even a brief pause, that he is not. The king then tells him to turn around. Yuri obeys at once, and the moment he does, his eyes widen just slightly at the sight spread out before him. Before him stretches a massive army, an enormous sea of armor, drawn weapons and fluttering banners that fills his entire field of vision. Then from behind him, the king's solemn voice reaches his ears, reminding him that those are precious lives standing there, and that they are lives Yuri is responsible for protecting. Those words sink heavily into Yuri's chest. He knows that truth better than anyone. Many of those men may never return home. In his previous life, countless soldiers were lost, and that old pain rises inside him once again. Even so, he forces that emotion down and swears to himself that this time he will not allow the same tragedy to happen again. The king's voice sharpens, carrying even more force as he asks Yuri whether he is truly confident that he can protect them. Yuri parts his lips, ready to answer, but before a single word can leave him, the king cuts him off, and in a firm, commanding tone, tells him that if he truly believes that, then he must endure what comes next. And in the very next instant, the entire atmosphere changes. Without any warning at all, Fiore Betrayal unleashes a crushing wave of killing intent aimed directly at Yuri alone. Slams down on him suddenly and mercilessly, a horrifying pressure released without restraint and without giving him even a moment to prepare himself. That overwhelming killing intent crashes into Yuri and freezes his whole body on the spot. For one terrifying moment, he cannot move at all, as if every part of him has been seized and locked in place by sheer force. In that instant, Yuri feels death itself standing right in front of him. He understands with absolute clarity that if he tries to run from it the wrong way, he will die. So deep within himself, he asks only one thing: can I endure this? The answer comes back at once, hard, immediate, and unwavering. Yes, I can. With fierce defiance blazing inside him, Yuri releases his mana. Brilliant blue light erupts from his body all at once, flaring violently around him with tremendous force and flooding the hall in its intense glow. He throws everything he has into a single strike, pouring all of that gathered power into one all-out devastating blow. The collision comes instantly and explodes with force. Yuri's counterattack slams head-on into the crushing pressure bearing down on him, and a violent blast rips through the hall as shockwaves burst outward in every direction. When the dust finally starts to settle, Yuri sees Fiore Betrayal still standing there before him. The king is smiling with calm confidence, and in a composed voice, he simply tells Yuri that he has done well. Yuri can only stare back in stunned disbelief, still struggling to process what just happened. Then Fiore Betrayal explains, in an even and composed tone, that this was his substitute for a departure letter. After that, the king's expression hardens with authority, and he orders Yuri not to waste any more time and, above all else, to return alive. Yuri meets his father's eyes directly and answers with firm conviction. He says that he will. Then he turns toward the assembled soldiers and raises his sword high above his head. His voice rings through the hall with unshakable force as he declares his name. I'm Yuri Briol, third prince of the kingdom of Briol. He calls out to the soldiers and tells them to place their trust in him. His words ignite the entire army in an instant. Thunderous cheers erupt from the troops, and with that overwhelming roar rising behind him, Yuri drives them onward with passion, pride, and unwavering resolve. Far away from that place, deep inside a dark and mysterious prison, strange creatures stare out from behind iron bars, their red eyes glowing eerily through the thick shadows. And standing among them is an old knight, Laurent Flandre. His voice echoes softly through the darkness as he speaks toward the absent prince, saying that they are meeting again after 5 years, third prince. Later, Yuri's army continues its long campaign through the forest, pushing onward beneath the trees. When the soldiers finally halt for a brief rest, the mood loosens for a short while. Men gather along the roadside to eat, laugh together, and work some of the exhaustion of the march out of their bodies. Yuri sits among them for a time, quietly taking in the sight around him. Then, after wiping his mouth, he rises to his feet. He walks straight over to Raymond, the commander, and casually remarks that the road feels endless. Then he asks how long they have been traveling. Raymond calmly unfolds a map in front of him and begins tracing their route with careful eyes as he prepares to answer. Raymond studies the route for a moment longer, then explains that they are already drawing close to Sidor. He says they should reach it before long, and once they pass through there, the road will carry them onward through Gid and then all the way into Balshad. As the two of them continue speaking over the map, a knight of Briol slowly approaches from behind, moving so quietly that neither Yuri nor Raymond notices him at first. Yuri keeps talking and asks whether their current marching pace can truly be maintained, and Raymond answers with complete confidence that yes, it can. Then, right in the middle of that discussion, the approaching knight finally speaks and addresses Yuri directly as the third prince. Both Yuri and Raymond turn toward the voice at once. The instant Yuri sees the man's face, his breath catches. Memories from his previous life come rushing back in a flood, because the knight now standing before him is Laurent Flandre, the Death Knight who once took Yuri's life. The man before him is Laurent Flandre, the eldest son of Count Frances. Without wasting a second, Laurent drops down onto one knee and bows his head deeply in formal respect before the prince. He introduces himself with perfect courtesy, saying it is an honor to meet His Highness. Yuri stiffens at the sight of him and, thrown off by the shock, can only answer a little awkwardly, quietly repeating his name under his breath. Laurent. When Laurent raises his head again, there is a solemn heaviness in his eyes, almost as if he is making some silent vow. Then he says there is something he has wanted to tell Yuri for a very long time. A faint trace of unease crosses Yuri's face. Sweat begins to gather on him as he carefully asks what it is that Laurent wants to say. Laurent looks at him with eyes shining in unwavering admiration and answers in a steady, certain voice that he admires the prince. Yuri can only stare back at him in complete disbelief and blurt out a stunned, confused what. But Laurent does not waver at all as he continues speaking. He says that he once heard the story from his father, the story of how Yuri drew his sword to protect a servant girl. He goes on to speak about how Yuri stood his ground with honor, and how hearing that story years ago left a deep mark on him. From that moment forward, Yuri became his idol. To Laurent, that was what a true knight was meant to be, and ever since hearing of those actions, he has admired Yuri from the bottom of his heart. Yuri is left completely speechless, trapped in a painfully awkward silence, while Laurent keeps looking at him with nothing but pure sincerity, loyalty, and admiration in his eyes. At last, Yuri manages to force out a faint smile and reaches down to help Laurent back to his feet. He tells him that he has also heard many things about him from his father, and that he is glad they have finally met in person. But Laurent immediately shakes his head with fierce intensity and blurts out that no, he is the one who should be honored to meet the prince. The air between them turns strangely heavy after that until Raymond steps in and breaks the moment, informing Yuri that it is time for them to move again. Yuri quickly nods in agreement. But before they leave, Raymond leans in slightly and offers him a quiet warning. He explains that the destination ahead is Count Sidor's estate. Then, in a cautious voice, he adds that Count Sidor is not exactly known for being warm or welcoming, so Yuri should not take it personally if the reception there feels cold. Later that night, beneath the pale silver glow of the moon, Count Sidor's estate finally comes into view in the distance. To Yuri's surprise, a large banner is hanging boldly at the entrance, openly welcoming the third prince of Briol. What surprises him even more is the sight waiting outside. Count Sidor himself is standing there together with his knights and soldiers, all assembled in full to give Yuri a formal welcome. Yuri arrives wearing a faint smile, clearly caught off guard by just how warm and elaborate the reception turns out to be. Then an even greater surprise follows. Count Sidor personally steps forward, bows deeply, and greets Yuri with formal respect, welcoming His Highness to his estate. Yuri returns the courtesy and sincerely thanks him for such a gracious reception. Count Sidor then explains that his respect comes from the prince's decision to step onto the front lines despite being so young. But before anything else can continue, the count fixes Yuri with a pointed look and asks whether he has ever fought orcs before. Still smiling as he swings himself down from his horse, Yuri almost answers on pure reflex that, of course, he has. Then reality hits him. In this life, he has not faced them yet. So he quickly corrects himself and says instead that he has studied them thoroughly. Then, turning his gaze toward the soldiers who came with him, Yuri adds that most of his own men have also never faced orcs before, and that is exactly why he believes study and preparation matter so much. Count Sidor nods with visible pride and tells Yuri that he can now understand why so many people speak highly of him. The prince's actions, he says, are genuinely impressive. He offers Yuri another respectful greeting, and then, little by little, a smile spreads across his face. If the prince will allow it, Count Sidor says, he would like to show him a gift that he prepared personally. A short while later, they find themselves standing before a massive iron door. One of the knights steps forward, takes out a key, and begins unlocking the heavy iron lock set into the door. The door slowly swings open with a long, groaning creak that echoes through the air. Yuri stands there with Count Sidor and the others at his back, surrounded by knights, soldiers, and even Hernando, all of them waiting to see what lies beyond it. Count Sidor is the first to step inside, raising a torch high so its flame can push back the darkness ahead. Then he turns slightly and invites Yuri to follow him in. Together, they move down a dim corridor lit only by the wavering light of that torch. After walking a short distance, they come upon yet another door, and when that second door finally opens, Laurent Flandre's face drains of all color at once, and his entire body goes rigid with fear. At the same time, Yuri's eyes narrow in clear irritation as he takes in the sight on the other side of the doorway. His voice turns sharp as he demands to know exactly what Count Sidor means by this. But Count Sidor does not flinch in the slightest. Holding his torch high, he boldly tells them there is no need to be afraid. Then he starts lighting the lamps around the chamber one by one, and the truth of the place comes fully into view. It is a prison, and the cells are packed with captured beings, their restless forms shifting behind the bars in the dim light. Yuri does not speak immediately. Instead, he studies the entire scene in front of him with careful eyes, taking his time to understand exactly what he is looking at. Then, all at once, one of the soldiers breaks the silence with a shaken voice, blurting out in alarm that the thing in front of them is an orc. They are indeed standing before a cell that contains one of the captured beasts, but Count Sidor immediately cuts that reaction short and says they should not call it an orc, only a captive. Then he turns to address everyone there and explains that surviving a war like this means learning everything about these monsters, their instincts, their behavior, their habits, and every small pattern they reveal. Because in war, even the tiniest detail can be turned into a weapon. After hearing that explanation from Count Sidor, Yuri turns toward him and asks whether this prison is the gift he mentioned earlier. Count Sidor answers with unmistakable pride, saying that with a war against such savage creatures drawing near, he can imagine no greater gift than this one. The first time since stepping into the prison, Yuri lets a faint smile appear on his face. He thanks Count Sidor out loud, though inwardly he cannot help thinking that this man is even more deranged than he first suspected for taking his methods against the orcs this far. Behind Yuri, one of the soldiers shifts uncomfortably, clearly disturbed by what he is seeing. Yuri notices that reaction immediately, turns toward the man and asks him directly for his name. The soldier quickly straightens himself and introduces himself as Simon Fesh, son of Baron Bull. Yuri then tells Simon not to keep his thoughts bottled up and orders him to speak honestly about what he is thinking as he looks at the imprisoned orc. Simon respectfully admits that, to him, this feels like it goes too far. Even if the captive is an enemy during wartime, he believes treating it like this amounts to excessive cruelty. Yuri shifts his gaze back toward the orc behind the bars and calmly says that Simon may very well be right to feel that way, at least for now. But whatever gentle impression Yuri might have given off disappears almost immediately. He turns back toward Jaime, and in a calm voice that leaves no room for argument, orders him to open the cell. Jaime responds at once, obeying without the slightest pause or hesitation. Then the third prince shifts his eyes back to Simon and asks his name once more, almost as if he is giving one final check, making absolutely sure he has the man's name correct, before going any further. When Simon answers with a firm nod, Yuri steps quietly to the side. Only then is the orc finally permitted to emerge from inside the cell. With a level, unshaken voice, Yuri declares that this is no longer training in name alone from this point on, it is real combat. Right after that, he orders Simon to face the freed orc, and in an instant the whole room falls silent, every person frozen in place as they wait for the first burst of violence. Simon tightens his grip around his weapon and sets his stance. His whole body goes taut, braced and ready, fully expecting the orc to charge straight at him at any second. But instead of lunging forward, the creature suddenly throws back its head and unleashes a deafening roar that shakes the room, and then, just as suddenly, it drops down onto its knees. Heartbeat later, it begins slamming its own forehead into the floor with brutal force, over and over again, each sickening impact echoing sharply through the chamber. To everyone watching, it almost looks as though the monster is begging for its life in the only way it can. It keeps bowing its head to the ground again and again, like some twisted plea for mercy. That sight completely unsettles Simon. The determination he had only moments ago starts slipping away, replaced by pity, because watching the orc beat itself against the floor makes him feel like the cruel one just for standing there with a weapon drawn. Forcing the words out, Simon turns toward Prince Yuri and says he will not fight. He states plainly that he refuses to swing his blade at a prisoner that looks so helpless, never realizing for a second that the orc's miserable display is nothing but a trap. The instant Simon lets his guard fall, the beast explodes into motion behind him. Before he can even turn around, a massive fist crashes into the side of his helmet, with such monstrous force that the steel caves inward, leaving behind a clear imprint of the orc's knuckles. Blood sprays from Simon's mouth the moment the blow lands. His body jerks violently from the impact, and he nearly collapses on the spot. The other soldiers shout Simon's name and rush forward in alarm. But by then, they are already too late to stop what happens next. The orc has already thrown both arms around Simon and cinched him into a vicious chokehold. The knights react on instinct and start to move in, but before any of them can interfere, Count Sidor steps forward and raises his voice. He orders everyone to stay back. Not to panic, he says, because most of the orc's tendons had already been cut before any of this began. Remaining calm at Yuri's side, the Count calls out to the prince and says this is exactly the truth they need to learn. This kind of ruthless deceit, he says, is the true nature of an orc. Give them even the tiniest opening, he says sharply, and they will use it without a second thought. Hearing that, one of the knights can no longer hold himself back and desperately shouts for the third prince to save Simon immediately. But Count Sidor cuts off the plea at once and tells everyone to remain calm. Simon is not going to die, he explains, though there is no question that the chokehold will make him suffer badly. The orc keeps squeezing Simon in its crushing grip while growling something in its own language. And even while trapped like that, Simon's entire body stays stiff and coiled, like he is still waiting for the slightest chance to strike back. Even so, Yuri and Count Sidor do not lose their composure. Leaning slightly toward the Count, Yuri quietly asks whether that means the orc is now using Simon as a hostage, and the Count admits he cannot say for certain, but says he will summon an interpreter immediately. At that command, a hooded figure slowly steps out from behind one of the pillars, with most of its face still hidden deep in shadow. No one present can tell at a glance what race the figure belongs to. All they are told for certain is the name. Corey. Even from where he stands, something about that figure catches Prince Yuri's attention right away. His eyes narrow at once because he can already tell there is something unusual about Corey. Corey listens closely to the rough guttural sounds coming from the orc, then calmly translates for everyone in the room. The creature is threatening to break the knight's bones one by one unless they all lower their weapons. And the very moment that threat is spoken aloud, the orc clamps down even harder around Simon's neck. Simon chokes and cries out, the pain immediately obvious. Yuri does not waste even a heartbeat. He calls Hernando's name at once and tells him this is his moment. Hernando steps forward without hesitation, gives a quick nod, and begins chanting his spell. With the control of someone who has done this many times before, Hernando releases his magic at precisely the right instant. The spell strikes the orc cleanly and throws the beast into sudden confusion. The opening appears immediately, and Hernando signals to Yuri that the next move belongs to him. Without pausing for even an instant, the third prince launches himself forward. As he charges in, Yuri even throws out a quick word of praise for Hernando's timing. Then, in one smooth motion, he rips Simon free from the orc's hold, pulls him out of danger, and retreats back to the others before the beast can regain its senses. A moment later, the orc snaps back to awareness and drives one foot into the ground with explosive force. Its roar tears through the chamber as it curls both hands into fists, its whole body trembling with raw rage. Keeping his eyes fixed on the beast, Yuri turns to the Count and asks for confirmation. "This is no ordinary orc, is it?" Count Sidor answers coldly, without a trace of softness, and tells Yuri he is exactly right. He explains that although this orc is smaller than the average member of its race, it is a battle-hardened veteran that has survived countless fights. Then his tone grows even colder as he recalls how they captured it. The monster had been in the middle of eating a knight alive. He makes it plain to everyone there that this orc has already claimed many lives. Hearing that, one of the knights flares up in fury. He curses the orc outright and shouts that he no longer cares how dangerous the situation is, because he wants to kill that beast right here and now. But before the knight can even take a single step, Prince Yuri moves in front of him and blocks his path. With firm authority, he orders the man to stand down, and although the knight clearly hates it, he lowers his weapon and mutters that he understands. Even so, Yuri makes it clear that he is not rebuking the knight for being angry. Instead, he directs the man's attention past the orc, and points out that all the other captured monsters are watching closely, waiting for the tiniest chance to strike. He continues by explaining that this behavior is not unique to the beast in front of them. Every orc is like this, and once they reach the plains, they will face enemies far worse than the one standing here now. Then Yuri places a steady hand on the knight's shoulder and tells him to stay sharp. This is training, he reminds him, and the purpose of moments like this is to learn the proper way to kill an orc. As the night drags on, Yuri's men continue fighting the captives, turning every clash into brutal practical instruction. With every dangerous exchange, they sharpen their skills through real combat. At one point, one of the orcs suddenly goes especially berserk. It snatches up a fire lamp and hurls it straight at them. Hernando reacts instantly, raising a shimmering wall of magic that catches the attack and blocks the flames before they can spread across the room. In that very opening, Sir Raymond bursts forward, his sword glowing with mana as he charges through the gap. With one clean, decisive strike, he cuts down the frenzied orc, and through it all, his face stays cold and unreadable. The creature crashes face first onto the floor, and for one brief moment, silence settles over the chamber after its fall. But Raymond immediately senses another threat nearby. He whips around and spots a different orc lunging straight toward one of the knights. That knight does not waver in the slightest. He plants his feet, holds his ground, and remains calm, focused, and completely unshaken. The orc slams into him with all its force, yet the knight's mana-infused blade holds firm. It meets the assault head-on without giving way. After a short but savage struggle, the knight finally overpowers the monster and gains the upper hand. When it is finally over, the orc lies dead at his feet. Breathing hard, the knight stares down at the lifeless body in silence, taking in the full weight of the victory he has just won. Prince Yuri Briol, who has watched the entire training session without saying a word, finally starts to clap. The praise in that applause is clearly meant for the knight's effort. But Yuri also makes it obvious that he understands why the man cannot take any real comfort in the victory. Yuri explains that the bitterness comes from fighting prisoners who have been weakened so badly that they can no longer offer proper resistance. Even so, he reminds every man in the room that this grim experience still has value, because when the true war against the orcs finally begins, what they learned here tonight may be exactly what saves their lives. He tells them not to let that lesson slip from their minds and says they should be grateful to Count Sidor for allowing this training to happen at all. As soon as Yuri finishes, Count Sidor steps forward and takes over from where the prince left off. He does not pretend he cannot see what is written on the knights' faces. Instead, he openly acknowledges it, saying that everything they have done here tonight likely feels like a betrayal of the chivalric code they were raised to honor. But then his tone hardens and his voice cuts through the room with a sharper edge. He tells them plainly that they must understand one thing above all else. These creatures are not foes worthy of that kind of honor. At last, he gestures for them to follow and says, there is still one more thing they need to witness with their own eyes. As they move deeper into the prison, Count Sidor speaks without dressing up the truth, telling them that what they saw just now was only the faintest shadow of reality. In the villages of the orcs, he says, the horrors waiting there are far worse. They come to a stop in front of another chamber, and before the knights are allowed to enter, Jaime warns them to brace themselves for what lies beyond the door. What they are about to see, he tells them in a grave voice, is the true face of what the orcs do. Prince Yuri's expression turns harder at once, and inwardly he mutters that he already knows exactly what is waiting inside. Then the knights step into the chamber, only to stop dead where they stand, their voices catching in their throats as they struggle to make sense of the sight before them. These are half-orcs. One of them finally forces those words out in disbelief. At the same time, the chained creatures lurch and strain forward the instant the knights enter, reaching toward them as far as their restraints will allow. Still wearing that stern, unchanging expression, Yuri turns to Count Sidor and remarks that there are far more of them here than he expected. Count Sidor confirms it and admits that even he is unsettled by the number, because half-orcs are rarely born, yet the amount gathered in this place is deeply disturbing. Then he gives what feels like the final lesson of the night. Orcs, he says, capture human beings and use them for their own vile amusement, and these half-orcs are the result of that cruelty. Hearing that truth spoken aloud, the young knights visibly recoil, their faces twisting with disgust as the full monstrosity of the orcs sinks in. After taking in the scene for a moment, Prince Yuri turns toward Count Sidor and quietly asks him a simple but heavy question. Does he hate the orcs? At first the Count says nothing. Then, after a long, weighty pause, he finally answers in a voice laced with iron and old bitterness, "Until the day I die, yes." The hatred packed into those few words is impossible to miss, exposing something ancient and deeply buried inside him. After that, he falls silent again, and Yuri studies him in thought, sensing that Count Sidor has stood beside such atrocities for so long that he has become numb to them. Yuri tightens his hand around the hilt of his sword and reflects in silence. Every man, he thinks, carries a nemesis of his own. For Yuri, that enemy is the Empire. For Jaime, it is clearly the orcs. He remembers hearing that Count Sidor once recovered the body of his own son from an orc village. Looking at the man now, Yuri realizes that the memory of that day has never left him, and in the same breath, Yuri knows that the memory of his own kingdom's fall will never leave him either. The night continues to pass, and before long dusk settles over Count Sidor's estate. With the visit drawing to a close, Prince Yuri and his troops begin preparing to depart. Just before they can leave, Count Sidor calls out, "Your Highness," and the words stop Yuri in his tracks. Then he brings someone forward for the prince to meet, and it is the same translator who appeared down in the prison. Yuri studies the hooded figure and asks whether this is the same person from the cellar the night before. The figure bows his head in confirmation and introduces himself once again as Corey. A faint, knowing smile touches Yuri's face as he acknowledges Corey's talent. He remarks on how impressively the young man speaks Orkval. But Corey, with a trace of unease creeping into his voice, quickly calls out to the prince and says there is something important he needs to tell him. Before Corey can continue, Yuri cuts him off and tells him to stop, saying he already knows what Corey is about to say. Corey blinks in open shock, unable to hide his confusion, and all he can manage is a stunned, stammering pardon. Yuri answers in a firm, steady voice, telling him that he understands what is troubling him, but assures him that it is not something Corey needs to concern himself with. Then, instead of letting the matter continue, Yuri offers him a gauntlet, calling it a token of goodwill for the cooperation they will share from this point onward. Corey immediately tries to refuse, insisting that someone like him is not worthy of receiving such a gift. But before he can finish saying it, Yuri suddenly calls for Sir Raymond. The knight answers at once and steps up beside his prince. Yuri gives a faint smile before asking whether the land ahead marks the border, and Raymond confirms that it does, though he warns that they may run into quite a few bandits along the road. Even so, he reassures Yuri that there is no need to worry about an ambush. Yuri shakes his head and dismisses that easy confidence. He tells Raymond not to think so lightly of them, saying that bandits are just as much a threat to the border as rocks choking a mountain path. Then he presses the matter, asking if Raymond truly does not agree, before declaring in unmistakable terms that they will wipe those bandits out as they cross the mountains. At that same time, deep in the forest, a group of merchants is making its way along the road, their goods traveling with them in a slow-moving line. Without warning, riders come thundering down the path. They are the bandits who treat this mountain as if it were land that belongs to them and them alone. They cut off the merchants' escape route and raise blades already darkened with blood, using that gruesome sight to freeze their prey in terror. At the center of the group sits their leader, silent, cold-eyed, and utterly without mercy. From the saddle of his horse, he lifts that blood-stained sword high into the air and glares down at the merchants beneath him. What follows is nothing less than slaughter, a brutal massacre that leaves the earth itself soaked in red. By the following day, Prince Yuri's knights and soldiers are marching into the forest. They move in disciplined formation, pressing forward along the route toward their destination. At one point during the march, Yuri turns his head slightly and glances back toward Corey. He already knows that whispers will inevitably spread through the ranks once the troops realize that Corey is half-orc. Even so, Yuri has already placed Corey under Hernando as a retainer, and he trusts Hernando to keep the matter under control without allowing it to become a problem. Setting that issue aside, Yuri turns his attention back to the march. He lowers his eyes to the map in his hands and studies it carefully, trying to determine their exact position. He calls for Jared, and Jared answers immediately with a crisp, "Yes, sir," before riding forward to meet him. Once Jared comes close enough, Yuri points down at the map and begins assigning him a task. Yuri tells him that from here onward, reconnaissance will be his responsibility. He marks the location on the map for Jared, orders him to ride out, and instructs him to return with a report. but Jared hesitates right away, clearly confused, and asks why he is being given that duty in a place like this, especially when the area is infamous for being crawling with bandits. It does not take Jared long to understand what the prince is truly planning, and his first response is flat refusal. He argues that once the bandits realize they are being tracked, they will simply scatter, which would make the whole effort meaningless, and he asks Yuri again whether he is truly serious about this. Yuri answers without a second of hesitation, saying that if the bandits run, then they will simply hunt them down anyway. He reminds Jared that these outlaws prey on merchants throughout the borderlands, and for that reason alone, they cannot be allowed to keep roaming free. Then Yuri flashes a sly, deliberate grin and prods him on purpose, asking what the problem is. Is he frightened, or merely lacking confidence? Yuri adds that such weakness is not at all what he would expect from a knight of Jared's ability. The prince continues, saying that most of the soldiers are too tense to handle a task like this, and that he himself is still young and inexperienced. Jared, however, is different. He is a genius with the sword, Yuri says, a man whose thinking rises above ordinary people. The words land exactly where Yuri intends them to, striking Jared's pride. Determination lights up in his eyes, and he digs in his heels, urging his horse forward while promising he will return quickly. Yuri watches him ride off with a smile and calls after him that he had better come back fast, because he likes that spirit. Sir Raymond then rides up beside Yuri and remarks that the prince seems to value Jared quite highly. Yuri only brushes the comment aside with a light laugh, saying that cherish is far too strong a word and that he simply keeps Jared close by. Then Yuri turns his gaze toward Raymond and studies him quietly for a moment before asking whether he may pose a rather uninteresting question. Raymond gives him permission to ask, and Yuri speaks plainly, wanting to know exactly what it is that Raymond fights for. The question hits Raymond so unexpectedly that he freezes on the spot. For a brief moment, he says nothing at all, looking almost like he has not heard anyone ask him something like that in years. Then, after letting the silence hang for a short beat, he finally turns to Yuri and gives him an answer. Raymond admits in a low and honest voice that it has been a very long time since anyone put that kind of question to him, and when he searches himself for a reply, the only one he can give is the same answer he has carried in his heart all this time: the safety of Betrayal. Yuri listens from beginning to end without cutting in once, and the very instant Raymond speaks those words, Yuri's eyes open just a little wider, as though something buried deep inside him has suddenly sparked to life. A faint smile slowly lifts the corner of Yuri's mouth. Quietly, almost like he is answering only himself, he decides that no, that is not a bad answer at all. Without wasting even one more moment, Yuri immediately gives Raymond another order. The marching speed is to stay exactly the same as it is now, while Yuri himself rides ahead alone to check on Jared. The moment the order is given, Yuri snaps his horse around in one clean, sharp motion. Then he drives it forward at a full gallop, shooting ahead without the slightest hint of hesitation. Meanwhile, far deeper in the forest, hidden away inside the bandits' concealed stronghold, one of the bandits is lying helplessly on the ground with his whole body bound tight. He twists and writhes against the ropes, yelling at the top of his lungs and desperately screaming for someone, anyone, to save him. But then a figure steps into view before him, and the bandit's panic only sharpens. It is the very man who captured him in the first place, Yuri Betrayal. Yuri crouches down beside him and in a voice cold enough to cut, tells the bandit to shut his mouth. He warns him that any man who truly values his life should know better than to make that much noise. Then Yuri leans in even closer toward the trembling outlaw and repeats the point, asking him flatly whether he really has no idea how to treasure his own life. Just then, a voice suddenly comes in from farther away through the scope. Jared reports that he has found the bandit's base, and the interruption is so sudden that both Yuri and the bound bandit turn their heads at once in surprise. Jared stretches out an arm and points straight ahead, showing the exact direction of the hideout as he firmly confirms where it is. Yuri gives him immediate praise for tracking it down so well, but before making a move, he raises one more question. Yuri asks Jared whether this does not strike him as strange. A lone patrol does not fit the usual pattern at all, because bandits normally move in pairs or in even larger groups. Then Yuri turns his gaze back to the captive and asks him directly if his boss really sent him out here all by himself. The bandit, terrified out of his mind, stammers out that it is true. He insists that he is only a rookie, that he barely knows anything, and that there is nothing useful he could possibly tell them. But while the man keeps babbling in fear, Yuri's eyes catch on something hanging at his neck. There is a faint glow there, and that small shining detail immediately draws Yuri's attention. Without giving any warning at all, Yuri suddenly reaches for it. The bandit jerks violently in panic, convinced for a split second that the prince is about to strike him down. Instead, Yuri simply narrows his eyes and studies the glowing object now in his hand. After examining it for a moment, he calmly asks the man what exactly this thing is supposed to be. At first, the bandit clamps his mouth shut and refuses to answer. Yuri presses him again, asking whether it belongs to him, and that is when the outlaw hurriedly blurts out that no, it is not his. According to him, his boss handed it over and ordered him to wear it every single time he went out on patrol. Yuri does not believe that story for even a second. If anything, his suspicion only grows deeper as he slowly draws his sword and remarks that the object looks very much like some kind of artifact. In a colder, harder voice, he demands to know what kind of magic has been put inside it. The instant the blade appears, the bandit's courage shatters completely. He cries out in terror, begs Yuri to spare him, and keeps swearing over and over that he knows nothing. Yuri answers with an icy voice, asking only, "Is that so?" Then, after letting that fear sink in nice and deep, Yuri calmly slides the sword back into its sheath and smiles. If that is truly the case, he says, then he will just capture the man's boss instead and ask him face to face. Sometime later, high up in the mountains, Yuri watches the bandit's movements from a distance through the scope. All of a sudden, someone comes rushing toward him in a hurry, calling out, "Your Highness." It is Jared, arriving fast with his men as they move in and prepare to make their report. Jared reports that they have carried out Yuri's orders exactly. Their men are already stationed along every route the bandits might use to escape, and scouts have also been sent out to keep close watch on the movement inside the bandit camp itself. After hearing the report, Yuri's face breaks into a bright, satisfied smile. He openly praises Jared, telling him without hesitation that he has handled everything well. Yuri goes on to say that once they stir up trouble from the inside, the bandits will end up trapping themselves. Jared blinks at him, clearly unable to follow, and asks what exactly he means by stirring things up. Yuri gives him no answer whatsoever. Instead, he immediately orders everyone to move, warning them that if they hesitate now, they will gain nothing from this. In the very next moment, Yuri swings himself onto his horse and explodes forward at full speed, leaving everybody else behind almost instantly. Jared shouts after him in alarm, yelling for him to wait, but his voice does nothing except echo uselessly through the forest. "Your Highness, it's dangerous to go alone," Jared calls after him, but Yuri does not slow down even a little. He keeps riding straight ahead, aiming directly for the heart of the bandit camp. And as he comes at them from the front, he throws out one single command to his soldiers in a roar. "Charge!" The bandits are caught completely off guard. One moment they are still going about their normal routine, and the next, the attack crashes into them and throws the entire camp into instant chaos. Confusion sweeps through the stronghold as the pounding thunder of horses starts crashing in from every direction at once, closing around them from all sides. And right in the middle of that uproar, Yuri and his horse burst into the camp with overwhelming force. They tear straight through the confusion, smashing into the bandits and scattering anything that dares remain in their path. The bandits, who get slammed flat onto the ground, can only stare upward in shock. Looming over them stands Yuri, looking less like a man and more like a nightmare that has suddenly taken shape right in front of them. With a dangerous bite in his voice, Yuri mocks them openly. He almost sounds amused as he calls them exactly what they are, bandits. By the time evening finally settles in, the rest of Yuri's soldiers at last come storming into the camp. Panic is written all over them as they shout and call out for their prince. But the moment they finally reach him, they stop dead where they are. Bent over and heaving for breath, they can only stand there gasping as they try to recover. And then they see the scene in front of them. And for a second, no one can even speak. Bandit corpses are strewn all across the camp, while Yuri sits calmly on top of one of the fallen as though there is nothing strange about any of this. Then he turns toward the soldiers with a smug little grin and tells them they are late. Jared, still visibly rattled, immediately starts scolding Yuri and demands to know why he would do something so reckless. Charging in alone like that, he says, was far too dangerous. Yuri brushes the whole complaint aside and shoots back with a question of his own, asking why they did not come after him immediately. At that point, Yuri treats everything Jared says as nothing more than nagging. He turns away from him and asks Sir Raymond instead whether any of the bandits managed to escape. Raymond answers at once that none of them got away. Every last bandit was dealt with, and not a single one of their own men was lost. "Good," Yuri says with bright energy. He gets back to his feet, claps his hands together, and cheerfully announces that now it is time to gather up everything the bandits left behind and start getting food ready. Not too long after that, meat is roasting over open flames, and the smell of supper starts filling the camp. Yuri proudly announces the evening's meal with obvious satisfaction, field-style skewers, and even holds one out toward Jared, who still looks like he has not completely recovered from the shock yet. Jared refuses the skewer, muttering that it probably does not even smell good. Yuri just laughs and says that is exactly why it is great, though apparently Jared still has not learned how to appreciate that kind of thing. After that, Yuri tells the men that they will spend the night here and resume marching again tomorrow. The soldiers answer together in agreement. At the very same time, the bandit leader, the same man Yuri had been sitting on earlier, quietly starts trying to crawl away without drawing anyone's attention. While continuing the conversation with Yuri, Raymond brings up their next destination, Gid. Before they reach Balshad, the Allied rally point, they are expected to run into the army of another kingdom there, since both forces will be traveling along the same route. Acting as if he has not noticed the crawling bandit leader at all, Yuri suddenly lashes out with a vicious kick. Teeth scatter through the air, and the man slams back down while coughing up blood. And without pausing for even a beat after that, Yuri asks Raymond which kingdom it is they are supposed to meet again. Raymond's expression turns grave as he gives the answer. It is the Holy Kingdom. The moment he hears that name, Yuri smiles. He remembers that the Holy Kingdom is known for its holy magic, and with fresh enthusiasm, he says that if they can get on good terms with them, maybe the people there will even heal them. But Raymond hesitates before responding, and for a moment he does not sound nearly as optimistic. Then, lowering his voice, Sir Raymond quietly admits that he is not sure things will be that simple, because he has heard a rumor. According to that rumor, the one commanding the Allied forces is none other than the Princess of the Holy Kingdom herself. However, because she is said to belong to the weaker side in her kingdom's struggle for power, whispers say that she is desperate to prove her own worth. And if those rumors are true, then the reason is obvious. If securing her place is really what matters most to her, then that princess will push herself without mercy and stop at absolutely nothing to produce results in this campaign. Prince Yuri Briol slowly lifts a hand and runs his fingers along his chin, quietly repeating the title under his breath, the Princess of the Holy Kingdom. A faint, amused chuckle slips out before the sound dies away, and then he falls silent, his expression settling as his thoughts begin turning inward. Seeing that look on Yuri's face, Raymond carefully suggests that it might be better to gather a little more information before drawing any conclusion. Yuri, however, only answers with a small smile and a light shake of his head. There is no need for that, he says, because before long he will be meeting her himself anyway. With that, Yuri lifts his gaze toward the night sky overhead, where the stars are scattered across the darkness. That same calm, unreadable smile remains on his face as his thoughts drift ahead, all the way to Balshad, the place where the Allied army is meant to gather. Gid lies halfway along the road leading to Balshad, an important city that serves as a supply point for the armies traveling through. But because it is independent territory, its laws are not something outsiders can ignore for even a second. Every rule there must be obeyed to the letter, and any violation would be treated seriously under military law. Yuri makes it absolutely clear that if they stir up trouble in a place like this, they are finished. He orders Raymond to make sure that every single soldier understands that rule, knights included, with no exceptions. Raymond gives a small bow at once and answers, "Yes, Your Highness." With discipline tightened and the troops kept outside the city, Yuri then goes on ahead by himself into the Lord's estate. The Lord welcomes him warmly the moment he arrives, wearing a gracious smile as he greets the third Prince of Briol. His manner is polished and refined, and he speaks with perfect courtesy as he says that it is a pleasure to meet him. Yuri returns the greeting with the same level of respect, sincerely thanking him for such a warm reception and offering, on behalf of Briol, his gratitude for Gid's cooperation. The Lord lightly waves away the formality and assures him that such thanks are unnecessary. Gid, he says, intends to support the Allied forces with everything it is able to provide. Once the two of them are seated, the Lord continues, speaking with even more admiration. He recalls how, in his younger days, His Majesty Fiore Briol won legendary fame through his victories against the orcs. And now, with his son Yuri stepping onto the battlefield in turn, the Lord says with a soft laugh that the orcs must already be trembling. Yuri laughs lightly along with him, and answers with easy confidence that he will do everything he can to live up to that expectation. While their conversation is still going on, a servant quietly approaches the Lord from the side. Leaning in close, he lowers his voice and whispers something directly into the Lord's ear. After hearing the message, the Lord turns his face back toward Yuri and informs him that the Princess of the Holy Kingdom has just arrived. He then politely asks Yuri whether he would like to meet her at once. Yuri answers without even the slightest pause. He says he would be glad to. A moment later, the doors open, and the princess enters the room. The Lord rises immediately to receive her properly. The woman stepping inside is the second princess of the Holy Kingdom, Princess Sibylla Arsant. She carries herself with the composed dignity of royalty, walking in with two knights stationed at her sides. Her face is stiff and severe, completely lacking warmth, and even her self-introduction comes out in that same cold, formal tone. The Lord bows to her with full courtesy and welcomes her once more. addressing her properly as Your Highness, and adding that it is an honor to receive someone of her status in a remote and barren land such as this. But Sibylla's attention quickly leaves the lord and shifts toward the man, already seated in the room. Without the slightest softening in her rigid expression, she coldly asks whether that man is one of the lord's vassals. The man she is referring to, Prince Yuri Briol, simply looks back at her with calm curiosity and does not answer right away. But before he can even open his mouth, Sibylla cuts in sharply and says that she has matters to discuss with the lord, so she would like him to step outside. The lord realizes immediately that she has completely misunderstood who Yuri is. He hurriedly moves to step in, clearly trying to introduce the prince properly before things get any worse, but he never gets the chance to finish. One of the holy knights bursts out first, his anger filling the room as he loudly rebukes Yuri for what he sees as disrespect. How dare he remain seated in front of her highness? When the princess speaks, he says he should stand at once, and the knight keeps going, scolding him openly and without restraint. Yuri, however, does not react with anger at all. He only smiles, and then with effortless ease he gives his answer. I'm the third prince of Briol. Those words land like a thunderclap. The entire room freezes in place, and in an instant the air grows heavy with shock, embarrassment, and silence. The people who had just spoken so rudely are left utterly speechless, fumbling helplessly as they search for anything to say. Yuri then calmly continues in a steady, unshaken voice. Whether he looks like it or not, he says he is still the one commanding Briol's troops. One of the knights immediately starts stammering out a panicked apology, the words breaking apart as they spill from him. But Yuri cuts him off before he can get far, lifting his voice just a little as a sharp grin spreads across his face. He says the fault is entirely his, because he should have dressed more like they do in the first place. With a crooked smirk, Yuri adds that instead of showing up in proper formal wear, he came looking more like some street-side thug. That playful remark only makes the holy knights feel even worse. Flustered and red in the face, they bow their heads deeply and offer sincere apologies, admitting their disrespect and begging the prince to forgive them. Later, after tea has been brought in, and the atmosphere has settled somewhat, Yuri turns to the lord with a teasing look and asks whether he really appears that shabby in these clothes. The lord chuckles warmly and assures him that he does not. Off to the side, Princess Sibylla lowers her eyes and quietly apologizes once again for the misunderstanding earlier, asking him to please stop bringing it up. Yuri lets out a small laugh and playfully asks whether he really should stop. Then, deciding to ease the tension completely, he suggests that they put that awkward beginning behind them and start over with proper introductions from here. He introduces himself simply as Yuri, the third prince of Briol, and then extends his hand toward her in a straightforward, friendly gesture. Sibylla politely reaches out, takes his hand, and returns the handshake. As she does, she says that it is nice to meet him. Then Yuri repeats her name, Sibylla, and suddenly asks how old she is. The question clearly catches her by surprise. After hesitating for a brief moment, she answers that she is 20, then asks him why he wants to know that. With a grin, Yuri tells her that he is 18. A difference of 2 years, he says, is barely a difference at all. From his point of view, that makes them practically friends already, and friends do not need to keep talking to each other with all that stiff formality. Isn't that right? He asks. Taken aback by how suddenly he says it, Sibylla can only let out a soft sound of surprise. The lord laughs openly, clearly amused by the exchange, and remarks that forming a friendship now is not a bad thing when they are about to face brutal orcs together. Then he turns to Sibylla and asks whether she is comfortable with that level of familiarity. Though she still looks a little uncertain, Sibylla gives a small nod and agrees, and once that uncomfortable first meeting has finally been smoothed over, Yuri turns to her again and continues the conversation. He mentions that on the road to Gid, he did not see any sign of her troops, and asks whether her knights must have arrived ahead of the main force. Sibylla confirms that this is exactly what happened. The knights came first, she says, while the rest of the army is expected to arrive tomorrow. Yuri rubs his chin thoughtfully for a moment and remarks that he only hopes nothing unfortunate happens before then. That single comment immediately puts Sibylla on edge. Her expression hardens, and she snaps back that the Holy Kingdom's rules and discipline are beyond question. Then she sharply demands to know whether he is implying that trouble will come from her people. Still perfectly calm, Yuri shakes his head and tells her that no, that is not what he meant at all. He explains that he was referring to danger from outside, not conflict within their own ranks. Orcs, he says, can appear even in places that ought to be secure, and despite their massive size, they are more than capable of setting up an ambush. The lord backs Yuri up with an easy smile, adding that orcs are cunning creatures far more deceptive than their huge frames would make most people assume. Yuri then gently wraps up the point by saying that, of course they are talking about the Holy Kingdom here, so he is sure there will not be any real problem. Even so, Yuri advises Sibylla to remain alert. After that, more time passes, their discussion continues a little longer, and the meeting gradually draws to a close. Later on, out in the city streets, Yuri goes for a walk with Hernando. As the two of them move along together, Hernando turns to him and asks what he thinks of the Holy Kingdom's paladins. Yuri answers right away that they are far too rigid, and that Princess Sibylla is probably going to have a hard time dealing with men like that. Hernando responds with a faint grin and asks whether Yuri might actually like the princess, since he seems more concerned about her than usual. Yuri admits that maybe he does, but before the topic can go any further, he smoothly changes the subject as he slips a hand into his pocket. He pulls out the object he took from the bandits, lifts it up where Hernando can see it clearly, and asks whether he is certain it came from this place. Hernando nods toward a nearby shop and says that it is the only place in the region that sells things like that. Yuri then asks whether the bandit captain was telling the truth when he claimed this item could attract orcs. Hernando answers carefully, correcting the wording slightly. What the bandit captain actually said, he explains, was not just that it attracts them, but that orcs would go mad and rush straight at anyone carrying it, drawn to its aura the same way an addict is drawn to a war drug. Hernando admits that it could indeed be some sort of artifact, but at the same time he scoffs at the idea. In his eyes, the workmanship is far too crude for it to deserve a grand name like that. Something made this poorly, he says, could not possibly work very well. As the two of them continue talking right there in front of the shop, the owner visibly starts running out of patience. At last, he snaps and barks at them to leave if they have no intention of buying anything. Yuri and Hernando glance at each other, then quietly turn away. As they walk off, the two of them mutter that there do not seem to be any more items like that left inside the shop. Most likely, the bandits bought up all of them already. Yuri gives a faint smile and says that is unfortunate. At that exact moment, something suddenly catches Hernando's attention. He reacts at once, calling out to Yuri in an urgent voice as he thrusts a hand forward and points straight ahead. Following the direction of Hernando's gaze, Yuri lifts his eyes and looks ahead. There, he spots a group of Betrayal soldiers slipping into a building one after another, trying not to draw attention. Hernando narrows his eyes at the place and tells the prince that, judging by the atmosphere, gambling is going on inside that bar. At once, Yuri's eyes light up with interest. "Oh?" he says, sounding almost entertained by what he has just heard. Then that spark in him turns into action, and he declares that if Betrayal's soldiers are getting caught gambling in a place like this, there is no way he can just stand there and act like he never saw it. Clearly already plotting something in his head, Yuri starts walking straight toward the building with Hernando at his side. As they head for the bar, Yuri mutters that this army is seriously lacking discipline, and Hernando immediately nods in agreement, backing him up without hesitation and saying, the prince is completely right. Elsewhere in the city, inside the Holy Kingdom's quarters, a knight approaches Princess Sibylla Arsaint and asks whether she has already met with the Lord. Sibylla answers simply, with no extra words and no change in expression. Yes, she has. At that reply, the knight's mouth twists into a mocking little smirk. That man is Fennec, the vice-commander of the Holy Kingdom's forces. With contempt barely hidden beneath his tone, Fennec remarks that he has already heard the rumors surrounding Betrayal's third prince, that Yuri's name has fallen into disgrace. He scoffs at the thought of someone so strange and unreliable being placed in command, and then goes even further, saying that the once proud knights of Betrayal are clearly no longer what they used to be. Sibylla. The princess cuts in the moment he says too much, her voice turning cold as she speaks his name. She warns him that there is no need to insult Betrayal, but Fennec brushes her objection aside as if it means nothing and continues talking anyway. He goes on to mock Yuri's appearance, saying the prince looked less like royalty and more like some wandering mercenary. And in Fennec's eyes, Yuri's behavior had been even worse than the clothes he wore. Sibylla's gaze hardens immediately. She does not answer him yet, but the silence she gives him feels like a warning all by itself. Fennec ignores even that and keeps pressing forward, his words turning nastier. With a poisonous sneer, he says he would not be surprised if Betrayal finished this campaign with one prince fewer than it began with. That is where Sibylla finally stops him. In a stern voice, she orders him to watch what he says and stop crossing the line. Fennec only gives a casual shrug and replies, "Yes, Your Highness." Then, as though her rebuke carried no real weight, he casually answers the question she had asked earlier. When Sibylla asks whether there are any issues with the main force, Fennec replies in a curt, dismissive tone that there are none. He insists there is absolutely nothing she needs to worry about and claims that everything is fully under his control. Then he and the knight beside him begin to walk past her, but just before leaving, Fennec turns back and smugly adds that if she has no objection, he and his men will be patrolling the city. Sibylla gives no answer. She is left standing there by herself, letting out a long, weary sigh while the unease in her mind continues to churn. That evening, the inn is overflowing with noise, heat, and the rough, lively comfort of soldiers finally at rest. Laughter rolls across the room from every direction. Conversations overlap from table to table, and the constant clink of mugs echoes through the warm, crowded air. Then the door creaks open, and Fennec steps inside with his fellow knights, their faces stern and their footsteps stiff with purpose. But the instant Fennec's eyes sweep across the room and take in what is happening, his expression tightens on the spot. One of the knights beside him leans in and quietly asks who the men in the room are. Fennec answers in a cold voice that they are Briol's soldiers. Disgust bleeds into every word as he mutters that Briol's forces are behaving recklessly, letting their men roam around inside the city like this. And when he sees them gathered around the tables, openly gambling, his jaw clenches harder. He lets out a sharp breath, shakes his head, and asks in irritation whether they have no discipline at all. One of the Holy Kingdom's knights lets out a dry laugh and says that the answer should be obvious. With a commander like theirs, of course the soldiers would turn out the same way. Fennec's expression darkens even more. The sight in front of him disgusts him by the second, and in a firm voice he declares that this cannot be allowed. As a paladin of the Holy Kingdom, he says he will not stand by and ignore it. Then he raises his voice so it carries across the room and demands to know what exactly the men think they are doing in there. The gamblers freeze in the middle of their game, cards still pinched between their fingers, and slowly turn to look at him. Fennec steps forward and openly rebukes them. They are soldiers, not gamblers, he says, and even if they come from another kingdom, he has no intention of tolerating behavior like this. Does Briol take the allied forces for some kind of joke? He demands. Then he thrusts out a hand and points straight at them, his sharp voice slicing right through the inn's lively atmosphere. But just as he is about to keep going, a hand settles on his shoulder from behind. A calm voice asks him what exactly he just said. Fennec turns around at once and his breath catches in his throat. Standing right there behind him is Yuri Briol himself, the third prince of Briol and the commander of the very soldiers Fennec has been denouncing. Yuri wears an easy, casual smile, his hand still resting lightly on Fennec's shoulder as he asks for the man's name. Then, with a relaxed little pat on that same shoulder, he behaves as though the tension in the room does not matter at all. Fennec, however, goes rigid the instant he recognizes him. Anger flashes across his face, and in the very next second he knocks Yuri's hand away. That sharp movement cuts straight through the room and kills the noise in an instant. Then Fennec's outrage bursts loose. He shouts that this kind of conduct does not only disgrace Yuri himself, it also corrupts the soldiers serving under his command. At the nearby tables, the gamblers slowly lower their cards, stunned, their eyes flicking back and forth between Fennec and their prince. The mood inside the inn changes all at once. Confusion mixes with irritation, and the soldiers' stares grow harder by the second. A thin, mocking smile spreads across Fennec's lips, and his next words come out like sharpened steel. Men like them, he says, should be holding swords, not fists full of cards. Then he drives the insult in deeper, sneering that, looking at them now, he cannot even tell whether they have ever touched a real weapon in their lives. A faint laugh escapes Yuri's mouth, but there is not a trace of warmth in it. The smile still lingers on his lips, but his eyes have already turned cold. And when he finally speaks, the disdain in his voice is impossible to miss. I asked for your name, nothing more. Yuri's tone sharpens as he says it. And instead of answering, you stand there insulting me. Tell me, has the Holy Kingdom forgotten rank and order? At that, Fennec visibly falters. The confidence he was showing a moment ago starts to crack, and he stumbles into an awkward reply, trying to say it is not like that, only to be cut off before he can finish. At that exact moment, the inn door is thrown open, and a commanding voice rings out across the room, demanding to know what in the world is going on in there. Every head turns toward the entrance at once. The princess of the Holy Kingdom has arrived, and the moment she steps inside, the entire room feels the force of her presence. Her eyes move across the scene until they settle directly on Fennec, and a deep frown forms on her face, heavy with disappointment. Sir Fennec, didn't you say you were going out on patrol immediately? The moment those words strike him, it is like all the strength drains from his body. His shoulders sag, and he lowers his head in shame, the fury he was showing only seconds ago vanishing into silence. Sibylla's voice leaves no room for argument as she orders him to step outside. Fennec jerks his head up, his eyes burning with anger and humiliation, his teeth clenched so tightly it shows, but in the end, he obeys. With heavy, rigid steps, he turns toward the door and his knights silently follow after him. Sibylla watches him go, stern disapproval still written across her face, and only after he has left does she finally turn her attention back to Yuri. Tired sigh escapes her, carrying her frustration with it. She asks Yuri to forgive Fennec and says that she will apologize in his place. Yuri's smooth, easy smile returns at once, and he tells her there is no need for that, although the glint in his eyes shows he is still clearly amused by everything that just happened. Then Yuri lightly remarks that he can only imagine how difficult it must be to keep every subordinate properly in line. To truly manage that, he says, a person would have to be nothing less than a holy sovereign. The words make Sibylla's hand move almost on instinct toward the hilt of her sword. Her brows tighten, and unspoken thoughts flicker behind her eyes. Even so, she chooses not to answer his pointed remark. Instead, she turns to leave, but when she reaches the doorway, she glances back over her shoulder and meets his eyes, a steady fire burning in her gaze. In a quiet, measured voice, she tells him that if that is the case, then she will repay this debt another time. Yuri's smile deepens, playful on the surface, yet carrying genuine interest underneath. Another time, then, he echoes, watching her as she walks away and letting his gaze follow after her. Once the princess is gone, Yuri's smile slowly slips away, his expression darkens, and his thoughts turn inward. In his mind, Sir Raymond's words from the bandit camp rise up again. The second princess of the Holy Kingdom stands on unstable ground in the struggle for power, and because of that, she is forced to cling to visible results. A quiet understanding settles over Yuri. So that was what Raymond meant. Even so, after thinking it through, Yuri gives a casual little shrug and pulls his usual easy grin back into place. "Not my problem," he mutters under his breath. And with that, he heads back toward his men. He drops right down into the middle of them, and the mood immediately erupts back into noise and laughter around the table. The soldiers crowd in excitedly, each one trying to be the next to face him, shouting over each other in half-drunken enthusiasm. Yuri chuckles, points toward the man stepping up to challenge him, and says with a broad grin that he likes that kind of confidence. Then the scene shifts. Outside the inn, Sir Fennec stands together with his knights, irritation practically radiating off him into the night air, when the princess approaches. The instant he sees her, all the frustration he had been holding back comes spilling out at once. He sharply demands to know whether she has already grown friendly with the third prince of Betrayal. Resentment drips from his voice. Sibylla answers him in a calm, level tone, asking whether that is really the matter they should be discussing right now. But Fennec only grows more heated. His voice rises as he starts denouncing Yuri all over again, ranting about the prince's arrogance and lack of dignity and insisting that he warned her from the beginning about what kind of man Yuri was. Before he can continue any further, a desperate voice suddenly cuts through the argument with a cry of, "Your Highness." The urgency in it is so sharp that both of them turn at once, their quarrel instantly forgotten. A single rider came hurtling straight toward them at a reckless speed, as if he had forced both himself and his mount far past their limits. Blood streaked across the soldier's armor, and beneath him the horse was foaming at the mouth, its legs buckling and stumbling from exhaustion even as it kept driving forward. He barely got one leg over the saddle before his strength gave out completely. The instant he hit the ground, his knees failed him, and he crashed down hard onto one knee, fighting just to keep himself from collapsing face first. Forgive my rudeness," he gasped out, each word torn apart by harsh, uneven breaths as his chest heaved violently. "But this matter cannot wait another moment." The princess moved toward him at once, and the color visibly drained from her face as a cold sense of foreboding settled over her. Keeping her eyes fixed on the breathless messenger, she asked in a tight voice, "What news have you brought?" The soldier's voice trembled so badly it sounded ready to break apart. The main force has been attacked by the orcs." The words struck like lightning from a clear sky, and both Fennec and the princess froze on the spot, stunned into total silence by the weight of the report. Not long after that, the princess was already mounted once again, now clad fully in battle armor. Steel wrapped her from head to toe, and with the way she sat in the saddle, back straight and resolve carved into every line of her posture, she looked exactly like a commander riding out to meet war herself. At that point, there was no room left for doubt or delay. The time for standing still had ended, and the battlefield was already pulling them forward. Beside her stood the Lord of Gid, and when he addressed the princess, there was deep respect in his voice, but also worry he could not hide. "Your Highness," he asked with careful restraint, "are you departing immediately?" She answered him with a firm, unmistakable nod. "I am." But just as she was about to move, the Lord hesitated, clearly wrestling with whether he should speak at all before finally forcing the caution out. "Please forgive me if this is improper," he said, choosing every word carefully. "But have you considered requesting aid from the Betrayal forces?" The princess turned her gaze toward him, calm and sharp, silently weighing what he meant. Gathering what courage he had, the Lord pressed on in an earnest voice. If we truly want to reduce the losses among our allied troops, then that may be the wisest course. He had barely finished when Fennec cut across him with a voice sharp enough to crush the suggestion outright. Ridiculous. He stepped forward with open hostility burning in his stare. The Holy Kingdom fights its own battles. Or are you saying the Knights of the Holy Kingdom would lose to nothing more than a pack of orcs? The Lord stiffened immediately, his face tightening in visible discomfort. Letting out an awkward, strained laugh, he hurriedly waved both hands. No, that is not what I meant. The air between them was turning tense fast, but before the exchange could sharpen any further, the princess intervened. Her voice was level and composed, so steady that it seemed to settle the atmosphere the moment she spoke. It's fine. She offered the Lord a faint, reassuring smile and continued. I understand your concern comes from loyalty. But trust me, this matter will be resolved without trouble, even so. I appreciate your honesty. With that, she tightened her grip on the reins, and a fierce light flashed across her eyes. Then her order came down, clear, direct, and without a trace of hesitation. We ride through the night. A heartbeat later, the ground itself seemed to shake beneath them. Hooves thundered across the earth as her troops surged after her in one sweeping wave, like a storm of steel and urgency pouring into the dark, racing toward the embattled main army. The Lord of Gid did not move from his place. He simply stood there, watching the princess and her forces disappear farther and farther into the distance, and even after they were gone, the worry never left his face. At his side, one of the soldiers shifted uneasily, then muttered under his breath. The Knights of the Holy Kingdom, they really are unbelievably stubborn. The Lord gave a slow, grave nod in agreement, especially that Vice Commander Fennec. But there's nothing to be done about that. His expression hardened as he straightened his back, and when he spoke again, his tone had become decisive. Send a message to the third prince in the Betrayal camp. The soldier bowed deeply at once. Yes, my lord. Then, before the man could leave, the Lord of Gid's voice sharpened with urgency. Go immediately. Do not waste even a single moment. The soldier gave one last bow, then rushed to his horse and rode off without the slightest delay. Time passed, and before long, under the cover of night, the messenger arrived at the Betrayal camp. The instant he was granted entry, he dropped to one knee before the third prince and presented the message with all the urgency he had carried across the road. Yuri Betrayal broke the seal and unfolded the letter. As his eyes moved over the contents line by line, his expression gradually tightened, making it obvious that whatever he was reading was far from ordinary. A shadow of concern passed over his face almost at once. Sir Raymond stepped in closer and asked, "What does it say?" Yuri answered in a heavy, controlled voice. The Holy Kingdom's main force has been struck by the orcs. Raymond froze where he stood, disbelief flashing plainly across his face. What? Yuri continued in a low, measured tone. The Lord of Gid is requesting that we, as members of the Alliance, assist in eliminating the nearby orcs. Raymond's brows drew together at once. But why is the Lord of Gid the one asking us, instead of the Holy Kingdom themselves? Yuri remained silent for a brief moment. Then the face of the Holy Kingdom's vice commander surfaced in his mind, and a faint knowing smile touched his lips. Most likely, he said, someone is being stubborn. He straightened at once, every trace of hesitation gone from him. Raymond, prepare to move, Raymond answered, without missing a beat, striking a fist to his chest. At once, Your Highness. Yuri's gaze shifted away from Raymond and settled on the messenger instead. What is your name? Still breathing hard from the ride, the soldier answered, Roy, Your Highness. Roy. Yuri gave a small nod, then moved straight to his next command. Go to the bar by the Talisman Market and tell my knights to gather here immediately. Then a glint of mischief flickered in his eyes as he added, and tell them this too, the third prince is only taking the first 10 to arrive. Roy's eyes widened the moment he understood exactly what that would do. Yes, Your Highness. Understood. He mounted again at once and shot off into the night, leaving a trail of dust behind him as he vanished into the dark. Yuri stayed where he was, watching the messenger disappear without saying a word. Only after Roy was gone did Yuri finally lower the letter and set it down beside the lantern. He lightly brushed his hands together, and his expression settled into a calm that revealed nothing, as though the entire situation had already been arranged neatly inside his head. Then at last, the corner of Yuri's mouth curled into a sly smile. Good, he murmured to himself. Time for a little night stroll. Later that same night, Yuri rode out at the head of his knights, leading them toward the orcs' position, and strangely, despite the urgency pressing over everything, his expression looked almost easygoing, even playful, like he was enjoying the momentum of what was about to unfold. He twisted in the saddle, looked back at his men with a grin, and called out, You lot aren't still drunk, are you? Not a chance, Your Highness. They roared back in one fierce shout, raising their swords high as their spirits flared all at once. Yuri laughed outright at the sheer force of the answer. Good, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. Then he turned his head to the right, and his gaze landed on Jared. Jared looked awful. His face was pale, and even the way he sat on his horse looked unsteady. Yuri gave him a faint smirk. "What's wrong, Jared? You look like a corpse dragged back to life," Jared muttered weakly. "I'm fine," but neither his face nor his voice made that sound convincing. Just then, another sound broke through the night behind them. The pounding of hooves grew louder and louder, and someone came rushing up fast from the rear, closing the distance in a hurry. "It's Laurent." The knight brought his horse up beside Yuri and called out brightly, almost radiantly. "Your Highness," Yuri answered with matching energy in his voice. "Yes, Laurent?" Laurent looked at him with open admiration shining in his eyes. "Once again, I'm astonished by you. After the insult those paladins dealt you, not only did you let it pass, now you're even riding out to save them. Your Highness, the way you see things is on a completely different level from theirs. You're showing all of us there's no reason to sink to the same petty behavior they showed you. I sincerely admire judgment like that." Yuri let out a small, slightly awkward laugh and tried to wave the praise away. "It's really not like that." But in the back of his mind, he could not help wondering whether Laurent had always been this intense. Even so, Yuri looked back into Laurent's earnest eyes and said, "Thank you. Your loyalty means a great deal to me." And yet, even as he said it, a faint sense of unease lingered inside him. Laurent felt very different from the man Yuri remembered from his previous life. Then again, Yuri himself had changed too. If that was true, then maybe Laurent's change had something to do with his own. Still burning with devotion, Laurent dipped his head slightly and said, "Thank you for finally seeing me, my prince." Those words stayed with Yuri, as the two of them continued riding through the night. Then, all at once, Sir Raymond's sharp voice cut through the darkness. "Your Highness, something ahead." Every eye snapped forward immediately, their gazes narrowing as they tried to make out what was waiting in the distance. As they drew closer, the shapes ahead slowly sharpened from vague silhouettes into something recognizable. Raymond identified them first. The paladins of the Holy Kingdom. Before the next clash could begin, Yuri pulled back on the reins and brought his horse under control, then turned to face his men. His voice rang clearly across the formation, commanding and impossible to ignore. "Listen carefully. This will be your first battle against orcs. From this moment on, I will be the first to step onto that battlefield, and I will be the last one to leave it." The instant those words left his mouth, power exploded out from him. A brilliant blue aura surged over Yuri's entire body, radiant and violent, wrapping him in light as if his very presence had burst into flame. Then his voice dropped lower, steady and absolute, and every word struck with a weight that shook the hearts of those who heard it. "I, Yuri Briol, third prince of Briol, command you. Do not be harmed." He snapped the reins hard, and his horse reared high with a fierce cry that split the air. Then Yuri's voice thundered over the entire line with unstoppable force. "Charge!" At once, the knights hurled themselves forward, surging ahead with even greater momentum than before. Just ahead of them, the paladins of the Holy Kingdom were already racing forward at full speed, a long, surging line of gleaming armor, snapping banners, and pounding war horses. They were charging straight for the battlefield, desperate to reach the comrades still trapped in a brutal struggle against the orc assault. At the very tip of that vanguard, Lady Sibylla Arsaint pushed herself harder than anyone. With every stride of her horse, guilt bit deeper into her chest. She had let her vigilance slip, never imagining that the main orc force would slip past everything and strike directly at the core of their army. And then Yuri Briol's warning came back to her with sudden, painful clarity, sharp enough that she could almost hear it in her ear again. "Be careful! Orcs sometimes slip past the borders." Her fingers clenched around the reins until her knuckles nearly turned white, and a tight, bitter frown settled across her face. The more she replayed everything in her mind, the more anger swelled inside her. Anger toward the enemy, yes, but even more toward her own lapse in judgment. Then, at last, the battlefield opened up before her eyes. Ahead, her soldiers were still fighting, still locked in a savage clash with the orcs. "They're still holding," she shouted over her shoulder to the knights behind her. "We need to reach them now, faster." With that, she drove her heels in and urged her horse forward with even greater force. Under her breath, she let out a brief prayer of thanks when she saw that their standards were still standing tall and had not yet been brought down. Then she turned toward her vice commander and called out, "Sir Fennec, the paladins will strike straight for the orc commander. Take the lead and drive the charge." Fennec answered immediately, without even a moment of doubt. "Yes, Your Highness." Then he raised his voice so that the entire formation could hear him clearly. "Form ranks. Prepare to charge," the answer thundered back at once. "Yes, sir." And a moment later, the paladins surged ahead with their weapons raised high. At the front of the formation, Sibylla closed one hand around the cross hanging at her neck and whispered her prayer. "Lord, your servant wishes to run ahead. Please carry me forward." At first, the pendant only shimmered with a faint light, but in the next instant that glow strengthened rapidly, spreading over her horse and wrapping her whole body in brilliant radiance. Covered in that pure white light, she lifted her sword high above her head and drove forward even faster, pushing straight toward the enemy commander without the slightest hesitation. The paladins roared and spurred their horses after her, charging in with all their strength. Not a single one of them realized that a trap had already been laid directly in their path. As they closed the distance, something suddenly rose from the ground ahead, a skull bound in warped, tangled strands of magic. Its hollow eye sockets burned with an eerie red glow, while a murky, dark purple mist began spreading out around it. In the very next instant, it sank back down beneath the earth. At once, a massive magic circle burst open under the charging knights, blazing with a dreadful, ominous light. But they were already moving far too fast to stop. Sibylla and the paladins rode straight into the heart of the spell. The moment their horses' hooves struck the circle, the earth beneath them split apart. The ground cracked open without warning, and riders and mounts alike were swallowed whole as the surface collapsed into darkness. At the front, Sibylla's voice rang out sharply through the chaos. "It's a trap!" But that warning went no farther. Her horse suddenly bucked violently beneath her, and she was thrown straight into empty space. The fall felt endless, like she had been dropped into a bottomless black abyss. Around her, terrified screams echoed from every side as knights and horses tumbled down together. Reaching upward in blind desperation, one bitter thought pierced her mind. Had she made the wrong choice again? Then the ground rushed up to meet her. She slammed hard onto solid earth, and a brutal shock of pain tore through her entire body from head to toe. A harsh light poured down from somewhere far above, forcing her to lift an arm and shield her eyes. And in that dazed, shattered moment, her thoughts began slipping backward into the past. In her mind, she was a child again, standing in the moment when her holy power first awakened. Back then, voices had surrounded her from every side, praising the blessing she had received, speaking to her with such warmth, such pride, and such overwhelming expectation. At that time, she had smiled so brightly and vowed to herself that she would live up to every one of those hopes. That was why she devoted herself to the sword with everything she had. Then came the day she surpassed her brothers. Her blade landed true, and one of them ended the match on his knees in defeat. That was the moment she realized, far too late, that she had stepped onto the wrong path. From that day onward, fear took root in her brother's heart, the fear that one day she might take the place that was supposed to belong to him. So instead, he pushed her toward war, toward a destiny that had never truly been hers to begin with. And when the Allied army was assembled, they placed her at its head. "It is God's will," they told her. "Fight for the divine, and salvation will come. Your soul will rise." But even while she accepted that command, even while they smiled at her and gently patted her head, she had already understood what the truth really was. Now, bruised and battered at the bottom of the pit, that same truth flared up inside her all over again. "Don't make me laugh," she spat, the bitterness in her voice impossible to hide. Forcing her aching body to move, she pushed herself upright again, her sword still clenched tightly in her hand. "All any of you ever wanted," she said, through pain and fury, "was for me to die." All around her, the other paladins groaned in pain. Bruised, bloodied, and disoriented, they struggled just to lift themselves after the terrible fall. Through sheer willpower, Sibylla forced herself fully upright, defiance flashing hard in her eyes, and shouted, "Stand up! Get ready!" But as she steadied herself, something dark and slick on her skin suddenly caught her attention. She quickly looked around and saw the same substance smeared across the bodies of the others as well. Her breath caught in her throat. Oil. The word barely escaped her lips before her eyes widened in horror and her gaze flew upward. High above the pit, countless orcs were gathered in a ring around the rim. Every one of them held a torch, and the flames crackled greedily in the darkness, ready to be thrown down at any second. Now that was all Sibylla could see, those flames above her, row after row of burning torches hanging over the pit like a sentence of death. A small sound slipped from her lips. Ah. It was faint, hollow, and drained of all hope. Then, as one, the orcs raised their arms, preparing to cast the fire down into the pit below. Sibylla's thoughts spiraled out of control. First, the main army had been attacked, and now this, an elaborate trap designed to burn them alive where they stood. Her chest tightened as despair came crashing in all at once. What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to survive this? Her vision blurred, and the world around her seemed to dim and stain itself red. She squeezed her eyes shut, as though at last she no longer had the strength to resist what was coming. What have I even been fighting for all this time? And then, cutting straight through that suffocating haze, a voice called to her, strong, clear, and commanding. Sibylla. In the very next moment, the severed head of an orc dropped past her and struck the ground with a heavy thud. That same voice called to her again. "Open your eyes." She obeyed. Tears blurred her vision and threatened to spill, but through that watery haze she saw him standing there. It was Prince Yuri Briol, still holding the torch he had taken from the orc he had just killed. Looking down at her with a teasing grin, he said, "Was it really that hard to ask for help?" Bathed in the blue glow of his aura, Yuri smiled at her brightly. "Are you all right?" Around the edge of the pit, his knights moved with ruthless speed, cutting down the orcs one after another before even a single torch could be thrown. Flames slipped from dead hands and dropped harmlessly onto the dirt below. In only a few moments, the danger overhead was gone completely. Ropes were quickly lowered into the pit, and the battered paladins were pulled out one after another. Sibylla was the last one brought back up. This time, Yuri himself leaned down and held out his hand to her. She reached up, took it, and he pulled her firmly back onto solid ground, where she stood catching her breath. Looking up at him, she quietly murmured, "Thank you. I owe you." Yuri brushed it aside with an easy motion of his hand. It was nothing, but before either of them could continue, another voice suddenly called out from nearby. "Prince." Both of them turned at once toward the sound. It was Fennec. He stepped forward, lowered his head, and spoke with complete solemnity. "I am Fennec, Vice Commander of the Holy Kingdom's Knights. I greet the third Prince of Briol, and I formally apologize for the way I behaved at the tavern." Both Sibylla and Yuri stared at him in visible surprise, but Fennec kept going, his voice steady, humbled, and utterly sincere. "I will never forget this kindness, not until the day I die." Sibylla's eyes widened even further. Was this really Fennec apologizing? Yuri, on the other hand, simply smiled back at him, calm, assured, and completely untroubled, as though there had never been any friction between them in the first place. "I accept your apology," he said. Then his tone shifted slightly, still warm, but no longer as casual as before. "And if the day ever comes when Briol is the one in need, I hope the Holy Kingdom will extend its hand to us as well." Before anyone could answer him, a sharp scream tore through the night, and Yuri's attention snapped instantly back toward the battlefield. Steel slammed into steel over and over with savage force, the clashes ringing non-stop across the battlefield. All along the front line, the soldiers were being pushed to their limit, gritting their teeth as they struggled to withstand the crushing weight of the orcs' enormous maces, fighting with everything they had just to keep from being driven back. Then, cutting through that chaos from above it all, one of the orcs raised a massive horn to its mouth and blew. A deep, thunder-heavy note rolled across the field like a shockwave, so powerful and ominous that for a brief instant it felt as though the entire battlefield had frozen in place. Yuri's grip tightened hard around the hilt of his sword. In that single moment, every instinct he had flared at once, all of them screaming the same warning deep inside him. Something was off. But instead of pressing their advantage, the orcs abruptly broke away. Almost at the same time, they turned their backs and began retreating in eerie, organized unison, and Yuri narrowed his eyes as he watched them go. So that was their move. They were falling back because they had failed to break the paladins head-on. His face turned cold, and when he spoke, the words came out like a low growl. "I won't allow it." Then his voice rang across the battlefield, sharp, commanding, and absolute. "After them. Don't let a single one escape." In the next instant, his knights answered with a fierce roar and charged after the retreating orcs without hesitation. But just a heartbeat later, a different banner rose above the orc formation. Then another lifted into view. Then a third. 3 flags bearing the same sigil unfurled high in the night wind, their cloth snapping and rippling overhead like a dark omen hanging over the battlefield. The moment Yuri recognized them, his expression sank. An orcful. Then the ground itself started trembling as a gigantic shape stepped out from beyond the ranks. Every colossal footstep it took seemed to crack and split the earth under it. A giant orc advanced from the rear, its towering body draped with a flag across its back, and every movement that thing made was packed with raw, murderous intent. Then it threw back its head and roared, and the sound ripped violently through the night. Sibylla's voice broke through at once, tight with fear and urgency. "Yuri!" But Yuri never looked back. Without taking his eyes off the monster in front of him, he simply raised one hand to stop her where she was. The orcful raised an enormous bow, and the arrow set against the string throbbed with twisted black mana. Even from that distance, the dark energy coiling around it felt wrong, warped in a way that made the air itself seem unnatural. The bowstring stretched farther and farther back, pulled to its absolute limit. Then it released with a violent snap that burst through the field like thunder. The blackened arrow screamed through the air, tearing straight toward Yuri at terrifying speed. And still, Yuri did not so much as flinch. He stood perfectly still with his feet planted firm, and his posture unshaken. His entire focus narrowed down to that one incoming strike. Only at the very last instant did his eyes flare with a brilliant blue light. Mana surged through his body in one clean, explosive burst, and Yuri swung. A crushing impact tore through the air. Bam! His blade split the incoming arrow cleanly in half. The shattered pieces spun away in opposite directions and scattered uselessly across the ground, their threat erased in a single stroke. Yuri lowered his sword and spoke in a calm, almost offhand tone that felt strangely composed against the raging mana around him. It seems the orc commander is rather upset by my presence, and as he said it, power poured from his body in an even brighter, fiercer wave than before, wrapping both him and his sword in radiant light. A faint, confident smile touched the corner of his mouth. "Very well," he said quietly, though his voice still carried with the weight of tempered steel. "I'll answer his challenge." With his sword raised and his blazing aura spilling around him, Yuri stepped forward to meet it head-on. Each step he took was slow, deliberate, and packed with pressure, as though he alone had seized control of the battlefield. Even the orcs began drawing back from his path, their movements betraying a tense, uneasy anticipation for what was about to unfold. Yuri moved far enough ahead to leave the others behind, then stopped and planted his feet, settling into position. Without even turning around, he spoke back to them in a steady, unwavering voice. "I'll return soon." "Wait! Don't go alone!" Sibylla shouted after him, and the fear in her voice was impossible to miss. But Yuri never slowed for even a moment. He gave no answer at all and simply surged forward, and almost immediately, a group of orcs noticed him charging straight in their direction. One of them broke away from the pack, its thick muscles bulging as it dug in its feet, and leveled a long spear toward him. The orc barked out a guttural cry in its own language, then threw the spear with terrifying force, putting its entire body into the motion. The spear tore through the air in a blur, flying straight for Yuri's face. Yuri saw it perfectly clearly, but he never stopped moving. His sword remained lowered at his side, and his narrowed gaze stayed locked on the attack with total concentration. And in that split second, a memory rose to the surface of his mind. Bernard's voice echoed inside him. On a battlefield, everything changes without warning. The terrain changes, the weather changes, the timing changes. Most of that can be sharpened through training, but His Highness's soul severance was an entirely different matter. Yuri remembered his younger self frowning at those words, unable to grasp what Bernard had meant. Different? In what way? And Bernard, after letting out a long, heavy sigh, had answered him with quiet certainty. You read the situation instantly, you see the best possible move, and your body acts before anyone can even put it into words. It becomes a sword strike. I won't need to teach you the answer. When that moment comes, Your Highness will understand it for yourself. Back in the present, Yuri's body shifted on its own with effortless precision, as if it already knew exactly where it needed to be before his mind could even finish the thought. The first spear skimmed past him by mere inches, close enough that it should have killed him, yet not close enough to touch him. At the same instant, his eyes had already picked up the next spear flying in right behind the first. Yuri dropped low in one smooth motion, folding down like a spring compressed to its very limit. Then, at the exact perfect moment, he burst upward. The second spear crashed into the ground directly beneath him, burying itself in the spot where he had been standing just a heartbeat before. Yuri landed lightly on top of that embedded spear's shaft. Using that narrow shaft as a foothold, he kicked off with force and launched himself even higher into the air. The orcs below could do nothing but stare in stunned disbelief, their eyes widening as Yuri came down toward them at blinding speed. One swing was enough. A single flash of steel cut through the space between them, and the orcs collapsed together. Then a fresh wave of furious roars erupted from nearby, so heavy it made the ground tremble again. Yuri turned toward the sound immediately. 3 huge orcs were charging straight at him now, rage blazing in their eyes. Yuri tightened his grip around his sword, and instead of fear, a flicker of excitement lit across his face. 3 at once, the thought stirred something inside him. It had been far too long since he had truly felt the thrill of battle, and there was no chance he would let an opportunity like this slip away. Yuri adjusted his footing and settled into a flawless stance, while memories from his past life came flooding back through him all at once. His eyes sharpened as they locked onto the 3 charging orcs. And then in an instant the way the world appeared to him completely changed. Thin lines spread across their bodies, glowing like trails that only he could see. They revealed every weakness, every exposed opening, every perfect route his blade could follow. "I see it," Yuri murmured under his breath, his voice calm and steady. "The path of my sword," and then he moved. The first orc was cut down instantly, struck cleanly along those lines that nobody else on that battlefield could possibly see. As the other two rushed in after it, those same glowing paths surfaced across their bodies as well, shifting and dancing before Yuri's eyes. Yuri did not hesitate for even a fraction of a second. He simply followed the route his mind had laid bare in front of him. His strike came out fast, precise, and utterly merciless. The orcs never even had the chance to mount a counterattack before they were cut down where they stood. What came after that could barely even be called a battle anymore. It had turned into pure, one-sided slaughter, a crushing massacre so overwhelming that the orcs had no chance left to resist at all. When the final orc finally crashed to the ground, Yuri Briol let the tightness ease out of his shoulders and calmly slid his sword back into its sheath. Under his breath, he released a quiet sigh, admitting to himself that his body still wasn't quite fast enough to match the speed of his mind. Even so, a faint, satisfied smirk crept onto his face. For now, he decided that level was good enough. His eyes drifted downward over the pile of discarded weapons strewn among the corpses of the fallen orcs. Then, out of everything lying there, one particular spear caught his attention and made him stop. Without the slightest hesitation, Yuri walked straight toward it, bent down, picked it up, and then lifted the spear high above his head where everyone on the field could see it. Then he shouted across the battlefield, his voice sharp with fury as he hurled a single word straight at the enemy commander. Arkful, the gigantic orc commander, reacted at once, turning immediately as its attention locked squarely onto Yuri. Yuri's grip tightened around the spear shaft, and in the very next instant, mana began pouring into it. The entire weapon trembled and shimmered as power gathered through it from end to end. Then, with one clean, fluid motion, Yuri hurled it with terrifying force. Even so, the orcful did not move so much as an inch. Standing there in open arrogance, the creature simply raised its massive axe to intercept it, utterly confident that its own strength would be enough to stop whatever came flying its way. The moment Yuri saw that, his grin only spread wider. Then the impact came. Bam! But the spear had never been meant for the orc itself. Instead, it drove straight into the pole strapped across the creature's back, the very staff that held the proud orcish flag, the symbol of their strength and pride. The pole snapped apart the instant it was hit, bursting into jagged splinters under the force. Broken fragments rained down onto the earth below, and the lesser orcs could only stand there in stunned silence, their eyes wide as they stared at what had just happened. A deep, furious grinding sound came from the orcful as it clenched its teeth. Its back was exposed now, and the treasured emblem of its dominance had been reduced to shattered wood, scattered across the ground. Then it barked out a harsh command in its guttural tongue, the order slicing through the air like a snarl. And just like that, the orc ranks began to withdraw. Yuri watched them pull back, his confident smirk never fading as the enemy turned away from the field. So that was the choice you made. Rather than throw everything away in a reckless charge, you were choosing to cut your losses and retreat. Fine, then. Yuri took it as the orc commander's answer to the arrow that had been fired at him earlier. Around him, the battlefield gradually began to quiet down. Yuri. Sibylla's voice rang out from behind him as she finally caught up, her horse's hooves pounding hard across the dirt. The moment she reached him, she hurried over in open urgency and asked at once, "Are you hurt?" Yuri turned to her with an easy, bright smile as though the battle had never placed him in danger for even a second. "Nope, I'm fine." Then the two of them turned their eyes back toward the field together. By then, the orcs were already in full retreat, their formation broken as the allied soldiers pressed after them without letting up. Taking in the sight with calm eyes, Yuri said, "Looks like it's over." Then he glanced at Sibylla from the side, a trace of amusement resting on his face as he asked, "So, how does it feel? Your first victory as part of the Alliance." For a brief moment, Sibylla could not answer him at all. Then, little by little, a soft smile of pure relief finally rose to her lips. She lowered her head slightly, gratitude plain in the gesture, and thanked him from the heart. "Thank you. Truly, this is thanks to you." Yuri received those words with nothing more than a simple, quiet smile. But deep within the forest shadows, the retreating orcs came to a halt. Their commander stood among them like a towering mass of rage, his entire body shaking with fury. With a furious roar, he slammed his fist into the trunk of a nearby tree. The wood splintered beneath the blow. The monstrous face twisted savagely, tusks bared, while one glowing red eye burned through the darkness. He growled something low and chilling in the orc tongue, and the violence of his anger made even the air around him seem to tremble. That same night, back in the city of Gid, the taverns were bursting with noise and celebration. Soldiers laughed, drank, and hammered their mugs against the tables, while the rooms filled with the thick smell of ale and victory. Outside, drunken men staggered through the streets, singing terribly off-key, and inside, battle stories flowed from mouth to mouth, just as freely as the drinks. Sir Jared was right in the center of that uproar, enthusiastically retelling the battle to anyone willing to listen. I'm telling you, it was insane. His Highness rushed forward, snatched the torch right out of the air, just whoosh, and threw it straight back. The soldiers around him leaned in with wide-eyed disbelief written all over their faces. One of them muttered that it didn't make sense because he had always heard Prince Yuri was terrible at fighting. As far as he knew, the prince mostly survived off gambling. Another soldier jumped in right away, saying he had actually seen Yuri playing cards before and that the prince had been absurdly good at it. At that, Laurent, who had been seated nearby, shot to his feet in outrage. His voice rang out on the spot, sharp and heated with conviction. Lies, all of it. He pressed a hand firmly to his chest. His face flushed red with drunken pride as he declared, "The blood of the king runs strongest in Prince Yuri Briol. I swear it." And once he started, the praise kept spilling out of him without pause, thick with admiration. You haven't seen anything yet. His deeds are too many to count, and every last one of them proves his greatness. And if I must, I'll tell you all of them. The soldiers exchanged glances, some chuckling under their breath, while others simply nodded along, as Laurent launched completely into his drunken yet passionate defense of Yuri and refused to let a single rumor stand unanswered. Not far from that commotion, someone sat quietly listening to the back and forth between the knight and the soldiers. One soldier even nudged another and muttered that Laurent was completely drunk, wondering who had been foolish enough to let him drink at all. Slowly, the loud voices around the room began to blur into the background until only the low tavern murmur remained. That silent listener was Yuri's personal assassin. Calm and unreadable, she lifted a spoonful of food to her mouth while her thoughts turned inward. Prince Yuri, he was far too strange to be written off as just another noble. He had even seen through the assassination technique she had hidden her entire life. She set the spoon down again and kept thinking, and now on top of that, he had stepped into the center of a battlefield without even the slightest hesitation. To her, Yuri always seemed to be moving several steps ahead of everyone else, so far ahead that at times he almost looked like a man who could see the future itself. Her gaze shifted slightly, landed on the innkeeper, and she beckoned for him to come over. When he reached her table, she told him she was searching for someone. The innkeeper gave a small nod and asked directly, "Yes? Who are you searching for?" She described a man with dark brown hair, a sword at his waist, and swordsmanship that went far beyond anything ordinary. The innkeeper scratched his head and admitted that no one matching that description came to mind immediately, so she added one more detail. The man, she said, was poor with the continental language and spoke with a very noticeable accent. That detail was enough to stir the innkeeper's memory. "Ah, now that you say that, I'm not sure about the hair color, but I do remember a man who spoke awkwardly." He continued, saying that the man had ordered risotto, asked for it with no spices, and then requested directions to Balshad. Taking in the information without wasting a moment, the woman pulled out a silver coin and dropped it into the innkeeper's hand with a simple, "All right, thank you for the information." The innkeeper let out a small, pleased chuckle, clearly caught off guard, and a little embarrassed. "I wasn't expecting a reward, but since you insist, thank you, ma'am." She turned her eyes toward the window and sank into thought. Balshad. That was where the Allied forces were gathering. Still staring out into the distance, she reached her conclusion in silence. So he was heading in the same direction as His Highness. That meant she would have to move fast and find him first. Then a clear image rose in her mind, the back of the man she was searching for. She knew exactly who he was, one of the 10 strongest on the continent, a swordsman from the east. After the battle at Gid, Prince Yuri Briol and his soldiers continued onward, pressing ahead toward the next destination waiting for them. Every night, the army halted long enough to raise camp, but this time the whole process moved with far more order and discipline than before. It was obvious they had taken lessons from everything they had witnessed in the Holy Kingdom, and as the soldiers worked in smooth, practiced coordination, Yuri Briol watched the scene unfold with quiet approval in his eyes. Turning towards Sir Raymond, Yuri remarked that he was relieved to see the men had already become so used to this routine. He admitted he had honestly been worried he might have to teach everything again from the very beginning. Raymond, sounding just as satisfied, replied that after setting up camp this many times, the soldiers barely had to think anymore. By now, their bodies remembered the work for them. Yuri gave Raymond full credit for that, telling him it was all thanks to his guidance and that he had managed the men exceptionally well. Then, after pointing ahead into the distance, the prince told Raymond he would go inspect the surrounding area himself and entrusted the rest of the camp's management to him. Raymond immediately lowered his head and answered, "Yes, Your Highness." Sometime later, Yuri was moving alone through the forest. Even with an entire army camped nearby, the stillness around him felt unnaturally dense, heavy in a way that pressed against the senses. His eyes narrowed as he turned the feeling over in his mind, beginning to suspect that the odds of a night ambush were much higher than he had first assumed. Then, without warning, a rough voice ripped through the silence. "You little bastard." Yuri reacted instantly, shifting toward the sound and slipping into the bushes for cover as he closed the distance. From that concealment, he saw an ugly scene playing out. Several soldiers had Corey surrounded, hemming him in from both sides while Corey knelt on the ground with nowhere to go. One of the soldiers was berating him, angrily reminding Corey that he had been told not to leave his sight. Corey did not answer. Tears slid silently down his face while the insults kept raining down on him one after another. Dirty half-orc, and the abuse only escalated from there. Another soldier accused Corey of being a spy, claiming he had fooled the prince by pretending to be loyal. Corey shook his head frantically, his voice cracking apart as he denied it over and over. He insisted it wasn't true, swearing with everything he had, that he would never do something like that. But the soldier only curled his lip, seized Corey's hand, and roughly stripped away the gauntlet the prince had given him. "Not true? My ass? You probably stole this too." The moment the gauntlet was taken, Corey reached for it in panic, pleading desperately and insisting he had never stolen anything in his life. He begged for it back, but the soldier flatly refused, saying he would smash it, while another man beside him laughed with open cruelty. Corey's voice broke all over again as he begged them one more time. And that was the exact moment Prince Yuri stepped out from the darkness. His voice sliced straight through the tension. "You there!" The soldiers froze where they stood and turned, only to see Yuri walking toward them through the dim light. His narrowed eyes were cold as he demanded to know what they thought they were doing there while everyone else was busy setting up camp. The men immediately started tripping over their own words, scrambling to explain themselves. "Your Highness, you see, this guy here?" But Yuri did not allow them to continue. The look in his eyes sharpened into something so severe that their knees nearly gave out beneath them. "It seems you didn't hear me clearly. I'll say it again. Get lost." Both soldiers snapped upright and shouted, "Yes, sir." They dropped the gauntlet at once, stumbled backward in panic, and then ran for it, throwing frantic apologies behind them until they disappeared into the distance. Only after they were gone did Yuri turn back to Corey and quietly ask, "Are you all right?" Corey could not answer right away. He simply stared up at Yuri in stunned disbelief. At last, he picked up the fallen gauntlet, clutched it tightly to himself with his eyes squeezed shut and whispered, "Yes, thank you, Your Highness." Yuri sat down beside him and lowered his voice even more. Gently, he asked whether Corey wanted those men to be punished. Corey shook his head, and even after all of that, a faint smile somehow still appeared on his face. "No, it's fine." Carefully, Corey adjusted his hood and continued in a quiet, painfully honest voice. He said this was only natural. People were drawn toward beauty and turned away from ugliness. If Yuri stepped in to protect him every single time, then maybe he would feel safe in that moment. But in the end, it would only push him farther away from the dream he wanted most. Now curious, Yuri looked at him and asked, "And what dream is that?" Corey hesitated for a brief second, then answered with quiet but unmistakable resolve. He said he wanted to live among people, and that once he had earned their recognition, then... Yuri watched him in silence, visibly taken aback. Deep down, he had to admit it sounded like the kind of dream that was almost impossible to achieve. And yet, as Yuri looked at Corey, he silently came to a decision of his own. For the time being, Corey could remain with the soldiers under the excuse that he was needed as an interpreter for the orc language. But after this raid, Yuri did not say the rest out loud. Instead, he reached over and gently patted Corey on the head, ruffling his hair just enough to leave the boy completely stunned. Breaking the silence, Yuri asked, "You're staying with Hernando right now, aren't you?" Corey blinked at the sudden question, startled for a moment before answering. "Pardon?" "Yes." Then Yuri said something Corey clearly never would have expected. "Learn magic from Hernando." A small, softened smile touched his face as he said it. "If you truly want to live among people, then you'll need something special. You need skills that make you stand out from the rest." Later that same night, beneath a sky crowded with stars, the Briol soldiers rested inside a camp that had been fully established and properly secured. Inside one of the larger tents, a war council had gathered around the table. One of the men raised the question everyone was most concerned about and asked how much preparation had been made in case of a night ambush. Sir Raymond answered before anyone else, explaining that every supply depot had already been covered with flame-retardant cloth and that guards had been stationed all along the palisades as well as around the barracks. Jared still did not look fully convinced. He asked whether all of that was truly necessary, pointing out that the prince had assigned even more soldiers than usual to the watch. Yuri leaned forward over the table and pointed to a section of the map spread before them. Calmly, but with unmistakable firmness, He reminded everyone there that they were deep inside orc territory. If something happens here, that won't be unusual. We have to stay ahead of it. He warned them that the orcs could very well turn to fire again, just as they had done against the Holy Kingdom. But before anyone else inside the tent could respond, a soldier suddenly burst in, breathing hard and speaking in a frantic rush. "Your Highness, it's urgent." Still out of breath, he forced out the report. The orcs were attacking. In an instant, the atmosphere inside the tent completely changed. Everyone shot to their feet and rushed outside, alarm tightening across their faces. What greeted them outside was grim. Flames had already spread through parts of the camp, and amid the firelight and confusion, soldiers were locked in chaotic clashes with orcs on all sides. Yuri swept his gaze across the scene, and his voice sank with grim realization. This is worse than I imagined. Before anyone had the chance to react to those words, a large barrel wrapped in a strange, sinister, dark energy suddenly came hurtling through the air. It slammed down just behind Yuri and exploded violently the instant it hit the ground. Yuri spun toward the blast and stared at the destruction left behind with open disbelief. Letting out a sharp breath, he muttered that he honestly had no words for this anymore. Were the orcs actually using gunpowder now? Hernando immediately shook his head. No, it was not gunpowder. It was sorcery, and the mana within it was badly distorted. Yuri clicked his tongue and shook his head in disgust. Blatant sorcery right in front of them. At that point, he did not even know what to say anymore. He was sick of it. Even so, he turned to Hernando at once and demanded a countermeasure. Hernando studied the warped energy closely, reading the mana tangled through the flames, and after a moment he reached his conclusion. These were pre-made bombs infused with sorcery, and the orcs were the ones throwing them. The only way to stop it was to eliminate whoever was launching them. Yuri considered it for only a brief moment before lifting his voice sharply and calling out to his officers. Sir Raymond, spread out and take command of your units. As he gave the order, Yuri poured mana into his sword. Bright blue power flooded the blade until it shone with fierce intensity, and his voice cut through the roar of battle and fire once again as he repeated the command with absolute clarity. Sir Raymond, disperse and take command of your units. Then the mana swelled even higher. This time it did not stop at the sword, but spread over his entire body until he stood wrapped in radiant azure light. His eyes narrowed, his focus turning razor sharp, and as he raised his weapon, he declared that in the meantime, he would personally go meet the one responsible for this little stunt. He turned toward Hernando, power trembling visibly in the air around him, and demanded to know which direction the sorcery was coming from. Hernando raised a hand without hesitation and pointed straight ahead. That way. The moment Yuri got his answer, he stomped down so hard that the ground cracked beneath his boots. He leaves behind nothing more than a short promise, spoken in that calm, straightforward way of his, without any wasted emotion. All right, I'll be back. And the instant the words leave his mouth, Yuri is gone. Mana detonates through his body and hurls him forward like a crack of lightning, launching him through the darkness so fast that the night can only catch a fading streak of blue in the path he carves behind him. By the time he reaches the place, his gaze locks dead ahead. Waiting for him there is an orc standing perfectly still, not shifting so much as an inch, with a flag planted on its back like an open invitation for someone to step up and challenge it. Yuri knows that sight immediately. This is the same bastard whose flag he destroyed before, and now that broken pole has been patched back together with strips of cloth, crudely tied, and displayed right in front of him like an insult thrown straight into his face. The moment he sees it, heat surges through Yuri's chest. Anger takes over completely, and he doesn't pause to think or even slow his pace for a heartbeat. He simply drives himself straight at the orc, propelled by raw fury alone. But the orc gives him nothing. It doesn't flinch, doesn't brace, doesn't even bother stepping aside. It only stares back, rooted where it stands, massive and unmoving like a slab of carved stone, and that silent arrogance only fans Yuri's anger higher. A roar tears out of Yuri's throat as blue light erupts along his sword, stretching it into a blazing spear of mana. Was it you? He bellows, and in the same breath he drives forward, trying to skewer the orc in one brutal thrust. Then, at the very last instant, the orc finally moves. Its arm jerks back in one clean, sudden motion, and those thick, heavy fingers snap around the grip of its enormous axe. For a weapon that huge, it rises with terrifying speed. The axe whips upward, bringing its blunt side up like a steel barricade, and Yuri's sword slams into it head-on. Sparks burst wildly between them, metal shrieks against metal, and the clash lands with enough force to make the air itself shudder. Using that impact to flow straight into the next move, the orc rolls its body and unleashes a savage horizontal swing. The giant axe rips across the space between them with crushing force, blasting both fighters backward. Yuri loses his footing for a moment, breath-catching, his sword arm trembling from the sheer weight packed into that one strike. And right there, the truth sinks into him cold and undeniable. This enemy's strength is monstrous, and there's no room left to deny it now. Across from him, the orc's eyes glint, and Yuri realizes it isn't just attacking on instinct, it's enjoying this fight. His stare hardens as it clicks into place. These aren't random blows from some mindless brute. This thing has survived battle after battle, and it knows exactly how to kill. The orc hoists that massive axe once more, clearly readying another crushing attack. Yuri's thoughts race. He hates giving ground, but if he wants even a moment to recover and think, he knows he has to make some distance. The axe comes down with a violent crash, and Yuri barely manages to fling himself backward in time. A split second later, the blade smashes into the exact patch of earth where he had just been standing. But the orc doesn't let him breathe. One swing flows straight into the next, in a relentless barrage, each attack so heavy and vicious, it looks like it could shatter stone on contact. Yuri keeps slipping around them by the narrowest margins, ducking low, twisting aside and giving ground inch by inch. He refuses to meet even one of those blows head-on. At last, the orc gathers its weight and winds itself into a wide, devastating sweep. The second Yuri reads that motion, he understands the danger instantly. This time, there's no room left to evade. So Yuri digs in. Mana surges through his body and floods into his sword, and with a harsh cry dragged up from deep in his chest, he collides with the strike head-on. Steel explodes against steel in a storm of sparks, the shock rattling the air around them. But Yuri doesn't merely stop the attack, he catches its force and bends it away. Then he turns that redirected momentum into a slash of his own. Their powers crash together again, recoil violently, and the backlash throws both fighters apart until they come to a stop facing each other across the gap. Yuri steadies his stance and forces his breathing back under control, never taking his eyes off the orc for even a second. The expression on his face isn't the same anymore. There's genuine respect in it now, sharpened by danger. Quietly, Yuri accepts it. This one stands on an entirely different level from the others. Then the corner of his mouth lifts into a fierce, hungry grin. All right then, let's see what you've really got. In the very next heartbeat, mana bursts out of him all at once. Blue radiance engulfs Yuri from head to toe, his sword blazing like a comet as he launches forward again, a streak of pure azure wrath tearing across the battlefield. The orc answers at once. Dark purple mana erupts around its hulking frame, wrapping itself around the giant axe until the weapon looks even more sinister than before. It makes the first move, swinging with brutal force and ripping through the air. Yuri kicks off the ground at the last possible moment, leaping upward just as the attack screams beneath him. He lands and slides forward, already trying to turn that movement into a counterattack. Then his eyes widen. This isn't just brute power. The orc is using mana. Step by step, it keeps pressing forward without pause, dark energy tightening around its body as it advances, its eyes burning with savage intensity. Yuri exhales slowly, disbelief slipping into his voice. He should have realized it the moment he heard they were using sorcery. His mind flashes back to those explosions, to the question he asked about gunpowder, and to Hernando's calm reply echoing in his head. That's not gunpowder, that's sorcery. Now, with the distorted mana hanging in the air, everything suddenly makes sense. Just like that, every scattered piece falls into place in Yuri's mind. If the orc sorcerers could handle mana, then naturally their warriors could have learned the mana method as well. A sharp, dangerous smile spreads across his face, thrilled by the realization instead of shaken by it. Blue light bursts outward from Yuri in pulsing waves of mana. He lifts his sword and points it straight at the orc, his voice carrying a clear challenge as he says, "So, you're one of the elite, huh?" His eyes narrow to razor points, locked straight onto the orc. Then Yuri roars out the name of his technique. Soul Severance. The world changes in an instant. Lines, seams, and distinct marks flare into view all over the orc's body, as if countless hidden paths have suddenly been drawn before Yuri's eyes, each one revealing exactly where the killing cut should fall. The orc's axe comes crashing down in a murderous arc, absurdly fast for something so huge. Yuri drops low without hesitation and slips under it by the narrowest margin, moving with the razor-clean precision that only battle-hardened instinct can produce. As he rises, Yuri's eyes are burning. A smoky aura coils around his sword, and the blade moves so fast in his hand that it becomes nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. And then, in the very next instant, bam! Steel tears into flesh. Yuri's sword drives straight through the orc's throat, yet the monster refuses to fall. Its crimson eyes blaze with pure rage as one enormous hand shoots up and clamps down on the blade buried in its neck, holding it in place through sheer force alone. Yuri grits his teeth and tries to force the sword even deeper, but no matter how much strength he throws into it, the blade won't sink another inch. Cold warning shoots through him. Instantly, he pulls mana toward his throat and concentrates it there, trying to lessen whatever damage is about to come as much as possible. The orc lets out a thick, guttural laugh, ugly and openly mocking. Still pinning the sword in place with one hand, it raises its axe high above its head. Making its intention obvious, it plans to split Yuri in two with the next strike. But Yuri is faster to act. He twists sharply and slices across the orc's palm in one clean, decisive motion. Then, with a savage burst of force, he cuts through its fingers and finally rips his sword free from its grip. The orc bellows in pain, but even with blood pouring and its hand ruined, it still refuses to retreat. Instead, it switches hands and hurls out a desperate axe swing, wild, vicious, and close enough to nearly rip Yuri's head off. Yuri avoids the blow, but not completely clean. A thin slash opens across his shoulder, and the sting hits immediately. Yuri glances at the blood for only a brief moment before answering it with a crooked little smirk. So, a half-hearted attack isn't enough to bring you down, huh? His voice drops, rougher and lower than before, as mana surges around him once again. Light pours across his entire body, swallowing the outline of his figure inside a radiant glow. Yuri lowers his center of gravity and sets his sword in place, every muscle in his body tightening like a drawn bowstring. "Fine then," he growls. "Let's fight." Across from him, the orc crouches low in answer. Dark mana pulses violently around its body, and even the ground beneath its weight quivers under the pressure. Then both of them burst forward at the exact same time. A blue comet and a purple meteor rush straight at one another, and the collision of their mana erupts in a catastrophic explosion of light and sound. Boom! Deafening blast tears across the battlefield as the earth collapses beneath the point of impact. The ground is gouged open into a massive crater, and the whole night is swallowed by a blinding flash. When the dust finally begins to thin, only one figure is left standing inside the haze. It's the silhouette of a man upright and motionless. Then the smoke peels away a little more, revealing Yuri still on his feet, steady and unshaken, with the last traces of mana faintly glowing around him. At Yuri's feet, the shattered remains of the orc's axe are scattered across the torn ground, half buried in the broken earth. Across from him, the orc sways on unsteady legs, its dark aura flickering weakly before dying out altogether. Then it drops to its knees in defeat, and Yuri's response comes without the slightest hesitation. Yuri advances without even the slightest pause. He raises his sword high above his head, the blade catching the light as his eyes burn with a hard, unshakable resolve. And he closes in on the enemy sprawled at his feet. "It's over," he roars, and with that cry he brings the sword crashing down, pouring every last ounce of strength he still has into the finishing blow. Bam! Steel rips into flesh, and blood bursts out in a violent spray. The sheer force of the strike slams the orc flat onto its back, pinned beneath the savage weight of Yuri's final attack. Yuri remains standing over it, his sword buried deep inside its body. Then, without a trace of mercy, he gives the blade a hard, cold yank and tears it back out, sending fresh crimson splattering across the dirt around them. He steps off the dying warrior, his boots landing in the blood spreading beneath it, and lowers his gaze without blinking as the defeated orc's body gives a weak, pitiful twitch. It isn't dead just yet. The faintest traces of life still cling to it, little tremors running through its broken body as it struggles through what look like its final breaths. Then something clicks in Yuri's mind. This one isn't like the rest, it's an elite. That means it may know things the others never would, and killing it now would only waste that chance. He wipes the blood away with a rough motion, smearing it across his face, just as his knights come rushing toward him, their voices tight with alarm. "Your Highness," Sir Raymond reaches him first, and the worry in his voice is plain for anyone to hear. "Are you unharmed?" Jared can only stare at the collapsed orc, his eyes stretched wide in disbelief. "Ugh, what a monster," he mutters under his breath, still trying to make sense of the thing lying there. Yuri gives Raymond a short, clipped nod. "I'm fine. What about the camp?" Raymond straightens immediately and answers without delay. Most of the enemy has already been dealt with. For the first time, a flicker of relief passes over Yuri's face as he slides his sword back into its sheath. "Good," he says, "gather up the surviving orcs, and bring this one with them too." He glances down at the wounded elite orc still trembling on the ground, and a faint, knowing smirk tugs at his mouth. "From this point on," he says, "we're going to start examining them." Before long, the camp begins to move with life again. Fires crackle beneath hanging pots, shadows sway and stretch through the darkness. And all around them, the soldiers work to pull the camp back into order after the chaos of battle. At the center of the camp, a raised platform has been prepared for Yuri. Behind him, Hernando carefully inspects the fresh cut on Yuri's shoulder, tracing near the wound with a cautious hand as he speaks in a calm but serious tone. You'll need to keep stretching that arm, or the damage may linger. A soft green light spills from Hernando's hands and seeps into the wound as the healing begins. Yuri stands still and lets him work, but his patience runs out almost at once. Enough with the nagging. You know I got this from the orcs just now. Hernando's lips curve with faint amusement. Oh, so even orcs can rough you up now! Yuri's eyes narrow on the spot, his jaw tightening as irritation spreads plainly across his face, and a low growl starts to rumble in his throat. But before Yuri can actually spit out whatever sharp reply he was about to throw back, the healing glow fades from his shoulder. Hernando takes his hands away and says simply, "There, it's done." The mage's grin widens, clearly satisfied with himself. Good thing it wasn't anything serious. Yuri slowly rolls his shoulder, testing the arm now that the pain has vanished, then gives a small nod as if admitting the treatment did its job. "Very well," Yuri says, turning as though he's ready to move on at once. But Hernando quickly lifts a hand and calls after him. "Ah, Your Highness, just a moment." Yuri turns back, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes. Hernando claps twice, sharp and authoritative, and calls out, "Bring it here." A moment later, two soldiers appear, straining under the weight of something large before dropping it in front of the prince with a heavy, solid thud. It's a chair. Not some plain little stool you'd find in a camp either, but a grand, ornate seat with enough presence to look at home on a battlefield. With a theatrical flourish, Hernando presents it and says, "If we're going to interrogate them, we might as well do it in style." Yuri stares at it, genuinely thrown off for a second. "What is this?" Hernando swells with pride and answers without a shred of embarrassment. A commander should always look majestic. One of the soldiers is a carpenter, so we made use of his talent. For just a brief instant, real excitement flashes across Yuri's face before he quickly tries to bury it again and pull himself back into a more composed expression. Even so, a faint smile slips through. "Well, since you already went to the trouble of making it, I suppose I can't exactly refuse." He lowers himself into the chair with slow, regal composure, settling into it as though he were taking his place on a throne, and to his surprise, once he sits down, it's actually comfortable. That finally breaks through his restraint, and this time a real grin appears. "Not bad at all," Yuri murmurs, clearly pleased with it. Behind him, Hernando stands there with his arms folded, wearing the proud expression of a man whose idea has paid off perfectly. But in the very next moment, the mood shifts all over again. Yuri's face goes hard, he clears his throat, curls one hand into a fist, and fixes the captured orcs with a stare so cold it feels merciless. Then he extends his hand, and when he speaks, his voice cuts through the night like a blade. "I will now begin the interrogation of the prisoners." He settles more firmly into the chair, claiming the entire scene with that one movement, and his tone sharpens further. "Bring them before me, one at a time." Then the scene changes. One of Briol's knights seizes an orc and forces its head down into a pot filled with blazing, searing fire. A horrific scream tears through the air at once. When the knight jerks the orc back out again, its face is already blackened and burned, and it keeps shrieking in agony until finally its body goes slack and collapses dead. Remaining prisoners recoil at the sight, flinching back in fear with that terror written openly across their faces. Yuri doesn't waste that reaction for even a second. His voice turns glacial as he addresses them. "You will each be given one chance to answer correctly." For a tense moment, silence hangs over the entire camp. Yuri leans forward just a little, narrowing his eyes before asking, "Who ordered the night ambush?" One of the orcs cracks first, shouting something back immediately, the answer spilling out in a voice thick with anger and defiance. Yuri steps forward to translate, speaking cautiously. "Why, Your Highness," that orc says, but Yuri raises a hand and cuts him off before he can finish. "No need. I can tell it's nothing but an insult." Then, with a small flick of his wrist, he gives the order. Jared steps forward immediately, and the look in his eyes is harder and colder than steel. Without the slightest hesitation, he drags the bound orc forward and shoves its head straight down into the burning pot. The smell of scorched flesh fills the air at once. The orc's screams tear wildly through the camp as it writhes in panic and agony, until suddenly those screams stop and everything drops into one dead, absolute silence. The surviving orcs recoil yet again, their faces twisting with raw terror now that they fully understand what kind of fate is waiting for them. Even Hernando and Cory are left standing still at the sight, unable to hide their reaction. Their expressions freeze in stunned disbelief, shaken by just how far Yuri is willing to go with this ruthless display. Yuri, however, doesn't budge in the slightest. He speaks to the prisoners in a flat, emotionless voice. "I will only ask each of you once. And as he says it, a dagger begins to take shape above his head, formed from mana and infused with water. The blade hangs suspended in the air, slowly turning under Yuri's control. Depending on your answer, he continues in that same cold voice, I may decide to grant you a painless death. He gives the faintest gesture, and the floating dagger shoots down at once. It drives into the burned corpse and extinguishes the last flames still licking over the body. Jared stares at the sight in open astonishment. Jared, Yuri says, his tone perfectly level. Move the body aside. As Jared quickly obeys the order, another orc suddenly blurts something out, its voice loud, panicked, and desperate to be heard before it's too late. Yuri turns toward it, mild curiosity passing over his face. What did it say, Corey? Corey swallows, then answers, It says they don't know anything, Your Highness. They're just ordinary soldiers. The speaking orc jerks its head toward Orkvul, then sticks out its tongue in a mocking, cowardly gesture before shouting more. Corey listens and translates in a heavy voice. It says the one who gave the order was Orkvul. It's begging to be spared, and says Orkvul should be punished instead. Hearing that, Orkvul's face twists in pure shock at being betrayed so openly. Yuri lets out a short, amused laugh as he rises from the chair. At least one of you is trying, he says, but then his expression hardens again as he starts walking straight toward Orkval. He leans in close, his voice firm and heavy with total certainty. This ambush was ordered by Okua, and the moment that name leaves his mouth, it lands like a hammer blow. The captured orc went stiff all at once, like its whole body had locked in place from shock. Around it, the nearby Briol's soldiers glanced at one another in open confusion, their brows tightening as quiet, uncertain whispers started to spread through the ranks. For a brief moment, the entire scene seemed to freeze under the weight of disbelief. Okua? Who's that supposed to be? I've never even heard that name before. The muttering kept circling around him from every side, but Yuri Briol paid none of it any attention. Instead, his gaze stayed still while his mind drifted inward, as if something old and deeply buried had suddenly begun rising back to the surface. Okua, the king of the orcs. The very existence of that monster was the reason the Allied army had been assembled in the first place. In Yuri's previous life, that same creature had slaughtered countless knights without a trace of mercy, leaving nothing behind but bloodshed and ruin. No matter what price had to be paid, that monster needed to die. From just behind Yuri, Corey finally spoke up, his voice tight and uneasy with caution. Your Highness, the orc wants to know if you would truly spare him if he answers honestly. Yuri didn't even pause to think. Without the slightest hesitation, he answered at once. Tell him I will. Corey immediately turned back to relay Yuri's response to the captive. After that, a dense, oppressive silence fell over the camp, and every eye nearby stayed fixed on the exchange, waiting tensely for whatever would happen next. A moment later, Corey looked back toward the prince, and the color had visibly drained from his face. Your Highness, the orc is demanding an oath. Yuri's eyes widened for the briefest instant, surprise flashing plainly across his face. What? He said. Corey swallowed, steadied himself as best he could, and forced himself to explain. He says that if someone swears they won't attack and then breaks that promise, that person's honor would be utterly destroyed. A faint smile slowly touched Yuri's lips. When he spoke, his tone stayed calm, but there was a sharp edge of interest hidden underneath it. So this orc had dealt with humans many times before. For a creature that supposedly believed in nothing but raw strength, hearing it bring up honor was almost laughably ironic. Yuri narrowed his eyes, that flicker of excitement unmistakable, then his face settled again as he said to Corey, Fine, tell him I'll swear it. Before Corey could even turn and pass the words along, Jared suddenly burst out, unable to hold himself back any longer. Your Highness? What exactly are you planning to do after releasing him? His voice shook with outrage and disbelief, but Yuri didn't so much as twitch in response. In a level, controlled voice, Yuri answered, It's fine, Jared. Calm yourself. Then he turned his eyes back toward the captured orc and asked, This ambush, was it ordered by Okua? Yes, Corey translated, though his voice sounded much heavier now than before. Then, choosing his words more carefully, he added, To be exact, the order came through the tribe leader, who said the command itself originated from Okua. Yuri leaned forward just slightly, and his gaze sharpened until it felt almost like a drawn blade. And us? He pressed. How did you learn the route the Allied forces were taking? The orc let out a rough growl in reply, and once again Corey interpreted the answer for everyone present. He says Okua has some method for obtaining that sort of information, but he doesn't know what that method actually is. Yuri parted his lips to ask another question, but before he could continue, Jared abruptly lifted a hand to stop the flow of words. Wait, Jared said, piecing it together out loud as the realization settled in. That means Okua himself found out our route, and then he gave the order for the ambush. Corey gave a short, grim confirmation. Correct. Yuri let out a long, weighted breath. Yes, he said, his expression sinking into something darker. And most likely, Okua used that same method during the Holy Kingdom incident as well. His face hardened completely as he turned back toward the captive orc. This is the last question, he said. How strong is Okua? The orc didn't answer right away. It simply stared ahead in silence, expression blank and unreadable. Then, little by little, the corners of its mouth started to rise. The grin spread wider and wider until it twisted across its face, and before long, that grin broke into wild, unstable laughter. The laughter only kept growing, louder and louder, so deranged that it felt like it was shaking the entire camp. In no time, that mad, rattling sound was ringing in everyone's ears and crawling under their skin. At last, the orc spat out its answer, and Corey visibly tensed as he translated, his whole body trembling. He says that even if there were a dozen orcs as strong as he is, they still wouldn't be able to defeat Okua. Corey's voice cracked as he continued. He swears Okua is stronger and more ferocious than anything else in this world. Around them, the soldiers began trading uneasy glances, and the fear slowly spreading across their faces made it painfully clear that their composure was starting to crumble. Yuri caught that change immediately, his voice sharpened at once, slicing straight through the fear hanging over the camp. Okua may be powerful, but remember this, knowing your enemy is power in itself. As he said that, he slipped a hand into his pocket and drew out a gleaming artifact, its polished surface catching the firelight. The artifact's glow reflected straight into the orc's widened eyes. For a brief moment, the creature could do nothing except stare at it, frozen by the shining object before its face. Cruel, taunting smirk spread across Yuri's face. You see, humans are far more vicious and far more cunning than you creatures could ever imagine. He casually shifted the artifact in his hand, making the light flicker back and forth across the orc's vision like a deliberate provocation. "Oh, you want to fight?" Yuri said, his smirk deepening even further. "I was actually thinking about keeping that oath, but look at you, already getting ready to rush me." And at that exact moment, the orc exploded into motion, thrashing violently as its muscles swelled and the restraints strained under the force. "He's breaking free," one soldier shouted in alarm. "Damn it." Another barked as the harsh scrape of steel filled the air and swords were yanked from scabbards in a frantic rush. With one savage burst of strength, the orc tore itself completely out of its restraints. It slammed a foot into the ground to hurl its body forward and launched into a full charge. Releasing a deafening roar, it lunged ahead with its fist clenched tight like a hammer. "Stop him!" someone shouted through the chaos as the whole camp erupted around them. But Yuri didn't even flinch. He never so much as moved a muscle. Instead, a sly, calculating smile curled across his lips. And in the very next instant, knights rushed in from every side and slammed the enraged orc back down before it could ever reach him. Their blades flashed under the firelight as they drove in close, surrounding the creature from all angles and pinning it firmly in place so it couldn't move. Among those knights stood Laurent Flandre, his eyes cold as winter ice, his sword held ready and steady, prepared to strike the very instant the order came. Yuri's voice cut cleanly through the uproar, calm and utterly merciless. "How pathetic you spoke of honor, yet you're not even worthy of it." The orc froze where it was, because now it understood the situation with brutal clarity. One wrong move, and it would be killed on the spot. Yuri turned his back on the creature and began to walk away, each step calm, measured, and completely without hurry. Without glancing back even once, he gave the order. "Kill him." In the same instant, Laurent's blade tore through the air in a ruthless slash that ripped across the orc's chest, and blood burst out onto the ground. The prince never turned around. His face remained as cold and hard as stone while he kept walking. Behind him, the three knights carried out the sentence with merciless precision, cutting into the orc again and again until its life poured out of it and the earth beneath was soaked red. After the orc attack was over, the aftermath that remained was nothing short of brutal. A great many of the men had been left wounded, and the scale of the damage was impossible to ignore. To deal with the injured, a field camp was set up in a rush, and soon the entire place was overflowing with the sounds of soldiers screaming, groaning, and crying out for help. Right in the middle of that chaos, the priest of Betrayal kept moving from one patient to the next, using healing magic without pause. Voices kept calling for him from every direction, desperate and overlapping. Because everyone there knew the same thing: if the priest came to them, then they could be healed. Even so, the priest never hesitated. Without stopping to complain, without taking even a moment to rest, he kept treating the wounded one by one. While the priest was working on one side of the camp, Hernando stepped in and suggested that he go tend to the patients on the other side first, saying he could manage this section by himself. The priest thanked him for the help, gathered up his equipment, and hurried off to treat the other injured soldiers. As the priest continued tending to the wounded, Corey came in carrying a bucket filled with water, and from the way his body strained under the weight, it was clearly heavy. The priest thanked Corey for bringing it and told him to stand back a little. Then the priest cast a spell over the bucket. At once, a soft golden light spread across the water and along the rim, and Corey could only stare in surprise at the gentle radiance now shining from it. In a calm voice, the priest explained to Corey that only a moment earlier it had been nothing more than ordinary water. But after the incantation, even Corey could feel it for himself. A strange, sacred aura was now rising from the water. The priest instructed Corey to use that water to wash the wounded soldiers' injuries, explaining that it had become holy water and would cleanse their wounds. The moment Corey heard that, he wasted no time at all and immediately went to do exactly as he had been told. Meanwhile, more and more patients kept calling out for the priest to come see them first, and without wasting another second, he moved toward them and began checking their injuries as well. For Corey, everything unfolding in front of him was completely new. He had never once seen human magic with his own eyes before. He even watched the priest use healing magic on a man whose face had been twisted with pain just moments earlier, only to see those strained features gradually relax and become calm again almost immediately. Corey could barely contain the amazement written all over his face. His eyes seemed to shine as he watched the priest's magic seal open wounds almost in an instant, turning something that should have been impossible into a real miracle happening right in front of him. After a long, punishing night of non-stop work, Corey, the priest, and Hernando finally lowered themselves down outside the camp to rest for a moment and catch their breath. All three of them looked utterly spent, but Hernando still wore a faint, relieved smile, quietly satisfied that the chaos had at least been pushed back under some measure of control. The priest turned toward Hernando and thanked him from the heart for stepping in and helping so much throughout the night. Then Hernando looked to Corey and offered his thanks as well, grateful for all the help he had given the two of them until dawn. But Corey, as plain-spoken and straightforward as ever, only answered that he hadn't done anything remarkable and had simply helped however he could. The priest admitted that he was deeply relieved the damage had not turned out even worse, and that the number of injured men was still comparatively low. But Hernando calmly reminded him that all of this had happened before the real battle had even truly begun. The priest already understood that reality well enough. All of them knew that once the true fighting started, far more terrible scenes were likely waiting ahead, and they would have to be ready to face them. With that grim thought weighing on him, the priest quietly offered a prayer to God and asked for mercy over them all. Still, Hernando said there was another way to look at it, and that thought made him believe things might not become quite as hopeless as they seemed. Hearing that, the priest turned to him and asked what made him feel that way. Hernando gestured toward the people around them and pointed out that even after surviving such a dangerous clash, the men in the camp were still helping one another. Some were supporting the wounded with steady arms, while others were carefully tending to each other's injuries as gently as they could. And beyond that, Hernando said that even their own magic, however small it might appear, was enough to place at least a little strength back into everyone's hearts. As he spoke, he lifted a finger and used magic to spread color across the sky above them, adding brightness to the view and gently lightening the atmosphere around the camp. As that sight softened the mood and helped everyone around them relax just a little, Corey suddenly called out to Hernando and asked if he would teach him magic too. Hernando was plainly caught off guard the moment he heard that request. It had been a very long time since anyone had come to him asking to be taught magic. Because of that, he looked at Corey with genuine curiosity and asked what had suddenly made him want to learn it now. Corey explained that it had actually been Yuri Briol who first planted the idea in his mind. And because he had seen magic bring smiles back to people's faces, Corey said he wanted to learn it so that he could do the same for others one day. That answer genuinely moved Hernando. He found the way Corey thought surprisingly admirable, and with clear warmth in his voice, he told him that yes, he would teach him. He even added that it would be a wonderful thing if a half-orc capable of using magic ended up helping people. The next morning, Yuri Briol was seated near the camp when a guard hurried over and reported that several knights from the Empire had arrived. According to what they said, they had come here specifically because they wished to meet with him. Standing respectfully before the prince, the guard then asked whether His Highness wished to receive them. Yuri replied that he had no real choice but to meet them. He added that it was obvious they had come looking for him, especially with Balshad lying right before them. Without wasting any time, Yuri ordered the guard to bring them in immediately. As the Imperial Knights came forward, they greeted him with full respect and properly acknowledged him as the third Prince of Briol. The knight who stepped out first introduced himself and stated that he was Rapio Artem, the second son of Count Xenon. Yuri welcomed him, then asked whether the Empire had reached Balshad before his own side had. Rapio answered that Yuri was correct. He explained that they were part of the advance party, had already confirmed that orcs were present around Balshad, and were now delivering that information to all nearby allied forces. After hearing that, Yuri let his eyes drift past Rapio and noticed another knight standing behind him. He then asked who that man was. That knight immediately apologized for not greeting Yuri sooner, then reached up and removed his helmet. He explained that he had not believed himself to be in an honorable enough position to properly greet the prince at first. Yuri looked at the man's face and answered with a quiet, unreadable smile. The instant he saw him clearly, memories from Yuri's previous life came rushing back all at once. He recognized him as someone connected to a past he would much rather leave buried. It was Graham Heartfall, the Empire's knight. Graham then introduced himself by name, paid his respects to the prince, and explained that he had already lost his title as a knight. For the briefest moment, Yuri was pulled straight back into the memories of his previous life, to the time when he had been forced to kneel before this very man and beg for mercy just to survive. Even so, Yuri told Graham that it was good to meet him as a knight, but Graham quickly asked him not to address him in such an honorable way because at present he was no longer a knight. Yuri then asked him directly whether that meant he had lost his knighthood and was now taking part in this war without holding any title at all. Graham admitted that yes, that was exactly the situation, though the embarrassment in his expression made it obvious how uncomfortable he was saying it out loud. But Rapio, still standing right beside him, stepped in at once to ease the tension and said that Graham had done absolutely nothing wrong. Rapio said the only reason Graham had ended up in that position was because he had met the wrong senior. He went on to say that there were no other knights as widely respected or as well known as Graham. Inside, Yuri found himself smiling faintly. He had heard before that Graham lost his knighthood in the Empire for a certain reason, but never once had he imagined that they would meet again like this, here among the Allied forces. What made it feel even stranger to Yuri was that this man, who had always seemed more upright and more truly knightly than anyone else, was now standing here doubting his own worth and even questioning his own sense of chivalry. So Yuri answered that he had already heard many things about Graham, and that meeting him now was an honor. Hearing that, Graham thanked him with quiet humility and said he was nothing special, only a man who had done the duty expected of him. As the exchange became more engaging, Yuri took it a step further and told Graham that, if he wished, he could come to Betrayal. After hearing what had happened to Graham, Yuri openly invited him to come with him to Betrayal. It was not a small offer, but a generous and meaningful gesture coming directly from Yuri himself. In Yuri's heart, he still carried hatred toward the Empire's knights as a whole. But Graham was different from the rest. In his previous life, Graham had spared Yuri's life and allowed him to leave in freedom. Yuri had never forgotten that mercy, not even once. And in Yuri's mind, Graham had been the one left to shoulder the cost of that decision all by himself. That was why Yuri told him once again that he could come to Betrayal, and promised that if he did, he would be treated well there. But Graham only gave a small smile and gently turned the offer down. Yuri was not surprised by that answer in the slightest. He had already expected Graham to refuse, so he simply told him that it was fine, and that he respected the choice he had made. Not long after that meeting, Yuri and his army finally reached the gates of Balshad. The gate towering before them was massive and imposing, far grander than one might expect from such a small kingdom. Even so, this place held great importance because it was the very gathering point where the Allied forces were meant to assemble. Yuri stood there, staring out over the city, and the first thing he admitted to Hernando was that it was far bigger than anything he had imagined. Even Hernando, who was seeing it with his own eyes for the very first time, couldn't hide the surprise on his face as that enormous city rose by itself in the middle of the wide, empty plain. The sight lit Yuri up immediately. His gaze locked onto the gigantic gate at once, and he blurted out that something on that scale could only have been built with magic, before excitedly guessing that the Dukes of Balshad must have been a line of mages for generations. Hernando quietly confirmed that Yuri had guessed right. The family that ruled Balshad really had produced outstanding mages again and again, generation after generation. But even as he explained that, Hernando's tone turned cautious. He warned Yuri not to let himself relax once they were inside, telling the prince to stay alert, because if he carelessly lowered his guard around the mage duke, he could be swallowed whole before he even understood what was happening. Hearing that warning, Yuri immediately pictured a coarse, overbearing old duke in his head, the kind of arrogant man who treated everyone beneath him with contempt. Just imagining the meeting waiting ahead was enough to leave Yuri with a heavy, unpleasant feeling about the trouble he might be walking straight into. Then, with slow, imposing weight, the great gates began to rise and the group finally entered the city. As they passed beneath them, Yuri's unease only deepened, and at the same time, his impatience to find out what sort of person this duke truly was grew even stronger. Once they arrived in Balshad, they were received formally and escorted straight to a banquet. The gathering was held in a lavish hall so extravagant that it was obvious this place meant to overwhelm its guests with grandeur the moment they stepped inside. There, a beautiful young woman stepped forward to greet them with smooth, practiced grace. And then, without hesitation, she introduced herself as the Duke of Balshad, Mary Rose Entre. Yuri and Hernando instantly leaned toward each other and whispered in surprise, because this was nothing like the old man Yuri had expected to find. Under his breath, Hernando explained that the succession had only changed recently, which was why the Duke standing before them now was a young woman. Mary Rose then walked directly over to Yuri and greeted him personally. She carried herself with such calm confidence that it felt as if she had already sized him up from the moment he entered the room. To show him special respect, she even chose to sit right beside him. The interest in her eyes was impossible to miss. Mary Rose was clearly and genuinely curious about the third prince of Betrayal. But Yuri corrected the mood of the conversation immediately. Rather than present himself as some sheltered royal, he introduced himself as Yuri Betrayal, the commander entrusted with leading the Betrayal soldiers. Mary Rose smiled at that and told him he truly was as handsome as the rumors said. Then, still wearing that amused, inquisitive look, she asked him how old he was. Yuri answered that he was only 18. Hearing that, Mary Rose leaned a little closer and told him she was only 4 years older, adding with easy familiarity that the two of them probably had quite a lot they could talk about. Yuri shut that down instantly. Without indulging her at all, he flatly told her that she was probably mistaken about that. To Yuri, the situation was obvious. He felt that Mary Rose was trying to influence him with beauty and charm, and because he had already lived through enough bitter experiences with people like that, he distrusted it the moment he saw it. Because of that, he had no interest in growing closer to her or viewing the situation kindly. In a cool, even tone, he replied that age alone had nothing to do with whether two people would ever think alike. He went on to say that if two people truly shared the same values, then they could become friends regardless of status, age, or even gender. Mary Rose listened all the way through without interrupting him, and once he finished, she rose from her seat and turned to address the room. She announced to the Knights of Bruzen that the honored guests seated beside her were a prince and a knight from the knightly nation of Betrayal. Then she reminded everyone that before long, both sides would be standing on the same battlefield against the same enemy. After that, she said they ought to use this chance to get to know one another properly. On the surface, it sounded like a perfectly friendly gesture, but the timing of it felt just a little too deliberate to be completely innocent. Jared looked openly baffled by how suddenly things had turned. Leaning toward Hernando, he whispered and asked why she would suddenly do something like this out of nowhere. Hernando quietly admitted that he wasn't sure either. Still, he added that it probably wasn't some grand scheme hiding underneath everything. As far as Hernando could tell, Mary Rose was simply trying to make friends. At least from the outside, that was all it seemed to be. Jared still didn't look convinced, and he immediately pressed further, asking why Bruzen of all places mattered here. To him, Bruzen was nothing more than a small country sitting out on the edge of the continent. This time, Yuri answered for himself. He explained that because Bruzen lay close to the sea, it had produced many capable seamen, and beyond that, its people were known for being stubborn, resilient, and fiercely strong-willed. Then a man stepped forward from the opposite side and addressed Yuri, the third prince of Betrayal, directly. His bearing was confident, though he still carried himself with proper formality. He introduced himself as Jonathan Eagle, the commander responsible for Bruzen. The moment he did, the mood in the room shifted, because it was clear at once that this man was the one representing their side. Jonathan then politely asked Yuri for permission to pour him a cup. Yuri accepted the gesture with the outward courtesy expected of him, at least on the surface, but rather than simply receive it, Yuri answered with a sharp, cutting remark. Looking down at the drink being poured, he said the sight before him was unexpected, wondered aloud whether that really was wine in the cup, and loaded every word with enough disdain that the insult was impossible to mistake. He pushed it further still, sneering that such refined liquor hardly seemed to belong in a rustic place like Bruzen. The contempt was so blunt that everyone close enough to hear could feel the sting of it immediately. Yuri added that he was impressed they appeared to know so much about something so sophisticated. Jonathan heard him out in silence, but the men standing behind him reacted at once, bristling as they snapped back that coming from the countryside did not give anyone the right to look down on them. One of Jonathan's men even lurched forward in anger, clearly on the verge of confronting Yuri then and there. The only reason the situation didn't erupt on the spot was because the others rushed to restrain him before he could go any farther. Jonathan then stepped in and stopped his subordinate himself. With that single intervention, he kept his men from surging forward any further. After that, he turned back to Yuri and calmly asked whether he should understand those words as an insult aimed at Bruzen itself. He never raised his voice, but the weight behind the question was unmistakable. Yuri didn't back down even a little. He told Jonathan he was free to take it that way if he wished, then asked what, exactly, he planned to do about it. Yuri pressed him again, almost as if he were deliberately trying to provoke him. He asked whether they expected him to apologize for showing them disrespect. Jonathan stayed calm through all of it. In the same steady tone, he answered that there was no need for any apology. By then, nearly everyone in the room had turned to watch them, and the tension in the air had grown hot enough to burst at any moment. Even so, Jonathan remained composed and said there were only two ways he could interpret Yuri's insult. The first, Jonathan said, was that the third prince of Betrayal truly was the crude troublemaker the rumors described. The second was that Yuri was deliberately testing them to judge whether they were worthy of becoming allies, and that answer only made Jonathan's men more furious, because now it felt as though they were being weighed, measured, and openly challenged. At that, Yuri rose from his seat. He declared that nothing on the battlefield was more dangerous than an ally who could not be trusted, and that was exactly why he was questioning them here and now. Then he asked them plainly whether they could prove themselves. Jonathan answered without the slightest hesitation that they could, and said that for a knight, there was only one real way to prove his worth, the sword he carried in his hand. Mary Rose had been listening to the entire exchange, and the instant it reached that point, she moved. Without wasting a moment, she proposed taking them to the training grounds immediately so the matter could be settled there instead. Before long, they were standing in the training grounds. The quarrel that had started in the banquet hall had now taken on a far more direct and unmistakable form. The knights of both nations lined up opposite each other, facing off in silence as they prepared for the clash to begin. Just from the way the two lines stood, the rivalry between them was impossible to miss. Meanwhile, Yuri, Jonathan, and Mary Rose took their seats where they could see the field clearly. The three of them watched in silence, each waiting to see what kind of outcome this contest would bring. As they sat there, Mary Rose asked Yuri whether he had started that fight on purpose. At the same time, she freely admitted that she had never intended to stop it either, because in her own selfish way, this had given her something entertaining to watch. Yuri sharply pointed out that he was not the one who had truly set everything in motion. He told her that she had known from the start this was exactly the kind of thing that could happen, and yet she had still arranged for everyone to gather and get to know each other, which made Mary Rose admit that he wasn't wrong. Even so, Yuri had been the one sharp enough to seize the opening once it appeared, and now that events had gone this far, there was only one thing he truly cared about. He wanted Bruzen to show what they were really capable of, because there was something he absolutely needed to confirm for himself. In the future, he remembered, one man from Bruzen would one day receive a title reserved for one of the continent's mightiest figures, the same kind of distinction associated with his father. There was a list that named the 10 strongest men on the continent, and Yuri intended to see with his own eyes whether the roots of that future were already standing right here in front of him. And out of every man gathered in that place, there was one thing Yuri wanted to know more than anything else. Which one of them was the man from Bruzen he needed to find? That was the real reason behind all of this for Yuri. Before the future revealed that man on its own, Yuri wanted to spot him now, with his own eyes, and identify him ahead of time. The first duel was just about to begin, and the two knights stepped forward to exchange a proper greeting before their blades ever met. One of them was Proen, and standing across from him as Betrayal's representative was Laurent Flandre. Both men settled into their positions with a kind of poise that showed they intended to enjoy the fight in their own way. Before long, the attention of the entire arena had narrowed down to those two alone, but Yuri wasn't watching this match as simple entertainment. He was studying every movement, waiting for something in that exchange to reveal the answer he was looking for. Across that vast continent overflowing with warriors, nobles, and even monsters, the title of the 10 strongest was treated as undeniable proof of absolute power. It was a name reserved for those who stood only a single step below the true summit of strength, the kind of figures ordinary people could do nothing but look up at from far below. Some among them were so overwhelming that their names alone could halt armies in place, narrow the distance between nations, and force even the fiercest conflicts into silence. From his seat above the training grounds, Yuri watched the field below without so much as blinking. The duel was about to begin, but part of his mind was already weighing something larger to him. Forging ties with people who had genuine potential was never a bad choice. After all, plenty of lasting alliances had begun with nothing more than a clash of steel. On one side of the arena stood Laurent Flandre, a knight of Betrayal. His posture was steady, his breathing controlled, and every detail of his stance reflected the clean discipline of a man who had honed his swordsmanship to its utmost limit. Facing him was Proen of Bruzen, swaggering forward with a crooked grin tugging at his face. He said he had heard of Laurent before, some pampered noble favorite who had racked up a few tournament wins, the sort of polished reputation that meant very little outside noble circles. Dragging the tip of his sword through the dirt with a scraping sound, Proin kept taunting him in that mocking voice. Then, without any warning at all, he kicked off the ground and lunged straight in. To Proin, Laurent's style looked like nothing more than elegant decoration. It might have been pretty to watch, but in his eyes, it lacked the kind of real weight that mattered in an actual fight. But Laurent refused to react to any of it. His expression never changed, his gaze never wavered, and his full concentration remained locked on the duel in front of him. So when Proin's blade came slicing through the air, it hit nothing at all. Laurent was already gone from that spot, slipping past in a blur before reappearing behind him. For just a moment, uncertainty flashed through Proin's mind. Laurent's movement had been too precise, too smooth, and too controlled to simply brush aside. Even so, Proin forced himself to believe he understood it now. Refined, yes. Fast, yes. But maybe still predictable. That was the conclusion he chose to cling to. So he planted himself, gathered his strength, and rushed in once more, pouring even more force into the next strike, as if that blow would decide the whole match. It didn't. In the very next instant, a streak of light flashed across the arena floor. Jonathan Eagle shot up from his seat at once, his eyes widening before he could stop himself. Beside him, Mary Rose let out a sharp gasp and raised a hand to her lips at what she had just witnessed. Only Yuri remained perfectly calm. There was quiet satisfaction in his eyes as he watched it happen, and under his breath he murmured that this was exactly what he had expected to see. Laurent's sword had already come to a stop at Proin's throat. The Bruisin knight froze where he stood, his whole body going rigid as sweat began pouring down him. Only then did the full reality of his defeat finally catch up to him. Dust drifted and curled through the air around the two men, and for a brief moment, the entire arena sank into stunned silence. A faint smile returned to Yuri's face as he replayed the exchange in his mind. Laurent had left that opening there on purpose. It had never been a mistake at all, but a carefully placed trap subtle enough to draw his opponent in. And the instant Proin bit at that bait, Laurent adjusted his position. Then came one smooth, flawless twist of the wrist, and with that single motion, he redirected the incoming force perfectly. That alone was enough. In the space of a blink, the duel was finished, and the victory belonged to Laurent. Even so, Yuri quietly admitted to himself that Proin had shown real skill. Against most opponents, Laurent's overwhelming speed would have ended the fight almost immediately, but the Bruisin knight had managed to endure longer than expected through sheer toughness and stamina. In the end, though, it was Laurent's sharper reading of the battle and his near-perfect precision that gave him the decisive edge. With Betrayal claiming the first win, Laurent calmly guided his sword back into its sheath. Across from him, Proin lowered his own weapon, breathing hard, and then drove its point into the dirt. Then Proin broke into a crooked but honest smile, reached out his hand, and accepted the loss with grace while praising Laurent's strength. Laurent took that hand firmly, returning the respect without a moment's hesitation. At once, the Knights of Bruisin burst into applause. Even after seeing one of their own fall, their spirit hadn't been shaken in the slightest. Watching from the side, Jonathan remarked that such skill was only natural for a knight of Betrayal, the kingdom famed for its warriors. Laurent had clearly proven his worth, but Yuri immediately cautioned him not to look down on the other side either, because Bruisin's knights were formidable in a different way. Even as he said that, Yuri calmly reminded Jonathan that the score now stood at 1-0. Then, with a faintly provoking edge in his voice, he told him not to surrender so soon. Jonathan answered with a smirk of his own, making it plain that he had no intention of stopping there. Without wasting another moment, he called for the next fighter, Jose Aratur. A huge man stepped forward, carrying an enormous greatsword over his shoulder as casually as if it weighed almost nothing. The moment Yuri saw him approach, his eyes narrowed with obvious interest. From nearby, Mary Rose remarked on how imposing he looked. A moment later, Jose came to a stop, standing upright and perfectly composed. Jonathan proudly introduced him as Jose Aratur, the strongest knight in their unit, and a man who aimed to someday claim a place among Bruisin's 10 strongest. At that bold claim, Yuri let out a small laugh. Resting his face lightly against one hand, he turned his gaze back toward his own side. "Jared," he called out, "you're up." Jared stiffened on the spot, his eyes widening as he tried, for one absurd second, to act like he hadn't heard his name at all. He even pointed at himself as if to ask whether Yuri really meant him. Yuri's voice sharpened immediately as he barked at him to get moving, and with a deeper frown and a grumble under his breath, Jared finally stepped forward while his comrades shouted encouragement from behind him. But the closer Jared came, the more crushing that difference in size began to feel. Jose greeted him with easy confidence, saying he had been looking forward to this fight, while Jared forced out a careful reply, already sensing the danger in those hardened battlefield eyes. Jose noticed that hesitation right away and laughed. He remarked that Jared seemed like the cautious type, the kind of fighter who preferred to read his opponent before committing to a move. Then, without the slightest warning, Jose lunged. His massive blade came crashing down like a wall, collapsing from above. Jared barely managed to roll out of the way in time, and the ground split open exactly where he had been standing only a heartbeat earlier. A sharp jolt of fear ran through Jared's entire body. He understood the danger immediately. If that monstrous sword landed even one clean hit, the fight would end right there on the spot. Jose Aratur gave him no time to recover from that realization. He swung again with a savage horizontal slash, and the blade screamed past Jared's face so close that it cleanly sheared off a strand of his hair. Seeing that reaction, Jose clicked his tongue and wore a mocking little smile that only made the pressure bearing down on Jared feel even heavier. He warned Jared not to keep drifting off like that, because if he did, he wouldn't even live long enough to regret whatever came next. That was enough to snap Jared fully back to himself. He tightened his grip, hurriedly reset his footing, and just barely managed to steady his body in time to meet Jose's next attack head-on. Then their swords began crashing into each other again and again in a brutal, relentless rhythm, sparks bursting through the air with every collision. Each strike carried so much force, it felt like the air itself was shuddering, and even the ground beneath them seemed to echo with every impact. Jared's arms started to tremble under the crushing power behind every single blow, but he still refused to break. He held on through stubbornness alone. From his seat, Yuri watched the clash with narrowed eyes and quickly judged what he was seeing. Jose's strength was monstrous, almost on the level of an orc's raw power, and yet it was matched with astonishing control. In that moment, Yuri quietly recognized it for what it was. This was the kind of man destined to one day rise into the ranks of the 10 strongest. Then, in one sudden burst, Jose tore apart the rhythm of the exchange and smashed straight through Jared's guard. His huge blade caught Jared's sword and knocked it violently offline. And before Jared could recover his balance, Jose flowed through the opening in one seamless motion, lifted him clear off the ground, and hurled him down hard. The impact rang across the training grounds like a crack of thunder. Jared groaned and tried to force himself back up, but his whole body shook with strain and exhaustion. Before he could fully rise, a commanding voice called for the match to stop. The duel was over. Jose immediately lowered his sword, then reached down and offered Jared his hand, praising the endurance and fighting spirit it had taken to last that long against him. Jared looked up at him, managed a faint smile through the pain, and accepted the hand that was being offered. Then he answered that if nothing else, he would take this defeat as a lesson he would never forget. Yuri rose to his feet with a satisfied grin and declared that the score was now tied, 1-1. The moment he said it, applause broke out from the spectators all around them. The sound rolled through the arena with genuine respect behind it, because everyone there had just watched two men throw everything they had into that fight. Amid the cheering, Mary Rose gently lowered her wine glass until it touched the table with a soft clink. Then she turned toward Yuri with a light, pleasant smile and remarked, in a tone that sounded casual on the surface, but clearly carried intent underneath, that it seemed they were finally starting to become familiar with one another. Yuri let out a small chuckle, clearly understanding exactly what she was implying, and smoothly replied that trust between allies was always worth building. But Mary Rose wasn't done yet. She rose from her seat and began walking toward him with slow, measured steps. Saying that she completely agreed, Mary Rose came close with a smile that was both teasing and controlled. Then she lightly placed her hands on Yuri's shoulders and leaned in just enough to guide him back down into his seat. In a low voice that sounded almost intimate, she reminded him that he had spoken so warmly about deepening the bond between Bruzen and Betrayal. And then, still wearing that playful smile, she added that he seemed to be taking quite a long time to get to know her personally. Yuri Betrayal blinked in plain confusion as Duke Mary Rose leaned in close, graceful and commanding all at once. She told him that in Bruzen, properly understanding one another was considered very important. Then she teased him by saying that, judging from the way he had behaved, he had no intention of doing that anytime soon. Every movement she made was deliberate, carefully aimed at drawing his attention toward her. With practiced ease, she tilted his chin upward, her fingertips brushing his cheek, while she spoke in a soft voice layered with playful temptation. Her narrowed eyes, the faint flush warming her cheeks, even the subtle way she drew her arms together, it all made her intentions impossible to miss. She was using every ounce of her charm on him, but the response she wanted never came. Yuri simply let out a quiet sigh, his face calm and utterly unmoved as he looked back at her with cool indifference. That awkward silence hung in the air for a moment before a familiar voice cut neatly through it. Jonathan Eagle stepped forward with composed courtesy and addressed her, reminding Duke Mary Rose that she had said earlier she would show them her office. Mary Rose froze right in the middle of what she was doing. her hand still resting lightly on Yuri's shoulder. After a short pause, she lifted one hand to her forehead, as if she had only just remembered. Wearing an awkward smile, she admitted that yes, she had said exactly that. Yuri quietly let out a breath and muttered under his breath, just loud enough to be heard, that it really had all been an act. Jonathan gave a soft chuckle, easing the tension as if none of it were a problem at all. Then he suggested that this would be a good time to go, since everyone seemed rather curious to see that office anyway. Mary Rose was clearly irritated by the interruption, but she concealed it beautifully behind a polished, elegant smile that didn't slip for even a second. Turning back to Yuri, she sweetly asked whether he would care to join them. Yuri returned the smile with perfect courtesy and answered that he would love to, but he had matters to attend to with his knights. Then he stood, straightened his uniform, and gave a casual little wave as he excused himself. Before Mary Rose could stop him or even answer, he was already walking away, cheerfully tossing back over his shoulder a light-hearted wish of good luck with the tour. For a brief second, Mary Rose simply stood there in total stillness, as if her mind needed time to catch up to the fact that he had actually walked away. Then her composure finally cracked. Her face turned bright red, her fist clenched tight, and she glared furiously in the direction Yuri had gone while Jonathan, still nearby, failed completely to hold back his laughter. Still clearly amused, Jonathan remarked that this had turned out to be unexpectedly entertaining. That was enough to push Mary Rose over the edge. She shouted in frustration and threw a mock punch into the air, yelling that the man was impossible. Jonathan, still chuckling, blinked in genuine confusion and asked what exactly Yuri had done this time, which only made Mary Rose glare even harder before she turned away in exasperation. The scene then shifted to Balshad, where the Allied armies had gathered in full force. Beneath the open sky, banner after banner from different kingdoms fluttered in the wind, their colors blending together until the sprawling camp looked like a sea of shifting light. The arrival of the Empire's supreme commander sent an immediate stir through the entire encampment. Clad in gleaming armor and carrying an authority so heavy it needed no announcement, his mere presence alone was enough to tighten the mood. Whispers spread quickly after that, as commanders and knights from nation after nation quietly sized each other up, measuring who might become an ally, and who might instead turn into a rival. Everyone was doing that except the forces of Betrayal. Away from the heart of the camp, at the edge of a quiet field, Yuri stood alone with his sword in hand, his eyes resting on the blade as sunlight slid over its sharpened edge. Hernando approached him carefully, bowed his head, and then asked whether Yuri was truly certain this was the right way to handle things. While every other nation was busy discussing plans and trying to form alliances, they were still out here training. Yuri didn't even lift his gaze. In a calm, unwavering voice, he answered that this was precisely why they had to continue. Hernando frowned, hesitated, and then pointed out that the other nations were already exchanging strategies. At least on the surface, they were preparing together. A faint, knowing smile touched Yuri's lips then. He cut in and said those alliances were fragile, shallow things, built on half-formed ideas dressed up as cooperation. Hernando blinked at the bluntness of that answer, while Yuri slowly tilted his sword and watched the reflection ripple along its polished steel. He explained that when the strongest warriors from every nation were gathered in one place, their pride would naturally rise up like a wall between them. Every one of them believed he stood above the rest. Men like that would never truly come together through words alone, and after hearing that, Hernando fell silent, before slowly nodding as he began to understand what Yuri was saying. Yuri kept his eyes on the bright surface of the blade, where his own reflection stared back at him with steady resolve. In his heart, he was already certain of the answer. Only power could impose order on warriors like these. Words would never be enough. True respect was won by strength alone. Then Yuri lowered the sword slightly and turned toward the presence he had sensed nearby. With a faint smile, he called out to Laurent Flandre and asked whether he wanted to spar. Laurent stepped forward without even a moment of hesitation, his sword already drawn as he moved into place. With pride in his voice, he answered that it would be his honor. Your Highness. Yuri raised his own weapon and returned the smile, then told Laurent not to hold anything back. The instant those words left his mouth, Laurent's stance shifted, and his expression sharpened. Mana surged up around him, thick and vivid enough to make the very air seem to hum. Laurent replied that he would never dream of doing otherwise. Yuri mirrored his stance, and carefully studied the flow of power surrounding his knight. It was clean, steady, and beautifully controlled. And as Yuri watched that mana gather around Laurent Flandre, he quietly thought to himself that this man truly was the ideal partner for what he intended to do. The very instant Roland sprang forward, it felt as if the earth beneath them gave a violent shudder. His sword tore through the air in a blistering arc and crashed into Yuri Briol's blade, the impact spraying bright sparks between them. A sharp, ringing clash of steel cut across the field and carried far into the distance. And before Yuri Briol could even settle from that first collision, Roland was already channeling mana straight into his next attacks, driving his body harder with every exchange until each motion became swifter than the one before it, and each strike came down with even more crushing weight until the assault no longer felt like separate blows at all, but one continuous torrent, each strike flowing into the next, as the pressure built like a storm turning fiercer by the second. Yuri Briol faced it head-on, and did not yield so much as a single step. Under the blazing afternoon sun, their blades flashed again and again as the duel exploded into full intensity. Prince Yuri moved with smooth, effortless grace, slipping around Roland's relentless thrusts, as though he already knew exactly where each one would fall. One slash passed so close, it carved through the air right beside him. Yet even then, not the slightest crack appeared in his calm expression. The longer Yuri Briol watched Roland, the more obvious it became that the man's form was flawless. Every strike was exact, every angle clean, and not even the faintest hesitation ever touched his movements. Not a single motion is wasted, Yuri Briol thought as he continued matching him blow for blow. And in that instant, faint remnants of another life brushed across his thoughts, like old memories rising unbidden from somewhere deep in the past. He remembered that moment with painful clarity, the instant Roland's sword had ended his life. Even then, there had been no hatred in that strike at all, only perfect skill and a resolve so firm it never faltered once. A quiet smile touched Yuri Briol's lips as he deflected the next attack. If there really was a future in which he could entrust this man with his back, then he needed to meet him sincerely here, in this very moment. Their swords slammed together once more, and a shower of sparks burst outward like scattered shards of light. Then Yuri Briol shifted his footing in one crisp motion and unleashed a wide, sudden swing, the force of it driving Roland backward several full steps. Dust billowed up beneath Roland's boots as he skidded across the ground. Even while being forced back like that, however, his composure never slipped for even an instant. The moment he regained his balance, Roland tightened his grip on his sword and threw himself forward again, fresh determination blazing in his eyes. Steel clashed over and over, and with every exchange, the duel only grew faster, heavier, and more intense. Before long, the rhythm of it felt almost musical, like a contest that had turned into a dance between overwhelming power and absolute precision. And through all of that heat and pressure, both men were smiling, not with arrogance, but with the sheer thrill of finding someone who could meet them head-on. The soldiers watching from all around could not contain themselves any longer, and burst into cheers, openly marveling at the sight of two warriors moving as if they shared the same rhythm. Off to one side, Gerald let out a long, tired sigh and muttered under his breath, wondering whether they really needed to go this hard in what was supposed to be nothing more than a spar. Then a deep, steady voice rose from behind him, rumbling with calm approval. "Your prince's skill is truly remarkable." Gerald spun around at once, and the moment he recognized the speaker, he went completely rigid where he stood. Standing there was the towering knight from Busan, Jose, wearing the kind of easy, friendly grin that made his size feel even more overwhelming. "Sir Jose?" Gerald blurted out in surprise. Jose only gave a light chuckle and a small nod. "That's right. Good to see you again." Then he lifted his voice toward the field and called out brightly, "Prince Yuri, may I also have the honor of a spar?" Both Yuri Briol and Roland halted in the middle of their exchange and turned toward him. Yuri rested his sword casually across his shoulder, tilting his head slightly as a flicker of amusement surfaced in his eyes. "A spar, you say?" Yuri repeated, clearly entertained by the request. "Of course," Yuri Briol answered immediately, without even a trace of hesitation. But then a grin spread across his face as he casually added that, instead, he would lend Jose Gerald. Gerald's face drained of color on the spot. Wait, what?" Before Gerald could even think about making a run for it, Jose burst out laughing and effortlessly swung him up onto one shoulder as if he weighed nothing at all. "Then I shall borrow him for a while," he declared in high spirits. Gerald kicked and flailed helplessly, stretching an arm desperately toward Yuri Briol while protesting that His Highness could not possibly be serious. Yuri only waved back with a broad grin and told him to enjoy himself and learn something useful. And just like that, the two of them disappeared into the distance, with Gerald's fading complaints trailing farther and farther away. Once the noise of that little commotion had finally passed, Roland turned back toward Yuri Briol and bowed with sincere respect. "Thank you for the opportunity, Your Highness." "It was an honor," Yuri Briol replied with a warm smile, telling him the honor had been his as well, and adding that he would be looking forward to their rematch soon. After Roland departed, Yuri Briol slid his sword back into its sheath and slowly walked toward a nearby tree standing at the edge of the field. Its broad branches stretched wide overhead, casting a patch of cool, gentle shade, settling beneath it. Yuri Briol let out a quiet breath and leaned his back against the trunk. Even there, he could still faintly hear the distant cheers of the knights and the ringing clash of swords carrying over from the field behind him. He closed his eyes and let the stillness wash over him after the storm of battle, while the leaves above rustled softly in the breeze. Then, after a long silence with his gaze resting on the far horizon, Prince Yuri finally spoke in a calm, level voice. "Any results?" A faint presence stirred from the nearby darkness and stepped forward. Asana emerged with fluid, soundless movements, her expression as steady as ever. "You've gotten sharper, Your Highness," she said, and her voice carried both respect and quiet approval. "But once we're actually out on the field, I'm still far more effective." A faint smile touched Yuri Briol's mouth. "And that's exactly why I rely on you," he replied. Then his tone sharpened, and he asked her about the foreigner. At once, Asana's entire demeanor shifted, becoming crisp, precise, and thoroughly professional. "I've confirmed traces of his presence here in Balshad," she reported. Yuri Briol's expression darkened slightly, his eyes narrowing as old memories rose to the surface. That man from the east, one of the 10 strongest. In his previous life, that same warrior had stood against Okua and fought alone all the way to the bitter end. No one had ever truly learned why he rebelled, but there had never been even the slightest doubt about how powerful he was. Yuri Briol let out a slow breath and weighed the thought in silence. An enemy of Okua could just as easily become an ally. "You've done well, Asana," he said at last, his voice low and firm. "We need to find him before the conflict begins. If they move too late, that opportunity would vanish forever." Asana lowered her head in understanding and said she would continue the search. Then she slipped back into the shadows while Yuri Briol's gaze drifted farther into the distance. In his mind, the past began to overlap with the present. He could still see the foreigner's final moments with brutal clarity, a chest pierced clean through, a broken body crushed between the blood-soaked fangs of a monstrous beast. Yuri Briol's hand tightened around his sword as that memory burned behind his otherwise calm eyes. So that was how it ended, he thought grimly. In the war against Okua, that man had been the one who surrendered his place among the 10 strongest. Above him, the wind stirred the branches, carrying with it a resolve that felt cold, unwavering, and absolute. Once an imperial prince, the emperor's own half-brother, and now the supreme commander of the allied forces, Ragnar Gustaf Granzian. That name alone was enough to stir vivid, unmistakable memories in the depths of Prince Yuri's mind. One scene from his previous life returned with perfect clarity. An evening in a quiet room, dim and warm beneath the flicker of lantern light. In that soft, wavering glow, 2 figures sat close together. Yuri, Princess Irina of the Empire, his fiancée at the time, whispered anxiously, her cheeks burning with embarrassment, while her eyes kept darting nervously toward the door. "What if someone finds us like this?" Yuri had answered with a gentle laugh, trying to put her at ease as he softly assured her that no one else was there. "We're perfectly safe," he told her, even promising that if anything did happen, he would take full responsibility. Her blush deepened at those words, though through all her nerves, a shy little smile still managed to appear. Slowly, the two of them leaned closer. The gap between them shrank, their faces flushed, their breaths mingling in the narrow space between them, and just as their lips were about to meet, a flat, irritated voice sliced through the moment. "Do you two mind?" Both of them froze on the spot. Stretched out carelessly across a nearby couch was none other than Ragnar Gustaf Granzian, Irina's uncle, with one arm lazily draped over his eyes. He sounded more exhausted than angry as he muttered that, if they were going to do that, they should at least do it somewhere else. Irina jolted to her feet in total humiliation, her face turning bright red as she began stammering incoherently, while Yuri, equally caught off guard, scrambled up as well and tried to recover his composure even though shock and embarrassment were still written plainly across his face. "Lord Ragnar, I didn't realize you were—" Yuri began, but Ragnar cut him off before he could finish, giving a dismissive wave of his hand. "Enough noise," he said with a sigh, rubbing at his temple, and muttering that the two of them were giving him a headache. At last, Ragnar Gustaf Granzian swung one leg off the couch and pushed himself up to standing. Once he was on his feet, his gaze moved between the two of them for a brief moment before stopping squarely on Yuri Briol. Keeping one hand resting lightly on Irina's head, he tipped his chin and asked in a level, almost offhand voice, "Tell me something. Do you really like her?" The bluntness of it was so sudden that both of them froze speechless. "Uncle," Irina cried, her face burning even hotter with embarrassment, while Yuri Briol, completely stripped of his composure, blurted out at once that of course he did. Ragnar Gustaf Granzian studied Yuri Briol in silence for a moment, then let out a deep breath like he'd already decided the answer wasn't worth the trouble. "Fine, forget I asked." he muttered, flicking a dismissive hand as he turned toward the door. "Do as you please, kid. You'll figure it out eventually." With that, he walked out without another glance behind him, stretching his arms and yawning as he disappeared down the hallway. The second he was gone, Yuri Briol and Irina were left standing there in agonizing silence, both still red from the near kiss and the utterly disastrous interruption. Back in the present, that old memory slowly faded away, and a faint smile tugged at Prince Yuri Briol's lips. Even from that one painfully awkward encounter in his previous life, he had already known that Ragnar Gustav Granzian was no ordinary man. The composure, the presence, the crushing weight of authority that clung to him had been impossible to ignore, and now that same man, the Emperor's half-brother, the Lionheart Prince, and the supreme commander of the Allied forces, was the one everyone inside the grand conference hall of Balshad Castle was waiting for. The enormous chamber buzzed with low, restless voices. Seated around the wide oval table were commanders from every Allied kingdom, their banners hanging proudly behind them while they leaned toward one another in hushed conversation, the air thick with curiosity, ambition, and quiet calculation. Some whispered in open wonder, asking if he truly was the Emperor's brother. Others murmured that his strength was said to stand on the same level as the warlords of ancient legend. And for more than a few in that room, simply standing in the same hall as a man of imperial blood was a rare opportunity in itself. Yuri Briol sat quietly in his seat with his arms folded, watching the entire scene without saying a word. Even now, he thought, they chatter like merchants in a marketplace. There isn't a shred of discipline anywhere. Even in the middle of war, politics never truly dies. Then, without the faintest warning, he suddenly felt a presence behind him. It was so close and so abrupt that a cold line of sweat slipped down his back. "Everyone seems to be getting along rather well," said a calm, steady voice from just behind him. Yuri Briol turned slightly, and there he was, Ragnar Gustav Granzian, standing directly at his back with composed eyes and the slightest trace of amusement on his face. Ragnar Gustav Granzian strode past Yuri Briol with effortless ease and took the seat at the head of the table, as though it had always been his place. Yuri watched him in quiet disbelief, caught on a single stunned thought. When did he get here? Once he sat down, Ragnar folded his hands before him and slowly swept his gaze across the gathered commanders. The response was immediate. Under those eyes, the entire room fell dead silent. "Good," he said in a flat, even tone. "I'm glad you're all comfortable. But let me make one thing clear. Comfort can be dangerous." Then, with deliberate calm, he tapped the armrest of his chair twice. The sound itself was small, almost laughably soft, but what followed was anything but. A suffocating pressure spread through the chamber, an invisible force so heavy it felt as if the air itself had thickened into something solid. Around the table, commanders went rigid in their seats, their expressions cracking beneath the sheer weight of his presence. Some of them gritted their teeth so hard their jaws trembled, fighting just to remain upright where they sat. Even Yuri Briol felt the pressure bear down on his body. His breathing grew uneven, and sweat slowly gathered at his temple. So this is the Lionheart Prince, he thought. A man who can wring obedience from everyone in the room without ever needing to draw his blade. A hard, dangerous glint flashed in Ragnar's eyes, and his voice turned cold as iron. He said he despised cowards, and if any of them even thought of fleeing on the battlefield, he would personally cut them down himself. A visible shiver passed through the room. Then his tone eased by only the slightest degree, though the authority in it never weakened. Those who proved their strength and produced results, he said, would be rewarded as knights of the Empire. After that came a silence so total that no one dared shift, let alone speak. Then, with one quiet exhale, the crushing pressure vanished just as suddenly as it had appeared. Ragnar Gustav Granzian leaned back in his chair and spoke a single word: questions. And for a long, painful stretch of time, not one person answered. Then at last one hand rose. Prince Yuri Briol stood from his seat. Ragnar turned his gaze toward him, and for the first time a flicker of curiosity appeared in his eyes. "Yes?" Meeting Ragnar's stare head-on, Yuri Briol asked what the Empire's current assessment was of the Orc army's strength. The moment those words left him, the room stirred. Some commanders looked openly surprised by how directly he had asked, while others fell perfectly still, waiting to hear how Ragnar Gustav Granzian would respond. For a brief instant, Ragnar did nothing but stare at him. Then, slowly, a grin spread across Ragnar's face. "And who?" he asked, sounding almost amused. "Might you be Yuri Briol?" The prince answered him in an even voice, introducing himself as Yuri Briol, commander of Briol. At that, Ragnar's grin widened a fraction more. "Ah, so you're the one Georg mentioned," he said, recognizing him immediately. Ragnar Gustav Granzian rose from his seat in one slow, deliberate motion. "A good question, Commander. Each step he took toward Yuri Briol echoed through the chamber, heavy and measured, impossible for anyone in the room to ignore. One by one, every eye followed the Lionheart Prince as he crossed the hall toward the young commander, bold enough to speak first. Then his deep voice filled the chamber, quiet yet absolute. The Empire had confirmed the rise of a new force, he said, an orc named Okua, one who had accomplished what no other had managed before by bringing the three great orc tribes together under a single banner. He stepped even closer, the faint clink of armor sounding softly in the tense silence. Then he placed a firm hand on Yuri Briol's shoulder and continued, saying that Okua's growing power threatened every nation gathered in that hall, and that his army, his vanguard, had already set up camp just beyond Balshad. After that, Ragnar Gustav Granzian turned away and gestured toward the map spread out across the massive table. The surface was covered in detailed markings, terrain lines, troop positions, routes, and battle points all laid out in full. Ragnar's voice sharpened as he declared that in 2 days the Allied forces would move to engage, and that the first major clash of troops would begin then. Then, wearing a faint smile that held both challenge and respect, Ragnar made his announcement. The one who would lead the charge, he said, would be Yuri Briol, commander of Briol's forces. Yuri would take command of the vanguard. You accept? The instant those words dropped into the room, everything seemed to lock in place. Shock spread visibly through the gathered commanders, and several of them stared in open disbelief. Others said nothing at all, only exchanged stiff, uneasy glances across the table. For one heartbeat, Yuri Briol remained silent, his expression unreadable. Then he drew in a steady breath, looked Ragnar Gustav Granzian straight in the eye, and bowed his head slightly. Without the slightest hesitation, he accepted the post and declared firmly that as vanguard commander, he would advance at the very front. Good, Ragnar said simply. The murmurs that followed were low and uncertain, but he paid none of them any mind. He kept his eyes on Yuri Briol for one moment longer, then turned away and returned to his seat, looking fully satisfied with the answer he had received. That night, beneath a wide sky filled with stars, the camp remained quietly awake. There was the soft crackle of campfires, the faint clink of armor somewhere in the dark, and the low murmur of soldiers speaking under their breath. Yuri Briol sat alone beside a fire near the outer edge of the camp, the shifting orange glow reflected in his eyes, while his thoughts wandered somewhere between battle plans and the weight of old memories. Then soft footsteps approached from behind him. "What's got you looking so serious, Commander?" came a familiar voice carrying a teasing note. Yuri Briol turned slightly and saw Mary Rose Antra approaching, the Mage Duke of Bresson wearing a light, knowing smile as she drew near. The firelight traced the graceful outline of her figure as she lowered herself beside him. Smoothing the hem of her dress with practiced elegance, she folded her hands neatly in her lap. Without taking his eyes off the flames, Yuri Briol admitted that he hadn't expected to see her there. He remarked that the camp was hardly a place suited for nobles. Mary Rose let out a soft laugh and answered playfully that he was in no position to say that, considering their noble prince was sitting out there alone in the cold. She went on to say that he had taken the very role everyone wanted with almost effortless ease, and yet somehow he still did not look pleased by it. That, she admitted, was exactly why she had come to talk to him. Yuri Briol finally turned his head toward her, one brow lifting slightly. He remarked that she seemed unusually interested in him. Mary Rose met his eyes and smiled softly, before asking if he could really blame her. After all, she said, he never let anyone come close enough to truly know him. The lighter air between them faded after that, replaced by something much more sincere. She told him this battle was not about rank, title, or glory alone. The people of Balshad would live or die depending on how this war was fought, and because of that she could not bring herself to follow just anyone without question. As she said it, her eyes drifted briefly toward the fire. "You're troubled," she said quietly. "I can see it." Then she turned back toward him and asked him, honestly and directly, what he planned to do out there. Yuri Briol did not answer at once. Instead, he studied her in silence, hearing the real concern underneath every word she said. Mary Rose leaned a little closer, and her voice dropped into something low and steady. She promised that if he would give her a straight answer, she would fight beside him and offer him everything she had. Yuri Briol tilted his head slightly at that and asked what exactly she meant to lend him. Her lips curved into a knowing smile as she asked whether he had already forgotten who she was. Raising one hand, she opened her palm toward the fire. At once, the flames answered her call, lifting and coiling upward as though pulled by her will alone, until a small, brilliant ember hovered and danced above her skin. The reflected firelight shimmered in her eyes as she looked at him with the faintest smirk. "I'm Mary Rose Antra," she said, quiet but unmistakably proud, Mage Duke of Bresson, And believe me, Your Highness, once we're on the battlefield, I'll be far more useful than Sir Hernando. Yuri Briol kept his gaze on the fire, watching the light flicker across his otherwise composed face. A long silence stretched between them before he finally parted his lips to speak. There will be casualties. His tone was flat and tightly controlled, almost emotionless on the surface, but the weight behind those words landed with unmistakable force. Mary Rose's smile vanished immediately. Her posture straightened, and she turned fully toward him. Casualties, she repeated, much more softly this time. Yuri Briol gave a small, quiet nod. He told her that the vanguard was the place where the blood flowed first and deepest, where men were always the first to be thrown into death. And as he continued speaking, the look in his eyes grew harder in the firelight. The men they had been laughing with tonight, the same soldiers sharing food, warmth, and brief moments of peace around these fires. Any of them would not live long enough to see the next sunrise, and that, Yuri Briol said, was what it truly meant to lead from the very front. He leaned a little nearer to the fire, and the wavering light flickered across his face, dancing in his eyes and making the heaviness in his expression stand out all the more. I chose this position with my own hands, he said in a quiet, steady voice. So when that moment finally comes, I'll be the one who carries that burden alone. After that, the conversation simply stopped. Neither of them said another word. Only the soft, steady crackle of the fire filled the silence between them, until Mary Rose finally drew in one slow, careful breath. The tightness in her face gradually melted away, and as her expression softened, a different kind of resolve began to gather and shine in her eyes. That isn't an easy truth to accept, she said softly, her voice low and calm. But hearing an answer like that is exactly why someone like you deserves to command. As she spoke, she straightened her back, her solemn air settling into something steadier and more assured. Your answer, Your Highness, it truly is admirable. Then the corner of her mouth lifted into the faintest teasing smile. Though I still don't like how it sounds as if you worry more about your soldiers than you do about me. The change in tone came so suddenly that Yuri turned to her at once, caught completely off guard. Still wearing that confident smile, Mary Rose raised her hand toward him, offering it openly, as though drawing a clean line between the conversation they had just shared and the decision that would follow. Then, let's make it official. I am Mary Rose Antra, Mage, Duke of Balshad. She met his eyes without even the slightest trace of hesitation, her gaze steady and unwavering. From this moment onward, I will stand at your side, and I will lend you my power in this first battle. For the first time that night, Yuri's face eased into a genuine smile. Without pausing, he reached out and clasped her hand firmly. Then I'll be counting on you, Duchess, he said, warmth finally returning to his voice. I'm looking forward to fighting beside you. A few days later, fierce winds tore through the dense canopy of Balshad forest, bending branches and making the leaves overhead shudder and shake. The air was thick with the smell of wet earth, cold iron, and that unmistakable tension that settles in just before an army goes to war. The first battle had begun. From between the trees, wave after wave of armored orcs came pouring out in disciplined ranks. Their advance brutal, organized, and relentless. Their roars rolled through the forest, and at the very front, riders mounted on snarling beasts drove the charge ahead with terrifying force. Opposing them, the Allied army stood ready behind rough wooden walls and hastily raised barricades. All along the line, armor clinked and rattled as soldiers tightened their hands around swords and spears, bracing themselves for the impact that was coming. High above the battlefield, Supreme Commander Ragnar Gustaf Granzian stood on an overlooking ridge with Mage Duke Mary Rose Antra at his side. His sharp, piercing eyes swept across the front lines while the wind carried the distant shudder of war through the trees. And below them, at the very front of the field, clad in Briol's armor and surrounded by his knights, stood Prince Yuri Briol. His sword was already drawn. His footing was solid, and when he raised his voice, it rang across the ranks with absolute resolve. Ready yourselves, he called, his tone sharp, clear, and commanding. Those who stand with me, fight with pride. We are Briol's shield, and today, we strike first. At once, weapons rose with a thunderous clatter. For one breathless instant, even the forest itself seemed to fall, still as both armies poised for the collision that would decide the fate of Balshad's first battle. Commander Ragnar Gustaf Granzian stood tall at the edge of the ridge, his gaze fixed on the battlefield below, where the tension had grown so thick it felt as though the very air might split apart at any second. Behind him, the banners of the Allied forces snapped violently in the wind as he spoke, his deep voice carrying authority across the entire command post. It's time, he declared. The vanguard will advance. Then he tilted his head just slightly, his sharp eyes shifting toward the figure standing behind him, Mage Duke Mary Rose Antra. I have to ask, Ragnar said in a calm, controlled voice. What brings the Mage Duke herself all the way to the front lines? You've never been the type to attend a battle in person. Mary Rose gave a faint, easy smile and brushed a loose strand of hair away from her face as the wind tugged at her cloak. I'm here on a special assignment, she replied smoothly. A personal request from someone I simply couldn't refuse. Ragnar studied her in silence for a brief moment, but in the end, he let the matter go. Without another word, he turned his eyes back toward the battlefield below. On the front line, Prince Yuri Briol sat astride his horse beneath the dull gray sky, his spear catching the faint little light that filtered through the gloom. Around him, hooves pounded, armor rattled, and the restless sound of an army readying to move rolled through the air. Behind him, his knights waited in perfect formation. Every man held steady. Every breath seemed to move in unison. Yuri lifted his weapon high, and his voice rang out over the entire line, strong, direct, and unwavering. All units, ready. A single roar came back from the soldiers as one. Ready, Commander? Yuri lowered his spear, his expression hard and fully settled. Then we charge. That order ripped through the formation, and in the very next instant, the Briol vanguard burst forward. Their battle cries shook the forest, and the ground itself trembled beneath the force of their charge. Across the field, the Orc army answered with a savage roar of its own and thundered forward to meet them head-on. The two forces raced toward each other like twin storms on the verge of collision. Watching from above, Ragnar folded his arms and narrowed his eyes. "Reckless," he muttered under his breath. "If he miscalculates even once, all that brilliance will die with him." But before he could say anything more, Mary Rose stepped forward, her staff already in hand, looking perfectly calm in the middle of the chaos that was rising below. "Commander Ragnar," she said lightly, almost as if asking a small favor, "would you mind giving me a little space? I have something I need to take care of." He turned toward her with a frown. "What exactly are you planning, Duchess?" Mary Rose only smiled. "You'll see." Then she planted her staff firmly into the ground and began to chant under her breath. At once the air around her rippled with heat, and waves of mana surged outward in every direction. Above her, a massive sphere of flame began to form, an enormous fireball so vast that its glow spilled across the battlefield below. And then, with one clean, decisive motion, she released it. The blazing mass shot high into the sky, arcing overhead before plunging down toward the very spot where the two armies were about to collide. In the next instant, the world burst into a searing orange blaze. Fire raced violently across the field, swallowing the ground as it spread outward with overwhelming force. Ragnar's eyes snapped wide open. "Are you insane?" he shouted. "You'll burn our own troops alive." But Mary Rose didn't flinch in the slightest. Her voice remained calm, almost faintly amused. "Don't worry," she said. "This was part of the plan. Prince Yuri asked for it." At that exact moment, Yuri came charging straight through the blaze, his spear gleaming like molten light. The inferno raged on all sides of him, yet neither he nor the men behind him slowed by even a fraction. Instead, the instant the fire rolled across their ranks, it split harmlessly around them. Thick clouds of steam burst upward as the flames hissed and died against a protective layer of magical water wrapped around the soldiers' bodies. Ragnar could do nothing but stare, his eyes widening even more. Down on the battlefield below, the reason for Mary Rose's confidence was unfolding right in front of him. Yuri's knights, drenched in enchanted water, tore into the Orc formation with terrifying precision. Their armor gleamed through the rising steam, and every movement they made was smooth, swift, and relentless. Orc after orc fell before they could even raise a weapon to defend themselves. At the heart of it all, Yuri's spear flashed like lightning as he drove straight through the enemy line. "Don't stop," he shouted, his voice cutting sharply through the chaos. "Keep pushing forward. Burn nothing but the enemy." Behind them, the fire still roared across the field, while the Briol vanguard surged ahead like a storm of steel. Every orc that came within reach was cut down at once, and the enemy formation began to collapse under the sheer violence of the assault. High above the battlefield, Ragnar stood locked in stunned silence. He had seen countless battles and commanded thousands upon thousands of men, but never, not even once, had he witnessed a maneuver like this. "To think," he murmured under his breath. He planned all of it. Fire and water balanced perfectly. He turned a death trap into a weapon. Below, Yuri still rode at the very front, his expression unyielding as his knights continued carving a path across the battlefield. The flames behind them roared like a living beast, yet not a single soldier hesitated. The water covering their bodies shimmered as it protected them, glowing almost like armor forged from light itself. The ground was already littered with the fallen orc after orc, dropping without mercy beneath the advance. Yuri's men followed his command exactly, pressing forward with ruthless discipline, their unity and precision turning what should have been chaos into complete battlefield dominance. And right at the center of that overwhelming charge rode Prince Yuri Briol himself, spear in hand, his banner slicing through the smoke. He was not the kind of commander who led from safety in the rear. He led from the middle of the fire itself. The soldiers stationed behind the front lines burst into cheers as they watched Yuri and his knights tear through the orc ranks like a blazing tide, sweeping everything in front of them away. At the sight of that charge, pride visibly swelled through the watching ranks. Briol's knights were fighting at the absolute height of their strength, their courage burning bright, their unity unbroken, and their presence on the battlefield overwhelming anything around them. Truly the nation of knights, someone shouted, and in the very next breath, that cry was taken up from every direction. The roar of praise spread through the allied army like wildfire. As the supporting forces watched the orc formation begin to break apart beneath Yuri's relentless assault, they made their decision at once. "Now's the time," one commander shouted. "Strike while their lines are open," and with that, they surged forward as well. The knights of the Holy Kingdom rushed in to reinforce Briol's advance, their banners flying beside Yuri's as both allied forces crashed down on the enemy together. Steel slammed into steel, spells ripped through the air, and the battlefield echoed with the cries of men and monsters until the orc formation finally broke apart for good. From the ridge above, Commander Ragnar Gustaf Granzian watched the entire collapse with his arms folded across his chest, and for once, the corner of his mouth lifted into a faint, rare smile. "Impressive," he murmured under his breath. Prince Yuri Briol threw himself straight into the front line, crushed the enemy formation with his own hands, and dragged his soldiers forward along with him. Even as he spoke, his eyes never left the field below. That is what true leadership looks like. Then he shifted his gaze sideways toward the woman standing beside him. "And that firestorm of yours, Mage Duke, it was devastating." His tone stayed measured, but the weight of the praise was unmistakable. Once it was paired with his water enchantment, the enemy had no chance to recover. Mary Rose tilted her head just slightly, looking calm on the surface, though a quiet pride rested in her expression. "Dangerous, yes," Ragnar continued, and now there was a faint trace of reproach in his voice. "And yet you still went along with it. That plan could just as easily have ended in catastrophe." Mary Rose gave a soft, amused little laugh. "You think I didn't try to stop him? But once he sets his mind on something, there's no pulling him away from it." As she said that, her eyes drifted back toward the battlefield below. "Still, it worked," she admitted at last. "That boy keeps finding ways to surprise me." Ragnar let out a slow breath and gave the slightest shake of his head. "Then he's a reckless genius. I may not approve of how he did it, but I can't deny what it accomplished." A small smile touched his mouth again. For a first battle, he and his knights fought exceptionally well. By the time the last war cries faded, and silence finally settled over the field, Balshad's first battle was over. Orc corpses lay scattered across the ground, and above the smoke, ash, and wreckage, the banners of the Allied forces rose high in unmistakable victory. A few days later, deep within a chamber of Balshad Castle, Mage Duke Maryrose Antra sat alone in her study. Dim candlelight flickered over towering stacks of parchment, scattered notes, and half-finished magical formulas that seemed to spread across the room like the visible shape of her thoughts. Her quill moved quickly over the page, and in that still, enclosed room, the soft scratch of ink against paper was the only sound to be heard. The moment she finished signing her report, the door behind her opened with a low creak. Without even looking up from the desk, she spoke in a sharp, cutting tone. "I don't recall granting anyone permission to enter my room." A familiar voice answered her with easy, almost lazy casualness. "You wound me, Mary. Is that really how you greet your old student's teacher?" Only then did she slowly lift her eyes, and there in the doorway stood Hernando, wearing that same relaxed smile he always seemed to carry. "I suppose it must be satisfying," she said dryly, "to watch your student perform so well on the battlefield." There was a faint sharpness under the words. Hernando merely shrugged. "I'd call it natural. Though I did think the Mage Duke of Balshad might at least ask how her old colleague has been." Mary's eyes narrowed immediately. "And I thought teachers weren't meant to abandon their students halfway through training. So why are you here now after all this time?" Hernando answered simply as he stepped further into the room. "Curiosity. I wanted to see how far my former pupil has come, and perhaps how far yours has as well." His gaze dipped briefly toward the papers scattered across her desk. "So," he said, "how is your research on the transcendental interpretation formula progressing?" Mary Rose leaned back in her chair, and some of the irritation on her face gave way to a quieter kind of pride. "It's advancing more smoothly than I expected," she said. "The formula can now bridge more than written languages alone. It's starting to interpret ancient magical scripts as well. With this, we may be able to translate spells from forgotten eras." Hernando's brow rose slightly, genuine interest flashing across his face. So you've really connected the formula to ancient magic itself? Mary Rose gave a single nod and set her quill down with deliberate calm. Exactly. Before long, the boundary between old magic and modern magic will disappear. Her voice softened as she turned her face toward the window, where pale moonlight spilled across the distant walls of Balshad. And when that day comes, she murmured, we'll finally begin to understand the true language of the world. Hernando's eyes narrowed with interest as he leaned a little closer over her desk. You always did have a gift for making the impossible sound simple, he said quietly. But indulge me. Explain it properly. I want to hear how you managed to fuse the transcendental formula with ancient magic. Mary Rose did not even bother to look up. Her quill began moving again across the parchment, slow, precise, and controlled. And why? She asked flatly. Should I tell you anything? Hernando let out a low chuckle. Because I'm not asking for my own sake. That made her pause. Slowly, she lifted her eyes and studied him in silence. He held her gaze, and when he spoke again, his voice had turned more earnest than before. You care about Prince Yuri, don't you? I'm asking because your research may help him. More specifically, it may help with his fate. A faint smile brushed Mary Rose's lips. His fate, is it? She murmured, a trace of amusement coloring her voice. Tell me, Hernando, is his destiny really that important to you? Her eyes softened, but her voice sank lower and quieter. Or have you forgotten? Grand wizards are forbidden from interfering with the flow of human history. Even you should remember that. Hernando's expression darkened just a little, but he still nodded. I haven't forgotten, he said, but there are already too many threads wrapped around that boy. Too many hands reaching into his life. Even the Empire's commander has begun to move. Mary Rose watched him for a long, silent moment, the candlelight reflected in her eyes. Then, with a faint sigh, she turned back to the papers before her. You always were far too sentimental for a grand wizard, she said quietly. Hernando answered with a small, knowing smile. Maybe, but I'd rather be sentimental than stand aside and watch history repeat itself. Elsewhere, night had settled deep and motionless over Balshad. The castle corridors were nearly silent, and the only sound in the air was the low, distant hum of torches burning along the walls. Prince Yuri Briol strode briskly through the hall, the sound of his boots echoing in the quiet stone passage until he reached the chamber where Commander Ragnar Gustav Granzian was waiting. The heavy doors opened with a low groan. Inside, Ragnar stood beside a broad table covered with maps and documents, his face unreadable in the flickering torchlight. Commander Ragnar, Yuri said, bowing respectfully. I was told you summoned me. May I ask the reason at this hour? Ragnar did not answer at once. He rested one hand on the map spread before him and tapped a finger against a marked region far to the east. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm, level, and deliberate. I have a mission for you, he said, a reconnaissance operation. Yuri straightened slightly, and a hint of confusion crossed his face. A scouting mission? At this hour? Ragnar lifted his eyes to Yuri's, and the force in that stare made the younger prince go still. Yes, he said. You'll understand the reason soon enough. For now, you'll move under cover of darkness with only a small unit. He pointed toward the marked area on the map, a deep stretch of forest where the shadows seemed to swallow the land whole. Your task is to discover what lies beyond that ridge. Reports mention unusual movement in the woods, whether it's orcs or something else entirely. We don't know yet. Yuri studied the map in silence for a brief moment, then looked back up. Understood, Commander. I'll prepare at once. But if I may ask, who will be accompanying me? A faint smile touched Ragnar's mouth, though his eyes remained sharp. That, he said, depends on who is willing to follow you into the dark. The torchlight flickered and stretched long shadows across the room as his words hung heavily in the air. By the time full night had settled over the camp, Yuri had come to a stop outside Ragnar's tent. The air was cool, and the camp beyond felt strangely quiet, as though even the soldiers were holding their breath for what was about to happen. Inside, Yuri finally gave voice to the question that had been weighing on him. Are you truly entrusting this reconnaissance mission to me, Commander? Ragnar answered without even a moment's hesitation, his expression fixed and certain. By tomorrow we march into the eastern plain, straight toward Orc territory. An ambush is almost guaranteed. The entire army will be moving forward under constant pressure. As he spoke, he lowered his hand to the map, and his finger stopped on a single marked route. I need you to go ahead and scout that path. Once we know what's waiting for us, the main force will move in behind you. Yuri's brow tightened as calculations raced through his mind. Within the Allied formation, will a separate unit be assigned to secure it? A faint smile touched Ragnar's lips, sharp as ever. Yuri fell silent for a moment, clearly turning over the meaning of that answer in his head. Then he spoke again, respectful but careful in tone. I'm grateful for your trust, Commander. However, Briol led the vanguard in the last engagement. For the sake of balance among the allied nations, another force should be given that opportunity this time. Ragnar let out a short, dismissive laugh. Fairness? He shook his head, and the amusement vanished from his face almost immediately. Among commanders who all believe they're the strongest, I trust only one thing, ability, and I've already seen yours with my own eyes. His gaze locked onto Yuri as he began to explain what he intended to do next. But before he could finish, Yuri cut in sharply, addressing him with urgent respect as Your Highness. Ragnar's grin returned at once, easy and steady. He gave a single nod. Then I'll test them. I already have a plan. That very same night, the announcement spread through every allied camp. At the Holy Kingdom's base, a knight passed a sealed notice to a messenger, and not a single person questioned whether it was genuine. Supreme Commander Ragnar had issued a direct order. The main army would advance, and a reconnaissance unit would be assigned to secure the formation. Not long after that, the same order reached the prison knights. Commander Jonathan read through the parchment and understood its true meaning almost immediately. Ragnar had no intention of accepting volunteers based on words alone. The units allowed to take part would be decided through direct competition, open to any force bold enough to step forward and prove itself. Jose glanced over at Jonathan, and a dry chuckle slipped from his lips. Looks like the Supreme Commander wants to find out who's actually worth trusting. Jonathan rolled the scroll shut, and a sudden heat flashed through his eyes, as something long dormant seemed to stir awake inside him. It's been a long time since I've felt this kind of drive, he said, his voice edged with a sharp excitement he made no effort to hide. At Prince Yuri Briol's camp, Hernando read the order aloud, and his expression tightened more and more as the real meaning of it sank in. The directive was brutally simple. They were to locate any orcs along the marching route and return with their right ears. Their results in this mission would determine the assignments they received from that point onward. He lowered the parchment and looked toward Yuri, one brow lifting slightly. Then he asked the question directly. Was this really Yuri's idea? Yuri answered without even the smallest pause. Yes. His voice was steady and calm, carrying no uncertainty whatsoever. Since this falls under the Supreme Commander's authority, every nation has to participate, and this, he added more quietly, is the best possible way to measure what each force is truly capable of. A ripple of unease moved through the group. Jared, one of Yuri's knights, stepped forward and gave voice to the concern the others were plainly feeling. A reconnaissance mission isn't the same as open warfare. Our unit wasn't built for this kind of operation. Yuri met his gaze head-on without the slightest sign of hesitation. He told him not to worry. He had already prepared a plan for exactly that. Next day, Ragnar Gustaf Granzian stood before the assembled allied forces. Right in front of him sat an hourglass, placed where everyone could see it, and when he began to speak, his voice carried cleanly across the entire field without the slightest strain. The main army will advance toward the plains. Each unit will move to its assigned sector, hunt down the orcs in that area, and eliminate them. His tone was calm and even, but there was not the slightest room in it for hesitation, doubt, or misunderstanding. The nation that returns with the greatest number of ears will be granted priority in future operations. The instant those words left his mouth, a heavy silence spread across the gathered forces as every soldier and commander fully grasped what was being put on the line. Sibylla Arsant, Jonathan Eagle, and Prince Yuri Briol all fixed their eyes on Ragnar at once, each one visibly taut with focus as the pressure of the challenge tightened in the air around them. Without saying another word, Ragnar simply bent down, took the hourglass into his hand, and turned it over. The sand began to pour, and with that single deliberate motion, the contest officially began. At that exact same moment, the three commanders split off, and their forces burst away in different directions beneath the hard, cutting light of the morning sky. Ragnar watched them ride out across the open plains. A knight stepped up beside him, the faintest smile curling at his lips as he remarked that it seemed His Highness had placed quite a bit of trust in the Briol prince. Ragnar glanced sideways at him, one eyebrow lifting just a fraction. Was it really that obvious? His gaze remained fixed on the distant line where Yuri's force was vanishing into the plains. Then, in a tone that sounded thoughtful and faintly amused, he admitted that the young prince had caught his interest, and if Yuri proved himself again, that interest might very well grow into something closer to genuine fondness. At the very front of his formation, Prince Yuri Briol pushed his knights and soldiers onward, leading them at full speed straight into the vast open plains. As they thundered across the grasslands, Jared pulled his horse in beside Yuri and shouted over the rush of wind, demanding to know whether he actually had any real plan at all. Yuri only turned his head slightly, and a confident smile spread across his face. Of course he had a plan. They were going to win this. And the first thing they needed to do, he said, was find the orcs. Jared shot him an openly irritated look and snapped back that simply finding the orcs was not the same as actually completing the mission. Yuri didn't react to the irritation in the slightest. His voice stayed calm and level as he repeated that he had already prepared a method for this. Then, all at once, a shout rang out from the front ranks. One of the lookouts called for everyone to look to the northeast. Yuri's eyes swept across the horizon, and the instant he caught the movement, his expression hardened. There, racing over the fields, was a formation of mounted orcs, arc cavalry. They were moving at speed and had no idea Yuri's force had already spotted them. A grin spread across Yuri's face. Perfect. He reached into his pouch and pulled out a necklace set with a glowing red gem. It was time to lure them in. The moment it left his hand, the stone began to pulse. Its crimson light swelled brighter and brighter, spilling out across the plains in a vivid red glow. One by one, the orcs' eyes flared red. Their attention snapped violently toward Yuri's unit. Their minds dragged into alignment by the gem's unnatural pull. With savage roars, they wheeled around and charged. Yuri raised his voice steady, clear, and impossible to mistake. Only the right ears matter. At once, the knights answered him with one unified shout. Jared clicked his tongue in plain irritation, but even so, he drew his sword without a second's hesitation. Yuri unsheathed his own blade, his face still perfectly calm, and gave his men one sharp warning not to get carried away. Then he gave the signal. The Briol force slammed forward, and Jared, driven by pure aggression, launched himself off his horse in the middle of the charge and crashed into an orc before it could even react. His blade flashed once and cut clean through the creature's neck in a single stroke. The body dropped where it stood. Jared landed over it, tore his sword free, and in the very next instant the battlefield around him erupted into chaos. Briol's knights and soldiers tore through the orc ranks with brutal, practiced efficiency, cutting down everything that came into their path. Then, out of the confusion, a massive orc burst forward on the back of a hulking lizard mount, its heavy axe raised high as it let out a booming roar. Yuri spotted it instantly and kicked his horse forward without the slightest delay. The orc's axe came crashing down, but Yuri's sword moved first. In one smooth pass, he rode by and sliced straight through the creature's throat, sending blood spraying out into the air behind him. His eyes narrowed as his gaze shifted toward the bodies that were already beginning to pile up across the ground. For this mission, he had prepared two things in advance. His eyes dropped for a brief moment to the small knives hanging at his waist. The first had been the crystal necklace taken from the bandits, and that had already worked exactly as intended. But just as his thoughts turned to the second, one of the knights rushed up to him with a sack slung over his shoulder, dark blood already soaking through the cloth. The knight dropped to one knee and reported that they had already collected 10 right ears. At this pace, he said, they might surpass every other force on the field. Yuri calmly drew one of the small knives from his belt. A faint smile touched his lips as he murmured that it still wasn't enough. The knight froze at once, confusion flashing openly across his face. Before the man could even ask what Yuri meant, Yuri flicked his wrist and drove the knife straight down into the earth. The ground answered instantly. A massive pillar of light burst upward with a thunderous roar, ripping through the soil as the earth shook violently beneath them. The knight staggered backward and nearly lost his footing altogether, his eyes blown wide as he stared at the blinding column of light. But Yuri remained seated on horseback, perfectly still, as though none of it could unsettle him in the least. Heavy waves of power continued to roll off him without pause. Without raising his voice, and with absolute certainty in every word, Yuri declared that they would not turn back until every single orc in the entire region had been exterminated. Soul severance was an unusual power, a technique shaped entirely by the will of the one who wielded it. Yuri lowered his eyes to the dagger buried in the ground, his gaze tightening with focus as he explained it. That blade could sense vibrations through the earthquake's sword, a weapon infused with the strength of the land itself. He gestured toward the knife, where a faint hum still trembled in the air. And by feeding that pulsing sensation through soul severance and spreading it out across the earth, he could perceive every movement around him, whether it was visible to the eye or not. His voice remained calm, almost reverent, as he said that nothing within that range could escape him. And in the very next instant, the positions of the orcs bloomed clearly inside Yuri's mind. The shape of the land, the shifting flow of the battlefield, even the exact positions of the Briol soldiers fighting beside him all formed inside his awareness with perfect clarity. A thin, colorless mist began to seep slowly from his eyes, marking the activation of the technique. Even so, Yuri clicked his tongue under his breath. It still wasn't enough. Then he turned toward his men, his tone steady but utterly uncompromising, and repeated the order. They would not retreat until every orc in the region was dead. His aura surged outward with such force that it almost seemed visible as it coiled around him. Then, finally raising his voice, Yuri gave the order to advance. By the time dusk finally settles over the camp and the light begins to fade, Supreme Commander Ragnar Gustaf Granzian is already standing before an hourglass, saying nothing at all. He watches the final grains of sand slip downward in complete silence, and the very instant the last one falls, he raises his head and coldly announces that the allotted time has expired. The first unit from one of the allied nations steps forward carrying a sack. With only a single tap of his finger against the desk, Ragnar signals them to begin and orders them to show what they managed to bring back, his tone making it painfully clear that he has no patience to spare. They loosen the pouch and tip it open, but nothing comes out. The moment Ragnar sees that, his expression turns hard, his voice drops into an icy edge as he demands to know which nation they are from. Then reminds them that this was a reconnaissance mission, not a leisurely walk around the battlefield. Irritated beyond hiding it, he tosses the empty sack aside and calls for the next report. The next group steps up, and the result is exactly the same. Once again, there is nothing to show for their mission. And the group after that comes forward as well, only to suffer the same humiliating outcome in front of everyone gathered there. By the time the final report is being presented, it is obvious that whatever little patience Ragnar had left has been completely worn away. He delivers his judgment with brutal sharpness, declaring that this unit has failed too. Once every nation has finally made its report, Ragnar lets out a long breath and slaps his own cheek in open frustration. So many armies had gone out, yet not a single one had returned with proof that they had killed even one orc. Then, all at once, something in the atmosphere changes, and that subtle shift pulls Ragnar's attention away from his irritation. When Ragnar looks up, he sees Commander Jonathan of Brusen stepping forward, clearly struggling to contain his excitement. Ragnar takes the pouch from him, flips it over, and empties it onto the table. A small pile of right ears scatters across the surface, undeniable proof that they succeeded, and the soldiers from the other nations can do nothing but stare in stunned silence. Ragnar gives a small nod of approval and openly commends the Brusen troops. 6 ears. Up to this point, that is the best result anyone has shown. Jonathan lowers his head slightly in response, but the pride written across his face is impossible to hide as he modestly says they were simply fortunate enough to run into the right target group. A quiet chuckle slips from Ragnar as he reaches for another pouch, this one handed over by an imperial soldier. Turning it once in his hand, he remarks that luck itself is a kind of strength, because many men have lost their lives simply because fortune never stood with them. Then, wearing a confident grin, he brings that pouch down onto the table and begins counting what spills out from inside. 12 ears. Ragnar nods again, this time clearly satisfied by the total. Not bad at all. At once, a low murmur spreads through the hall as soldiers from the other nations whisper among themselves, unable to hide how impressed they are by the Empire's result. The pride Jonathan had been carrying only moments ago fades right out of his face, replaced by a bitter, unmistakable sense of defeat. The Empire had started an hour later than everyone else, and even so, they came back with twice as many ears. Even the second princess of the Holy Kingdom presses her lips together, frustration flashing openly in her eyes as the truth sinks in. To the Empire, none of the others had ever been treated as equals. To them, the rest were nothing more than bait. Ragnar notices the disappointment spreading through the room, and the defeated looks falling across one face after another. But the pleased curve of his smile never leaves. Lifting one hand to quiet the murmuring, he tells them not to dwell on what is already over. What matters now is what they choose to do from here on. After that, he turns slightly and asks the soldier standing beside him whether that had been the final report. The man stiffens in surprise for a moment, then hurriedly replies that there is still one left. A moment later, another pouch lands on the table with a thick, heavy thud, a sound far weightier than any of the others before it. The soldier announces that this one came from Betrayal. The reaction is immediate. Heads snap around in unison, and shock races through the assembled forces like a visible wave. Ragnar is still smiling, but something in that expression tightens the moment his eyes settle on the pouch, packed full of right ears. Slowly, almost deliberately, he lifts his gaze from the table and looks straight at Prince Yuri Betrayal, who stands there without moving so much as an inch. Yuri stands before him in armor darkly stained with orc blood, looking like a man who has just walked straight out of the battlefield itself. Ragnar studies him for a brief moment, then asks with quiet interest just what it was Yuri had been seeing out there. His voice remains calm, but there is a sharp curiosity beneath it, as he asks Yuri directly what his secret is. Yuri does not hesitate for even a heartbeat. In the same even matter-of-fact tone, he says there is nothing special about it at all. They simply worked harder. That night, the focus shifts away from the briefing hall and back to the Allied camp. Sir Jared is overseeing the unloading of supplies, his sharp eyes moving from crate to crate while he warns the soldiers to handle everything with care. He keeps the entire area under strict watch, making sure not a single item is treated carelessly. As he makes his way through the camp, a knight from another nation passes close by him and deliberately drives a shoulder into him as he goes. Jared winces from the impact and turns immediately, just in time to catch the man glancing back at him with open contempt before walking on, as though nothing happened. Left standing there, Jared rubs his shoulder and frowns, honestly confused about what exactly that was supposed to be. Later that same night, over in Briol's camp, Jared goes to find Yuri. Yuri is sitting on a log beside the campfire, eating with another soldier, and he looks up when Jared calls out to him. Jared steps over, stops in front of him, and gives his report. Knights from the other nations have been openly trying to provoke them. Yuri rises at an unhurried pace, his face calm and unreadable, and asks if that is really what has been happening. As the two of them begin walking, Jared explains that it has not been just one isolated incident. There has been constant whispering behind their backs, and none of it has been friendly. Yuri answers with a small, knowing smile and says it was inevitable. Briol has attracted too much attention, and now that they have taken the reconnaissance role, jealousy from the others was bound to follow. They come to a stop in front of the holding cell where the captured orcs are being kept. Yuri tells Jared to simply enjoy the attention and not waste any energy worrying about it. Given enough time, he says, it will settle down on its own. Corey is already waiting nearby, and the moment Yuri notices him, his focus shifts at once away from camp politics and onto the matter that truly matters. What matters now is the orc sorcerer being held among the prisoners. Yuri gives Corey a light pat on the shoulder and asks if he managed to learn anything useful. Corey hesitates, just about to answer, when one of the imprisoned orcs suddenly shouts something from inside the cell in its own harsh, grating language. Yuri turns his head slightly toward the cell, then asks Corey what the orc just said. After a short pause, Corey carefully replies that the word it used was black dog. He then explains that a rumor has been spreading among the orcs about a knight who can sniff them out the way a hunting dog tracks its prey. Yuri glances back at the orc, then turns his eyes to Corey and asks if they are talking about him. Behind him, Jared is already struggling not to laugh. Corey nods, still sounding unsure how best to phrase it, and explains that among the orcs, the name is actually intended as an honor, a title born out of both fear and respect. Yuri's brow tightens immediately in irritation. A dog? He mutters that if they were going to compare him to anything, they could at least have called him a wolf. That is the moment Jared finally loses the battle with himself and bursts out laughing. Annoyed, Yuri whirls around and pins him with a sharp glare, demanding to know whether Jared finds any of this amusing. Jared instantly jerks his eyes away and tries to compose himself, insisting that he does not, even though the grin still pulling at the corner of his mouth betrays him completely. Yuri turns back toward the cell and rubs at his chin, a reluctant smile slowly appearing despite himself. At the very least, he says, it means his name has spread among the orcs. Considering how effective he has been lately, that does make sense. Corey nods, but then hesitates, his voice faltering slightly as he adds that there is still more Yuri needs to hear. The orcs did not merely call him the Black Dog. What they actually said was that the Emperor's Black Dog is coming for Okuwa's life. Yuri goes completely still. Those words begin echoing inside his head again and again, the Emperor's dog. In the very next instant, his aura erupts outward like a storm breaking loose. Every line of his face hardens with fury, and a suffocating, killing intent floods the air around him. So that is how the orcs see him. Not just as a man to fear, but as the Empire's obedient hound. The pressure around him grows heavier as his hand moves to the hilt of his sword, and the blade starts to slide free. Jared reacts without hesitation and lunges forward, shouting for Yuri to stop. If Yuri takes even a single step further, there will not be one prisoner left alive. Realizing just how close Yuri is to the edge, Jared throws himself between him and the cell, speaking firmly even as that crushing pressure bears down on him. He says he will handle the interrogation himself. Yuri's hand freezes on the hilt, stays there for a brief second, and then he slowly exhales before pushing the blade back into its sheath. The raging aura withdraws, though the anger burning beneath it does not fully fade. Corey carefully resumes his report and shares the rest of what the captured orc revealed. In the Garen region, there is a major barracks under the command of Kurui, the chieftain of the Garen tribe and a direct subordinate of Okuwa. Kurui has already mobilized his entire tribe and prepared for the advance of the allied army. He is the kind of commander who believes in ruling through overwhelming strength alone, and among the orcs, he is infamous as a monstrous warrior. More importantly, his intention is clear. He plans to wipe out the Allied armies before they can get anywhere near Okua. Yuri reaches out, rests a hand on Corey's head, and breaks into a bright smile as he praises him for bringing back such valuable information. Corey flushes slightly at the compliment, then bows and turns to leave. Yuri tells Jared that the rest is in his hands now. Jared answers with a crisp nod to show he understands, and Yuri immediately heads off to report everything directly to the Supreme Commander. Then, the moment Yuri steps inside Ragna's tent, all of that heavy tension shatters in the strangest way imaginable. Ragna repeats the question like he is asking about the weather, as though nothing about it is strange at all, and calmly asks Yuri whether he has a lover or at the very least, a girlfriend. Yuri stops cold on the spot, but this time it has nothing to do with war, tactics, or danger. He stammers through a clumsy denial, insisting that he has neither. Ragna, completely unmoved by how badly that lands, casually lifts his wine, takes a slow sip, and then asks Yuri how old he is. Yuri answers that he is 18, then immediately shoots back, tense and defensive, demanding to know what any of this has to do with the report he came to give. Ragna leans back in his chair, looking far too comfortable for a conversation like this, and admits in the most casual tone imaginable that while the timing may not be ideal, he just so happens to have a niece. And not just any niece, either. A very pretty one. Yuri nearly chokes on nothing but air. Across from him, Ragna simply takes another drink, and brushes the whole matter aside with infuriating ease, saying they can discuss it properly another time. Still looking slightly pale, Yuri forces out a stiff bow and backs out of the tent as quickly as he can without completely losing his dignity. The instant he makes it outside, his balance gives way and he nearly pitches forward, whispering to himself like a man who has just been cursed. Ragna's niece, Ragna's pretty niece. Then the memories crash into him without warning. Scenes from his previous life surge back to the surface, and one image after another flashes through his mind, all tied to his past entanglement with the Empire's princess. His stomach twists so violently it feels like it is folding in on itself. No way. The words spill out of him in raw horror, loud enough that a few soldiers nearby glance over in surprise. He grabs both sides of his head, dread settling over him with brutal clarity as one conclusion locks into place in his mind. No matter what happens, he has to avoid this at all costs. But before his thoughts can spiral any deeper, someone steps directly into his path and calls his name. Concern fills her voice as she reaches toward him and asks whether he is all right, pointing out that he looks genuinely unwell. Yuri slowly lifts his eyes, and the moment he realizes who is standing there, he stops dead again. Then, little by little, a smile spreads across his face and a sharp light flickers into his eyes. Found her. Standing right in front of him is Sibylla Arsant, commander of the Holy Kingdom's army and its second princess. In Yuri's eyes, beneath the dim glow of the camp lights, she suddenly seems almost radiant. In that instant, she rises from princess to savior, like a goddess sent down at the perfect moment to pull him away from looming disaster, completely unaware of the chaos racing through his head. Sibylla brushes a strand of hair aside, tilts her head slightly, and asks why he is staring at her like that. That night, outside Briol's military camp, Prince Yuri Briol paces beneath the silent sky. His boots keep tracing the same short stretch of ground over and over, while his mind circles the same problem, without giving him any peace. He turns the idea around from every possible angle until, at last, one answer settles into place. If he wants to escape Ragna's matchmaking, then he needs to act like he is already involved with someone else. It does not even matter who it is, as long as the story sounds believable. No, not just anyone. The more he thinks about it, the more specific the answer becomes. It has to be someone with no romantic interest in him, someone who owes him a favor, and someone who will not reject the request the moment he asks. And just as that realization clicks fully into place, he hears footsteps approaching. The second princess of the Holy Kingdom, Sibylla Arsant, steps into view. To Yuri, it does not feel like chance at all. It feels like the world itself has just handed him the perfect answer. Perfect. A broad grin spreads across his face as the pieces of his plan fall neatly into place. Without hesitating for even a second, he strides straight toward her with absolute resolve in his eyes. He stops directly in front of her and places both hands firmly on her shoulders. Sibylla blinks in startled confusion, her whole body stiffening as her lips part like she is about to demand what exactly he thinks he is doing. Yuri, meanwhile, only smiles with the bright, almost triumphant relief of a man who feels like he has just dodged execution. After steadying himself, he looks straight into her eyes and asks whether she remembers the time he saved her. She gives a slow nod, but the confused look on her face only deepens. Yuri leans in just enough for his tone to turn serious, and tells her that he is going to need her help very soon and that it absolutely has to be her. But before those words can properly settle in, he suddenly spins around and breaks into a run, throwing back over his shoulder that he will see her then. Sibylla is left standing there in total confusion. A beat later, she snaps out of it just enough to shout after him and demand to know what in the world he is even talking about. But by then, Yuri is already gone, swallowed by the darkness. Sibylla lets out a sharp breath and mutters to herself, wondering what on earth is wrong with that man. Then a voice suddenly calls out from behind her. "Princess." She turns stiffly, irritation already simmering in her face, only to find Sir Fennec standing there with that same shamelessly bright grin of his. Without missing even a beat, he cheerfully announces that she and Prince Yuri actually look surprisingly good together. Sibylla can do nothing but stare at him. Meanwhile, Fennec proudly thumps his chest and declares that he will support the two of them with all his heart. She opens her mouth as if to answer him, then stops halfway. Whatever strength she had left seems to drain out of her all at once. Instead, she lifts her eyes toward the glowing night sky, exhaustion washing through her from head to toe, and quietly wonders whether everyone around her could please disappear for a little while so she can breathe. By the next morning, clear sunlight pours down over the battlefield, its harsh brightness laying every inch of the land bare. Supreme Commander Ragnar Gustav Granzian rides at the very front of the Allied advance, leading the formation onward without a shred of hesitation. A short distance behind him, Jared nudges his horse closer to Yuri, who is riding with the column while his thoughts are obviously somewhere far away. Breaking the silence between them, Jared says that he has been hearing rumors. Yuri keeps his eyes fixed straight ahead, his face giving nothing away, and asks what rumors Jared is talking about. Jared answers immediately. It is about why the Supreme Commander keeps summoning him. Yuri lifts a brow at that, already having a very good idea where this is going. Then Jared says it outright. People are saying it has something to do with marriage. Yuri lets out a scoff of pure disbelief and shuts the idea down on the spot, telling him he is completely wrong and needs to wake up. Laughter suddenly breaks out from the knights riding behind them. Yuri throws an irritated glance over his shoulder and sees the wide grins on their faces. Clicking his tongue, he snaps that they must be unbelievably bored if they have enough spare breath for nonsense like that. But the march continues only until a sudden movement overhead drags Yuri's attention upward. A swarm of crows sweeps across the valley, their harsh cries ripping through the air. Yuri looks up at them with a frown, immediately struck by how unnatural it is for so many birds to be gathering in one place. Then, almost at once, his horse jerks violently beneath him, rearing and screaming in alarm. Several mounts near the front react the same way, and the formation jolts into confusion. Yuri clamps both hands down on the reins, struggling to steady his horse, and demands to know what is happening. After a tense stretch of seconds, the horse finally settles, but the feeling that something is terribly wrong only grows heavier. Jared speaks up and says he will ride ahead and check. Yuri's expression hardens instantly. He says he is coming too. The two of them spur their horses forward and push toward the front of the column, where Ragnar is already waiting. As they ride up, Yuri calls out to him, but the words die in his throat the moment they reach the crest of the slope. What spreads out below them is a nightmare made real. Human heads are mounted on pikes, swaying in the wind with hollow eyes staring at nothing. Half-eaten corpses lie scattered across the valley floor in a grotesque arrangement meant to terrify anyone who sees it. Some bodies are still skewered on sharpened stakes. Others have been torn apart and left where they fell, rotting beneath the merciless sun. All the color drains from Jared's face. His lips tremble as he tries to shape a prayer in his mind. But the horror in front of him is so overwhelming that he cannot even string the words together. Ragnar, in complete contrast, remains perfectly composed. A faint smile curls at the corner of his mouth as he finishes the words Jared cannot force out. He calls it an amusing welcome ceremony, a little gift the orcs left behind for them. The smell of decay hits Yuri like a physical blow. He raises a hand over his nose, but even then, he forces himself to keep looking and take in the whole scene. The orcs did not simply kill these people. They turned the bodies into ornaments. They drove them onto stakes before the feast was even done, then left the remains on display for all to see. It is deliberate. A message written in blood and mangled flesh, meant to make one thing perfectly clear, to them. Human lives are worth nothing. A hard knot of rage tightens in Yuri's chest. Pressing a fist against himself, he calls out to the Supreme Commander. If these corpses are left here, the soldiers' morale will be crushed. His voice remains under control, but the anger under it is impossible to miss. He requests permission for the Betrayal forces to handle the cleanup. Ragnar turns his head, studies Yuri for a short moment, and then gives a single nod. That one motion is all the permission Yuri needs. He immediately raises his voice and starts issuing orders to the Betrayal soldiers and knights, commanding them to prepare their torches at once. Moments later, flames burst to life as they move down into the valley below. The crackle of fire cuts sharply through the dreadful silence hanging over the scene. They work without speaking. Pikes are torn from the ground. Bodies are gathered together. Fire is set without hesitation. The smell of burning flesh spreads through the valley while the soldiers move with grim, practiced efficiency, carrying out a duty none of them wants, and yet none of them refuse. Yuri keeps watch over the work until his eyes stop on one soldier who has gone completely still. The man stands there staring at the burning corpses, all color gone from his face, his hands shaking as he mutters under his breath, unable to understand how anyone could commit something this cruel. Yuri steps quietly to his side and speaks in a low, steady voice, telling him not to let the sight swallow him whole. The soldier swallows hard, gives a shaky nod, and forces himself back to work. Yuri lifts his gaze again, and the look on his face tightens immediately. Two soldiers, Guinness and Dyke, have moved too far ahead and drifted away from the others. Yuri sharply calls out both of their names and orders them to stop right there and return at once. Both men freeze where they are. They turn around immediately, salute, and call back that they are returning. As they begin making their way back, Guinness glances down at the ground, unease pulling his brow tight. In a low voice, he tells Dyke that something about this place feels wrong. Dyke barely looks at him, still tense and distracted, and asks what exactly he means. Guinness lowers his hand toward a corpse lying nearby, then points toward the arrows scattered around it, as if forcing Dyke to really look. Their heads are sunk deep into the dirt at a steep downward angle, and the direction is completely wrong for the way the orcs had impaled the bodies, making the whole scene feel wrong the instant he points it out. To Guinness, those arrows don't look like they were fired from the ground at all. They look like they came pouring down from somewhere high above, and the moment he says it out loud, something stirs overhead. Shapes begin rising along the cliff edge behind them. Orcs, several of them, already in position with bows raised, strings drawn tight, and arrows aimed straight down. But neither soldier reacts fast enough to lift his head. Dyke is still crouched over the arrows in the dirt, half trapped in his own thoughts, quietly repeating the words shot from above. Then a sharp whistle cuts through the air, and before he can even register what it means, an arrow punches straight into Guinness' back. The impact is savage. Guinness jerks forward from the force, and a spray of blood splashes right across Dyke's face. The sound that tears out of him is wet and broken, more of a shattered gasp than a scream. And in that instant, the ambush stops feeling suspicious and becomes terrifyingly real. Guinness chokes where he stands, blood spilling from his mouth as his strength suddenly drains out from under him. A second later, his legs buckle, and he drops heavily to his knees, barely managing to keep himself upright. Dyke freezes for one stunned heartbeat, completely blank. Then panic crashes into him all at once. He shouts Guinness's name with a voice that cracks in fear, eyes locked on the wound as he stumbles backward in shock. His hands fly to his sword, fumbling for the hilt so desperately that his shaking fingers can barely close around it. And that is when the truth finally hits him with full force. This isn't an accident. They are under attack. Up on the cliff, the orcs move with cold, practiced coordination. Their bows rise in unison, a harsh command barks across the height, and then they release together. In the very next instant, a black storm of arrows comes pouring down on them. Dyke lifts his head just in time to see the volley dropping out of the sky. His eyes flare wide, and his heart starts hammering so hard in his chest that it feels like it might burst. Every instinct in his body screams at him to run, to dodge, to move anywhere but where he is standing, yet his legs refuse to listen. He locks up completely as time seems to drag, and all he can see above him is a sky suddenly filled with death. Then Yuri's voice slices through the chaos from farther off, sharp and unmistakable. He comes charging in at full speed, shouting at Dyke to brace his shoulder and hold steady. Dyke doesn't stop to think about it. He moves on raw instinct alone, planting his feet hard into the ground and setting his body exactly the way Yuri ordered. Yuri closes the distance in a blur and steps onto Dyke's shoulder with perfect timing, not a single motion wasted. Mana surges through his body all at once, and he launches himself upward, his entire frame crackling with power. His sword begins flashing again and again through the air at blinding speed. Every swing catches another incoming arrow, smashing the shafts apart in mid-flight, so they burst into splinters and never reach the ground below. Yuri drops back down hard and lands on one knee as broken fragments of arrows rain all around him. The instant he touches down, he turns and calls out for Guinness. Relief hits him the moment he sees that Guinness is still breathing. The wound is severe and the man is in bad shape, but he is alive, and that alone means they still have a chance. There is no room for hesitation. Yuri immediately orders Dyke to get Guinness up and move, sending both of them toward Simon without wasting even another second. They need help from the Holy Kingdom right away, and Yuri makes it absolutely clear that using his name, Yuri Briol, will make people react faster. If they invoke him, Support will come sooner. As Dyke and Guinness rush off in a frantic scramble, Yuri stays where he is and slowly lifts his gaze back toward the cliffs. His eyes narrow into a hard, cutting stare. For one brief moment, the orcs remain exactly where they are. Then, as if none of this meant anything to them at all, they turn their backs and disappear beyond the cliff edge. Yuri keeps watching until the last of them vanishes into the rocks, and the anger inside him tightens. This was not random. It was deliberate. A message, a warning aimed directly at him and no one else. They were telling him, as plainly as they could, that they could have taken his life whenever they wanted. Yuri grinds his teeth and curses under his breath. If they want to provoke him, then he will answer that challenge properly. Without taking his eyes off the now empty cliffs, Yuri slides his sword back into its sheath. This time, he has no intention of letting the matter go, and by the time afternoon settles across the valley and the entire area has been cleared, Yuri is already back in camp, standing before the others as he gives his report. Ragnar listens without a single interruption, his expression calm and controlled, but his attention razor-sharp as Yuri recounts every detail of the ambush once again. Conclusion is obvious. The upper right cliff position is the key point, and there is no safe way to work around it. That hidden orc unit cannot be ignored, avoided, or bypassed. It has to be wiped out. Ragnar turns his eyes toward Yuri, and in a calm and measured voice asks what he intends to do about it. Yuri answers immediately, without even pausing to think. A confident smile curls at the corner of his mouth as he says, "The solution is nothing complicated. Their archers will keep the enemy suppressed, forcing the orcs to stay pinned down and preventing them from exposing themselves or moving freely along the heights. And while the enemy is locked in place, Yuri's forces will come in from the top and seize control of the rift from above." As he says it, mana begins to stir faintly around him. It cannot be seen with the eye, but it can be felt, and the air between them tightens with the unmistakable promise of battle. The orcs are already waiting along the cliffs, bodies pressed low against the stone as they hold their positions and watch for the perfect opening. Across the valley, the silence hangs heavy, stretched so tight it feels almost impossible to breathe. Then one of them senses it first. A strange presence begins rising from below, faint at first, but impossible to ignore once it is there. Bow in hand, the orc slowly lifts itself up and leans outward over the cliff face to peer below. It never gets the chance to understand what it is looking at. In the very next instant, arrows come slamming toward it with terrifying precision. The orc hurls itself flat against the rock just in time, and the incoming shafts bury themselves into the cliff exactly where its head had been a heartbeat earlier. Metal bites into stone hard enough to throw sparks, and with a furious snarl, the orc spits out a warning to the others. The alert spreads through the hidden unit immediately. After that, more arrows come screaming up from below, hammering the cliffs over and over with relentless accuracy and keeping the orcs pinned in place. Down at the mouth of the valley, Supreme Commander Ragnar stands without moving an inch. Beside him, 3 knight archers hold their drawn bows steady, eyes fixed on the heights above. Ragnar's order cuts through the tension like a blade. The orcs are not allowed to advance. From this moment forward, Briol's forces are the ones doing the hunting. Far above, one knight starts climbing the cliff face, fingers digging into the sharp rock as he drags himself upward. Others climb right behind him, armor scraping harshly against the stone as they force themselves higher, jaws clenched for the moment they collide with the enemy head-on. Behind Yuri, one of the knights is already starting to fade. His breathing turns ragged, every movement grows heavier, sweat runs down his face, and his arms begin to tremble from the strain. Meanwhile, Prince Yuri Briol keeps climbing without the slightest hesitation. Every movement Yuri makes is exact and controlled, his concentration absolute. He never once looks back. Even so, the struggling knight calls up to him, voice tight with exhaustion, warning Yuri that he is pushing himself too hard. The man reminds him that the moment they reach the top, they will be thrown straight into battle, and he urges Yuri to conserve at least some of his strength. Yuri lets out a breath, irritation slipping into his voice as he tells the knight to worry about himself first. For someone his age, that stamina is awful. How does he expect to fight in that condition? Yuri does not slow down at all. His eyes stay fixed upward, and his climbing pace never changes. The archers below are doing their job in keeping the orcs pinned, but Yuri knows this window will not stay open for long. If they reach the top too late, the advantage disappears. Then the atmosphere changes in an instant. A violent spike of danger tears through Yuri's instincts, and his eyes snap wide as something enormous breaks loose above them. A massive boulder comes crashing down toward them, so huge it seems to swallow the sky. Shouts burst out from below as the knights yell for Yuri to get clear and take cover. But Yuri does not flinch. He stays completely calm, watching the falling rock come straight at him. His hand flashes to the magical daggers fastened at his waist. Mana surges through his body in one sharp pulse, and with a quick flick of his wrist, all 4 blades rip free at once. For the briefest instant, they whirl around him in a bright, radiant spiral before shooting upward in a tight, perfectly controlled line. One after another, the daggers stab into the cliff face and blaze with light, forming a glowing ladder of steel. Yuri instantly kicks off from his foothold. His body moves with a speed that almost defies reason, his feet striking each embedded dagger as if they were solid steps carved straight into the mountain. He surges upward in a blur, mana roaring through his limbs. In less than a heartbeat, he reaches the falling boulder itself, his sword already drawn. Suspended there in midair, Yuri sets himself, narrows his eyes to a razor edge, and swings. The mana-loaded blade slices straight through the boulder in one clean strike, splitting the huge mass apart. The boulder splits so perfectly that for a split second it almost doesn't look real. Its 2 gigantic halves rip past Yuri on either side of his body, then crash into the cliff below with a thunderous roar, blasting broken rock and razor-sharp fragments out across the air in every direction. Before gravity can finally drag him down after it, Yuri drives his sword deep into the cliff wall. The blade bites hard into solid stone, and both of his hands clamp around the hilt as he catches himself in midair, hanging over the drop. His chest rises once as he steadies his breath. Then, still suspended there, he loosens one hand and looks down. And with his voice still completely level, as if none of that just happened, Yuri calls down to the men below and asks whether anyone has been injured. Hurried voices shout back up from beneath him almost at once. They're safe. No one's been hit. At that, the faintest smile touches Yuri's lips. Good. He tells them not to stop climbing, to keep moving no matter what. Then, with a violent surge through his arms and shoulders, he tears the sword back out of the cliff and uses the recoil from that motion to hurl himself upward once again. He streaks across the cliff, face like a flash of light, moving so fast, it almost stops looking human. His feet barely seem to touch the stone as one motion melts into the next, and his whole body blurs up the rock wall. Just short of the summit, Yuri makes one final leap. He lands hard on one knee, his palms slamming flat against the ground to steady his body the instant he hits the ledge. The orcs are already there waiting for him. They close in immediately, snarls echoing across the rocky top as weapons rise from every direction around him. Yuri slowly lifts his head to face them, and instead of fear, a grin spreads across his face. Under his breath, almost dryly, he remarks that he appreciates the warm welcome. The orcs bark and hiss at one another, their rough voices full of agitation. One of them mangles his name, trying to spit it out. Another says it more clearly, Equatia. Yuri straightens a little, the smirk on his face sharpening as he casually confirms it, then adds that they're nothing but filthy orc trash. One of the orcs erupts forward with a furious roar and charges him head-on. Yuri doesn't give a single step. He moves straight in to meet it. Mana surges through his body in the same instant, and he closes the gap so quickly the distance between them seems to vanish, almost faster than the eye can track. His sword flashes once, clean, brutal. The blade slices straight through the orc's right arm, sending it spinning away through the air in a burst of blood. The creature screams, but almost instantly its rage burns hotter than the pain. With its remaining arm, the orc lashes out in a wild counterattack and smashes Yuri across the side. The blow lands hard enough to jar his ribs and send a sharp burst of pain ripping through him, marking the true beginning of the clash. A strained grunt slips out of Yuri, and for the briefest moment, the shock pulls a wince across his face. But he straightens immediately, his expression tightening back into focus. Even after losing an arm, the orc still refuses to go down, shifting its weapon into the hand at his left. The orc steps back in and attacks again. Yuri doesn't retreat even an inch. He meets the strike directly, and steel slams into steel with a hard, ringing crash that echoes over the clifftop. Yuri watches it with cold, level eyes and instantly recognizes what the injury has done. Losing that arm has clearly dulled the creature's power. He's just about to finish it when his instincts flare. Movement, too much of it. Orcs rush in from every side at once, swallowing up the open space around him and tightening the circle. Yuri lets out a quiet breath, mutters that this is getting troublesome, and shifts his stance to meet the encirclement. His sword moves before hesitation ever can. One strike cuts clean through an orc's weapon. The next rips another open from belly to back, dropping it onto the stone in a twitching heap. Yuri pivots immediately, and the blade flashes low to carve through a third orc's leg before the creature can even lift its foot. There isn't even a moment to breathe. Another orc is already behind him, crouched there, and waiting for exactly that tiny opening. It lunges. Yuri whips around at the very last possible instant. With a sharp grunt, he catches the blow just in time. The impact slams violently through both of his arms, making the bones rattle from the force. Teeth clenched, Yuri locks weapons with the orc and feels its raw strength driving down on him. Without even turning his head, Yuri shouts over his shoulder through the clash of battle, demanding to know how much longer the knights plan to take. An answer finally reaches him. One of the knights drags himself up over the ledge, breathing hard from the climb, but forces his body steady almost immediately, and calls back that they're nearly there. A heartbeat later, Jared and Laurent vault up beside him, pulling themselves onto the clifftop with the kind of practiced ease only seasoned fighters can manage. They don't waste even a single instant. Their swords flash in perfect rhythm, nearly like one strike split in two, and two orcs fall in that same heartbeat. Yuri smirks at the sight and drives forward again. His blade punches straight through another orc's throat, then rips free in a violent spray of blood. The body drops at his feet. He turns sharply, voice steady even in the middle of the slaughter, and orders them not to stop for anything. The moment they get fully onto the ledge, they are to charge. That order spreads through the men at once. The knights answer with one unified roar, hauling themselves over the edge one after another and throwing their bodies straight into the battle. In an instant, the whole clifftop explodes into chaos, steel crashing against steel from every side. The war cries of Briol's men smash into the guttural howls of the orcs. Right at the front, Yuri presses forward without the slightest hesitation, carving a path through blood, bodies, and naked stone. Then his final order slices through all the madness, sharp and absolute, as he leads the assault straight into the heart of the enemy. Kill them. Far below, at the mouth of the valley, Supreme Commander Ragna watches the clash from a distance. Thick dust rolls up into the air, and the sounds of battle drift down to him in faint, broken echoes. A slow, satisfied smile spreads across Ragna's face as he watches the slaughter unfold exactly as intended. He says nothing at all. He doesn't need to. That night, after the fighting has finally come to an end and the camp has been set back in order, the entire atmosphere shifts. The wounded groan from every corner of the camp while the pounding of hammers, shouted orders, and the noise of repair crews roll through the lines beneath Briol's banner. Then, a formal report is delivered. Every hidden enemy unit has been eliminated. The rift has been secured, and the main army can now advance without having lost even a single soldier. Inside the command tent, Prince Yuri Briol sits behind his desk while Jared stands before him and delivers the final details. He ends by reporting that Kurui's stronghold, the base controlled by Okua's direct subordinate, lies straight ahead. Yuri gives a single nod to show he understands, then offers a short word of approval. Then Jared hesitates before adding one more thing. The Holy Kingdom's second princess left behind a message. The instant those words leave his mouth, Yuri's thoughts turn immediately to Sibylla. Under his breath, Yuri murmurs her name while Jared repeats the message exactly as it was given. She's annoyed that Yuri is taking all the credit, but if priests are required, she will send them. When he finishes, Jared keeps his eyes on Yuri, a faint crease forming between his brows. There's a pause just long enough to feel awkward. Then, carefully, he suggests that maybe there's something more between Yuri and the princess. He catches himself halfway through, stiffens, and quickly amends it by saying it's only speculation. Yuri answers immediately, no. Just one word, flat, direct, and absolute, with no room left for doubt. The finality in Yuri's voice kills the subject on the spot. Clearly displeased, he motions Jared away, his gaze sharpening as he dismisses him if there's nothing else to report. Jared bows at once, slipping back into strict formality as he wishes Yuri rest and good health. Yuri gives him only the briefest nod in return. Nothing more. Jared leaves the tent, and the flap falls shut behind him. After that, silence settles over the space, broken only by the faint rustle of parchment as Yuri remains seated, his eyes drifting over the map spread across the table. He slowly lets out a breath and rubs at his temple, muttering to himself that he really thought he might finally get a little rest. Apparently, that was nothing but wishful thinking, without even turning around. Yuri feels it, a presence standing behind him, familiar and impossible to mistake. His senses lock onto it immediately, yet he still doesn't look back. Instead, in a calm voice touched with faint curiosity, he asks, "How long have you been there? Asana?" Asana steps forward with smooth, nearly silent movements and reports in a composed tone that she has found gentile. Yuri turns toward her at once, sharp interest flashing in his eyes. His attention locks in immediately as he asks where the man is now. Asana walks over to the map and points to a marked section, tracing along the boundary with one finger as she shows him. She tells him that Gentile is somewhere inside this area. Yuri leans closer over the map, frowning as he studies the place she indicated. "Inside orc territory?" he asks. Asana gives him a short nod. Yes. Yuri's fingers brush along his chin as possibilities start racing through his mind, and he wonders aloud whether Gentile could be cooperating with the orcs. Asana shakes her head immediately. No, it's the opposite. She explains that she couldn't investigate any deeper because the orcs are on full alert now, but everything she was able to uncover points to the same conclusion. Gentile didn't join them. He was taken. He's being held prisoner. Yuri's eyes narrow at once. Captured. Asana slows her words slightly, picking up on the change in Yuri's face and the shift in his mood. She reminds him that she knows he has personal reasons for caring about this, but warns him to move with caution. The capture feels deliberate, like part of a larger trap. And if the Allied forces make even one careless move, there is a real possibility that Gentile could be turned against them. Yuri fell quiet and let every part of the report settle into place. The meaning of it all pressed down on him with a weight he couldn't dismiss. And even while he sat there without speaking, his thoughts were already racing ahead, measuring every possible outcome, every danger, and the price attached to each move from this point on. At the very least, one thing had become completely clear to him. This was not a situation he could afford to handle recklessly, and if he made even one careless move now, the cost of that mistake would be far too high. Yuri slowly lifted his eyes back to Asana and asked again, just to be absolutely certain he had heard her correctly. What she was saying was that the foreigner was now being held by the orcs as a prisoner, wasn't it? Asana gave a calm, immediate nod and confirmed it without hesitation. Then, after a brief pause, she carefully asked whether she should return and investigate the matter more deeply. Yuri answered her at once. There was no need. A faint smile rose across Yuri's lips as he leaned back in his chair, looking almost amused now that the shape of the situation had come into focus. If anything, he said, this actually made things easier. He could simply go meet the foreigner himself. In Yuri's mind, the pieces were already sliding neatly into place. That man only wanted one thing in the end, Okua's head. And if their goals were pointing in the same direction, then bringing him over to their side would be simple. Yuri then ordered Asana to slip into the orc barracks as soon as the fighting began the next day and keep watch over the foreigner's condition until he arrived. But Asana did not respond right away. She stayed where she was, standing in silence with her eyes forward, while a quiet unease slowly settled across her face. Yuri noticed that change immediately. He looked straight at her and asked in a flat and even voice what was wrong. Asana stepped closer to the desk before she finally spoke, clearly choosing her words with care. If Yuri truly intended to meet the foreigner in person, then she wanted permission to go with him. There was a hard determination burning in her eyes as she addressed him properly as Your Highness. She warned him that the foreigner was dangerous, and then stated her intention without any hesitation at all. She would protect him. Yuri did not answer at first. He simply looked at her for a short, silent moment, studying her face and expression without saying a word. Then Yuri rose from his seat and called her name, Asana. His voice was steady, controlled, and quiet, but the coldness in it was impossible to miss. He told her plainly that he had not hired her to act as his bodyguard. More than that, he made it clear that he was fully capable of protecting himself without needing anyone to step in on his behalf. Those words landed harder than a shout ever could have. Asana didn't argue. She silently pulled her hood lower, bit down on her lip, and forced the emotion rising inside her back under control. After a brief pause, she gave a small nod and quietly said that she understood. Yuri let out a soft breath. The tension in his face eased, and as he turned slightly to the side to reach for something nearby, that familiar casual smile returned. In a lighter voice, he asked whether she wanted some late-night snacks before leaving, mentioning that they had been sent to him earlier. He even lifted the plate a little, as if showing them off, and added with an easy smile that they were surprisingly good. But before he could finish the thought, his voice faded out. When Yuri turned back, Asana was already gone. The only thing left in her place was the faint residue of mana still lingering in the air where she had been standing. Yuri stared at that empty space for a long, silent moment. Later that same night, Yuri found himself seated beside a campfire with Gernard and several other knights. The flames crackled softly in the darkness as Gernard enthusiastically launched into one of his stories about Yuri's younger days. It should have felt like a relaxed scene, warmed by firelight and familiar company, but Yuri was still carrying the tension from earlier. Then, in the middle of his dramatic retelling, Gernard boomed out the next part, how a death knight had suddenly appeared right behind his highness. Gernard puffed out his chest and declared it with as much flair as he could possibly squeeze into the moment. Without the slightest trace of shame, he proudly continued, saying that he had stepped in and protected Yuri himself. It was completely, unmistakably, Gernard casting himself as the heroic senior knight. The younger knights sitting around the fire leaned in with wide, shining eyes, fully pulled into the story. Their faces were full of awe as they listened to every word. Yuri, meanwhile, looked utterly unimpressed and kept chewing on his snacks, knowing perfectly well that Gernard was shamelessly lying through his teeth. The real memory was still crystal clear in Yuri's mind. Gernard had actually been lying face down on the ground until Yuri kicked him awake. Even so, a quiet laugh slipped out of him. Exaggeration aside, Gernard really had changed a great deal from the man he used to be. Eventually, one of the knights turned toward Yuri and asked whether Sir Gernard's story was actually true. For the briefest instant, the real answer nearly came right out, but Yuri caught himself in time. Instead of exposing him on the spot, he simply said that yes, Gernard had done his best. That only deepened the knight's admiration. He turned back toward Gernard, called it incredible, and asked how he had managed to stand against something as horrifying as a Death Knight. Swollen with pride, Gernard answered that the Death Knight still had a body, and if it had a body, then it was something a sword could cut down. Then his tone shifted. The bragging gave way to something firmer, almost like instruction, as he told the younger knights that the truly frightening enemy was not the one you could clearly see standing in front of you. No, the worst kind of enemy was the one without substance, something like a ghost, something no blade could ever hope to touch. Yuri listened quietly, with a faint smile on his lips, watching how naturally the knights were beginning to bond around the fire. Then, all at once, something else slipped into Yuri's field of vision. Behind Gernard, a figure was standing in the darkness. At first, Yuri only frowned, wondering who on earth would be wandering around at this hour dressed in rags that filthy. Then his focus sharpened, and the truth struck him in an instant like a bolt of lightning. Yuri's eyes snapped wide open, and his mouth parted in shock. He was on his feet in the very next second, his hand shooting straight to the hilt of his sword. "Raise your swords!" Yuri shouted. The knights froze, thrown off by the sudden command, and one of them immediately called back in confusion, asking what was wrong. Yuri already had his hand on his sword, ready to draw at any moment, but before he could do anything more, that strange substance washed over him anyway. A sick wave of revulsion crawled up his spine, and under his breath, he muttered in disgust, asking what this thing was. Mana burst out of Yuri's body in an instant, surging outward and blasting the substance away from him. As it burned off his skin, Yuri stared grimly at his own hand and said that some kind of impure aura had spread through his body. He had forced it out almost entirely on instinct, but even after purging it, the unease never left his eyes. What in the world was that? Later that same night, Yuri stood inside Hernando's tent and recounted everything that had happened. When he finished, Hernando's brow tightened, and he asked whether it had really been an avatar invisible to the naked eye, saying the entire thing sounded deeply suspicious. Yuri gave a firm nod. What made it especially dangerous, he said, was the fact that the enemy had been standing right beside them the whole time, and not a single other person had noticed. Seated cross-legged inside Hernando's tent, Yuri went on to explain why he had come to see the royal family's personal mage so late at night. The scene around them was anything but dignified. Playing cards and gambling tokens were scattered all over the table, and Hernando let out a nervous little laugh while several knights stood stiffly nearby with miserable expressions, clearly still in the middle of receiving punishment. Yuri let his eyes travel around the tent once, taking in the entire situation, and then dryly remarked that he seemed to have arrived at a particularly busy time. Hernando scratched the back of his head and tried to wave the whole thing away with awkward ease. He suggested that the orc had probably concealed itself with sorcery, and that Yuri's sharper senses had simply picked up what the others couldn't. But Yuri immediately pointed out that the real issue was not just the concealment itself. The true problem was the danger that unknown trick would introduce into the next battle. It created a variable they had no way to account for. Yuri asked whether there was any way to counter it, something on the scale of the huge fireball Maryrose had used before. Hernando shook his head and said that kind of spell was only realistic near Ball's hat, and besides, magic cast that openly could be disrupted far too easily. Yuri pressed him further and asked what kind of sorcery this actually was. At that, the playful ease dropped from Hernando's face. He admitted that he couldn't be completely certain, but from what he had seen, it appeared to be a forbidden sort of power, most likely something mixed together with black magic. Yuri's expression hardened immediately, and he asked whether that meant the threat was severe. Hernando, however, waved the concern aside with surprising calm and said it was not a major problem. The magic tower had already finished analyzing it, and if they responded fast enough, it would actually be easier to deal with than most ordinary spells. He added that he would personally focus on breaking apart whatever tricks the enemy sorcerers tried to deploy on the battlefield. "Yes," Yuri replied quietly, his fingers lacing together as he settled on that answer. "Then I'll be counting on you," Yuri said. After a short pause, he spoke again, almost as though another thought had just occurred to him. Hernando looked back and answered, "Yes, Your Highness?" Yuri picked up one of the playing cards from the table, and his gaze turned unexpectedly sharp. He said he would let this incident pass just for tonight, but the next time Hernando decided to gamble again, he had better invite him too. Hernando answered with a grin far too casual for the situation. The knights, still enduring punishment, could only stare blankly as the two of them kept talking, the conversation already drifting off into light-hearted jokes about winning and losing. Forlong laughter started spreading through the tent. Even the punished knights couldn't help loosening up a little, though they were still stuck standing there the whole time. Elsewhere that same night, the sky was blackened by a great mass of crows wheeling overhead. Beneath that living cloud of wings, skeletons hung swaying from crude makeshift crosses, turning the entire place into a grim, ominous sight. Not far from there, deep in the heart of the orc stronghold, a harsh voice rang out in the orc tongue, barking orders with brutal force. Inside, hordes of savage orcs knelt on one knee in total silence, their crimson eyes glowing through the dark. Above them, their leader sat on his throne, and from him spilled a heavy, oppressive aura that seemed to smother the entire chamber. Seated there in complete, unquestioned control, the leader spoke in the orc tongue with a calm, even tone that never once needed to rise. He didn't have to shout or force anything. The authority in that command alone was enough to press down over the entire room and make everyone present submit to it. The shaman responded instantly, a greedy, almost ravenous grin spreading across his face. Speaking back in the same language, he lifted both hands, and the next second, dark red mana came flooding violently out from his palms. The spell unfolded like it was alive. Its power spread outward over the gathered orcs, then drove into them one after another, forcing its way deep into their bodies as the ritual fully took hold. When the spell finally ended, the orcs slowly raised their heads. The look in their eyes had completely changed. They stared ahead like starving beasts that had just been unchained and turned loose. Their eyes now burned with a savage red glow, and low, heavy growls began rolling through the hall from every direction. Dark mana rippled off their bodies in thick waves, making the already oppressive chamber feel even heavier and more suffocating. Then their leader spoke again. This time, he gave only 2 short words in the orc tongue, a brief final order that sounded all the more absolute because of how little needed to be said. At dawn, silence still hung over Karui's camp for one last fragile moment before it was violently ripped apart by the blare of a war horn. An allied soldier sounded the signal for a full-scale assault, and that single note sent a tremor across the battlefield as the attack truly began. At the very front of the advance, Supreme Commander Ragna charged ahead in person. He wasn't directing the battle from a safe position behind the lines. He had placed himself right at the vanguard and was leading the assault head-on. Mounted high on his steed, Yuri Briol straightened in the saddle and hurled out a raw, commanding order. Without the slightest hesitation, he sent the bull army surging forward. His voice cracked across the battlefield like a peal of thunder. In the very next instant, his soldiers answered him with a roar of their own, their united cry shaking the air around them. Blades rose together in perfect unison as the formation lunged ahead, tight, disciplined, and fast. Yuri forced his way all the way to the very front. Every muscle in his body wound taut as he personally led the charge straight toward the gates of the orc camp. But before they could close the distance, orcs suddenly appeared behind the fortifications. They were already in position, bows drawn back and ready, and the sharp gleam of arrowheads flashed coldly in the morning light. At one sharp signal, a storm of arrows was released into the sky. The volley tore through the wind in a deadly arc, screaming downward at terrifying speed as it fell toward them. Yuri jerked hard on the reins and wrenched his steed into a brutal turn. Shifting his weight with the motion, he shouted at the troops to pull back at once. Hooves tore the ground apart as the formation tried to wheel away in retreat, but even as they turned, arrows still ripped straight through their ranks, cutting into them before they could fully escape. Gernard and Laurent managed to veer aside just in time, barely avoiding the worst of it. Behind them, though, steel-tipped arrows slammed into flesh, and agonized screams burst into the air beneath the pounding thunder of retreating horses. The sound struck Yuri right in the chest. He heard every cry behind him, every ragged breath, every voice breaking in pain. His jaw clenched so hard it hurt, but he forced down the urge to turn back and kept his eyes fixed straight ahead. Move forward. Yuri repeated it to himself again and again, like he was hammering the words into his own mind. Move forward. Even while the orcs prepared another volley, he refused to look anywhere but ahead, and then he saw it, an opening. In that instant, he understood exactly what was happening. His force was being used as bait, and the orcs' attention was now completely locked onto the prince's army. And just as Yuri had expected, the moment the enemy kept its focus fixed on his formation, Supreme Commander Ragna unleashed a thunderous command from the front lines. The soldiers carrying the battering ram exploded into motion and rushed the main gate together, shouting as one. Their combined roar rolled over the battlefield like a shockwave. Then the ram crashed into the gate with one savage, brutal impact. Wood and metal burst apart instantly, and splinters, dust, and shattered debris blasted outward into the air. Ragnar declared the breach in a voice sharp enough to cut through the chaos itself, then immediately ordered the imperial forces forward. Soldiers poured through the shattered entrance in a surging tide of steel, momentum, and pure killing intent. After retreating far enough that the enemy's arrows could no longer reach them, Yuri pulled back on the reins and brought his horse to a stop. His troops halted with him. Beneath the fading roar of battle, Yuri steadied his breathing, listened carefully, and then caught the sound he had been waiting for. From the distance came the relentless crash of Ragnar's assault smashing into the camp through the front gate. Feeling some of the pressure ease, even if only slightly, Yuri declared that their role as bait was finished and ordered the troops to regroup with the main force. That was when another voice cut through the moment. Yuri turned and saw Sir Jose Aratur standing among the battered soldiers. Jose argued that if the front gate was already under such fierce pressure, then the orcs had to be stretched thin in other parts of the camp. If that was true, Jose said, then striking from the rear could break them even faster. Yuri nearly laughed at the sheer boldness of the idea. He admitted there was real value in the suggestion, almost enough to call it brilliant, but then raised a hand and pointed toward the enemy's rear wall. They didn't have a battering ram, and that side of the camp had been reinforced heavily. Jose only let out a low, amused sound in response, his hand settling around the hilt of his greatsword, as if that alone were answer enough. Mana began to coil thickly around the blade, gathering in a dense, rising current. In a calm, matter-of-fact voice, Jose replied that siege weapons were not always necessary. With his mana fully awakened and surging around him, Jose swung himself down from his horse. Resting the massive sword against his shoulder, he began walking straight toward the rear wall without the slightest pause. Yuri watched him go, admiration rising clearly in his eyes, though a faint trace of unease was mixed in with it. Incredible. Jose locked both hands around the hilt and forced even more mana into the blade, compressing that power tighter and tighter. The pressure became so intense that the ground beneath his feet started to tremble. He twisted his torso back, drawing every last bit of strength into the swing. Then he brought the blade down. The slash landed with a deafening impact that shook the earth itself. The ground split open, and a torrent of mana surged forward in one straight devastating line. As Yuri watched it race ahead, he couldn't help thinking it looked like a tsunami bursting directly out of the earth. That overwhelming wave of power slammed into the rear barricade and obliterated it the instant it hit. Stone, wood, and metal were blown apart in every direction, and a violent burst of dust swallowed the whole area in a choking haze. Inside that swirling cloud, the dark silhouettes of orcs staggered and reeled in confusion. They had been left stunned by the sheer destruction that had just torn through their defenses. As the dust slowly began to thin, one orc warrior finally realized what had happened. Its eyes flew wide, and it opened its mouth to scream a warning in its own tongue. Yuri gave it no time at all. He drove his horse straight through the breach, and as he passed, he snapped out a sharp word of praise toward Jose. Moving so fast, it felt as if the air itself had been ripped apart. Yuri crossed the distance in an instant. The orc's warning died halfway out of its mouth as Yuri's blade flashed once, clean, blinding, and merciless, and sent its head flying from its shoulders. Yuri reined in immediately after the kill. His voice rang out cold, sharp, and absolute as he ordered the bull army to advance. He raised his sword, still wet with blood, and pointed it toward the battlefield ahead. With that crimson blade held high, he declared that this was their moment. He charged straight toward a hastily built orc barricade and ordered his soldiers to clear the way. As Yuri and his knights closed in, they drove their mounts even harder and vaulted over the obstacle in one smooth, fluid motion. Suspended in midair above the barricade, Yuri shouted to his men, urging them to carve the proof of their strength directly into the spirits of the orcs themselves. On the opposite side, the waiting orcs braced with their spears thrust upward to receive them. Yuri's voice rang out once more, commanding his soldiers to show the enemy not only the might of the allied forces, but the power of Betrayal as well. Before those orcs could even strike, one knight burst ahead of the rest. In a single sweeping flash of steel, he shattered every spearhead at once. Knights landed cleanly on the far side. The very instant he came down, Sir Gernard raised his sword and charged forward, his whole body surging with booming resolve. As he ran, he threw his head back and roared the name of Betrayal at the top of his lungs. At Yuri's side, Laurent stared in open surprise. Yuri saw it too. The fire blazing in Gernard's eyes was fiercer than ever, and that burning spirit lit something immediate inside Laurent. A sharp, competitive gleam flashed across his face. Laurent drew his sword and lunged forward, shouting that he had no choice now but to keep pace with Gernard. Yuri called after him in disbelief, but Laurent was already gone, his words swallowed whole by the roar of the battlefield. Gernard slammed straight into the front lines, where orcs were mounted on monstrous beasts. He charged them head-on without flinching, and then in the middle of that rush, suddenly hurled himself from his horse and twisted through the air. The orcs snapped their heads upward in stunned disbelief. For a brief instant they were completely frozen, caught off guard by the impossible sight unfolding right above them. The instant Gernard hit the ground, he dropped to one knee, and not even then did his expression so much as flicker. By the time his boots landed, his sword had already completed its path, cutting an orc clean in half as he came down, and he didn't pause for even a breath. In the very next second, Gernard exploded forward again and drove his blade straight through another orc's skull, never once breaking the momentum of his charge. Hot blood ran down his arm, but Gernard didn't care in the slightest. He threw his free hand high into the air and roared at the top of his lungs for Prince Yuri Briol. Not far from him, José Aratur, soaked from head to toe in orc blood, caught sight of Gernard and let out a sharp, exhilarated laugh. The same thought struck him again, just like before. The soldiers of Briol always seemed to claim the most dramatic moments on the battlefield. The soldiers around José shouted louder and louder, their fighting spirit rising with his. He plunged right back into the chaos and barked at the battered troops to push harder and keep moving forward. They had no intention of letting Briol outshine them. As the clash dragged on, Yuri began to feel the shift more and more clearly. The pressure he was applying was working. The orcs' defenses were thinning, their lines were beginning to bend, and little by little the flow of the battle was starting to turn in their favor. And yet even with that change, a hard knot of unease twisted tighter in Yuri's chest. Something was wrong. The enemy's main force still had not appeared, and by this point they should already have reached the center of the camp. Then the answer came at last, surging forward like a tide of darkness. From deep inside the stronghold, orcs began pouring out in overwhelming numbers, moving not in disorder, but with brutal discipline and terrifying control. The moment they reached the battlefield, soldiers were butchered where they stood. Men were hacked down, crushed under force, and torn apart before they could even understand what was happening. Screams burst out and were cut short almost immediately. That wave tore across the battlefield without a shred of mercy. At first, the knights kept charging because they still hadn't grasped what they had slammed into, until someone finally realized the truth and screamed the warning far too late. The orc val had arrived. Anyone who ran into the orc val before that warning reached them died without landing so much as a single blow. Bodies dropped one after another in a grotesque chain, as if the battlefield itself had begun swallowing men whole. Still seated on his horse, Gernard could only stare ahead in stunned disbelief at the slaughter unfolding right in front of him. Panic climbed straight into his chest, and his thoughts began racing out of control. Why were there this many orcval? How had the line started breaking this fast? Why did it suddenly feel like everything was collapsing all at once? And in that single fatal moment of confusion, one orcval surged in. With a single savage strike, it annihilated the soldier standing directly in front of Gernard, then swung the flow of its attack toward Laurent's side of the line. Then the monster loomed over Gernard himself, huge and crushing in its presence, as its massive axe rose high overhead. The growl rolling from its throat was so heavy and deep, it made the air around him seem to vibrate. Only then did Gernard truly understand how close death had come. His breath caught hard in his throat. Damn it, it got me. But before that axe could fall, Yuri burst into the gap between them in a blisteringly fast charge. Yuri's shout ripped through the chaos as he slammed himself straight into the orcval's descending attack. Steel met that monstrous force head-on, and a violent shower of sparks exploded outward across the battlefield. Seeing Yuri standing there between himself and certain death, Gernard could do nothing but choke out two shaken words. "Your Highness." Relief and shame hit him at the same time, so hard it left him frozen in place. Yuri shot him a sharp glance and coldly asked whether he intended to die after getting only one chance to tell a heroic story. Then Yuri ordered him to fix his stance immediately. Gernard reacted at once, his body moving before his thoughts could fully catch up as resolve rushed back into his arms and legs. Yuri clashed with the orcval again, blade crashing against blade as raw power and killing force tore through the air in savage arcs. In the middle of that violent struggle, Yuri flicked his eyes sideways for just a single instant. Gernard caught the signal immediately. No words were spoken and no hesitation followed. The understanding passed between them in a heartbeat, and both of them moved at once. Yuri's sword sliced straight through the orcval's arm, and at that exact same moment, Gernard cut clean through its leg. The giant body lost all balance and came crashing face first into the ground with a thunderous impact. Gernard let out a sharp breath and lowered his head. "I'm sorry, Your Highness." Yuri didn't even look back at him. His eyes stayed fixed on the battlefield as it was being swallowed by chaos, and he ordered Gernard to keep his guard up. Then Yuri's gaze snapped toward a hut on the far side of the camp. Something twisted violently in his chest. This wasn't over yet. There was still something there, and whatever it was, it felt worse. Inside that hut, a nightmare was waiting. An orc stood there in complete, eerie silence, holding a severed soldier's head in one hand as casually as if it were nothing more than a trophy. Behind it, torn bodies lay scattered across the interior. One glance at the scene was enough to make it obvious that those deaths had not been quick. They had been slow, deliberate, and cruel. As the orc stepped forward, a suffocating pressure poured off its body and seemed to crush the air itself. Still carrying that severed head in one hand, it emerged from the hut. Kurui, the master of the camp. All around them, the battle kept grinding on with savage fury. Jose Aratur bellowed that the enemy formation was breaking and ordered the soldiers to keep driving them down, roaring that the men of Briol would not be outdone. At almost that exact same moment, Yuri and Gernard both felt it, a sudden swelling pressure coming from a nearby tent. Yuri's eyes snapped toward it instantly, and he called Gernard's attention to it as well. Before Yuri could say anything more, Gernard answered that he felt it too. Tension had already crept into his voice as he asked whether Yuri meant to go there. Yuri didn't hesitate for even a heartbeat. He said yes, ordered Gernard to follow, and declared that the two of them would enter that tent together. As they sprinted toward it, Gernard called out to him, "Your Highness?" and asked whether he thought the main force had already run into whatever was inside. Yuri answered that all they could do now was hope they weren't too late, and hope the main force was somehow still holding on. But that thought never got the chance to finish. A soldier's body suddenly blasted out of the hut, hurled with such brutal force that it flew straight toward them like a projectile. Yuri and Gernard barely managed to twist aside in time as the corpse tore past them and slammed into the camp wall with a thunderous crash. Then, from inside the hut, a massive leg came stomping down. The impact shook the ground beneath their feet. Using that planted force, the orc launched itself upward in one violent leap. It shot past Yuri and Gernard at a speed so terrifying it hardly seemed real. Gernard could only blink in shock, unable to fully process what had just blasted right by them. Yuri, however, understood enough the moment he saw it. His face tightened into a scowl, and he cursed under his breath. The orc never slowed for even an instant. It charged straight toward the soldiers fighting behind them, its axe already raised and ready to kill. When it reached the cluster of men, it planted one foot, leapt again, and hung in the air for the briefest instant, suspended there like death itself before the fall. The soldiers below could only stare upward in frozen terror. Yuri roared out to the bull soldiers. Before the orc came down, it locked both hands tightly around the shaft of its axe. Then it twisted that massive body and crashed into their ranks. In one vicious circular sweep, 4 soldiers were cut down in a single blow. Blood burst outward in a violent spray as the arc of the axe completed its path, and when the orc straightened back up, the blade was dripping red. Its eyes gleamed with a cold, ravenous hunger. Then, without the slightest pause, it moved again. In a blur too fast for most of them to even follow, more soldiers fell, torn apart before anyone nearby could react. And when that burst of slaughter finally ended, the orc stood alone at the center of a silent ring of corpses. Gernard saw Yuri's grip tighten around his sword immediately. Alarm shot through him, and he shouted out, but Yuri didn't answer at all. Instead, his voice rang out cold and absolute as he ordered every soldier to fall back. Fury coiled hard in Yuri's chest as his eyes locked onto Kurui. He gave the command again, making it unmistakably clear that everyone was to withdraw at once. In that state, Yuri already knew there would be no holding back. He stepped forward alone, closed the distance with his own feet, and stopped just short of Kurui. The orc turns little by little, and the instant its eyes settle straight ahead, the whole atmosphere seems to freeze over. That single look feels cold, final, and so merciless that it lands like a sentence of death all by itself. A violent surge of panic tears through Jared, and he blurts out a cry for his highness before he can even think. The shout comes out strained and ragged, sharp with fear, like his voice might break under the pressure at any second. Right behind him, Jose steps forward and quietly tells him not to waste his breath. Keeping his tone steady and controlled, he says Prince Yuri probably can't hear a thing right now. Jared spins around at once, recognizes Jose, and calls his name. But Jose never once takes his eyes off the fight in front of them, and with that same calm focus, he says he'll be fighting by the prince's side. Yuri raises his sword, his entire body pulled taut with concentration from head to toe. Then, without even a flicker of hesitation, he drives forward and swings. Kurui takes the attack head-on as if refusing to give even half a step. Steel and mana crash together in an explosive collision, and a blinding shower of sparks erupts between them. For one brief, suspended moment, neither of them moves. Their weapons stay locked, and their eyes remain fixed on each other, hard, burning, and stripped bare with hostility. Then Kurui's power surges through the clash and blows the deadlock apart. Yuri is hurled backward, slamming into the dirt and skidding across the ground until he jams his sword down hard just to stop himself. And in that instant, a harsh truth settles heavily in Yuri's chest. If even one of Kurui's attacks lands cleanly on him, it'll be over right there. Suddenly, a greatsword crashes down into the earth directly in front of him. Yuri tenses in surprise, caught for a second between confusion and alarm. He lifts his eyes and sees Jose standing there, weapon in hand. With a light, almost easy chuckle, Jose remarks that Yuri seemed to be having a little trouble. Without ever looking away from Kurui, Jose props the greatsword across his shoulder and says he'll help. Yuri exhales shortly and accepts at once, and while the two of them square themselves toward the enemy, Jose watches Yuri from just behind as a quiet thought begins to form in his mind. A clear image starts taking shape inside Jose's head. He sees a lone she-wolf standing between danger and her pups. Her eyes are keen and cutting, her whole body held tight with resolve, and even cornered, she refuses to surrender so much as an inch. Fierce, protective. The picture sharpens until it becomes unmistakably clear. That very same expression is burning in Yuri's eyes. It's the look of a young warrior who has already ripped fear out of his own heart and left no room for it to return. Yuri settles back into his stance, and the pressure around him changes all at once. It grows so sharp and tense that it feels like a blade already drawn and waiting to cut. And in that moment, Jose understands something that matters. No matter how young Yuri may be, he already understands what war really is. It isn't glory, and it certainly isn't honor. It's survival. Across from them, Kurui grins in open amusement, then crooks a finger with a mocking little gesture, inviting both of them to come. Yuri glances back over his shoulder and gives the smallest signal. Jose catches its meaning instantly and answers with one firm nod. At the next heartbeat, both of them are already moving. They explode forward at blinding speed, with Jose sweeping in from Kurui's left. Yuri cuts in from the right just a half step behind him, closing the gap at once. Jose is the first to reach Kurui. Jose swings, pouring mana and brute force into a single crushing strike from his greatsword. Kurui stops it head-on with savage precision, as though he had been waiting for that exact blow. Kurui's grip tightens, and the pressure he pours into the clash is overwhelming. Even so, Jose digs in and answers that force with everything he has, refusing to be shoved back. The weapons tear away from each other in a violent recoil. The impact ripples downward into the earth, sending a tremor through the ground beneath their feet. For a split second, Jose meets Kurui's eyes, and in that single look, he understands immediately what kind of being he's facing. A monster. The two of them plunge straight into a rapid exchange of blows, striking again and again without a moment's pause. The clash turns savage and non-stop. Every attack met by another, neither side surrendering even the smallest bit of ground. In the middle of that furious storm, Yuri spots an opening. He bursts in from behind, lining up his blade for one decisive finishing strike. But just before Yuri can bring it down, Kurui slips neatly out of range without even turning to look. Yuri goes still for the briefest fraction of a second, stunned by that speed. In the very same motion, Kurui's huge hand shoots back and clamps onto Yuri's shoulder. Then he throws Yuri aside like he weighs nothing at all while still keeping Jose's blade pinned and controlled. The sheer ease of that display makes Kurui's strength impossible to deny. Jose shouts a warning, but Yuri is already being sent crashing into the dirt, and as Yuri is flung away, Kurui suddenly notices blood trailing down from his own palm. Kurui lowers his gaze to it, and a frown pulls across his face. Meanwhile, Yuri slowly forces himself back up from the ground. Even now, with the dust still settling around him, a faint smile begins to curl at the corner of his mouth. Blood runs from the corner of Yuri's mouth, but he wipes it off with his thumb, spits to the side, and stares straight at Kurui. Then, in a calm voice, he asks whether Kurui has figured it out yet. As he adjusts his armor, Yuri adds that the wound may be small, but it should still be irritating enough to matter. His tone stays level and controlled, almost casually so. He asks Kurui if he agrees, and irritation flashes across the orc's face immediately. Yuri keeps speaking in that same measured voice, declaring that Kurui's precious horde will be cut down by their knights no matter what. Yuri raises his sword again, and this time a hint of excitement flickers in his eyes. He tells Kurui to go ahead and find out for himself how long he can keep enduring both of them at once. Beside him, Jose tightens his grip around the greatsword. There's a sharp, restless anticipation running through him now, like the air itself is humming before the next collision. Then the two of them charge again, shoulder to shoulder, with mana roaring around their bodies. Kurui braces and swings his axe in a broad arc, catching Jose's blade with the axe while stopping Yuri's strike with his bare hand. The force pressing down on both of them is absolutely crushing, so heavy it feels like it could break them where they stand. Yuri's whole body trembles as he throws every ounce of strength he has against that pressure. Then, all at once, Kurui shatters the bind himself, throws back his head, and unleashes a roar so violent it makes the air quake. An ominous power explodes outward from him in a brutal, surging wave. In the very next instant, the clouds overhead darken, as if the sky itself is reacting to him. They roll and rumble with a sound that feels completely wrong, unnatural in a way that chills the battlefield. Jose goes stiff where he stands, shock flashing openly across his face. He blurts out a demand to know what the hell is happening. Yuri feels it just as clearly, and his expression hardens immediately. His brows draw tight, his teeth grit together, and disgusted irritation rises inside him at the foul energy spreading through the field. Kurui now stands wrapped in thick, churning black smoke. His red eyes burn through the darkness, and a grin stretches slowly across his face. His muscles begin to swell in a grotesque, unnatural way, bulging as that sinister power courses through him. The moment Yuri sees it, something horribly familiar crawls up his spine. Yuri shouts for Jose to fall back, but he's one heartbeat too late. Kurui's axe tears across Jose's chest in a savage arc, and the instant it lands, blood sprays through the air. Yuri cries out, panic ripping straight through his voice as he screams for Jose to dodge. The warning tears out of him in pure desperation. Blow makes Jose stagger, his body pitching off balance for a moment as he fights to stay on his feet. But when Kurui lifts that axe high above his head, making it painfully clear he intends to finish him right there, Jose raises his head instead of dropping. There's fire in his eyes now, bright and unwavering. And in that instant, a single thought settles inside him with the weight of iron. He is not falling here, and in the very next second, Kurui's axe comes crashing down. Jose meets it head-on, driving up his greatsword with mana packed deep into the blade. The instant the weapons collide, metal shrieks, sparks burst outward, and the two weapons grind into each other in a vicious lock, while Kurui's black-enhanced power crushes down on him without the slightest mercy. Jose's arms shake under that brutal weight. Then he roars and floods his weapon with a violent surge of mana, ripping the bind apart, just as Yuri drops in from above with his sword already set to strike, only for Kurui to pivot in an instant and catch Yuri's falling blade on his axe. The collision detonates through the air like a blast. Even the space around them seems to shudder from the sheer force of that impact. Yuri jerks backward in a sharp retreat, barely escaping the counterattack as Kurui's return swing smashes into the ground where Yuri had been standing only a heartbeat before. The moment he lands, Yuri calls out to ask if Jose is all right, and Jose answers immediately that he's fine and still in fighting shape. Now the two of them stand close, nearly shoulder to shoulder, both staring at Kurui with sharpened focus. Jose says plainly that the moment that black smoke appeared, Kurui's raw physical strength jumped dramatically. Yuri agrees at once and says he felt the same thing, but even as he says it, unease tightens inside his chest, because that sensation is exactly like what he felt from the Phantom Sorcerer before, and that should be impossible. Hernando should be dispelling the black magic right now. And before Yuri can sort out that contradiction in his head, the dread only deepens when the fallen orcs scattered around them begin to move and rise again. Those bodies are wrapped in that same creeping black smoke, and above that nightmare scene there's something even worse looming over it all. A dreadful presence hangs in the air, almost impossible to see and even harder to understand. The only thing that gives it away is a pair of glowing red eyes staring down from above. Over the battlefield, the clouds darken all at once without warning. Lightning twists through them, and thunder rolls overhead like a war drum pounding across the sky. Arc warriors that should already be dead start hauling themselves back to their feet. Their bodies move in stiff, unnatural jerks, horribly wrong to look at, while their eyes burn with a savage red light that feels both feral and hollow. Their weapons are still locked in their hands. They stagger in broken, twitching motions, then slowly tip their heads up toward the sky as guttural growls rip out of their throats and make the air itself tremble. And with that cry, their ruined flesh begins to twist and mend. Wounds crawl shut in grotesque, writhing motions that are almost too sickening to watch. One of them lurches toward a wounded soldier lying helpless on the ground. The man desperately drags himself backward with shaking arms, his breath snagging in his throat as terror chokes the life out of him. The orc towers over him like a wall and raises its axe high above its head. The injured soldier has no way to resist and can only let out one final scream, raw and stripped bare by fear. Even while he and Jose are still keeping pressure on Kurui, Yuri breaks away the instant that scream reaches him. He snaps around and bolts toward it without a second of hesitation. As he runs, Yuri shouts over his shoulder that he's leaving this side to Jose, and Jose answers immediately that he understands. Yuri reaches the fallen soldier at the very last instant, and steel crashes against steel as he intercepts the descending axe, making the wounded man stare up at him in disbelief, before relief floods his face, and he cries out, "Your Highness!" The orc immediately leans harder into the clash, pouring more and more strength into it and forcing Yuri downward little by little. Yuri bares his teeth, a rough growl rumbling up from his chest as he drives his heels into the earth and resists with everything he has. Then, in one sharp practiced motion, Yuri twists his blade. Metal grinds harshly against metal until the deadlock suddenly breaks apart, and Yuri attacks the very next instant. The slash is clean, fast, and merciless. It's a killing blow, the kind meant to end everything in a single motion. His sword tears a broad line across the orc's chest. The creature shrieks as thick blood spills from the wound, but almost immediately after that, black smoke starts pouring out in a heavy gush. Yuri throws up an arm to shield himself, grunting as a suffocating pressure slams into him all at once. It feels dense and crushing, like the air itself is being forced out of his lungs, and then he sees it. Yuri's eyes narrow sharply as he stares straight into that torn open wound. Something inside the orc's chest is staring back at him. A dark figure lurks within the cavity, and its red eyes glow with a vile hatred that makes his skin crawl. A hand pushes out through the ripped flesh first. Black blood oozes around it, and then a head begins to force its way out after it. The thing drags itself out from inside the orc's torso as if it's climbing free from a discarded shell. Yuri goes still for a split second, his thoughts racing in confusion. Regeneration? Sorcery? What in the world is this? The newly emerged orc-like figure stretches one hand toward him. A huge wave of black smoke erupts from its palm, and that blast of foul energy crashes straight into Yuri before he can fully react. Something suddenly coils tight around his neck, and in that same instant, realization slams into him all at once. Yuri curses under his breath, his jaw locking hard. Then his sight is swallowed completely, and the entire world around him turns black. He falls, dropping into a vast and empty void. Waiting there in the darkness is something enormous. A single gigantic eyeball hanging in the black and staring right at him, its presence crushing everything around it, its aura heavier, more suffocating, and more ominous than anything Yuri has ever faced before. His instinct recognizes it before his mind can catch up. Black magic. Before Yuri can even move, a voice slices clean through the darkness and calls his name. And when he turns, he sees his brother from his previous life standing there, wounded and dying exactly as Yuri remembers him at the end. His brother looks straight at him and asks why Yuri is still alive, why he was the only one who survived, and those words stab into an old wound that never truly closed. Then more figures begin to appear around him. Dead soldiers, fallen comrades, and families from his former life gather in the dark, while black smoke slithers over Yuri's limbs and binds him where he stands, and their voices begin to overlap from every direction. "Your Highness, I want to live. Please save me. Yuri, why did you leave us behind? It's your fault the kingdom fell. How shameless of you to keep living." And as those voices keep piling on and crashing over him, more hands start reaching out of the darkness toward him. His face twists and reshapes into the version of himself from just before he died in that previous life. But the voices don't stop, and from among them, one cuts through the rest and calls him the Betrayal family's mistake, an embarrassment. Then another voice accuses him of running, of abandoning his duty, his honor, and everything he was supposed to protect, and as it does, his face shifts again into his younger self while the hands clamped around him tighten, and that accusation keeps repeating without end. He fled from his duty, and still he dares to carry the name Betrayal. The voices grow louder, heavier, more crushing with every second. As darkness presses in from all sides, his vision begins to blur, and his eyelids sink lower and lower. Then the massive eye above him speaks his full name, Yuri Betrayal. It tells him nothing can be changed. It tells him this is the fate waiting for him. The darkness closes in even tighter, and in that moment, something inside Yuri finally snaps. He surges against it in a violent burst of will, tearing through that suffocating black. Yuri growls through clenched teeth that this is. The ground under him explodes the instant he plants his foot. Cracks race outward through the void in every direction, as if even this place can't endure the force of his resolve. Yuri rises fully to his feet with his sword in hand, standing in that endless darkness face to face with the giant eye. Then he glares at it and asks if it truly believes fate is something that has already been decided. Mana begins gathering along the length of his sword, and as he slowly lifts the blade, the light building around it grows sharper, brighter, and more intense. Then two more figures appear beside him. His past self steps up on the right, his younger self takes position on the left, and both of them place a hand on the sword together with him. His past self raises his eyes to the massive eye above them, and in a flat voice that never wavers, asks whether it even understands what kind of era this is now. The mana blazing around the sword flares even brighter in answer. Beside Yuri, his younger self lets out a scornful snort and openly mocks the thing for still clinging to that outdated nonsense about fate. Outside that sealed space, the orc shaman watches as a faint light starts seeping through the darkness. At first, it's only a thin glow, but there's no mistaking it. As that glow grows stronger, the creature's body begins to tremble. Fear creeps into every rigid, uneasy movement it makes. Then the void is ripped open by a blinding burst of light, and inside it, Yuri is frozen in the middle of his swing, perfectly still. His blade rips straight through the darkness itself, splitting it apart like a heavy curtain being cut open. And through that jagged tear, Yuri carves a direct route toward the spot where the orc shaman is waiting. He plunges through the rupture without a second of hesitation and drops down onto one knee. Even before he's fully landed, his sword is already aligned in front of him, set and ready to strike. Without even bothering to rise all the way, Yuri bursts forward in one savage explosion of speed. The movement is so sudden and violent that it feels less like a human charge and more like an arrow fired from a bow. The orc shaman reacts instantly, hurling out multiple streams of black smoke in Yuri's path. They lash toward him like living curses, writhing forward as if they want to swallow him whole. Yuri drives off the ground and vaults high into the air. A split second later, the black smoke tears through the exact place he had occupied just an instant before. Still airborne, with his body twisting through the leap, Yuri sweeps his sword in a wide arc infused with mana. The motion is fluid and controlled, but the force packed into it is absolutely vicious. That slash tears through the air, like the sky itself is being ripped apart. Then it crashes across the orc shaman's body and opens a deep, merciless gash straight through him. Yuri lands right in front of the creature just as blood begins spilling from the wound, and only a heartbeat later, the entire dark dimension around them starts to fracture and collapse. The illusion peels away piece by piece, as if its false layers are being stripped off one after another. Then the unnatural darkness finally shatters, and a bright open sky comes rushing back into view. Yuri is standing in reality once again, face to face with an orc shaman that has been critically cut down. A massive slash runs diagonally across its body from the shoulder all the way to the waist. The creature sways where it stands, barely managing to keep itself upright. Blood dribbles from its mouth, and every breath it drags in sounds ragged, broken, and painfully heavy. Then at last it pitches forward and collapses face first at Yuri's feet. As it lies there, the black energy wrapped around its body starts fading little by little. Yuri's eyes widen immediately. He understands exactly what that means, and he whirls around at once to shout toward the knights and soldiers around him. His voice rings out across the battlefield as he declares that the orc's sorcery has been destroyed. The announcement cuts through the chaos like a signal fire. All across the battlefield, the orcs suddenly feel their strength draining away from them. They snarl in rage and confusion, and Yuri seizes that exact opening to order a full advance. The forces of Betrayal surge forward with renewed force. Their entire charge comes alive at once, fueled by the opening Yuri just created. Not far away, Jose and Kurui are still locked in a brutal clash. Jose's greatsword keeps crashing into Kurui's axe with bone-rattling force, each impact heavy enough to make the ground shudder. That sound makes Yuri snap his head around. Jose is still standing and still fighting, but the instant Yuri sees him, he knows something is wrong. Yuri notices the way Kurui's grin keeps stretching wider and wider across his face. Then the monster draws back his free fist, and Yuri can see power gathering into it. In one brutal motion, Kurui drives that fist straight into Jose's stomach. The impact is so monstrous that it lifts Jose clear off the ground. Blood bursts from Jose's mouth and sprays into the air as agony twists violently across his face. The blow lands with such absurd force that the whole scene feels unreal for a split second. Yuri freezes where he stands. Horror locks his body in place, and his eyes can't tear themselves away from the nightmare unfolding right in front of him. Jose crashes down onto the ground with a heavy, sickening thud. Yuri instantly shouts his name, and his voice cracks with raw panic. Kurui raises his axe again, and now there is open delight written across his face. He looks like he's savoring every second of what's about to happen. The monster is already setting up the killing blow. There isn't even the slightest trace of hesitation in the way he prepares to bring it down. Yuri lunges forward immediately, screaming for him to stop. The cry tears out of him before he can even think. Jose weakly lifts his head from the ground, blood running down his chin while his lips tremble. With what little strength he has left, he forces out a broken warning and begs Yuri not to come any closer. Kurui's grin only widens as he lifts the axe even higher. completely convinced that the kill is already his. Yuri reaches them and throws himself between Jose and death, but he's a fraction too late to raise his sword in time. So instead, Yuri plants his feet and refuses to move. His heart is pounding so hard against his ribs it almost hurts. But one thought stands absolute in his mind now. He will not retreat anymore. Karui fills his entire field of view, the monster's shape reflected clearly in Yuri's eyes. And in that instant, Yuri swears to himself that until the moment he dies, his gaze will never waver again. Then suddenly, blood erupts into the air. Karui's axe arm spins away from his body, severed so cleanly that the orc doesn't even seem to understand what happened at first. Only when the severed limb sails past his face does the realization finally strike him. A scream rips out of his throat as blood gushes violently from the stump. Yuri jerks back in shock and twists toward the side. That's when he finally sees who stepped into the fight. A man stands there with his sword lowered, wearing a calm smile touched with quiet pride. As casually as though he were making small talk, he remarks that Yuri is actually a pretty cool guy. Isn't he? Yuri can only stare, too stunned to answer a word. Still smiling, the man steps past him to face Karui directly and adds that he genuinely likes how cool Yuri is. Then, with a single swing, the man's blade slices clean through Karui's remaining arm. The cut is so effortless that it almost doesn't feel real. Blood bursts into the air from the severed limb. The man straightens immediately afterward and gives his wrist a light flick, shaking the blood from his sword, as if it means absolutely nothing. A heartbeat later, Karui crashes down onto his knees. He howls while clutching at his ruined body, his giant frame twisting in rage and unbearable pain. Now that Karui's head is completely exposed, the man steps forward without the slightest fear. He grabs one of Karui's horns and yanks the orc's face in close. His eyes burn as he tells Karui to shut his mouth. Bitter resentment leaks into his voice when he coldly adds that Karui never even bothered to feed him properly while he was imprisoned. Behind them, Prince Yuri watches the entire scene unfold while his mind races. He studies the stranger's foreign accent, his sturdy, grounded build, and the restrained way he moves without wasting a single motion, and each of those details sharpens Yuri's suspicion. Then the man raises his sword for the finishing blow, and Yuri notices something he cannot mistake. The movement is nothing like the techniques used here. It's smooth, direct, efficient, and unmistakably Eastern. As the rhythm of that swordplay becomes clear, Yuri parts his lips. He's sure now that he knows exactly who this man is, but the thought dies before he can speak it aloud. The answer is already unfolding right in front of his eyes. Blade completes one final elegant arc. In a single clean stroke, it severs Karui's neck. Blood explodes upward from the stump in a horrifying spray, and the man turns away without so much as a glance behind him. Karui's severed head hangs firmly in his hand, and as Yuri watches that cold, unhurried retreat, he realizes with complete certainty that this is the very man he has been searching for all along. After putting a little distance between them, the man finally comes to a stop and turns back around. His glare hits Yuri like a physical blow, and Yuri straightens immediately to meet it head-on. The man's face stays stiff as he explains that he only stepped in because Yuri did something impressive. But that same action also ruined several of his plans. And just as his tone sharpens and he starts to explain what Yuri did a moment ago, Yuri cuts right across him. He bows so deeply it borders on ridiculous, and loudly thanks the man for saving his life. The gratitude comes out with such force and speed that it completely throws the moment off balance. The man stares at him, visibly caught off guard, but Yuri never gives him a chance to recover. He barrels ahead with relentless praise, marveling at how the man brought down an orc commander in a single strike, praising his overwhelming presence, his handsome face, and his absurd level of skill. And every time the man tries to cut in, Yuri steamrolls right over the attempt. Yuri steps in so close that it borders on uncomfortable, lowering his voice into an eager whisper that still trembles with barely contained excitement. Keeping his eyes locked on the man's face, he presses him hard, saying there is no way he could be anyone other than that famed foreigner, one of the 10 greatest warriors on the entire continent, and he demands to know if he's guessed right. The man immediately throws Yuri a guarded, faintly suspicious look, clearly irritated by how near Yuri's face has gotten to his own, and asks what exactly he's trying to say. Yuri doesn't pause to soften it or circle around the point. He answers at once, saying he already knows the man allowed himself to be captured by the orcs on purpose. A small, knowing smile creeps onto Yuri's face as he follows that conclusion to its natural end. A move like that could only have been aimed at one target, Okua, the king of the orcs, and once he says that much, Yuri puts his real proposal on the table without any hesitation at all. The two of them should work together. For a moment, the man gives him nothing. He just watches Yuri in silence, his eyes lingering on him while the faintest trace of amusement glimmers somewhere deep inside them. Then at last, he lets out a quiet, thoughtful sound, like he's seriously weighing the idea instead of dismissing it outright. Yuri states it plainly. Now that Kurui is dead, the orc army will lose its spine, and once that backbone is gone, their entire force will crumble right along with it. What follows is less a battle and more an outright massacre. It doesn't take long before the barracks are clogged with bodies, and in every direction the ground is strewn with dead orcs, turning the entire area into a scene of brutal carnage. Right in the middle of that blood-soaked aftermath, Ragna raises Kurui's severed head high above the field so that everyone can see it clearly, and then thrusts it down onto the tip of a spear, leaving it displayed there for all eyes to witness. In Yuri's previous life, the Allied army had never managed to claim a victory this overwhelming, not even once. But now, standing in the middle of this crushing triumph, he can feel it with absolute certainty. The flow of history has already started to bend away from the course he once remembered. That night, Yuri finally returns to his tent, his armor still slick with dark orc blood. Every step weighed down by the kind of exhaustion that seeps all the way into the bones. Jared is already there waiting for him, and the moment Yuri arrives, he bows formally, addresses him as Your Highness, and offers him sincere praise for what he achieved on the battlefield. Once he's inside, Yuri takes a damp cloth and slowly wipes the blood from his face, not wasting any time before getting to the point and asking for a report on the damage. Jared tells him the numbers are still being compiled, but from everything they've seen so far, their casualties do not appear to be especially severe. But Jared says the real concern lies elsewhere. What troubles him more than the casualty count is the state of the soldiers who entered Kurui's barracks, because too many of them came out visibly shaken by what they saw inside. Yuri falls quiet for a moment, then admits in a low, heavy voice that trauma of this kind was unavoidable. His mind drifts somewhere he does not want it to go, dragged toward memories steeped in horror. Human women, imprisoned by orcs, women forced to carry and give birth to orc children, trapped in such a merciless nightmare that they begged for death and still couldn't escape it. And from what was discovered inside, Kurui's barracks may have been even worse than that already unbearable image. After drawing a grim breath, Yuri gives Jared a firm order. The soldiers who were shaken by what they witnessed must be handled with the utmost care, and under no circumstances can their minds be allowed to break any further. Jared responds immediately and sharply, making it clear he understands exactly what must be done. Yuri then changes the subject and asks about the foreigner. Jared answers that every single thing the man requested was provided exactly as ordered. But the moment he says that, the frustration he has been holding in spills right out, and he starts unloading complaint after complaint without restraint. According to Jared, the man is never satisfied. He is always hungry, always complaining, always finding some fresh reason to grumble. He said the soup was too salty, then ate an entire meal anyway, demanded a bath, shaved himself clean, and almost the moment that was finished, started asking for more food as if he had never eaten in the first place. Jared bluntly declares that the foreigner is a complete nuisance. He says the man specifically asked for salted soup, received exactly that, and then still flew into a rage and flipped the whole table over. Now, on top of that, he refuses to eat unless at least 5 separate dishes are laid out before him. Yuri listens to all of it in silence, already sounding inwardly exhausted by the situation before Jared has even finished speaking. In the end, Yuri tells Jared that he'll deal with the man himself and asks where he is at the moment. Jared says that if he had to make a guess, the foreigner is probably somewhere around the main campfire in the center of camp. Later that same night, beneath the wide-open sky, the campfire in the center of the camp burns low and steady, its flames crackling softly against the darkness. Seated in front of it is the foreigner, surrounded on all sides by stacks of empty plates, still eating at a leisurely pace, as though the entire camp were his personal dining hall. When someone comments that they've finally found him, the man does little more than flick a glance back over his shoulder. After that brief acknowledgement, he turns his gaze right back to the fire, acting as though the interruption is hardly worth his attention. Yuri walks over and casually asks if the food suited his taste. The foreigner, still chewing, answers in a lazy, offhand mutter that it wasn't bad. After polishing off the last of the meal, the man pats his stomach, exhales long and contentedly, and then, sounding much more satisfied now, murmurs that yes, it really was good. Yuri lets that moment settle before speaking again, then says that if the man has finished eating, there are a few things he would like to ask him. But the foreigner doesn't allow Yuri to take control of the conversation for even a moment. He cuts him off immediately and says he'll be the one asking questions first. Then, without any warning, the atmosphere changes. His tone turns cold and sharp, and he demands to know exactly how Yuri managed to kill the orc sorcerer. Yuri starts to answer, but before he can say more than a few words, the foreigner suddenly rises to his feet and shuts him down. With nothing but the force of his voice and the crushing pressure of his presence, he reminds Yuri that Yuri claimed to understand his objective, and he demands the complete truth, not some partial explanation. Now standing at his full height, the man rests one hand on the hilt of his sword and slowly starts to draw it, all without taking his eyes off Yuri for even a second. His voice turns icy as he says that, depending on Yuri's answer. Yuri may die by his hand right here and now. Yuri swallows hard. The pressure in the air tightens around his chest as he suddenly understands just how different this man becomes the moment he gets serious, how sharp his voice is, and how perfectly refined his speech sounds when the mask drops. Even so, Yuri forces himself not to flinch and gives an honest answer. He says that he doesn't fully understand it himself. All he knows is that his mana method reacted, and the sorcerer died on the spot. The foreigner narrows his eyes at that and asks whether, by mana method, Yuri is referring to some kind of inner energy cultivation technique. Yuri doesn't answer with words. Instead, he releases his mana, letting it gather and coil around his body in a dense, vivid aura, moving with calm control rather than erupting wildly. Only then does he explain that this is the mana method handed down to him from his ancestor, Betrayal. The foreigner does not respond right away. He simply stares at Yuri in silence, his eyes tightening as he studies him with intense concentration. Then he looks away slightly and murmurs, almost as if speaking to himself, that it seems their meeting was destined from the very beginning. Yuri, clearly thrown by that comment, asks what he means. The foreigner explains that both Yuri's cultivation technique and the name of his ancestor carry a significance far greater than Yuri realizes. Then, with no warning at all, the man brings one fist into his opposite palm and bows in a formal gesture of respect. In that solemn posture, he introduces himself as the final direct disciple and sect leader of the Chongshan sect. He then offers his respect to Yuri as the descendant of their ancient benefactor, declaring that his sect has never once forgotten the debt it owes to the heaven-crushing swordsman. Yuri freezes completely, managing only to repeat the word benefactor in stunned disbelief. The man tells him not to look so shocked, saying that this is merely a matter connected to a very distant past. He goes on to explain that Yuri's ancestor, Betrayal, was known among them by the title of the heaven-crushing swordsman, and that he had once been both a close friend to the Chongshan sect leader of that era and a vital ally in the destruction of the demonic cult. Still trying to process any of this, Yuri asks what the demonic cult actually is. The foreigner answers him with grim, unwavering seriousness. He says they are people who practice human sacrifice. The Chongshan sect, he explains, exists for one purpose alone, to hunt down that kind of filth and exterminate everyone who walks the demonic path. And the reason he came all the way to the west is to cut down the ominous star that has risen there. As Yuri listens, he finds himself noticing once again that whenever the man turns serious, his speech becomes smooth, exact, and sharp as a blade. Pushing that observation aside, Yuri quietly starts fitting all the pieces together in his head. Then the foreigner lets out a small sigh and adds that the Chongshan sect itself has long since fallen. At that moment, Yuri finally understands the reason this man had been so obsessed with killing Okuwa in his previous life. And right there, in complete silence, but with absolute certainty, Yuri reaches a decision. He will not let a man carrying a mission like that continue down such a road alone. So Yuri speaks up clearly and says they should go together. The foreigner immediately turns his head toward him and asks what exactly Yuri means by that. Yuri explains that the Betrayal family can give him the status of an honorary knight. He invites the man to join the Allied forces and continue pursuing his mission with their backing instead of shouldering everything by himself. The foreigner does not answer right away, and the silence on his face makes it obvious that he is seriously considering the offer. Sensing the opening, Yuri keeps going. Food, baths, whatever he needs, all of it can be arranged, and once he bears the title of knight, nobody will dare mock him or look down on him again. As those words sink in, the foreigner's thoughts begin to drift, and in his mind, tempting images start to flash one after another. Money, gold, comfort, and a life that would be far easier than the one he has now. Yuri still isn't finished. He adds one final promise, pushing the offer even further, and tells the foreigner that when this war finally comes to an end, he'll personally make sure he gets a place within a large-scale merchant union. For just a moment, the foreigner's eyes twitch, and he quietly repeats the words large-scale merchant union to himself with shameless, almost worshipful awe, like the phrase alone is enough to make his heart waver. He gives a small cough and hurriedly pulls himself back together, straightening his posture as if he hadn't almost been completely seduced by the proposal a second ago. Then, in a far more restrained and measured tone, he says that if Yuri is truly going this far and insisting this much, then fine, he'll accept the offer. Then, all at once, he raises a finger and points it straight at Yuri. The sudden motion makes Yuri tense up on instinct. With that finger still leveled at him, the man says he has one condition. Overflowing with confidence, he declares that he's taken a liking to Yuri. And because of that, from this point on, Yuri will have to address him as teacher. Yuri can do nothing but stare back at him, completely caught off guard, barely managing to force out a stunned, bewildered what. The foreigner breaks into a bright, utterly self-satisfied grin, looking far too delighted with himself, and proudly declares that it begins today. From this day forward, he announces grandly, Yuri is now the Chongxiang sect's unofficial disciple. Yuri goes rigid where he stands, utterly speechless, his mouth hanging slightly open while not a single proper reply comes to him. The foreigner keeps that finger aimed right at Yuri, the corners of his lips curling upward with smug delight, and repeats the statement like it is the most natural thing in the world. Starting today, Yuri belongs to the sect as its unofficial disciple. The words crash into Yuri before he can even begin sorting them out. All he can do is stand there blankly, quietly repeating the strange title under his breath, unofficial disciple, while failing completely to understand what that is even supposed to mean. The foreigner then dismisses the whole thing with a casual wave, like this is some troublesome favor he never should have agreed to at all. Muttering to himself, he complains that he really ought to be getting paid for dragging Yuri into something like this, and since this is obviously a very special exception, Yuri should simply be grateful. Yuri lets out a small, awkward laugh, trying his best to keep pace with how absurd this conversation has become, and thanks him anyway. Then, sounding a little helpless, he admits that he already has a teacher. But the instant Yuri names that teacher, the sword demon, the infamous sword demon, the foreigner's face tightens with immediate displeasure. Without even pausing to think it over, he snaps back that there's no problem whatsoever with Yuri having two teachers. Then, as if personally offended that his generosity is not being properly appreciated, he folds his arms tightly across his chest and turns away with exaggerated arrogance. In a low, sulky mutter, like a child nursing wounded pride, he complains that Yuri clearly has no idea how precious and valuable his time really is. But only a second later, he spins right back around as if that whole pouting fit is already over, and abruptly declares that he also needs to meet the commander of the Allied forces. Since that's the case, Yuri will take him there himself. Yuri blinks at the sudden shift and can only let out a confused little sound in response. The foreigner flatly reminds him that Yuri already agreed to help with his objective, and since there is something important he needs to explain about the orcs, there is no reason to waste any more time. They should leave right now. And just like that, the strange conversation comes to a close, its bizarre energy fading away as the evening deepens more fully into the quiet of night. Later that night, inside the tent of Supreme Commander Ragnar Gustaf Granzian, the foreigner repeats the same grim explanation he gave before. And at the center of everything are two words heavy enough to chill the entire room: human sacrifice. Ragnar sits behind his desk with his fingers interlocked, his posture firm and unmoving, his eyes sharp and impossible to read. In a low, grave voice, he asks whether the orc known as Okua is truly offering human beings as sacrifices. Seated beside Yuri, the foreigner answers without the slightest pause or hesitation. Yes, the orcs are trading human lives in exchange for sorcery. And if that is truly what Okua is doing, then there can be no doubt at all. He has already fallen into corruption. Those words pull Yuri's thoughts straight back to the last battle. He explains that during the fighting, there was a brief but unmistakable moment when the enemy orcs' combat strength rose sharply. At the time, the only explanation they could come up with was that some kind of sorcery had to be involved. As Ragnar sinks into deeper thought, Yuri continues and adds that if the orcs really do possess a way to keep drawing on that kind of power, then the Allied forces will need real countermeasures. And soon, Ragnar's expression darkens as he listens, and he mutters that what the orcs are doing is utterly unforgivable. The foreigner clicks his tongue in open irritation and says this is exactly why he disguised himself as a sacrifice in the first place, so he could get close enough to Okua to kill him. Then he turns and addresses Ragnar directly, complaining without any restraint that their interference completely ruined that plan. Yuri tenses immediately at the disrespectful sharpness in his tone toward the Supreme Commander, and he quickly steps in, addressing Ragnar with proper courtesy, while explaining that the foreigner has decided to cooperate with them this time. Once the atmosphere settles a little, Yuri continues. He explains that the man's goal is to eliminate Okua, and because of that, Yuri is convinced he will be an enormous asset to the Allied forces moving forward. Ragnar does not answer at once. He simply rests one hand against his chin and sinks into silence, thinking. Yuri watches him for a moment as he sits there without a word, then finally calls out to him softly. Ragnar comes back to himself, straightens in his seat, and folds his arms across his chest. He says he understands, and that he will have his men begin investigating ways to counter the orcs' sorcery. Then he turns his gaze to Yuri and informs him that the foreigner will be placed under Yuri's supervision. Yuri answers with gratitude, thinking to himself that in the end, he actually managed to bring the foreigner into the Allied forces after all. Just as Yuri is collecting his thoughts and assuming the discussion is over, Ragna suddenly calls his name once more. He says that he has heard Prince Yuri Briol has been traveling together with half-orcs. Yuri answers immediately, calmly confirming that it is true. Ragna exhales slowly, glancing away for a moment before turning his eyes back to Yuri, and the concern sitting on his face is impossible to miss. He explains that the captured half-orcs have, for the moment, been left under Graham Hartfall's care, but there has been constant debate over what should ultimately be done with them. Then he places that decision directly into Yuri's hands. Later that same night, beneath a bright moon outside the camp, Yuri walks alone past the area where those captured half-orcs are being held. He watches them silently, his thoughts growing heavier by the second. Ragna putting trust in him is not necessarily a bad thing, but this feels less like sincere trust and more like the Supreme Commander handing Yuri an ugly, uncomfortable burden because he doesn't want to face it himself. And as that thought settles completely into place, a cold film of sweat slowly creeps down Yuri's back. Then the quiet night is broken by an angry voice cutting through the air. "So we're just going to let Briol outdo us like this?" Yuri immediately turns toward the sound. Not far away, two knights are locked in the middle of a heated argument. One of them glares at the other in open frustration, demanding to know why he's being so stubborn, while repeatedly jabbing his hand toward the imprisoned half-orcs, as though the answer should be obvious to anyone with eyes. He argues that if they make proper use of those half-orcs, the Empire could gain what would become its greatest source of interpreters for the orc language. The other knight, much more solemn, pushes back immediately. He reminds him that many survivors suffered horrors too terrible for words at the hands of those very half-orcs. And with several trembling victims standing right behind him, he insists that their voices matter too, and so does the suffering they endured, don't they? He shoots back. But the first knight answers without missing a beat, insisting they cannot afford to throw away an opportunity like this, all while ignoring the fear carved plainly across the victims' faces behind him as he keeps pressing his argument. With a quiet sigh, Yuri steps out from the shadows. He already understands exactly what the two of them are fighting over, and he says so, his calm voice slicing cleanly through the argument. At once, both knights fall silent. Yuri turns his gaze toward the first knight and asks him directly whether he can truly guarantee that those half-orcs would actually be useful on the battlefield. The knight stiffens where he stands and answers a little too quickly, insisting that, of course, they would be. Trying hard to sound certain, he thumps a hand against his chest and says they're docile, aren't they? If they are trained properly, then they can absolutely be turned into something useful. Yuri's voice drops at once, becoming cold and sharp enough to cut straight through that confidence. Really? Then he asks a question that lands harder than a blade ever could. In a true emergency, could that knight honestly entrust his own life to those half-orcs? The knight freezes instantly, his confidence collapsing on the spot as the answer sticks in his throat. Yuri shifts his gaze away from the speechless knight and toward the imprisoned half-orcs, and says that on the battlefield, what matters is having someone you can trust with your back, someone you can rely on in the moment when you are weakest and most exposed. The knight has nothing left to say, leaving him standing there in silence. Yuri turns away and starts walking toward the victims instead. One of the women notices Yuri approaching and jerks in place, looking up at him with sudden startled alarm. Yuri meets her gaze head-on, not a flicker of panic crossing his unreadable face. In a voice kept low and steady, almost unnervingly calm, he asks her to speak only of what she witnessed herself with her own eyes. When her lips part and no answer comes out, he still does not hurry her. He continues gently, his tone soft enough to give her room to breathe, while making it clear that what he needs from her now is the truth. Then he strips the question down to its barest form, leaving no place for anything to be hidden. What exactly did the orcs do to the humans who had no strength to fight back, the ones too helpless to even defend themselves? At that, a tremor runs through her entire body. Her jaw clenches so tightly it looks painful, and the hatred rising inside her catches in her throat before she can force it out. When she finally speaks, she starts with her little sister injured, helpless, and unable to move. The sentence barely survives. Halfway through it, her voice breaks apart, as if the memory itself has reached back into her chest and torn the words out of her all over again. She says her sister was torn to pieces, and the instant those words leave her lips, it becomes painfully obvious that the nightmare has swallowed her whole. She is no longer standing in the present anymore. In her mind, all she can see is her sister's body scattered in fragments. That horrific sight burned so deeply into her memory that there is no escaping it. She remembers another woman wrapping both arms around her shaking body and holding her tight while she trembled uncontrollably, the two of them trapped there with no way to run and no choice but to watch. Right in front of them, the orcs tore her sister apart with the same casual cruelty someone might use to rip the wings off a tiny insect. They laughed while they did it, laughed over the screams, and treated that little girl's death like some sick game. To them, her sister was never a person at all, just entertainment. Tears stream down her face as she looks back at Yuri, her whole body still quivering. Through choking sobs, she cries out that this right here is what the orcs truly are. Yuri quietly reaches toward her and places a firm, reassuring hand on her shoulder. Keeping his voice gentle and controlled, he asks her for her name and the place she came from. Fighting through the tremor in her breath, she answers that her name is Jane, and that she is from Sitter. Yuri says nothing at first and only studies her in silence. Then Jane slowly lifts her eyes, and they stop at his hair. The moment she notices it, recognition flashes across her face, and staring at him, she asks if he is a prince of Betrayal. Yuri gives her a plain, direct answer he is, and the moment he confirms it, the grief in Jane's eyes sharpens into anger as she begs him, with all the desperation in her voice to avenge them. A violent fury surges up inside Yuri, but not a trace of it disturbs his composure. He keeps himself perfectly steady and, in an even, controlled voice, gives her his word. Still standing right in front of her, Yuri calls out for Sir Graham. Graham answers immediately, without even the slightest delay. Then Yuri makes his position unmistakably clear. He declares that what he is about to say is not being spoken as the commander of the Allied forces, but as the Prince of Betrayal, with the women still watching him in silence. Yuri says those vermin slaughtered the innocent people of his land and carved wounds into them that will never, ever fade. He continues, his voice turning harder, saying there is no reason whatsoever to even entertain the idea of assigning worth to creatures that trample human lives beneath their feet. The anger inside him climbs to its absolute peak as he declares, with total conviction, that the orcs will never change. Straightening to his full height, Yuri speaks in a voice that leaves no room for doubt at all. They should kill them all. Every last one of them. At those words, Graham places a hand over his chest and bows deeply, swearing that under the authority granted by His Highness, he himself will see that the half-orcs are disposed of. That night, a faint breeze drifts through the camp, brushing past tents and stirring the banners overhead. But for all its softness, the calm feels wrong, too still, too quiet, too uneasy to trust. Then dawn arrives, and that fragile silence is ripped apart in an instant by the sharp blast of a horn from the watchpost, its cry echoing across the entire encampment. Chaos breaks out at once. Shouts rise from every direction as knights and soldiers scramble for their weapons, boots pounding across the ground, while urgent voices spread the same warning through the camp. The orcs are coming. The first figures to come into view are the orcful, the orc messengers with flags strapped tightly to their backs. There are only a few of them, but they come in fast, driving their beasts at full speed straight toward the Allied camp. Watching them approach, someone mutters in disbelief, unable to understand what kind of trick those creatures are trying to pull this time. A soldier rushes in to report to Ragna, breathing hard, as he explains that the orcs claim they have come to negotiate. Ragna repeats the word slowly, his voice heavy with disbelief and contempt. The soldier confirms it at once. Yes, Your Highness. The orcs are demanding that the gates be opened, saying they have something to offer. Ragna's face twists with anger, and he demands to know what kind of scheme those creatures are plotting now. And yet, only a moment later, he gives the order. The gates are to be opened. The soldiers obey immediately, hauling the gates wide. The orcful ride in as if they do not fear the camp in the slightest. One of them remains mounted high on its beast, looming over Ragna as it looks down at him from above. Then, slowly and with shameless boldness, it stretches its mouth into a wide grin. Ragna and Yuri stand shoulder to shoulder, and neither of them gives an inch. Their eyes stay cold, fixed firmly on the messenger in front of them. Inside the Allied camp, the orc envoys gather in a tight cluster, grumbling among themselves in that rough, guttural language of theirs. Knights and soldiers surround them on every side. The hostility in the air is impossible to miss. Written plainly in every stiff posture, every disgusted glare, and every pair of narrowed eyes aimed at the envoys. Inside one of the command tents, Supreme Commander Ragna sits behind his desk with an opened letter in his hands, his full attention fixed on the words spread before him. Standing across from him is Prince Yuri Betrayal, posture straight and expression sharp. Addressing him respectfully as Your Highness, Yuri asks if he may know what the matter is. Ragna answers without even lifting his eyes from the parchment. He says Yuri's name in a voice weighed down by exhaustion, making it obvious that whatever is written there is pressing heavily on him. After a brief silence, Ragna lowers the letter and asks Yuri why he thinks he was appointed Supreme Commander of the Allied forces. The question catches Yuri off guard, and for a moment he hesitates. Yuri asks what he means by that. Then, after thinking it through, he answers that it must be because Ragna is exceptional in war and tactics, Ragnar straightens slightly and tells him that is not the reason. Yuri studies him more carefully after that and asks whether he is speaking about political considerations instead. A heavy silence follows before Ragnar drops his gaze and admits that he does not know whether Yuri is already aware of it, but he and the Emperor are not on good terms. Then he lifts his head again, and some of his authority returns to his voice. On the surface, he explains, it would seem perfectly natural for a prince of the Empire, someone whose rank carries power worthy of that position, to be appointed supreme commander of the Allied forces. But he immediately adds that the Empire is never that straightforward. Whenever something looks reasonable on the outside, the Emperor always has another scheme buried underneath it. If they win this war, Ragnar says, then he will be praised across the continent as a hero. On paper, it is the perfect road, a path leading straight toward admiration, political influence, and overwhelming support from the public. Ragnar lets out a tired sigh and leans back in his chair, then says that none of those things will matter at all unless they actually win. Yuri listens without interrupting, his eyes sharp as the pieces begin falling into place. In his previous life, Ragnar had been blamed for the Allied forces' defeat and stripped of his political power afterward. The Emperor had used that collapse exactly as planned to seize total control of the Empire. From the very beginning, this Allied army had been built around a defeat that was already decided, and once everything fell apart, Ragnar had simply been thrown away. After a brief pause, Yuri raises his eyes and asks Ragnar whether he believes this entire campaign was arranged as a trap. Ragnar says nothing more at first. He simply extends the letter toward Yuri and tells him to read it himself. Yuri takes the letter, and the moment his eyes move across its contents, his whole body stiffens where he stands. For one brief second, his breathing stops cold. The words refuse to come, caught in his throat, as his eyes run over the message in front of him. The Emperor has already entered a secret pact with Okua. Do not become a worthless scapegoat. Retreat. Yuri forces himself to breathe again and keeps his eyes fixed on the letter in his hands, reading every line as if he needs to carve it into his mind. And as the meaning settles over him, one merciless truth becomes impossible to deny. The outcome of this war had been decided long before the fighting ever started. Little by little, his expression hardens. Anger tightens every line of his face as he finally sees just how filthy, how rotten, and how thoroughly rigged this entire game really is. Ragnar explains that the letter supposedly came from some nameless faction opposed to Okua, but from top to bottom, it reeks of a trap that had been laid in advance. This allied army, he says, was never meant to return alive in the first place. When he finishes, he lifts his eyes to Yuri and asks what he thinks. Yuri does not answer at once. He simply stands there in silence, without a single word. He stays perfectly still, as though every thought inside him has dropped into some deep, soundless place no one else can touch. Then, at last, he looks up, addresses Ragnar as Your Highness, and asks if he may dare to offer a proposal. Ragnar folds his arms across his chest and tells him to speak. In the very next instant, Ragnar's eyes fly open wide, first in pure shock, and then in a rush of fierce excitement, as Yuri steps forward and grinds the letter beneath his heel, without even the slightest tremor crossing his face. Yuri declares that whether the letter is genuine or just one more layer of deception, the answer does not change. They have only one path left. They must return victorious. He says it as though this were nothing more than a difficult war that has suddenly become just a little more difficult. Ragnar suddenly bursts into loud, unrestrained laughter, the kind that erupts when a crushing weight has finally been ripped off a man's chest. Bracing one hand against the desk, he pushes himself up to his feet and says Yuri is right. No matter what the Emperor may be plotting behind the curtain, he says, there is no future waiting for any of them unless they come back from this war in victory. Straightening fully, Ragnar adds that the only thing left now is to deal with the ones who delivered that letter. Yuri calls to him at once, and with a sharp, deliberate grin on his face, asks if Ragnar can leave that part to him. Ragnar answers with nothing but a small nod and a faint smile, but that alone is all the permission Yuri needs. Outside the tent, the orc envoys are still huddled together in a tight knot, muttering to one another as they wait. Then, with no warning at all, blood splashes across the back of one of the orcs, and the one standing in front of him jerks violently in shock. Yuri is standing right there before them now, violent waves of mana raging around his body, his eyes fixed on them with a focus so sharp it feels openly murderous. One of the orcs stabs a finger toward him and starts to shout something, but Yuri cuts him off with freezing contempt. As he draws his sword, he tells the creature to shut up, then he moves. He is so fast he seems to disappear entirely, leaving behind nothing but streaks of mana, slashing through the air where his body should have been. And when that motion ends, Yuri is already down in a finishing crouch. A heartbeat later, all 3 orc heads drop and tumble across the ground, cut so cleanly it takes a moment for anyone to understand what just happened. As the severed heads hit the dirt, Yuri rises and snaps his sword out to the side, flinging the blood from the blade in a sharp arc. He does not even spare the fallen bodies a glance. All around him, the knights stand frozen where they are, stunned into absolute silence. 3 orcs had just been wiped out in a single strike. One knight can only stare in awe, realizing he had never once imagined that the Prince of Betrayal possessed strength this terrifying. Ragnar steps out from the tent and walks past the speechless men, a faint smile resting on his face as he remarks on how impressive that display was. Then, almost casually, he adds that Yuri is still only 18 despite wielding power like that, quietly noting just how much stronger the boy has become. After hesitating for a long moment, one knight finally asks whether Yuri has not gone too far. At that exact moment, the severed heads are raised and mounted on the orcs' flagpoles. Without the slightest change in expression, Ragnar answers that Yuri was only keeping a promise. Yuri fastens those flags, now bearing the severed heads, onto the backs of the same beasts the orcs rode in on, and sends the animals off. And as he watches them leave, the fury burning inside his chest only grows hotter and hotter. As their silhouettes shrink and vanish into the distance, Yuri silently renews his vow to take revenge and make the orcs pay for every single thing they have done. Later, as the sun begins to sink and the light turns low, dim, and heavy across the land, Ragnar stands alone in the middle of an open field, with only a single knight stationed behind him. A breeze sweeps across the plain as Ragnar orders the knight to bring Eisen. The response comes back immediately. Not long after, an elderly man carrying a staff walks forward, bows with formal respect, and asks whether he was summoned. This old man is Eisen, the imperial court mage of the Grand Zen Empire. Ragnar turns his head slightly and tells Eisen to explain everything he knows about black magic. Eisen visibly startles at that and repeats the term in open surprise. Then, after properly facing Ragnar, Eisen explains that black magic is an obsolete secret art, something rarely used in the present age, and something that can usually be dispelled without much difficulty. Ragnar listens in silence, then asks what the most dreadful kind of black magic Eisen knows of would be. After pausing to think it over, Eisen answers that there were once stories of the dead being brought back to life, though in the current age such tales are brushed aside as little more than superstition. What Ragnar says next shocks him. Ragnar reveals that their intelligence suggests Okua is deeply involved in black magic sorcery. He goes on to explain that this power grows stronger through human sacrifice, and that they had already seen signs of that during the last battle. From that alone, he says, it is only natural to assume the orcs will continue growing stronger from here on. Eisen falls quiet for a moment, thinking it through, and then suggests that the orcs may have come across an ancient tome of black magic that was lost to history. Ragnar repeats the key word under his breath, almost as if he is speaking to himself alone. Forgotten. Eisen continues, explaining that vast stretches of these plains have never truly been explored, including the territory where the ancient nation of Adelvine once stood ages ago. From that distant era, he says, remnants of black magic remained behind that should never have survived into the present day, and among those remnants is one of the 10 strongest beings still bound to that land, the Death Knight. G. Ragnar asks what Eisen thinks Okua intends to do with power like that. Eisen immediately admits that what he is about to say is only speculation, but in his view, Okua is preparing to summon something. Ragnar murmurs that word back under his breath, and in that moment the truth settles over him. Okua has been deliberately slowing their advance, willingly spending his own forces just to buy time. Eisen agrees and adds that Okua may have discovered a dungeon hidden deep somewhere within the ruins of that ancient kingdom. Quietly, Ragnar arrives at the conclusion that something dangerous is sleeping beneath their very feet. Elsewhere, in a place that seems shaped from the very fears they carry inside them, the night stretches on without a trace of mercy. A faint, ominous light pulses from a lone staff embedded in a structure like an altar, and that eerie glow throws long, warped shadows through the darkness. Then the light suddenly swells and throbs as if something inside it has begun to awaken, while piles of human skulls lie heaped all around it. Morning light spreads across the wide plains, washing over shattered ancient pillars, scattered everywhere like the bleached bones of a civilization that died long ago. At the very front of the marching formation rides Prince Yuri Briol, seated firmly atop his horse. The banner of Briol streams behind him in the wind, while rank after rank of knights and soldiers advances in disciplined order at his back. From somewhere behind him, a knight calls out and addresses him as Your Highness, reporting that support from the supply unit stationed in Balshad has been cut off. Yuri listens to the report without the slightest visible change crossing his face. Keeping his tone steady and restrained, Yuri asks if the report is really that certain. The knight answers at once without the slightest pause, saying the enemy raids have come so relentlessly and so often that the men had no choice but to abandon any hope of expansion and throw everything they had into protecting the small amount of food still left to them. Hearing that, Yuri slowly raises his eyes again and fixes his gaze straight ahead. In the same calm, measured voice, Yuri says there is nothing they can do about it now. His fingers drift to his chin as he thinks, and he quietly admits to himself that even though they had prepared well and stored what should have been enough provisions, the reality unfolding in front of them has already become far worse than he ever expected. His gaze moves out across the vast plains, stretching endlessly into the distance. They have already advanced deep into the innermost part of this region, and with Okua so close ahead, it would not be surprising in the least if the entire orc army suddenly came pouring over the horizon at any moment. If the orcs are trying to force this into a drawn-out war of attrition, then the conclusion is obvious. They have to end this before the fighting is ever allowed to sink to that stage. Then, all at once, the ground beneath them lurches. A savage tremor tears through the earth without warning, sending a brutal shockwave through everything underfoot. The horses scream and rear in panic, their hooves scraping wildly at the dirt as they struggle to keep their footing. Yuri nearly gets thrown in the sudden chaos, but he clenches his teeth, yanks the reins tight, and forces both himself and his mount back under control before either of them can go down. He wastes no time at all. Snapping around sharply, Yuri raises his voice and shouts a firm order for everyone to dismount immediately. Yuri is the first one out of the saddle. The rest of the army follows his example at once, dropping from their horses in a hurried chain, one after another. Knights and soldiers alike go down to one knee beside their frightened mounts, gripping the reins tightly with both hands to keep the animals from breaking loose. Nearby, Herod lowers himself as well and asks if this is some kind of sudden earthquake. But Yuri cuts in right away and tells him flatly that it is not. Yuri gathers mana into his palm and presses his hand against the shaking ground. The moment he senses what lies beneath the surface, his face hardens and a sharp, knowing look flashes into his eyes. Something is. The thought barely has time to form before the answer comes crashing in on its own, because the earth suddenly splits apart. With a thunderous roar, the plain rips open, and a gigantic structure erupts upward through the soil as if it has been clawing its way out from the depths below. It keeps rising and rising, and as Yuri stares at it, his unfinished realization finally becomes clear. Something is coming up from under the ground itself. At last, the structure stands fully exposed, towering above them like some ancient watchtower hauling itself back into the world after centuries of burial. Its stone surface is scarred, worn, and weather-beaten, every inch showing the passage of immense time, and yet not a single part of it looks ruined beyond use. If anything, it feels unnervingly whole, giving off a dark, oppressive presence that makes even the air around it seem wrong. Sometime later, Ragna pulls back to a safe distance and gathers several mages around him. From there, they begin sending probing spells toward the ruin, layering magic over its outer surface again and again as they try to examine the strange structure from the outside. Then a voice calls to Ragna from behind. He turns with mild curiosity, only to find Yuri walking toward him across the field. Ragna acknowledges the prince with his usual quiet composure. Yuri gets straight to the point and asks him exactly what this structure is supposed to be. Ragna turns away from the towering ruin and faces Yuri, his hands folded behind his back. Giving a small, resigned shake of the head, he says they still have not found any sign linking this place to the orcs, and from everything they can tell by examining the exterior, it looks no different from an ordinary ruin. He clicks his tongue, openly irritated, and admits the worst part is that they still cannot see anything inside. Yuri answers without delay, saying that if that is the case, then they should simply go in and confirm it themselves. A faint smile reaches Yuri's face as he places a hand over his chest and gives a slight, proper bow. He remarks that for something like this to burst up from beneath the earth so suddenly, there must be something hidden inside worth seeing. He lets out a light, easy laugh, and adds that the fastest way to learn the truth is to see it with their own eyes. Ragna indulges him and agrees, and for a brief instant, Yuri feels a quiet flicker of satisfaction at having gotten his way. That small satisfaction disappears almost immediately. In the same calm voice, Ragna adds that Yuri should take the Empire's knights along with him. The energy drains right out of Yuri the moment he hears that. Not long after, several men approach him, address him as Prince, and inform him that for this mission, they have been assigned to serve under his command. The man at their head steps forward first and introduces himself as Rodain. With formal courtesy, he says it is an honor to meet Yuri and states that he is an imperial knight. As Rodain turns away to speak to the others, Geralt leans in close and lowers his voice, asking Yuri if they really have to bring those men with them. Yuri quietly answers that he has no choice, then says nothing more, left to sit with his own thoughts. Yuri reflects that while the order leaves him no room to refuse, he never imagined Ragna would involve the Imperial Knights this directly. The decision plants a faint but nagging unease in the back of his mind. As Yuri climbs back onto his horse and takes the lead once more, that small, lingering hope still remains inside him. He wants to believe Ragna is not concealing some other purpose behind this decision. Before long, the group arrives at the base of the massive structure. Seen from up close, it feels even more enormous and far more oppressive than it did when they first looked at it from a distance. Everyone dismounts again. Yuri stops in front of the enormous door, while Geralt and Laurent Flandre move into place at his sides, taking up protective positions close beside him. Staring up at the giant stone entrance, Yuri remarks that this must be the way in. Yet no matter how obvious it looks, the door itself will not budge. Geralt immediately offers to search the area around it in case some hidden switch or mechanism has been concealed nearby. The group spreads out around the entrance to inspect it. Laurent keeps one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, tense and ready, while Geralt scans the surroundings with sharp, alert eyes, searching for even the slightest thing out of place. Yuri steps closer to the sealed stone door and places a hand against it, as though testing it for himself. Then he says it is fine, and adds almost casually that if it comes to that, he can simply break it open a little. He has not even fully finished the thought when mana begins to spill from his body. It flows down through his arm and into the wall in a quiet, steady stream. Keeping his palm pressed firmly against the surface, Yuri does not let his focus waver. He draws in his strength with the full intention of forcing the door open through sheer power if that is what it takes. Then a low, steady vibration runs through the entire structure. Yuri's eyes widen as the sealed door trembles in place and, to everyone's astonishment, begins to slide upward on its own. Every man there goes still. Geralt blurts out a startled question asking Yuri what exactly he just did, and Yuri can only reply honestly that he has no idea himself. Peering through the opening as it widens, Yuri realizes he barely applied any force at all, and yet the door opens with unnatural ease, almost as though the ruin had been waiting in silence for someone to arrive and wake it. A heavy, serious look settles over Yuri's face. He does not enter right away, but remains standing at the threshold, staring into the darkness beyond the opening, while thoughts quietly turn through his mind. Then he makes up his mind and moves at once. Yuri steps forward, declares that they are going in, and Geralt and Laurent Flandre fall into place beside him without missing a beat. They move deeper into the dark, their footsteps giving off soft echoes along the cold stone passageway. The blackness ahead is so thick it swallows the corridor whole, and one of them mutters under his breath that it is too dark to see anything. Yuri stops immediately and calls Geralt by name, asking if he brought any torches. Geralt answers plainly that he did not. Yuri glances back toward the entrance, where the Imperial Knights are trailing behind them at a distance, and quickly realizes they likely came in no better prepared. Most likely they did not bring torches either. He comes to a full stop then. Slowly, Yuri turns his attention toward the wall beside them. Mounted against the stone, there is an unlit lamp. As Yuri reaches toward it, his thoughts return to the outer door and the strange way it responded when he sent mana into it. If the inside of this ruin works by the same principle as the outside, then the answer should be simple. With that in mind, Yuri channels mana into the lamp, just as he did with the door. The lamp flares to life instantly. Light bursts out in a sudden blaze, and Yuri can do nothing but stare at it in stunned disbelief. Then the other lamps begin responding one after another, igniting in rapid succession until the spreading glow races down the corridor and lights up the ruin much farther ahead. Behind Yuri, the knights murmur in confusion and ask if he has been here before, but he answers immediately that he has not. Geralt stares at him in open amazement and tells him, without trying to hide it, that he is incredible. Yuri steps back from the lamp and turns to face the others. He tells them they are heading farther in and orders everyone not to lower their guard for even a second. And both Geralt and Laurent Flandre answer sharply at the same time. Behind them, the Imperial Knights continue forward without a word. Even in silence, their eyes stay on Yuri the entire time, following every move he makes with close, unwavering attention. Rodain watches Yuri with narrowed eyes, silently turning over everything he has seen since they arrived at the ruin. Whatever conclusion he is drawing from it all, he keeps it shut behind his expression and says nothing. As they push deeper into the interior, Yuri suddenly feels his boot come down on something hard enough to crack under his weight. He looks down at once and realizes he has just stepped on a large bone. A little farther ahead, the narrow stone passage finally begins to open up. The tight corridor loosens into a broader space, like a hidden chamber slowly revealing itself in the very center of the ruin. The instant they step far enough to see inside, the atmosphere turns grim. Skulls and shattered bones are scattered so thickly across the ground that they almost blanket the entire chamber, and at the very back, slumped right in front of another tightly sealed door, sits the armored skeleton of a human. There is no mistaking what that body once was, even at a glance. It is clearly the remains of a knight. The whole group comes to a stop, and Yuri stares at the sight in silence, just starting to voice what he thinks this place might be when Jared moves first and says he will inspect it before anyone else comes closer. After approaching the corpse, Jared calls back to Yuri. His voice cuts through the heavy stillness, pulling Yuri's full attention toward the remains and the sealed door looming just behind them. Jared strikes the shut door behind the skeleton and reports that the way ahead is completely blocked here. Yuri immediately walks over, lowers himself into a crouch beside the corpse, and studies it carefully from up close without actually touching it. The longer he examines the scene, the clearer the picture becomes. All the scattered bones spread across the chamber belong to orcs, but this one set of remains is human. From the traces left behind, it looks as if this knight made his stand here and died defending the sealed door until the very end. Jared calls out again from beside the door and says that even after channeling mana into it, he still got no reaction whatsoever. Yuri lifts his gaze from the skeleton and answers in an even voice that it cannot be helped. Since this route goes nowhere, he says they should pull back for now and check the rest of the ruin in case they missed something somewhere else inside. He never notices the faint stir of mana beginning to awaken inside the skeleton. He does not see the slightest twitch in its fingers either. Instead, Yuri rises to his feet, orders everyone to stay alert in case danger appears, and asks if they understand. Jared answers at once that he understands. And in the very next instant, the skeleton suddenly lunges and clamps a hand around Yuri's arm. Yuri freezes in raw shock, his body failing to respond for a split second, while Jared recoils in sheer panic the moment he sees it happen. A heartbeat later, a blinding light explodes out from the skeleton and surges across the entire chamber. Jared shouts in alarm, demanding to know what the hell that thing is, while Laurent cries out Yuri's name from the side. The Imperial Knights rush in immediately as well, their boots pounding over the stone floor while several voices break out at once in confusion and alarm. But even as they close the distance, the light only intensifies. It keeps swelling brighter and brighter, until it starts to swallow the entire chamber around them. And then Yuri notices something that sends a chill straight down his spine. The glow has the same mist-like color as his own aura. He lets out a strained grunt, squeezes his eyes shut, and throws up his free hand to shield himself from the overwhelming brightness. The skeleton still does not let go. Its bony fingers only tighten around Yuri's arm as a voice suddenly speaks. It does not ring through the chamber like normal sound. Instead, it resonates directly inside Yuri himself. Please remember. The words hit him deep enough to shake him to the core, and his eyes snap open as he stares straight into the hollow eye sockets of the skeleton. The light pulses even harder now, surging in heavy waves as the voice echoes through Yuri's mind once again, calm, clear, and impossible to mistake. This is our salvation. Then, in the very next moment, Yuri is swallowed whole by the echo of a collapsing memory. When his senses finally settle, he finds himself standing beside an enormous structure with no understanding of where he is or what kind of place he has been pulled into. Before he can gather his thoughts, a young boy comes running across the area with a book clutched tightly in both hands. The boy eagerly calls out to his master and excitedly asks him to take a look. Yuri says nothing at all. He simply stands where he is and watches as the instructor turns and asks the boy where he has been this whole time. The boy smiles with innocent ease and casually answers that he was just reading. At that reply, Yuri's eyes narrow. The image of the armored skeleton flashes through his mind again, and a realization slowly begins to settle into place. That instructor, could he be the same knight whose skeleton they just found? The answer comes almost immediately. What Yuri is seeing now is the skeleton's memory. Watching from a short distance away, Yuri realizes it must have taken extraordinary magic for a memory to remain preserved this vividly for so long. And even with that much understood, he still has no idea what the owner of this memory is trying to show him. The boy sits down and opens the book across his lap, revealing page after page filled with strange arcane symbols Yuri does not recognize at all. The instructor tells him that today was meant to be devoted to study, then asks whether his advanced lessons have been progressing properly. The boy does not answer the question head-on. Instead, he slips around it so smoothly that the mood in the air changes right away. The instructor's voice hardens and he demands a proper answer, warning the boy not to dodge the subject. The boy gives a small scoff and complains that doing nothing but raid all day is boring. The instructor immediately scolds him and asks whether he truly thinks he can become a proper hunter with such a lazy attitude. As Yuri watches the exchange, the corner of his mouth lifts just slightly. There is something oddly familiar about this kind of back and forth, and in that moment the boy reminds him of Bernard. Then the instructor reaches into a pouch and pulls out a red crystal, holding it up clearly where the boy can see it. He explains that this crystal is the mark of an orc hunter and that only those who bear one are acknowledged as true, full-fledged hunters. Yuri watches the lesson closely, realizing that details like this had existed in the past all along, and he had completely overlooked them before. The boy hesitates for a brief moment, then quietly asks why they even have to hunt orcs in the first place. There is a naive sincerity in his voice, as though some part of him still wants to believe there could be another answer. He continues, suggesting that maybe peace might still be possible, or that perhaps negotiation could take the place of fighting. The instructor does not cut him off and listens all the way to the end. Only after the boy finishes speaking does the instructor respond. In a calm voice that leaves no room for argument, he says the time has come for the truth to be revealed, and he tells the boy to listen carefully. A trace of unease spreads across the boy's face at once, as though he can already feel how heavy the truth he is about to hear will be. The instructor explains that orcs were not monsters from the beginning. Long ago, they were human beings, ordinary people whose bodies were twisted and transformed through black magic. As those words sink in, Yuri feels his breath catch. The truth crashes into him with enough force to leave his chest tight. This war had never been a simple war against monsters. It was a war against humans who had been changed into something else. The weight of that realization presses heavily onto Yuri's chest, and then another memory begins unfolding before his eyes. A noble appears, one who indulges freely in violence, killing without restraint while dressing his cruelty up in empty excuses and convenient justifications. When killing is finally outlawed, that noble sinks into despair. Stripped of the pleasure he used to indulge in so openly, he falls further and further into darkness, until a mysterious black mage appears before him and offers him another path. The mage tells him that while killing humans may now be forbidden, turning them into something that is no longer human is not. Temptation wins. Using forbidden magic, the noble begins transforming people into orcs. To him, it is the perfect loophole, a way to keep slaughtering while avoiding the consequences of directly murdering humans. The black mage pours dark power into a glowing sphere, and from that cursed force, the transformation starts to spread. Screams tear through the air as bodies begin to twist and warp in agony. Flesh reshapes, bones crack and bend, and what had once been human is violently stripped away before the eyes. Their minds collapse soon after that, replaced by madness, hatred, and an overwhelming instinct to kill. The newly transformed creatures turn on humans immediately, attacking without even a moment of hesitation. That is how orcs come into being. Brutal and powerful, their bodies warped by sorcery into monstrous forms. Yet beneath all of that, they are still humans cursed to remain trapped inside those bodies forever. The truth hits Yuri with crushing force. The enemies he has cut down on the battlefield were never born as monsters. They were ordinary people first, victims of greed, manipulation, and a fate forced onto them by someone else. His chest tightens painfully as the realization sinks in deeper than any blade ever could. The boy, now pale with shock and horror, asks in a trembling voice whether the black mage was ever captured in the end. The instructor answers with calm finality. No. Before the truth could ever fully come to light, the mage vanished and escaped punishment entirely. After that, the kingdom tried every method it could to reverse the transformation, but every single attempt ended in failure. In the end, every effort to break the curse was given up. As the instructor quietly says those words, the boy's whole body starts to shake, disbelief hitting him so hard it looks like his legs might give out under the sheer weight of what he has just learned. The tragedy was never undone. No miracle appeared. No one was rescued. In a grave voice that never wavers, the instructor explains that this is why hunters exist now, to bring death to the orcs as an end to their suffering and to offer peace to those who can never be turned back. It is mercy, but only the harshest and most bitter kind, born out of regret, helplessness, and failure. Yuri watches the scene in silence, unable to stop himself from wondering whether something like that can truly be called honoring the victims at all. That truth tears apart everything Yuri thought he understood, and just as it fully sinks into him, the world inside the memory begins to blur. The outlines of the buildings waver and distort, as if the past itself is being dragged into a different shape. Time stutters. Reality bends. One memory begins ripping away from another, and the scene shifts again, as though the past is forcibly turning to a new page. When the new image finally settles, Yuri finds silence and drifting dust filling the air inside a ruined cathedral. Cracked stone, shattered pillars, and broken arches tower all around like scars left by some ancient battle, and the entire place carries the dead, breathless stillness of something sacred that was destroyed a very long time ago. Yuri watches three figures step carefully into the cathedral. The boy hesitates for a moment, fear playing on him, but the one in front keeps moving, pulled onward by a quiet certainty that something inside is waiting. Then the youngest loses his nerve completely. He rushes forward, grabs his master's arm, and desperately begs him not to go in there alone. The instructor pulls his arm free and curtly tells the boy to let go. There is not even a trace of hesitation in him. His resolve is absolute. The boy cries out in panic, demanding to know how his master plans to face all of them by himself, shouting that if he goes any farther like this, he is going to die. The instructor spins back and shouts at him, his voice rough with urgency as he demands whether the boy expects him to stand there and wait for reinforcements. There's no time left for that anymore. His words strike even harder when he declares that this may be the final battle for all of Applesbean. That name slices into Yuri like a blade. Memories from his previous life surge upward and lock into place with terrifying clarity. He knows this place already, not through the body he has now, but through what came after another life. The same land, the same desperate choice, the same pattern of sacrifice followed by regret. History is not moving forward at all. It is circling back again and again, paid for each time in blood. The boy's panic spills over as he demands whether his master truly means to throw himself into a tide of orcs like disposable bait, asking how that could possibly make any sense. And even as he speaks, the enemy is already closing in ahead of them, the orcs pressing nearer with naked killing intent burning in their eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, the instructor fires back that waiting will only make the enemy stronger. If he does not act now, then the chance to act will be lost for good. Then he places a steady hand on the boy's shoulder. His voice softens, but his determination does not weaken in the least. Someone has to remain behind. Someone has to buy time. He tells the boy to survive and to carry their story into the future so the generations that come after will not repeat the same mistakes. The boy answers bitterly that even if he runs alone, there is no real way for him to escape anyway. Pain and emotion twist across his face as he swears he will remember everything. The orc hunters, the decisions they made, the failures they carried. He refuses to let any of it vanish into silence, as though none of it ever meant anything. Yuri listens without speaking, and at last he understands why this ruin feels so unbearably heavy. These memories were never preserved by chance. They were left behind as a warning. At the center of the chamber, a magical seal suddenly awakens. A pillar of light erupts upward, locking the memories into the structure itself, as if the entire ruin is being transformed into a vessel built to preserve history. And there, at the very center of it all, stands a sword glowing with blue light. Sealed within it are knowledge, the traits of the orcs, methods of battle, and the accumulated experience of the greatest orc hunter who ever stood against them. The vision continues, revealing the knight who once carried that sword. Though he died on that battlefield, the last thing he left behind was not destruction. It was preservation. In the present of that memory, the boy drops to his knees and lowers the sword into its pedestal, finally completing the ritual. Light rises around him and swallows him whole as the past is sealed away into a legacy meant to guide whoever comes after. When the ritual comes to an end, the boy collapses where he is, utterly spent by the power he was forced to carry. His final wish echoes through the chamber, begging that their deaths never be allowed to become meaningless. Yuri watches him closely and, for one fleeting instant, wonders whether the boy's eyes actually met his. Crystal light shimmers across the ruins and memory and will resonate together in a sacred stillness that feels frozen beyond time itself. With the last of his strength, the boy breathes out a warning. Beware the devil's grimoire, and Yuri holds on to those words at once, turning them over carefully in his mind as if some part of him already knows they may matter far more than he can yet understand. Then crystals surge upward all around him, and the entire vision begins to break apart. The world snaps violently backward as the memory shatters, and reality comes rushing in to take its place. Yuri jolts back awake as the present slams into focus, and through the haze he hears someone urgently calling out for Prince Yuri. Still dazed, he asks where they are, and one of the knights quickly answers that they are still inside the ruins. Another knight adds that the skeleton began to glow and then vanished completely. There is obvious relief in his voice when he says that at least Yuri seems to have come through it unharmed. Yuri gives a single nod and replies evenly that he is glad everyone is safe. On the outside, Yuri remains perfectly calm. But inside, he already understands what this place truly is. Those memories were never random fragments left behind by accident. They were instructions, deliberately preserved for whoever would come after. Knights point toward the broken door and ask if Yuri was the one who smashed it open. Yuri lets out a short, casual laugh and brushes the question aside, saying only that it took a little effort. But when they press him and ask whether he saw anything strange inside, Yuri hesitates. The truth now resting in his chest is far too heavy and far too dangerous to speak aloud that easily. Before he can answer, the ground beneath them suddenly heaves in a violent tremor. The soldiers stiffen instantly as the shaking intensifies, and nervous voices rise around him as they argue over whether this is an earthquake or something even worse. Yuri immediately drops into a crouch, his eyes sharpening as he feels the disturbance more clearly through the ground. He rejects the idea of a natural quake at once. This is not an earthquake. Far beyond the hills, something enormous begins surging forward, like a black tide rolling across the land toward them. Yuri rises at once as the truth strikes him. The orcs are coming. His mind races. How did they appear so suddenly? Had their presence at the ruins been discovered, or had this assault already been set into motion long before Yuri and the others ever arrived here? Dropping to one knee again, he senses something deeply wrong hidden beneath the unnatural stillness hanging over the area. Even so, his voice remains controlled as he orders the knights not to panic. Then, farther inside the ruins, Yuri's eyes catch a faint blue glow shining through the darkness ahead. An ancient altar slowly comes into view, buried under neglect and decay. Bones are scattered across the stone floor, and at the center, a sword stands embedded upright, still glowing with an unnatural light, as though time itself has failed to dim it. Yuri understands at once what this place means. This was once where the orc hunters lived, and if their ancient enemies are rising again, then this ruin would be the very first place they would come for. As Yuri studies the vibrations traveling through the ground, his eyes narrow. The rhythm is too heavy, too ordered, too deliberate. The orcs are mounted, most likely on Komodo drakes. He closes his eyes and stretches his senses out into the dark. One by one, shapes begin to form in his awareness, and red eyes flare open like embers scattered through the void. At first he counts 5 and thinks it may only be a scouting party. Then he corrects himself. There are 10. One of the knights urgently recommends retreating at once to rejoin the main force, arguing that it is the safest choice they have. Yuri says nothing. By then he has already made his choice. Without pausing for even a second, he calls the nearby knights in closer and orders the squad to prepare for immediate battle. There is no uncertainty at all in the way he stands. Authority pours off him, and with the unmistakable emblem of royalty displayed on his armor, his command is impossible to ignore. One of the knights objects and urges retreat again, and to be fair, the concern itself is not unreasonable. But Yuri does not flinch. The enemy is already far too close now. They are within striking distance. Turning back at this point would only invite disaster. This is no longer a moment for escape. It is a moment that demands a head-on clash. Yuri steps toward the fallen remains of an armored hunter and studies the bleached bones in silence. Dropping down onto one knee beside the corpse, he reached toward the dead body and pried the weapon free from its stiffening grip. He held it up in his hand and tested its weight with quiet care, his eyes traveling over every curve, every edge, and every tiny detail as though the answer he needed was hidden somewhere in its shape and balance. When he finally turned back, there was a small, assured smile resting at the corner of his mouth. In that calm, almost matter-of-fact tone, he said he understood it now. He had figured out exactly how the orcs were going to be handled. By the time the scene shifted, the sun had already begun sinking behind the mountain range, leaving the horizon washed in the last dim streaks of evening light. Under that fading sky, a huge orc army came surging toward the fortress in crushing numbers, their advance so heavy, violent, and overwhelming that it was impossible to ignore. From a high ledge with a clear view of the battlefield below, an orc commander threw his voice across the chaos and barked out the order. That shout became the signal for the full assault to begin. A heartbeat later, flaming projectiles came shrieking through the air and smashed into the fortress walls with savage force. The impact hit like thunder. Fire raced across the outer yard almost instantly, and through that burning spread, the orcs charged forward without slowing down, their feral battle cries crashing across the field so brutally that it felt as if the ground itself was shuddering beneath the noise, and in the next instant, the entire battlefield tipped into chaos. Then another explosion slammed into the foot of one of the towers. The blast burst outward violently, hurling broken stone into the air and tearing chunks of the outer defenses apart. The very second the orcs sensed the smallest weakness in the line, they pushed even harder. They surged into that opening with renewed force, trying to break through before the defenders had any chance to steady themselves. Inside the tower, the air had gone thick with dust, and the walls shook around them from the force of the impact outside. In the middle of that trembling tower, Yuri gave the command to move. His voice did not shake even once. It stayed level, cool, and completely under control, despite the tower rattling around them, and the soldiers answered immediately, bursting out from cover and carrying out the plan without a flicker of hesitation. Then, from the flank, the human cavalry burst in like a hidden blade suddenly drawn from the dark. They slammed into the orcs from the side so suddenly that the enemy was caught completely off guard. The attack hit at exactly the right moment. It was timed so perfectly that the orcs had no room to react before the damage had already torn through them. The moment those armored knights crashed into them, the orc formation folded under the impact. Their front ranks were smashed apart in one brutal sweep. And at the very head of that counterattack was Yuri himself. With one clean stroke, he cut down a massive orc before the creature could even properly respond. His sword tore through armor and flesh in the same motion, splitting open the enemy line with one decisive blow. Right behind him, his soldiers pressed in without pause, their blades ringing out one after another as bodies dropped in fast succession. Their line never lost its shape, and their discipline never wavered for even a second. Little by little, that ambush started dragging the entire battle toward their side. Screams ripped across the battlefield while blood sprayed through the air, and the clash turned into something raw and merciless. A scene of outright slaughter. With that cold, calculated strike, Yuri completely broke the orcs' advance. Their momentum was crushed under a counterattack that stayed disciplined, ordered, and relentlessly efficient from beginning to end. Standing in the middle of all that carnage, Yuri watched the shifting battle lines with a gaze that was cold and perfectly measured. Every trap prepared ahead of time, every tactic laid in place beforehand, was unfolding exactly as he had intended. Even Yuri himself could not ignore how astonishingly effective the hunter's token recovered from the ruins had turned out to be. He understood very well that he had not been the first person to come up with a way to read enemy numbers through the tremors in the ground, and these traps had not originally been his invention either. Even so, now that the battle was in motion, every piece of it was advancing exactly under his control. A faint smile touched the quiet corners of his thoughts, as he wondered if that was the very reason those memories had been shown to him in the first place. The answer came almost at once. A much larger orc suddenly tore away from its formation and charged straight toward Yuri. Yuri did not recoil, and he did not give even a single step. Instead, it felt as though long years of experience were opening naturally inside his mind, with technique and understanding rising on their own and guiding his body toward the most efficient way to kill an orc. The creature towered over the battlefield like something pulled straight out of a nightmare, and every pounding step it took made the earth shake as it roared its challenge. In total contrast, Yuri stood perfectly still, with his stance set, his hands placed exactly where they needed to be, and even the angle of his blade fixed with precise control. The instant the orc lunged, Yuri's sword flashed forward with force that was tightly restrained and completely controlled. The strike was so clean and exact that it slipped past the creature's defenses as if they barely existed at all. His hand moved with complete certainty, driven not by brute force, but by a precise understanding of where the enemy's weak points truly were. The giant tried to raise its weapon in response, but Yuri had already moved ahead of it before the counter could even take shape. His blade sliced sharply across the creature's side in one swift arc, wrenching a howl from its throat as blood burst outward. Yuri registered it with total calm. This did not require overwhelming power, and there was no need to invoke heart-soul slash. Then, without wasting even the smallest fraction of movement, he let one final fluid strike follow through. And in the next instant, the orc's head was severed cleanly. The giant body gave one last heavy groan before it toppled lifelessly into the dirt. Yuri remained standing over the fallen orc chief without moving, while blood slowly spread through the ground beneath the corpse. The skirmish was finished, and it had ended in decisive fashion. Yuri did not spend even a moment basking in the win, moving through the aftermath immediately, while already thinking about how everything left behind could still be turned to use. Weapons, armor, even tactical artifacts, none of it was going to be wasted, because every piece could still serve a purpose in the battles ahead. Then he turned his eyes toward the tower glowing beneath the last light of sunset, and quietly murmured, "Hunters of Adalbane," not as a cry of victory, but like a name he was carving into his memory. As full night settled over the battlefield, the war camp gradually fell into an uneasy kind of silence. Inside a command tent, Yuri sat down with Ragna, and it became clear there that the ruins had been secured largely because Yuri had controlled the battle with such exact precision. Ragna praised how flawlessly the operation had been executed. But Yuri accepted the words without the slightest flourish. Almost immediately, he shifted the discussion toward what he considered the more important issue. He brought up the remnants discovered inside the ruins, and explained that they pointed to something much deeper behind the recent enemy movement. As he spoke about the traces of dark power still lingering there, his tone sharpened, making it plain that the orcs were most likely nothing more than pieces being manipulated by a far more dangerous force. After a brief pause, Yuri raised one more concern. When Ragna asked him what exactly was troubling him, Yuri quietly spoke the words Devil's Grimoire and watched him closely for even the faintest reaction. Ragna dismissed the name right away, saying he had never heard of anything like that before. And then he asked Yuri whether it was connected to the ruins. Yuri confirmed that it was and added that black magic was almost certainly tied to it as well. Ragna's expression darkened immediately, and he agreed to look further into the matter. Yuri gave him a restrained nod of thanks, but there was no softness in his face at all. Whatever they had beaten back tonight, he was already sure of one thing: it was not the true threat. After leaving the tent, Yuri stepped out into the cold night air. There he found a knight already standing nearby, clearly waiting for him. The man introduced himself as Rodane, an imperial knight, and said he had been observing Yuri for some time before finally deciding to approach him face to face. Rodane made no effort to hide what he thought, openly voicing his admiration for Yuri's decisiveness and for the level of control he had shown on the battlefield. Yuri received those words with the same unadorned calm as always, mentioning that he had already noticed Rodane during the fighting, though it was just as clear that praise and recognition meant very little to him. Yuri studied the man a little more closely and remarked that Rodane had seemed stiff, almost severe, earlier, while now he looked noticeably more relaxed. Rodane answered in a straightforward way that it was nothing more than discipline. Imperial knights were trained to keep their composure rigid and unwavering at all times. Then Rodane brought up the one detail that had stood out to him more than anything else. For a man who was supposedly facing real war for the very first time, Yuri had shown no hesitation at all. No panic, no confusion, not even the slightest pause in his movements. He had fought with the composure of someone who had already walked through countless battlefields and survived every one of them. The mood between them shifted in an instant when Rodane suddenly asked something much more personal. The second that question left his mouth, Yuri's expression did not change much, but his guard rose at once. Yuri answered carefully, choosing each word with deliberate control, because he already had the sense that Rodane was not asking out of mere curiosity. And when Rodane paused, even for that tiny brief moment, it only confirmed what Yuri had already suspected. So Yuri stopped playing along with the act and cut straight through it. In a flat, knowing voice, he said outright that Rodane had been sent to probe into his romantic affairs, the sort of prying that was all too common in the world of imperial politics. He made it clear that he had no patience for that kind of game. Then, with the same blunt honesty, he added that he had once pursued Princess Yekaterina, though in the end, nothing had ever come of it. Rodane recognized the name immediately, without even needing to think about it. He spoke at once of her beauty, her grace, and the way admiration naturally followed her from all corners of the empire. By then, it no longer really mattered to Yuri whether Rodane's words were sincere or part of some duty he had been assigned. The important part was already obvious. Someone was keeping an eye on him. For a brief instant, Yuri found himself reflecting on how his connection to Princess Yekaterina must appear from the outside, especially to people watching from a distance and trying to make sense of it. He had never been especially subtle about the favor she showed him, so of course rumors would have spread. Rodane could only stare at Yuri for a beat, clearly thrown off by how directly and unflinchingly he admitted it. Yuri confirmed that closeness without trying to soften the truth or dress it up in gentler words. At the same time, in the privacy of his own heart, he offered a quiet apology to Sibylla, fully aware of how tangled and complicated his position had become. Rodane seemed to read Yuri's calm certainty as the confidence of a man who already had someone waiting for him somewhere, a lover he would return to, and Yuri made no effort to correct that impression. More than anything else, that assumption seemed to ease the tension between them. With the faintest smile, Rodane admitted that there was a woman waiting for him back home as well. Someone he hoped to marry once this war was over. Yuri answered with a short, dry scoff and remarked that talk like that hardly suited a battlefield, where death could come at any moment and without warning. And as if the battlefield itself had chosen that exact moment to prove him right, an explosive projectile came crashing down nearby. A violent bloom of fire erupted behind them and lit up the darkness in one sudden flash. The conversation ended right there. It was cut off so abruptly and so completely that neither man needed to say another word. Both of them shifted into combat readiness at once, as chaos tore through the camp around them from every direction. Rodane froze for the barest fraction of a second, caught off guard by how suddenly everything had turned, while Yuri's eyes hardened immediately. Yuri understood at once that this was no accident. Under his breath, he cursed Rodane for allowing his attention to wander, while one conclusion had already settled firmly in his mind. This was not some stray strike that had merely happened to hit the camp by chance. It was a planned ambush. Then a massive explosion ripped through the camp and hurled soldiers in every direction, throwing the entire place into disorder in an instant. Fear spread just as fast as the fire, roaring into life and racing across the tents and the supply lines. In the blink of an eye, the whole camp was burning, and from that moment on, survival was all anyone could think about. Men ran in blind panic through the smoke and flames, shouting over one another, passing buckets of water hand to hand, and rushing back and forth in frantic attempts to stop the blaze before it consumed everything the army relied on. Amid all that chaos, Hernando stood frozen for a moment, staring in disbelief at the collapse unfolding around him. His thoughts spun wildly. Had the enemy tunneled underneath the camp, or had something even worse slipped past their defenses? But every guess shattered the moment he finally saw the truth. This was not the work of a few infiltrators, and not even dozens. Hundreds of orcs were already inside the camp itself, occupying its very center as if they had risen there from nowhere. And that was only one part of the disaster. Hernando could still feel it clearly, the lingering pressure of a powerful dispelling field left over from the earlier clash. The orcs were suppressing magic in real time, tearing down spells almost as soon as they started to take shape. Even so, he tried to cast. In sheer urgency, he forced his mana into form, but the spell came apart instantly. Before it could even fully manifest, it was stripped away. At that exact moment, Yuri rushed past him at full speed. Alarmed, Hernando called out after him and urgently warned that an orc shaman seemed to have made the first move. Yuri did not slow down in the slightest. He told Hernando to leave it to him and ordered him to hold back until the dispelling field began to weaken. He told him plainly that he trusted him. Stay alert. Wait. And with that, Yuri threw himself straight into the chaos of the battlefield. Hernando shouted after him, demanding to know how he intended to pick the shamans out from among that many orcs. As Yuri pushed forward, he understood the problem immediately for himself. Even for him, there was no simple way to identify them at a glance. Then the ground ahead of him burst open without warning, and several orcs clawed their way up from below, rising directly into his path. At that sight, a fragment of memory stirred inside him. Orcs that used black magic were blind. The way they moved was wrong, unnatural, slightly uneven, just off in a way that ordinary eyes might overlook. He did not need a symbol or a banner to find them. He only needed to watch how they moved. The memory itself was incomplete, like trying to reach through a layer of fog and grab hold of something that kept slipping away. Even so, his body reacted faster than his thoughts, as though it already knew the answer before his mind could fully form it. Then his gaze locked onto one particular orc. An instinct answered before reason did. That one was a shaman. Yuri moved at once without even a flicker of hesitation. His sword shot forward in one ruthless, decisive thrust, driving straight through the orc's body and blasting it backward until it slammed hard into the wall behind it. The impact cracked sharply through the camp. Yuri did not stop, and he did not even bother turning back to look. Instead, the killing intent around him only grew sharper, colder, and more precise as he pressed deeper into the chaos. Yuri drove in again, forcing the blade cleanly through the shaman's body and cutting through with absolute finality, making certain beyond any doubt that it would never rise again. He tightened his grip around the sword, convinced for that brief moment that the danger had been removed. But in the very next instant, he found himself completely boxed in, surrounded on all sides by advancing orcs closing in around him. That was when Hernando finally unleashed a massive fire attack. A blazing sphere came hurtling straight into the center of Yuri's position, and a rushing wave of fire surged toward him from every side at once. And yet, with astonishing precision, Yuri met it with his sword and redirected the flames instead of being consumed by them, bending the fire around himself, almost as though he were turning the flow of water. He looked at the orcs with a sneer curling across his face, and openly mocked just how feeble their attacks really were, even going so far as to ridicule them for still clinging to the idea that they were the superior race. Then another explosion shook the ground beneath him, and the force of it knocked his rhythm off for the briefest moment. Even then, Yuri smiled. To him, it almost felt as though the orcs would never run out, because they kept coming forward, crawling and charging on without showing the slightest trace of fear. He signaled Hernando for another strike, but before the mage could properly answer, Hernando came dropping down from above, breathing hard and already apologizing. What Yuri had stumbled into was far worse than a lone shaman hiding among the enemy ranks. There were several of them scattered across the battlefield, each one buried in the chaos, and that realization made the entire situation feel even more dangerous than it had looked at first glance. A hard look of irritation pulled tight across Yuri Briol's face as he turned sharply, only to find enemies closing in on him from every direction. The horde was already surrounding him, tightening the circle second by second. The error hit him right away. Rushing in by himself just to eliminate a single target had been reckless, and he cursed his own carelessness the moment he understood it. He had already come close to death once before, after revealing himself as Yuri Briol, and that memory came back to him with brutal clarity. Even then, his determination didn't weaken. If this was truly the place where death would come for him, then he would face it head-on without retreating. To die like that would carry no shame. Scorn burned openly in Yuri's eyes as he glared at the orcs and hurled insults at them without restraint. He looked at the swarm around him as if they were nothing more than crawling vermin, creatures too low to deserve even the smallest trace of fear. Then, slicing through the roar of battle, a rough voice rang out and rebuked him. It called him out for doing nothing but talking, its harsh tone cutting straight through the noise. A man strode directly into the middle of the fighting, moving through the mass of orcs as though they weren't even there. He advanced with effortless ease, and the instant Yuri laid eyes on him, he knew exactly who it was. His master had arrived, Mo Yongchan. Yuri lowered his head at once. Acknowledging him as the weight of authority seemed to radiate from every single step Mo Yongchan took. His master told him to fight with everything he had, to move according to the will of heaven, and to understand one simple truth: a man only truly gains life after accepting death. The moment he starts clinging to life, death becomes inevitable. Hearing those words, something settled deep inside Yuri. If he truly wanted to become this man's disciple, then he had to reach that state with his own strength. Without wasting even the smallest pause, Mo Yongchan drew out the blue star sword and in one seamless motion flowed straight into the clear sky Scarlet Cloud's sword technique, half-moon force. In that single instant, every orc standing in front of him was wiped out. Bodies were torn apart where they stood, and a blazing arc of force surged outward in a wide sweep as fire curled and rushed along the length of his sword. Each strike that came after that carried overwhelming heat and power, fierce enough to feel unstoppable. It was the kind of force that made it seem as though nothing standing in its path could ever hope to survive. And once that destructive power had passed through, all it left behind was a battlefield burned black and fallen eerily silent. The ground itself looked as if it had been seared by the attack. For a brief second, Yuri could only stand there in stunned silence, shaken by the sheer scale of what he had just seen. Orc corpses were strewn across the field, blood soaking heavily into the earth, and somewhere inside that savage scene, he sensed something strangely familiar. In Mo Yongchan's blade, he caught an echo of his father Fiore Briol's 10-river sword, that same union of perfect precision and crushing force. Then Mo Yongchan turned toward him and spoke with calm certainty, saying that he would take half of them and leave the rest to Yuri. Yuri didn't hesitate for even a heartbeat. The moment those words left his master's mouth, he lunged right back into the middle of the battle. This time his movements had changed. They were steadier now, more deliberate, and every swing of his sword landed with clear purpose. From the edge of the battlefield, his master watched him in silence, and a faint smile slowly rose at the corner of his lips. Yuri carved through the orcs with deadly grace, his blade cutting cleanly through their bodies, even as they attacked with savage, erratic ferocity. As Mo Yongchan observed him, he recognized the balance in Yuri's swordsmanship. It was fierce, but practical, untamed in spirit, yet never reckless or out of control. That kind of talent, Mo Yongchan thought, was the kind that naturally drew people in. It was the sort of strength that could gather followers around itself, and, in time, bend destiny. Mo Yongchan slowly raised his eyes toward the sky above. Darkness was spreading there, and even the stars overhead seemed distorted, sinister, and wrong, and yet toward the western sky, a few faint lights still remained. They were tiny, stubborn points of brightness holding on against the gloom, and for a moment he wondered if that was heaven's will guiding those who were meant to endure. Flames burst up around him and rose even higher, flaring violently in the darkness. But despite that, his gaze never left Yuri for even a single moment. He found himself wondering what kind of fate awaited this child. Would Yuri rise only to be devoured by the looming black star, or would he survive long enough to become a star in his own right? Yuri's very next strike offered part of that answer. His blade split an orc cleanly in half, blood spraying across his face and armor, yet he never faltered. Even in the middle of that violence, he remained like a still center that refused to be shaken. Mo Yongchan stayed where he was, calm and patient, watching each movement without stepping in. He allowed the battle to unfold on its own, simply observing and waiting to see what kind of destiny this young warrior would be forged into. Then another orc blade came tearing through the chaos, and before anyone could fully recover, a second savage strike slammed down after it. It smashed into the ground with enough force to send dirt and sparks bursting outward, while the earth beneath them shuddered from the impact. A sudden explosion erupted near the formation, and in an instant the battlefield was swallowed by thick, rolling smoke. Out of that churning cloud of dust, two red-eyed orcs burst forward at full speed. They came snarling through the haze and pressed their attack without slowing for even a moment. Prince Yuri turned sharply toward that ominous pressure the instant he felt it, then immediately shouted for Jared and Laurent. Then his eyes caught the formation beginning to buckle, and the moment he saw their line starting to give way under the strain, his whole expression hardened. He shot his arm forward without delay and gave the order to hold the enemy back, forcing the line to stand firm. One knight charged in to intercept and met the incoming strike head-on, stopping the heavy blow with a sharp, ringing clash of steel. At the same time, another knight drove an orc backward with a powerful counterattack. But even in the middle of that exchange, the sound of someone crying out in pain still pierced through the constant crash of weapons. Jared swept his eyes across the battlefield and shouted over the noise that there were too many underground tunnels. He warned Yuri that they were losing ground far too fast. Yuri went quiet for a brief moment and focused on the tremors moving beneath his feet, before finally admitting Jared was right. A force this large moving underground, he said, meant that something was clearly wrong. His eyes narrowed as he reached further into the vibrations beneath the earth. And that was when he realized it. There was something else moving below them, something beyond the orc shaman. Jared called out to him again, but Yuri lowered himself and pushed his awareness deeper into the shifting ground instead, ignoring everything else around him. In his mind, he kept asking the same question over and over. Where was it? Then he pressed even harder, trying to seize the pattern more clearly as he demanded to know where exactly they were digging. As he followed that faint, uneven rhythm running through the soil, the shape of it finally began to form in his mind. What he sensed below felt like some enormous sandworm dragged straight out of legend. The instant the pattern became clear to him, Yuri declared that he had found it. He sprang forward at once and signaled for everyone to follow him. His men rushed after him without hesitation, while Jared, still unconvinced, shouted after Yuri and demanded to know if this was really the right direction. Laurent cut him off immediately and without the slightest hesitation, saying that no one questions Yuri. That firm reply landed hard enough to leave Jared visibly shaken. They came to a sudden stop when the tremors under their feet grew even stronger than before, the ground pulsing with unmistakable force. Yuri fixed his eyes on the spot ahead of them and stated with certainty that this was the center. It was the one place, he said, where the vibrations had stayed constant the entire time without shifting. Even the air around them seemed to tremble. Then a hooded orc shaman stepped into view, teeth bared in a nasty grin as it lifted a crooked staff into the air. The shaman began chanting, and then it slammed its palm into the ground. At once, the earth answered with a deep, groaning rumble. Cracks tore outward in every direction, as the stone bent and split apart, and then something massive started forcing its way up from below. The surface burst open. Huge figures tore through the shattered earth and lunged forward through a storm of flying debris, and behind them the ground collapsed and caved in on itself. Yuri watched the entire thing unfold without blinking, then quietly remarked that this was exactly what he had expected to see. Then 3 orcs came surging forward with their weapons raised high, red eyes burning and cruel grins spread across their faces. Looking at them, Yuri remarked that he had known they would appear sooner or later. More orcs rushed in behind those frontliners and spread out in a tight line, shoulder pressed against shoulder until they formed a solid wall of living bodies. In an instant, Yuri Briol's group was completely cut off, sealed away from the shaman they had been trying to reach. Then the shamans began chanting again. Their voices rose together in that eerie, unnatural unison, blending into one another so perfectly that it felt less like several spells being cast and more like one gigantic incantation descending over the entire battlefield. Jared leaned in through the noise and shouted that the enemy was clearly focusing everything on Yuri, but Yuri didn't flinch or raise his voice. He answered with calm certainty that he already knew. Then he lifted his sword, turned his eyes toward his men, and gave them a simple order. Each of them was to take one opponent for himself, and none of them were to lose. The moment that command was given, his knights moved without the slightest hesitation. They broke formation at once and split apart cleanly, each one veering toward a different enemy, as if the order had already been waiting in their blood. As Yuri stepped forward, his senses sank beneath the battlefield once more. He pushed past the screaming, the steel and the chaos on the surface, letting his awareness reach down below the ground itself. And there he felt it clearly. Whatever was hidden underground was not an orc. The realization came to him instantly, and with it came the answer. If this battle was going to end, that thing beneath them had to be destroyed first. With that conclusion locked firmly in his mind, Yuri charged straight toward the largest presence standing in front of him. He closed the distance in one burst and swung at the orc with everything he had. Collision came at once. The orc answered by bringing its curved blade down in a crushing arc, a murderous swing meant to overwhelm him in a single blow. Yuri met it head-on. The instant steel crashed against steel, a shrill metallic scream ripped through the air, and sparks exploded outward between the two blades. The impact drove him backward. But Yuri didn't let it break him. He twisted with the force, pivoted on his footing, and redirected the crushing weight instead of letting it slam straight through him. Even so, the orc still caught an opening. In one flashing motion, it cut through Yuri's defense, and blood burst from the wound as his flesh split open under the strike. As the orc mocked him, Yuri felt irritation spike sharply inside his chest. The aggravation hit him hard enough that he could only think how unbelievably annoying this was. At the same time, he immediately understood what made this creature such a problem. That orc knew exactly how to exploit the strengths of its curved weapon, and it was using that advantage with precision. Behind him, the battle only grew louder and more disorderly, the sounds of fighting swelling into complete chaos. Yuri steadied his breathing and told himself he had to end this fast. He had to finish here and return to his people. The orc responded with nothing but a grin, and Yuri launched himself forward again without delay, fully intending to end the fight right there. He unleashed a fast, relentless storm of attacks, one strike rolling into the next, but the orc evaded them with the smallest possible movements, and every time a blow came close, it blocked at the very last instant. Attacks that should have settled the battle right then and there were reduced to nothing more than showers of sparks. Frustration dug deeper into Yuri as he realized what was happening. The orc was reading him, turning aside everything he threw at it, and most likely stalling on purpose while the battlefield around them continued to fall apart. For one brief moment, Yuri's concentration slipped. Then, just as quickly, it tightened again when a memory of his master's teaching surfaced in his mind. A voice he remembered clearly. Hernando's echoed inside him, telling him that once the mind scatters, the blade follows after it. And no matter how urgent the situation became, if the sword could not keep pace with the mind, then it would never reach the target it was meant to strike. In that memory, a much younger Yuri snapped back in frustration, demanding to know what he was supposed to do. He complained that his master should talk less and stop swinging already, because he had nearly killed him. Hernando's answer had been simple. Yuri himself had to decide. He told him that battle was never fixed. It shifted constantly, changed from moment to moment, and always contained paths beyond the one that looked most obvious at first glance. Before that lesson ended, Hernando gave him one last order. Remember why he was fighting in the first place? Back in the present, Yuri pulled himself back together and admitted inwardly that this really was exactly like his master. That endless nagging of his, irritating as it always was, had dragged Yuri's scattered focus back into place. Pressure gathered beneath his feet like a spring wound to its limit, ready to explode at any second. At the same time, pale energy began to coil visibly around his body in streaming ribbons. Far away, the shaman suddenly stiffened. At the exact same moment, the orc's eyes flared brighter as well. Both of them had sensed it instantly, the sudden change in Yuri's rhythm. Yuri lowered his blade into position and said that they had been trying to provoke him from the very beginning. Then he burst forward and declared that his true target had never been them. It had always been the thing buried beneath the earth. With absolute force, he drove his sword straight downward, and the strike detonated through the space below them. The blow tore the earth open and caught hold of the massive presence hidden underground, and dragged that buried creature up to the surface, where it released a sharp, ringing scream the instant it was exposed. Before the dust had even finished settling, Yuri was already in motion again. He drove himself forward through the spiraling white surge of his own momentum, eyes locked dead ahead, and stated that forcing his way straight through like this had always been the best choice. After that, the entire battlefield seemed to collapse into total disorder at once, as if every part of the situation had suddenly spun out of control together. That left Jared facing the goblins by himself. Panic rose hard in his chest, and he turned sharply as he shouted a warning back toward the prince behind him. And on the other side of it all, Yuri stood there alone, staring straight ahead at the danger unfolding before him. Then, without the slightest warning, a sword slammed into the ground and shattered the surrounding stone, cracking it apart in all directions. Yuri, completely spent, dropped to one knee, and his thoughts turned inward as the weight of what he had just done caught up to him. He realized then that he had burned through every last trace of mana in both his core and his body. And he grimly admitted to himself that the backlash was even worse than he had expected, and that it was going to take time for him to recover from this. Even so, he still believed his strike had to have done damage to the underground tunnels. At the same time, Jared kept getting pressed by the goblins without any pause at all. Their blades flashed at him one after another, fear filling his eyes as he struggled to keep up, until, suddenly, a bizarre creature burst up from beneath the ground. Startled by the sight, Jared shouted toward the prince that things had become dangerous. Seeing that, Yuri clicked his tongue and stepped in. Yuri Briol reacted instantly, reaching out without a second of hesitation to hook an arm around Jared and catch him before his legs gave out. And together, the two of them staggered back and pulled away from the danger side by side. By retreating at that exact moment, they only just managed to slip clear of the immediate threat, escaping by the narrowest possible margin. After putting a little distance between themselves and the chaos, both of them finally stopped, turned, and watched as the monster in the distance kept rampaging forward, smashing through everything in its path, like nothing could stop it. Jared gripped his sword hilt with both hands until his knuckles tightened, then swung with all the force he had left, making it obvious he meant to put that thing down before it could wreck anything else. At the same time, Yuri leaned heavily against him, and for a brief moment the two of them were practically holding each other upright, their faces turning hard and grim as they fixed their eyes straight ahead. Yuri thanked him, but Jared shot back in a blunt tone that if he was really that grateful, then next time he should at least warn people before doing something so reckless. Right on the heels of that, he asked the question that mattered most now, whether Yuri could still fight. Yuri answered him honestly, saying that his spirit still hadn't broken, but his body had already reached the point where it could no longer keep up with that resolve. Then, through the fading noise of the battlefield, the sound of footsteps began to draw closer, one step after another. A voice spoke up, the hesitation in it impossible to miss, and asked if the situation had really become this hopeless, and whether any of them were actually going to survive. Jared let out a bright, almost fearless laugh and said that dying in battle at the prince's side would be the greatest honor he could ask for, even as he noted that the enemy had already started moving again. Forcing strength back into his legs, Yuri pushed himself upright again and declared that even so they could not afford to fall here, and if this truly was where it ended, then, until his very last breath, he intended to drag at least one more enemy down with him. Without wasting another second, Yuri ordered Jared and Laurent Flandre to spread out. The two of them answered in unison that they understood, and at that same instant, Yuri burst forward, charging ahead like a warrior, declaring with his entire body that he would carve open the path himself. But in that exact instant, a voice rang out sharply and stopped Yuri in the middle of his step. The moment Yuri heard the name Sir Graham, he moved like a sudden gust of wind, kicking off the ground and leaping away in one swift, clean motion. At almost the very same time, Graham Hartfall stepped in front of him to shield him, and a flood of light burst outward, washing over the surrounding area as he took the forward position. Yuri stared at that familiar face in visible confusion, then called out Graham's name once more, unable to hide the disbelief in his voice. Graham then walked toward him and explained that they had come under direct orders from His Highness Ragnar Gustaf Granzian. From this point on, he said, they would be joining the battle in support of Prince Yuri. Later, once they were back at the encampment, someone asked whether the enemy forces had finally withdrawn, and another voice answered immediately that they had. Graham explained that by the time they arrived, the largest creature of all, the sandworm, had already been taken down by Prince Yuri, and once the entrance was sealed, the enemy most likely concluded that victory was no longer within reach. Ragnar remarked that it was still a pity, since capturing a few of them alive and forcing information out of them would have been useful. But he still praised Sir Graham, saying that if he had arrived even a little later, then the Alliance Army's main force might have been annihilated altogether, and Graham answered that praise with quiet words of thanks. Then, once the focus narrowed and Ragnar turned to Yuri directly, he let some of his irritation show, telling Yuri that he could stand down now and remarking that Yuri somehow had a talent for turning every situation into a spectacle. He went on to say that it almost felt as if the entire Orc Alliance had existed for no purpose other than serving as the stage for Yuri's grand debut. Ragnar then added that this was only to be expected, because if Yuri intended to stand beside Yekaterina Ivarna Granzian, then he ought to be capable of at least this much. As the setting sun slowly washed the forest in a deep crimson red, Yuri finally woke, only to find that every inch of his body felt completely drained and heavy. He gasped for air, pressed a hand to his head, and wondered what kind of dream he had just seen, left with the lingering, unpleasant sensation that he had witnessed some dreadful future. At that moment, Sibylla Ersant stepped into the tent and asked if he was awake, and the instant Yuri saw her, he softly spoke her name, then immediately asked about the situation, his first anxious concern being whether everyone was safe. Sibylla told him to calm down and explained that the battle had ended in victory. She then informed him that during the 2 full days he had been unconscious. The Alliance army had continued pressing forward, while everyone around him made sure he could devote himself entirely to recovering. She then asked how he was feeling, noting that his mana had recovered considerably, and added with a proud little edge that he should be grateful to her, because receiving direct holy magic treatment from a princess of the Holy Kingdom was not something anyone should take lightly. At that, Yuri let out a bright laugh and thanked her with complete sincerity. Then, sounding genuinely curious, he asked where they were now. Sibylla rested a hand on her knee and slowly rose to her feet, suggesting that instead of explaining it here, they should go outside. With a small, knowing smile, she hinted that what he was about to see would probably surprise him. A short while later, the two of them stepped out of the tent together, and the instant Yuri saw the scene waiting for him outside, his whole expression changed into open astonishment, and he started speaking in disbelief. Sibylla asked him how it felt, then told him that this place was the Alliance Army's final destination, Okua's fortress. Overcome with excitement, Yuri blurted out that they had finally made it. Sibylla gave a small nod and added that, if anything, she believed she was the one who owed him thanks. Yuri looked at her in confusion and asked what she meant, and Sibylla explained that without what he had achieved, they might never have reached this place at all. And even if they somehow had managed to arrive here in the end, she said the price in lives would have been far, far greater. Then, with complete sincerity in her voice, she told him that she was truly glad he had been there with her, and she thanked him. Yuri hesitated as he looked back at her, his eyes carrying a complicated mix of emotions, and then he gently placed his hand over hers as he asked whether, since she felt that grateful, she might be willing to grant him one request. Caught off guard by that, Sibylla stiffened on the spot and asked what kind of request he was talking about. Yuri lowers his voice until it is barely more than a whisper. Then, after a short pause, the hesitation in his eyes hardens into resolve as he carefully asks whether, if she is willing, she would at least listen to one rather unexpected proposal. And then he finally says it outright, asking her to pretend that the two of them are dating. Sibylla reacts on the spot, flaring up immediately as she demands to know what in the world he is suddenly talking about. Yuri hurriedly explains that marriage talks will probably begin very soon, and there is one particular person he wants to avoid at absolutely any cost. He goes on to say that, as far as possible choices go, Sibylla would not be a bad option either, and then adds that once they return, her brother will most likely start trying to marry her off right away as well. After hearing him out, Sibylla eventually agrees, and the instant she does, Yuri's whole face lights up so fast that his relief is impossible to miss as he asks if she truly means it. But before he can fully relax, Sibylla suddenly lifts a finger and points it straight at his face. Yuri freezes where he stands, and with that finger still aimed right at him, she flashes a bright smile and says she has one condition. Then her voice softens just a little. Though she repeats herself clearly enough that there can be no mistake, there is still one requirement attached to this arrangement. Caught completely off guard, Yuri asks what kind of condition she could possibly mean, and Sibylla calmly explains that if this arrangement is going to be made under her name, then there is no way she can simply agree to it for free, so in exchange the simplest and fairest price would be a wish token placed on the line. Yuri awkwardly rubs the back of his neck, looking visibly uncomfortable, and says that sounds like a bit too much. Then he asks whether she thinks he is hesitating, because he is afraid she might demand some strange kind of wish. Seeing that hesitation written plainly all over him, Sibylla replies in an easy, casual tone that it makes no difference to her. If he dislikes the condition that much, then he is perfectly free to go and find someone else. That answer leaves Yuri standing there in uneasy silence, and as Sibylla's curiosity only deepens, she narrows the issue down and asks who exactly the marriage candidate is that has him this desperate to run. Yuri answers plainly that it is the crown princess of the empire, and the instant those words leave his mouth, Sibylla freezes before questioning why he would react that way at all, adding that he should be grateful instead. Yuri pushes back immediately, insisting that he is a prince too, so there is no reason he should feel thankful over something like that. Still unconvinced, Sibylla presses him further and points out that the empire surpasses Betrayal in national prestige. And above all else, the princess herself is famous for both her beauty and her outstanding character, a woman said to be lacking almost nothing at all, which is exactly why he ought to welcome a proposal like this. Her words drag Yuri back into silence, and his expression noticeably darkens. Turning away as if he is ready to leave the conversation, he says flatly that he has no intention of marrying, and adds that from what he has seen, her personality feels less like something genuine and more like a carefully worn facade, which makes it impossible for him to believe she could truly be that perfect. Then, bringing the conversation back to Sibylla, he says that as for the wish token she mentioned earlier, he will have to set that aside for now and search for some other solution instead. That exact moment, a loud voice slices through the air and stops Yuri in mid-step, with Ragna calling out to him from nearby. He asks if Yuri is awake already, and announces that he had just been about to send a report of Yuri's remarkable performance back to their homeland. Ragna laughs heartily and says he honestly expected Yuri to stay unconscious for at least 4 days, yet here he is already back on his feet. He praises him as an extraordinary man, and Yuri answers with proper politeness, thanking His Highness. But then Ragna takes another step closer, and, with a teasing look in his eyes, remarks that his niece seems especially eager to hear all about Yuri's newest accomplishments. Those words hit Yuri the instant he hears them, almost like a spell taking hold, and a cold shiver runs down his back as sweat begins to gather on him. Then Ragna suddenly slaps Yuri hard on the back with full enthusiasm and declares that this really is a wonderful turn of events. Inside, Yuri is practically crying out in despair. his eyes almost begging for someone to save him as he thinks that whether it is a wish token or anything else, he will pay whatever price it takes if it means getting help right now. And in his heart, he quietly calls out to Sibylla in desperate appeal. At last, Sibylla steps in and respectfully addresses His Highness, explaining that Prince Yuri has only just regained consciousness, and asking that he show a little consideration so Yuri can rest properly and recover without being pushed any further for the time being. Now intrigued, Ragna remarks that she must be the princess of the Holy Kingdom and asks for her name once more, and she politely introduces herself as Sibylla, our saint, while offering him the proper respect. Ragna acknowledges that, then notes that she seems to care a great deal about Yuri and asks whether the two of them are close. Without the slightest hesitation, Sibylla steps forward and casually loops her arm around Yuri's, and with a gentle, composed smile on her face, she states plainly that they are not merely close at all, but actually in a relationship. The declaration lands so suddenly that Ragna freezes where he stands as if he has turned to stone, and after a brief stunned pause, he speaks again with doubt in his voice, asking Yuri whether what he just heard is really true. Yuri cannot even bring himself to meet Ragna's eyes, but after a reluctant pause, he quietly confirms that it is true. In an instant, Ragna's expression darkens in a way that is impossible to miss, and with clear disappointment on his face, he comments that they make a fine pair, though a faint bitterness still clings to his tone. Then he seems to catch himself, almost as though he is questioning why he reacted that way in the first place, and brushes the whole matter aside by saying they can return to it another time. Instead, he reminds them that the final confrontation with Okuwa is drawing close, and explains that after enduring non-stop battles and a grueling march, the Allied army will temporarily halt its advance and take time to rest. He stresses that they must be in perfect condition, because the clash waiting ahead is the long-awaited decisive battle they have all been advancing toward. At the same time, he warns them not to lower their guard, because the orcs will surely try to use this vulnerable pause to launch new tactics of their own. Even so, he points out that they have gathered powerful figures from all across the continent, including forces from the Empire, Betrayal, and the Holy Kingdom, and insists that there is no way they could lose to mere orcs at this stage. His voice rising higher, he declares that the extermination will begin at once, that those filthy creatures of unknown origin will be completely wiped out, and that their names will become known throughout the entire continent. Lost in thought, Yuri reflects that he joined the Allied forces for one unwavering reason alone: to correct the failures of his previous life. He recalls that this time, he has advanced all the way to Okuwa's doorstep without suffering even a single defeat. He notes that 5 years have passed since he returned to being 13, and during all that time, he trained his body and honed his skills without pause, reclaimed the legacy carried in his bloodline, and kept close the people destined to walk beside him, all of them drawn together by fate. He knows without question that this road is far better than the one he walked before, and now that he has reached a level where he can stand beside the strongest on the continent, he finds himself face to face with the very first cause behind Briol's downfall. So Yuri reaffirms his purpose once again. He exists to prevent the collapse of Briol, and this time, no matter what happens, he will protect his country. Far from the battlefield, deep within the imperial palace of the Granzian Empire, a grand banquet is in full swing, with rows of red wine glasses stacked neatly beneath the glittering lights. An elegant woman moves gracefully among the assembled guests, weaving her way through the hall while beautifully dressed couples, their restraint loosened by drink, lean closer and closer together as they sink into intimate conversation. And right in the middle of that refined, glittering atmosphere, someone casually raises a fresh topic, asking whether anyone has heard any news about the Allied forces. A beautiful woman answers with mild, almost detached curiosity, saying that this is not usually the sort of matter she pays attention to, though she does wonder whether there is anything important enough in it to be worth hearing. In reply, someone informs her that the Allied forces are now drawing close to their final battle. Another guest reacts at once, visibly surprised, and says that, as far as anyone knows, the Allied forces have not suffered even a single defeat up to this point. Someone else joins in as though that outcome could only be expected of His Highness, praising just how impressive it all is, before adding with a slightly amused note of complaint that His Majesty still has not spared him so much as a glance. A ripple of light laughter spreads through the gathering, but another woman quickly cuts across it and warns them that careless remarks like that should not be spoken so casually inside the imperial palace. She then urges them to move on from such a dull subject and reminds the group that surely they all remember the third prince of Briol, who has been producing remarkable results in the war. Someone immediately agrees, saying it would be impossible to forget him because his appearance left such a strong impression, and then asks whether there has been any recent news about him. At that very moment, the sharp, measured sound of white high heels begins to ring across the room, each step echoing cleanly through the hall. Right after that, a clear and elegant voice follows, drawing every eye toward her as she remarks that, according to what she has heard, he has been discussing a marriage proposal with a princess of the Holy Kingdom. The instant the guests recognize the young woman who has entered the conversation, they immediately lower their heads, unable to hide the shock that flashes over their faces. Then she speaks again in that captivating voice of hers and calmly asks whether the name they were just discussing was Yuri Briol. One of the guests quickly answers with excited energy, saying it must be love that bloomed right there on the battlefield, and adds that it sounds almost unbelievably romantic. In the very next instant, a hand slams down hard against a chair, and the two people seated there jolt in alarm from the sheer force of it. Her voice turns cold enough to freeze the room as she remarks that they all seem to be discussing something rather interesting. The people who had been laughing and drinking only moments earlier go pale immediately, then bow in a rush as their voices begin trembling with panic. Under the crushing pressure of her presence, the entire atmosphere in the room changes in a single instant. Cold sweat breaks out among them as they hurriedly speak in unison, saying that it is an honor to meet her. Wearing nothing more than a faint smile, she calmly steers the conversation back to the subject and asks them to explain that earlier piece of news in greater detail. Under a bright open sky, the soldiers chat among themselves in an unusually relaxed mood, with one of them saying that once he returns home, he plans to start a large business in his hometown. He asks another man whether he tried the food he gave him last time and whether he liked it, and the talk carries on brightly as they trade hopes for the future, saying that once they finally make it home, they are going to chase the dreams they put on hold. Not far from them, Proen moves quietly through the camp, watching the men in silence as he thinks to himself that lately everyone has been getting along surprisingly well. He remembers how on that very first day they would not even speak to one another, and as Bresson Proen, a knight who has witnessed that change with his own eyes, he reflects on how far they have come. Before long, he catches some of his subordinates talking among themselves, with one of them saying he heard they have become quite popular in the Empire. Another answers immediately that it is not them at all, but Prince Ragna and the Prince of Briol, and he adds with open envy that he cannot help feeling jealous of the two of them. Bresson Proen lifts his gaze toward the flag overhead and thinks of Prince Yuri of Briol, recalling the strong impression Yuri made on him from the very beginning. He reflects that something like wine does not really suit a place like this, and yet even so, he has to admit that Yuri's achievements have been overwhelming. More than that, he realizes Yuri was the one who shaped the very atmosphere around them, the one who drew all these people together and made them fight as a single force. Once again, Bresson Proen arrives at the same conclusion. All of this only became possible because of Yuri. Just then, someone notices him and asks when he got there. Bresson Proen scratches the back of his head, walks over, and answers that he saw them sparring and came to watch for a while. Yuri teases him immediately, saying it sounds like Bresson Proen wants to join in too, and that instantly brings back the memory of Yuri once asking whether he wanted to spar, even offering to report it to his master and mentioning that his master had looked rather bored lately. Flustered by that, Bresson Proen quickly waves the idea away and refuses, insisting that he is perfectly fine and that he truly means it. Then he changes the subject and says that after the war is over, Yuri should come visit him, adding that he wants to show him the sea of Bresson Proen. Yuri laughs openly at that and says he will remember it, answering without hesitation in a tone that feels light for once. He even takes it a step further and says that once the war is over, once they have defeated the orcs, they should all hold a grand feast together. Then, without the slightest warning, bells begin ringing violently all across the soldiers' camp. Beneath the open sky, a fierce black aura comes rushing toward them at terrifying speed, swallowing up the calm in an instant. A panicked voice immediately cries out that the enemy is attacking. Ragna's eyes sharpen at once as he fixes his gaze on the force charging straight toward them. Standing beside him, Yuri lets out a breath and remarks that there are so many enemies ahead that he cannot even tell where the horizon ends anymore. Jared adds that the exact same thing is happening on the opposite side as well. Yuri then states plainly that their camp has been completely surrounded by the orc army. After that, he turns to Jared and asks whether he is afraid, pointing out how unusually quiet he has become, only for Jared to snap back in irritation that he is not scared at all. Yuri laughs at that answer and says Jared has changed, adding that in the past he would have been the very first to complain about being dragged into something this troublesome. Jared demands to know what exactly Yuri is talking about, and Yuri calmly answers that all he means is that they have already come a very long way. Then, with complete certainty in his voice, he declares that they are going to go even farther still. Suddenly, a massive foot slams down into the ground, and a savage goblin bursts into view. The sight of it makes Jared shout out in shock. Yuri narrows his eyes at the towering creature and thinks to himself that this must be Okua, the Orc King. The monster throws its head back and unleashes a thunderous roar, and in that instant Yuri confirms that it truly is Okua, the Orc King, while the surrounding orcs raise their voices and echo the cry of their ruler. On the human side, the soldiers do not waver in the slightest and answer back with the blaring call of horns. And at last, Ragnar brings his sword down and gives the order to charge. Okua's face contorts with that same feral rage, his crimson eyes burning like open flames, and the instant both armies lunge forward at the same time, they collide head-on so violently that the true battle finally explodes into motion. The human cavalry urges their horses ahead without the slightest hesitation, charging straight into the turmoil with fearless momentum, never slowing down and never breaking stride. Yuri Briol throws his sword high above his head and bellows out the name of Briol. And with that cry ringing across the field, the two forces slam together in a savage clash. The impact is so merciless that blood erupts into the air from every direction, bursting across the battlefield the very moment steel meets flesh. Okua's side answers with monstrous force, striking back so brutally that their blows hammer into the earth hard enough to crack it and send the ground shuddering apart. At that same moment, a blade slices clean through an orc's neck in one pitiless swing, and the fountain of blood that follows splashes everything red, leaving the people who see it rooted in stunned disbelief. Yuri immediately turns and snaps at everyone around him not to lose focus, dragging their attention back to the fight before panic has the chance to spread any farther. Then, all at once, a dark shadow falls over Yuri from above. Someone glances up, confused by how wrong the sky suddenly looks, only to spot winged creatures descending overhead, and terrified voices instantly break into screams as they realize they're wyverns. High in the air, Okua's forces steady themselves and line up their shots from above, carefully taking aim at the battlefield below. Their bows angle downward in perfect formation, every arrow trained on the humans beneath them as they prepare to unleash the volley in one synchronized release. A savage rain of arrows suddenly pours out of the sky, crashing down over the battlefield like a storm with terrifying force. And yet Yuri doesn't flinch in fear even once. If anything, excitement rises in him instead, and as one hand settles onto his sword, he almost sounds amused when he remarks that this is the kind of battle the enemy has chosen. In the very next breath, he judges that maintaining tactics like this must be consuming an absurd amount of mana. But whether the cost is enormous or not, Yuri doesn't hesitate for a second. He swings, and from that single motion a massive surge of power detonates outward in a violent wave of magic. The blast spreads so wide and so fiercely that it feels as though it could devour the entire battlefield in one sweep. Yuri's face turns completely cold, hard as iron, and he keeps fighting with that same merciless intensity carved into his expression. Then, after gathering tremendous force into one decisive movement, Yuri hurls his sword forward to shatter the enemy's momentum, and the one struck by it let out shocked roars at being hit so suddenly. Without losing his composure for even an instant, he calmly judges that the height is enough and lowers his stance. And in the very next moment, Yuri launches himself high into the air. Moving with incredible speed, he snatches hold of the control rope used by Okua's forces, yanks one rider down from above, and in one audacious move seizes the sky for himself. With a cold look of disbelief, Yuri throws the challenge back at them, asking if they really believe that they can dominate the battlefield from the air like this, before declaring that he'll send every last one of them crashing straight down to the ground. His eyes darken with naked killing intent, and as he raises his hand, he makes that promise without even a hint of hesitation. Meanwhile, in the chaos below, soldiers are desperately cutting down the monsters around them, when one man runs up to Ragnar Gustav Granzian and reports that the archers are ready. When Ragnar gives no response at all, the soldier calls out again, asking if he can hear him. But Ragnar never looks away. His eyes remain fixed on the impossible sight unfolding right in front of him. Watching the whole thing, he bluntly mutters that there really is no one crazier than Yuri. And the reason is obvious because right in front of him he can see members of Okua's forces mounted on dragons, chasing after Yuri through the sky. Up above, Yuri still shows absolutely no fear. At first, there's only excitement on his face, but then his expression sharpens as he carefully studies everything around him. The instant Okua looses an arrow at him and more arrows start tearing through the air behind it. Voices from every direction cry out that it's coming. Yuri reacts at once, twisting his body aside and swinging his blade to bat the incoming shots away. And even while riding the dragon in the middle of that danger, he sounds genuinely impressed as he remarks on how remarkable the creature is. Then he speaks directly to the dragon itself, telling it to think carefully, because there's no way it would want to throw its life away for the orcs without meaning. He continues, telling it that if it lends him its strength, even just a little, then it might even be able to save others of its own kind as well. The very instant Yuri feels the dragon's spirits stir and rise in response, he lets out a satisfied laugh and says that with a reaction this strong, it really does seem like this is something he can communicate with after all. And the moment Yuri gives the command, the dragon surges forward without a trace of hesitation, while Yuri drives it on with eager intensity and sends it rampaging straight through the enemy line. With one clean, decisive strike, Yuri cuts down the first enemy in front of him. Then another enemy comes charging in recklessly, trying to overwhelm him with a headlong rush. At the same time, a third opponent closes in from the side, attempting to trap him in a pincer attack. As someone shouts Katumba, Yuri and the dragon leap sharply upward together, breaking free of the encirclement in a single swift motion. Then, while hanging upside down in midair, Yuri suddenly kicks off from the dragon and dives straight down. Even while inverted, he's grinning, and with total confidence he declares that he's going to wrap this up neatly in one blow. Gripping his sword tight, Yuri releases a tremendous burst of power through the blade and cuts down two enemies back-to-back in rapid succession. He slides to a stop wearing a satisfied smile, then calmly declares that it's over. After that, he lands smoothly back on the dragon's back, praises it for the assist, and says with unmistakable confidence that this round belongs to them. But when Yuri looks back across the battlefield, he admits to himself that even so, taking them down one by one like this is still far too slow. So, still wearing that confident grin, Yuri reaches into his pocket and pulls out another item. Still wearing that fearless look, Yuri says he'll have to use that item in a completely different way this time, as if he's already decided on a far riskier approach. Down on the ground, the fighting still refuses to die down, and all across the battlefield, soldiers keep yelling themselves hoarse, urging each other to hold the line and not get driven back even a single step. Right in the middle of that chaos, Gerald keeps moving without pause, cutting down the enemy in front of him with one clean practice strike before pushing into the next opening. But even as he fights, frustration slips out through clenched teeth, and he mutters bitterly that the enemy just keeps coming, wave after wave, with no end in sight. Then, all at once, a violent gust tears across the battlefield, and Gerald instinctively slows for a beat, thrown off by how unnaturally the wind has suddenly started to move. The moment he lifts his eyes toward the sky, the sight above hits him so hard that he freezes on the spot, his mouth falling open in pure shock. High overhead, Yuri Briol is shaping enormous whirlwinds in the air, and Gerald can only stare upward and blurt out in stunned disbelief that it's Prince Yuri. At that exact moment, Yuri reflects that mana shaped through sheer force of will, when fused with a soul-severing slash and the rotational force born from a winding blade, can be compressed into a single point and released all at once in an instant. His eyes widen with total concentration, and pouring everything into one decisive swing, Yuri brings the attack down as a gigantic tornado rips straight through the enemy ranks. A pleased smile touches Yuri's face, the second he realizes he's finally grasped the key principle behind the technique. Then he steadies himself again, raises his voice with renewed fire, and boldly declares that the power itself has now been confirmed. And without stopping there, he immediately shouts that next he's going to expand its range as well. After that, the enemies below are erased with terrifying speed, as though the battlefield is being torn open in front of everyone watching. Watching from the ground, Gerald can only murmur in awe that this is the third prince of Briol, the very man he had only ever heard about in rumors until now. Beside him, another man stares up in amazement and remarks that for a single person, Yuri's strength feels comparable to an entire squad by himself. When Yuri comes back down, he immediately asks if this is really the knightly nation of Briol, and Gerald answers right away by praising him, saying his techniques are as flashy as ever. Yuri fires back that Gerald starts nagging him the moment he lands, then, looking a little embarrassed despite himself, asks whether it at least looked cool. He even says he's thinking of calling it the spinning whirlwind sword, only for Gerald to turn away without hesitation, and bluntly tell him the name is terrible. Yuri immediately returns to the real issue and asks how the battle on the ground is going, and Gerald tells him that thanks to Yuri's actions, the enemy in the air hasn't caused any damage. But that's the only good part. The main forces are still locked in a savage collision, and if either side gives way even a little, the entire formation could collapse in one stroke. Wiping the sweat from his face, Yuri says he'll have to keep moving from point to point and support wherever he can. Then he turns toward the man beside him and asks who he is. The man respectfully introduces himself as Gani Marin, Baron of Faben and a Knight of Joachim, and offers his greeting to the third Prince of Briol. Yuri answers with an easy pat on Gani's shoulder, acknowledging him without any distance. Yuri tells him that Yoke is a strong ally, and that he should ask for help whenever he needs it. In response, Gani can only give an awkward smile and thank the prince. After that, Yuri turns his gaze back toward the battlefield and declares that they need to push the orcs back even farther, then glances sideways at Gerald and asks if he's tired already. Gerald answers instantly that, of course, he isn't tired, then tells Yuri to keep holding the front line. Yuri shoots right back that the more they swing their swords, the more lives they can save, and even with sweat pouring down his face, Gerald shouts his agreement as the battle continues to rage without a single pause. With killing intent blazing in his eyes, Yuri surges forward once more and cuts straight through the enemies ahead of him without the slightest trace of hesitation. And as fighters keep dropping across the battlefield, orcs are cut down one after another in return, their numbers thinning under the relentless counterattack. Screams continue to echo through the field beneath the endless ringing of steel, and somewhere inside that blood-soaked chaos, it gradually becomes clear that this war is finally drawing close to its end. As a silence purchased with countless lives begins, little by little, to settle over the battlefield, and as the sun sinks lower toward the horizon, a colossal monster suddenly rises up, and the roar it unleashes crashes across the field so violently that soldiers collapse to their knees in agony. Breathing hard, Yuri stares ahead and says that it has finally stepped forward at last. And as that massive creature pushes forward through the battlefield, it becomes impossible to deny that Okuwa has finally made his move. Yuri thinks to himself that if Okuwa has entered the battle, then Mo Yongchan should be somewhere on their side as well. And even though both armies are trapped in a vicious war of attrition, there is still a chance for the tide to turn in their favor. But then the monster breaks into another burst of savage laughter, and Yuri flinches before turning his eyes back toward it. At the same time, the screaming around them only becomes even more unbearable to hear. Cursing under his breath, Yuri realizes that the people caught there are already as good as dead. Then he raises his voice and shouts for Briol to brace themselves, warning that the orcs are about to go berserk. At that exact instant, a brutal orc charges straight at him and brings its axe down with savage, crushing force. Yuri barely gets his weapon up in time to block, and the instant the two weapons crash together, a sharp metallic blast rings out as he twists his body to pivot from the impact. He shouts to everyone around him that they must not surrender even a single step of ground. With both sides struggling under the pressure of the orcs closing in all around them, Yuri calls out for the prince to look and points out that Okuwa is trying to pull back, and with his teeth clenched hard. He keeps fighting on as the sounds of impact go on, ringing out again and again without end. In one swift, merciless motion, Yuri cuts off an orc's head and immediately shouts that they cannot let Okuwa get away, ordering everyone to chase after him at once. But while another orc comes charging through the confusion, somewhere else a lone figure quietly slips away under cover of the chaos. And in that same confusion, knights begin falling one after another in rapid succession. Back at the camp, two soldiers remain standing guard when a loud laugh suddenly rings out, declaring that victory belongs to them, and that with Okuwa having fled, this can only be counted as a major success. The speaker goes on, saying that since the enemy is already retreating, it would be wiser to rest for a while. In his view, Okuwa must have taken heavy damage too, so for now they should focus on recovering their strength. The man beside him agrees immediately, saying the forced march just to reach this place was exhausting enough already, and that all the fatigue they've been carrying has clearly dragged down their combat ability. But before he can even finish that thought, Yuri cuts him off and flatly calls the whole idea nonsense. He demands to know whether they've already forgotten where they are, reminding them that they're deep inside enemy territory, that they have no idea what kind of scheme Okuwa may be preparing, and asking how they can seriously talk about resting in a place like this. With absolute certainty in his voice, Yuri says that Okuwa was the one directing the orcs, and was obviously hiding something far deeper behind all of this, and he insists that they cannot afford to sit and wait, but need to start pressuring him immediately. At that point, Ragnar Gustaf Granzian adds that during the earlier clash, he had already sent mages to watch Okuwa's camp, and as he gestures toward the map, he explains that they detected a dark and ominous aura rising from that location, concluding that there is no reason left to delay any longer. In a sharp, commanding voice, Ragnar Gustaf Granzian declared that their march would begin at dawn the next morning, and that not a single part of the operation could be allowed to go wrong. After everyone answered in unison that they understood, the officers began leaving the room one after another. Just as Yuri Briol started to step out with the others, Ragnar called out and stopped him mid-stride. Yuri paused, turned back, walked over to him and asked whether he had summoned him. Ragnar answered that there was something he needed to discuss with him and added that it would only take a moment. Then he took out a necklace and told Yuri that what he was about to share had to remain strictly confidential. He asked if Yuri could accept that condition, and Yuri answered without hesitation that of course he could. Faint, satisfied smile appeared on Ragnar's face as he activated it. In the next instant, a protective circle spread around the two of them, and Yuri was visibly startled by it, staring as he wondered whether Ragna was actually using mana to block out every sound from the outside world. Ragna admitted that he had hesitated to bring this up at all, because Yuri was not a member of the Empire. Even so, out of everyone in that room, Yuri was the only one he felt he could trust with it. Then he asked him whether he still remembered the letter they had destroyed earlier. Yuri said he remembered that it had mentioned the Emperor making a secret agreement with Okua, and that was what led Ragna to reveal the fear he had truly been carrying. Someone inside the Empire was using black magic. He reminded Yuri that they had already seen what Okua could do with power like that, especially the way he was able to control other people, and he added grimly that they still had no idea how far that influence might have spread. Yuri asked if Ragna believed there could be a traitor hidden somewhere within the Allied army. Ragna answered honestly that for now it was only suspicion, but that was precisely why he had called Yuri over, because this was not something he could safely place in the hands of any imperial knight. Yuri assured him that from this point on, he would keep a careful watch, and that promise drew a plainly pleased smile from Ragna. After that, Ragna leaned in close and quietly whispered one last thing straight into Yuri's ear. After hearing it, Yuri simply answered that he understood. Then, without the slightest warning, Ragna suddenly asked whether Yuri might be interested in meeting Yekaterina Ivarna Grandzayan after the war was over. Yuri rejected the suggestion on the spot and reminded him that he already had a girlfriend. Ragna flared up immediately and shouted that he didn't believe a single word of it. Meanwhile, Yuri inwardly shrank up like a scolded puppy and desperately pleaded for him to trust him, insisting that relationships between men and women could fall apart at any time anyway, and that even trying to dress the matter up would be disrespectful to Sibylla Arsaint, all while still politely addressing Ragna as Your Highness. Morning arrived bright and cloudless, and beneath that clear sky, Yuri's army began its advance toward the city. Riding at the very front, Yuri kept his horse aimed straight ahead as the entire force closed the distance to its target, little by little. When a soldier came to report that all preparations had been completed, Yuri answered that it was good, then immediately asked about Master Mo Yongchan. The soldier informed him that the master was still inside the camp for the moment. That made Yuri recall how Mo Yongchan had said he was in the middle of training something called internal energy circulation, and that he would step in once the proper moment came. Under his breath, Yuri quietly repeated those words to himself, murmuring that it would happen when the time arrived. Then his horse tilted its head slightly to look back, and Yuri's eyes followed that small motion, dropping onto the many empty gaps scattered throughout their formation. As the soldiers gathered themselves and stood ready, waiting for his command, Yuri reflected on everything it had taken for them to reach this point, the countless times they had brushed against death, and the many comrades whose bodies they had already passed along the way. After enduring all of that, they had finally come this far. All of a sudden, Yuri threw his voice out with all his strength and shouted the name of Betrayal at the top of his lungs. He knew perfectly well that no awkward attempt at comforting words could ever make up for the people they had already lost. So instead, he bluntly declared that this was the end of it, and that he had nothing else left to say. For a brief second, the soldiers only looked at one another in silence. And then all at once they burst out laughing. Then Yuri raised his voice again, firm and steady this time, and told them that they would all meet again alive. He even promised that when that happened, he would buy every last one of them one huge round. And the instant he lifted the flag high above his head, the entire army answered him with a deafening roar. A long, sharp horn blast rang out across the field, and Yuri lowered his spear toward the front before giving the order to charge. The moment the command left his mouth, he drove his horse forward with a kick, and shot out ahead at full speed. Amid the raging battlefield centered around Okua, a soldier turned toward a sudden roar as the kingdom's banners snapped and whipped wildly in the wind. Then a triumphant voice rang out across the chaos, boldly proclaiming that Betrayal had arrived. That same voice immediately shouted for the troops to open a path to the fortress, barking out the order with open exhilaration. At once, the soldiers began moving into position to encircle the battlefield. Yuri shouted for his men to move faster and keep up with him as they surged ahead. His subordinates answered back in perfect unison that they would, each one calling to him with a crisp "Sir." After taking one quick, sharp look at what stood in front of them, Yuri identified it as a siege tower and explained that it would become the foothold they needed to storm directly into the fortress. His face tightened with fierce concentration as he braced himself for what was about to happen next. Then, without the slightest warning, Okua suddenly charged straight forward. Savage roars burst out from him and rolled over the battlefield like thunder. Yuri reacted instantly, drawing his sword in one smooth motion and declaring that it really was him, while cursing Okua as a bastard. Right after that, Yuri drove his blade forward in a decisive swing, sending a white streak carving across the ground as the attack tore ahead. Okua immediately raised his weapon and blocked the strike head-on. A pained groan slipped out of him, but it was almost instantly swallowed by an enraged roar that shook the air. The two of them stood facing each other with expressions sharpened by total focus, neither showing even the slightest wavering in resolve. Then, in the very next instant, an eerie light began to glow along Yuri's sword. And as he mounted his horse, that ominous glow still clung to the blade gathered in his hand. With a look of absolute resolve locked onto his face, Yuri Briol was the first to surge forward. Then he drove off the ground in one explosive motion and launched himself high into the air without the slightest hesitation. He came down with a chillingly controlled presence, landing as if every movement had already been measured. His eyes turned cold as ice, and in that frosty calm he remarked that this had taken longer than he expected. Without giving the tension even a second to loosen, Yuri immediately turned his head and looked back toward the soldiers lined up behind him. Standing above them, he cast a heavy, commanding gaze across the battlefield and declared that this would be their final battle, his words falling over the field with unmistakable weight. Even before anything else was said, he had already felt it, that unmistakable presence of black magic in the air. And just as he had expected, he concluded that a sorcerer had been deployed here as well. Jared reported that every single preparation had been completed exactly as Yuri had ordered. Yuri praised him for carrying it out so well, then turned his attention back to the enemy ahead and pointed out that the troops in front of them were elite soldiers strengthened by black magic. Just like the last time, with a grim look, Yuri admitted that the spell would most likely be useless again, then added that the entire situation already felt as though it had been carefully arranged in advance for their arrival. After that, Yuri asked if they should begin. Then, without wasting another beat, he ordered Simon to raise the flag and signal their location to the commander. The soldiers answered at once. Their response came back sharp, loud, and immediate, making it clear they understood the order without any confusion. Before anyone else could move, Yuri was already in motion. Taking the lead himself, he charged straight ahead and called for the rest of them to advance with him. The instant the signal was seen, Ragna declared that it had been received and that Briol had found them. At the same time, he gave Yuri silent praise in his heart, thinking that he had pulled it off even faster than expected. Ragna didn't hesitate for even a moment. He immediately ordered a signal sent back and commanded the elite troops to mobilize. At that, Bresson Proin burst into laughter, saying they were finally entering the fight and telling Fennec it was time to move, while Sibylla agreed without the slightest delay. All around them, the expressions on the soldiers' faces made one thing painfully obvious as the violent collision between both sides erupted once again. Not a single one of them had any intention of retreating. As Yuri pushed forward step by steady step, he said that by this point everyone should already understand the plan they were carrying out. Then he spelled it out with firm, unmistakable emphasis. While the main force held the line, their own mission was simple and absolute: kill Okua. Even then, the monster's roars continued to roll across the battlefield, shaking the very air around them and making the ground beneath them tremble. Yuri lifted his sword and pointed it straight ahead. A confident smile touched his face as he looked over his men, his expression daring and steady in the middle of the chaos. Then he told them not to die and hurled himself straight at the towering enemy, attacking with strikes that came fast, sharp, and utterly decisive. And not for even a single moment did Sibylla intend to let herself fall behind. Her focus sharpened in an instant, and then she suddenly came descending from above. Calling out for Fennec to move, she gave the order without hesitation, and he answered her immediately with a respectful, "Your Highness." In that moment, Fennec thought to himself that people from completely different origins and backgrounds were now fighting side by side, each one covering for the others where they were weakest. And looking at that sight, he felt with complete certainty that for this one night alone, there could not possibly be any battlefield anywhere more glorious than the one spread out before his eyes. Meanwhile, Yuri kept gathering power, and then, with a powerful shout, he brought his sword crashing down. He drove the assault onward without the slightest pause, and with every brutal clash of blades, sparks burst wildly into the air around him. At the same time, a faint smile crept across Yuri's lips as spiritual energy began to pour into him. With each passing instant, his eyes grew colder, sharper, and more dangerous, as if his very presence were turning into a blade. Then all of it swelled at once into a massive surge of power that spread out and swept across the entire battlefield. After only the briefest pause, Yuri stopped in place just as Okua came lunging at him once again. Catching that attack with razor-sharp precision, he barely managed to get his guard up in time and block the crushing strike before it could break through. In that instant, Yuri realized that Okua still had not shown its true move yet. And even with the battle having escalated this far, Master Mo still had not appeared. And despite the fact that their side was clearly holding the advantage by that point in the fight, that uneasy feeling of déjà vu still clung to Yuri's mind, making him wonder if he had missed something important somewhere along the way. Then, without the slightest warning, Okua suddenly collapsed straight to the ground. Yuri froze on the spot in shock as Okua's body immediately began to twist and warp into something grotesque before his eyes. The sight hit him with such violent horror that he could barely believe something like it was even possible. Rage and panic surged through him at the same time, and his whole body began trembling uncontrollably. He rushed forward at once, shouting Okua's name as he moved. And there before him stood Okua in the most terrifying form it had shown yet. Its eyes blazed with savage fury as it raised its sword high overhead and then brought it slamming down with overwhelming force. The impact unleashed an explosion so violent that even the ground itself shook beneath it. Then, in a chilling voice, Okua asked Yuri if he had finally realized it. Right after that, it mocked him with cruel, ugly laughter and spat out the word fool. Still sneering openly at him, it told Yuri that he was already far too late. And with merciless finality, it declared that he too would become a living sacrifice. In a single instant, the entire area was blasted into ruins and swallowed by thick black smoke that coiled endlessly upward into the sky. And from deep inside that hollow devastation, a savage laugh echoed over and over again, harsh, grating, and unnaturally inhuman as it hung over the wreckage. Yuri fell into deep thought, and at last he understood why Master Mo still had not appeared. As things stood now, he simply could not cut through black magic. That realization led Yuri to one conclusion. Before Master Mo could step in, he would have to dispel the sorcery himself first, at the very least. Then Hungo, radiating nothing but raw, brutal savagery, swung its massive arm in a vicious attack. Yuri avoided it by the narrowest margin, slipping past the strike with precise timing. Even so, a strained groan escaped him as the overwhelming force behind the blow smashed the ground apart into jagged, broken layers. Right after that, Yuri Briol locked both hands tighter around the hilt of his sword, then drove the blade straight down into the earth with all the force he had left. By then, his entire body was trembling visibly, and in the depths of his mind, he had no choice but to admit that he could not keep this up much longer. More than that, he didn't even know how much longer a man like him could stay alive against a monster like this. And even so, now that the duty in front of him had finally come into focus, Yuri made up his mind completely. There was no world in which he would turn back now just to protect his own life. He steadied himself, forced his breathing under control, and regained that proud, unshakable composure that defined him. Then he declared that this would be all or nothing, but in that very moment, a sinister voice slipped close to his ear and whispered that this strange sword was piercing straight through their very essence. Yuri answered at once that it was true. Then, in a cold, cutting voice, he warned that fear would be the wiser choice, because he had absolutely no intention of going down without a fight. Then, catching sight of one small but crucial detail, Yuri realized that the substance pouring out from Hungo's back was being drawn directly into Okua. Crimson streams of energy kept spilling non-stop from the monster's spine, surging in thick, pulsing currents as they flowed toward it without pause. And all around him, desperate voices began crying out for help, begging to be released, pleading for anyone to free them from that agony. They lamented that the pain was so unbearable they would rather die. Hearing those voices, Yuri calmly said that this was the worst possible outcome. In that instant, the truth became clear to him. The source of the black magic was the souls of those who had been devoured alive, souls that were still being exploited even after death. So in that moment, Yuri made up his mind that he had to bring everything to an end right here. Then suddenly a voice rang out directly in front of him. It mocked him for coming at them so recklessly from the front. At the same time, Hungo bared its razor-sharp teeth and lunged straight toward him, sneering as it called him, nothing more than a foolish human. But Yuri didn't hesitate for even a heartbeat. He pushed forward like the wind and kept coming. Even so, that first clash went badly for him, and the sheer impact sent his helmet flying off into the air. His eyes widened at the horrifying scene in front of him as countless red currents surged up from beneath the ground and rushed toward him all at once. Then, in the very next instant, everything shattered into fragments, together with a cry full of frustration. Blood ran down Yuri's face as he dropped to his knees, his hands bound tightly by black cords. And then that same scornful voice came back, telling him that everything he had done meant nothing, and that this was as far as he would ever go. At that moment, the sword clenched in Yuri's hand suddenly began to shine. That flash snapped Yuri back to himself in an instant. He ordered the voice to shut up, then declared that in this life he was carrying far too many burdens to be allowed to fall here. Consumed by fury, Yuri swung his blade and cleanly cut through the black restraints binding him. Then, in a sudden burst of light, he shot forward like lightning and unleashed a relentless storm of blows against his enemy. Grotesque faces surfaced within the chaos as brilliant radiance spread out across the battlefield. And from within it, a voice remarked with clear interest that he was not half bad. But exhaustion came crashing down on Yuri almost immediately, and he realized that he could no longer see the souls anymore. And just when he thought he had finally done it, a massive hand suddenly formed nearby. That forced him to react on pure instinct, throwing himself backward and shifting into a defensive stance in the same motion. Even then, the impact alone was enough to split the ground apart. Yuri came down inside the thick smoke. A cry of pain escaped him, and through clenched teeth, he realized he had failed to respond in time. His left arm and ribs were now mostly shattered. Jared rushed over in alarm, calling out to him as Your Highness, but the danger was nowhere near over yet. Savage amusement, Hungo commented on the existence of a knight who could actually cut through black magic. Meanwhile, Yuri, his face smeared with blood, found himself questioning the use of the continental language. It made sense for the sorcerer to speak it, but he could not understand why even Okuwa was using that language as well. Step by step, Hungo moved closer and declared that, as a reward for entertaining him, he would personally grant Yuri death. Then the monster thrust its fist forward with overwhelming force and ordered Yuri to die. In that moment, both Yuri and Jared were seized by dread, because Yuri instantly understood that he had no possible way to block that attack. Just then, a sharp voice rang out from far away. At the same time, a figure appeared in the distance, straining forward as he rushed in to intercept Hungo's decisive strike. The instant Yuri saw him, a faint smile touched his face, and he remarked that the man was late. The newcomer answered in a calm, steady voice, apologizing for the delay and telling them to step back. Then he said evenly that he would deal with the monster himself. Hungo roared in fury and shouted for him not to interfere. Intense heat burst from its body, and a streak of flame exploded outward in an instant. And as the clash ignited again with even greater violence than before, everything around them was swallowed by a raging sea of fire. Jared anxiously asked whether His Highness was all right, and Yuri answered in a gentle voice that he was still alive, though he couldn't hide his astonishment as he exclaimed that their opponent was incredible. At once another voice agreed, remarking that what they were witnessing really was a clash between monsters. Yuri Briel stood his ground with a stare so cold and sharp it felt like it could cut straight through steel, his eyes fixed on his opponent without the faintest sign of fear or retreat. Next to Okuwa's enormous body, Yuri looked almost small enough to disappear inside the monster's shadow, and yet that only made it more unbelievable that he had just delivered a clean, decisive strike, powerful enough to rip through the creature's arm. A thin, unsettling smile slowly spread beneath Okuwa's rows of blade-like teeth as the arm Yuri had just torn open began repairing itself before their eyes, the flesh knitting back together almost instantly. With a voice that sounded almost playful on the surface, Okuwa remarked that Yuri's attack had been a clever little trick, but the icy edge behind those words made it obvious this was not praise at all, so much as a threat. For the briefest moment, Yuri's body stiffened when he saw the wound had already vanished without a trace, while Okuwa's expression turned even more feral as he sneered that they were nothing but insignificant creatures and promised to show them just how overwhelming the gap in power truly was, even as his body kept restoring itself. Okuwa repeated that Yuri's little tricks were impressive, only to cut himself off when he noticed Yuri's own injuries starting to heal as well, and with his eyes glowing a deep, burning crimson, he coldly declared that it changed absolutely nothing, because to him they were still no more than insects, and he would make that difference impossible to overlook. Yuri said nothing at first and only stared back at him in grim silence, then muttered under his breath that the thing really was a monster before tightening both hands around his sword as a blazing red aura suddenly erupted around his whole body. Right at that tense moment, one of Okuwa's subordinates suddenly appeared at the outer edge of the battlefield. The subordinate clearly sensed the terrifying energy rolling off Yuri, and he quickly reported it to Okuwa before offering to step in and help finish the fight. Okuwa fell silent for a brief moment, as though he were genuinely considering the suggestion, then slowly ran his tongue across his lips and answered in a low voice that there was no need. Before anyone could even react to what he meant, Okuwa reached out without the slightest hesitation, seized the subordinate by the head, and lifted him straight up into the air. Yuri's teeth clenched hard in disbelief as he shouted at Okuwa, accusing him of stealing the power of his own kind and even devouring his own subordinates. Okuwa turned back toward him with a look of mild, almost insulting confusion, and asked what Yuri even meant by subordinates, then calmly began explaining that just as humans and orcs were completely different species, he and those lesser creatures were not the same at all, and as he crushed the subordinate's head in his grip, he mockingly asked whether Yuri treated the worms crawling on the ground as subordinates too, and spared them out of mercy. That was the moment Yuri finally snapped, and with fury flashing across his face, he lunged forward and swung his sword with all his strength while cursing Okuwa as a bastard. Okuwa did little more than knit his brow, as if Yuri's anger itself was too trivial to matter, and dismissed him with cold contempt as nothing more than a simple creature. Then, without drawing any weapon at all, Okuwa simply clenched his fist and drove it straight into Yuri's incoming blade. The instant fist and sword collided, the impact erupted in a violent burst, creating a tight, explosive shock that made the very space around them tremble. Yuri's eyes flew wide in shock when he realized Okuwa had stopped that full-force slash with nothing but his bare hand. At the same time, a dark and sinister aura burst out from Okuwa's body and coiled itself around Yuri like something alive, closing over him before he could fully pull away. Before Yuri could completely break free, Okuwa brought down a crushing blow that slammed into him with terrifying force and split the ground beneath them. Then Okuwa raised his arm again, and once he started, he never slowed down, hammering Yuri with strike after strike until the earth around them was blasted apart into shattered rock and flying rubble. Even as he kept smashing the battlefield to pieces, Okuwa roared that this was the natural order of the world, where the weak existed for one reason only, to be devoured by the strong. He drove that point in even harder, declaring with absolute certainty that Yuri could never defeat him. Then Okuwa planted one foot hard into the ground. Using that force like a spring under his body, he launched his massive frame high into the air in one explosive leap. As he rose up and prepared to end the battle in a single finishing blow, a vicious, twisted grin spread slowly across his face. With murderous delight in his voice, Okuwa declared that Yuri should die right there and become nourishment for him. And yet, through the thick smoke and drifting debris below, Yuri's smiling face emerged, and with sarcasm dripping from every word, he remarked that Okuwa sounded like a child who had only just learned how to talk and now wouldn't stop talking. Yuri then reminded him of his own claim about how the weak were devoured by the strong and followed it with a strange, pointed question, asking whether Okuwa had ever truly faced the sunset all the way to its very end. That single line made Okuwa pause in mid-motion. At that very moment, a radiant sphere of light began to form in front of Yuri, glowing brilliantly through the smoke-filled air. As that light continued to gather, Yuri slowly lifted his sword and gently closed his eyes, shutting out everything around him, as if only the strike he was about to unleash still existed. Then he invoked the Azure Cloud Crimson Sunset Sword technique. The moment he saw that, Okuwa surged forward in anger and shouted that Yuri was insolent. He roared that he would devour Yuri whole before he ever got the chance to finish whatever he was trying to do. But at that exact moment, Yuri opened his eyes, and now his blade was wrapped in a deep crimson aura burning with terrifying intensity. With that power surging through him, he released the technique known as Empty Mountain, Bright Moon, and brought the slash crashing down onto Okuwa with overwhelming force. Okuwa flew into a furious rage and hurled curses right back at him, but Yuri did not ease up for even a second, pressing forward with one relentless heavy strike after another. The barrage was so fierce and so unrelenting that, under the mounting pressure, Okuwa finally coughed up blood. Then, racked with pain and no longer able to endure it, Okuwa finally lost consciousness and crashed heavily down to the ground. Yuri remained standing there, breathing in harsh, ragged gasps, as he thought to himself that, just as expected, that technique placed an enormous burden on his body. He bent forward slightly and braced both hands on his knees, struggling to steady his breathing after the strain. Even so, he reflected that the corrupt abomination which had devastated the Western lands had finally, at long last, been brought down. As Yuri lifted his gaze and looked across the battlefield, he thought that his disciple and the others should be able to handle the remaining enemies from here. With that thought settled, he turned his attention back to the fallen creature and decided that what remained for him now was to destroy this abomination completely. Master Mo clicked his tongue and spat out a curse under his breath. He had come in prepared to find something foul here, some trace of a tragedy too ugly to ignore. But even then, he had never imagined a horror of this scale, and just looking at it made him wonder how many lives had been swallowed to create such a thing. Then, without the slightest warning, Okuwa appeared right behind him and spoke as if this nightmare still had deeper layers left to uncover. In a cold, even voice, it told Master Mo that everything he had seen so far was only a small fragment of the truth. According to Okuwa, the darkness at the center of all this stretched far beyond anything Master Mo could even picture in his mind. What lay beneath it all was more grotesque, more hopeless, and far more terrifying than imagination alone could ever prepare someone to face. Master Mo instinctively recoiled and took a sharp step back, disbelief flashing plainly across his face. Even after seeing its head pierced through, he still could not fully process the fact that this thing was somehow alive and standing in front of him. As he stared, Okuwa's ruined body began repairing itself once again, torn flesh slowly sealing over as though the damage had never been there in the first place. And while those wounds closed, it calmly explained that the abomination before him had not been born overnight, but had been built up little by little over a very long time. Master Mo answered with another vicious slash, throwing all the strength he had into the blow, yet it achieved absolutely nothing. Okuwa kept advancing at that same dreadful pace, as if the attack meant less than nothing, And while it moved, it began speaking about what happens when living creatures are driven into starvation. It said that starving creatures always end the same way, devouring one another like worms crawling through the dirt, repeating the same twisted idea it had already preached before. To Okua, Master Mo, Yuri, and everyone else on that battlefield were no different from insects waiting to be crushed or consumed. Okua slowly lifted its massive hand in front of Master Mo, and for a brief instant the sheer size of it blocked out his entire view. That one movement alone disturbed the air hard enough to draw eyes from across the battlefield. At that sudden shift, Yuri snapped his head toward the scene. The moment he realized what was happening, his expression hardened, and a stunned murmur slipped from his lips as if his mind refused to accept what his eyes had just shown him. But the next second made the truth impossible to deny. By the time Yuri fully focused on the fight, Master Mo had already been completely caught inside Okua's enormous grasp. Okua closed its gigantic fist around Master Mo and sealed him inside its grip. There was no room to twist, no room to slip free, and the crushing pressure bit into his ribs so hard that the air was forced from his lungs until even breathing became a struggle. Even like that, Master Mo refused to give in. He forced one arm out through that crushing grip, reached for his sword, and the instant he drew it free, flames burst along the blade in a fierce arc of blazing light. Using that one tiny opening, he moved in a single clean stroke. The flaming slash tore through the grip and severed Okua's thumb. The moment the grip loosened, Master Mo ripped himself free and kicked off from the monster's hand. He dropped back to the ground in a rough, heavy landing, but at least he had escaped being crushed to death on the spot. His body was still battered and heavy from everything that had already happened, and that brief escape did nothing to change the toll the fight had taken on him. Even so, still visibly worn down, he turned right back toward the monster and faced it head-on again. He spat out a curse at the thing in front of him, the disgust in his voice rising so clearly that he made no effort at all to hide it. As if everything they had witnessed so far were not already monstrous enough, he realized this thing had even been pieced together through black magic using the dead. And just as that thought settled in his mind, Okua's body gave a sickening pulse, sending dark mana rippling across it in thick, heavy waves. Its entire frame twisted and writhed in a way that made the truth impossible to ignore. Master Mo could tell at once that this creature had been fused together with something else, and then it dragged itself upright again and unleashed violent surges of dark energy in every direction. Those foul waves rolled outward across the battlefield until they reached even the knights farther away. As that corrupt aura washed over them, confusion spread through the ranks and voices rose one after another, each man asking what in the world was happening. One of the knights opened his mouth, looking as though he had finally grasped the situation and was about to explain what they were seeing. But before he could truly get the words out, it became horrifyingly clear that he was already dead. The men around him could do nothing but stand there frozen, their bodies locked in place while their minds failed to catch up with the nightmare unfolding in front of them. Watching that scene, Yuri could only mutter that this was pure madness. The words came out low and bitter, like even he could hardly force himself to believe this catastrophe was real. Right in front of Master Mo, Okua's grotesque body dragged itself back up from the ground once more. Just seeing that misshapen thing rise again, refusing to stay down, made the battlefield feel even more unreal than before. Yuri narrowed his eyes and studied it carefully. The longer he looked, the stronger the feeling grew that what stood before them no longer resembled an ordinary orc at all, but something far closer to a demon. Then the beast let out a savage roar and forcibly twisted its body back into the shape of an orc. Their original plan had been simple enough: cut down this filthy creature, break through, and keep advancing. But now that course no longer felt simple in the slightest. Yuri began to question whether his earlier strike had failed to catch the traces of black magic hidden inside it. If this abomination, a monster built out of piled corpses, was not destroyed here and now, then the Allied army on this battlefield could be wiped out completely. Once that realization settled in, Yuri's thoughts turned to everything this war had already taken from them. They had been pushed, drained, and worn down so badly that he could not stop himself from thinking that the fall of the Betrayal kingdom might soon become unavoidable. Just then, a sharp voice cut through his thoughts, calling him prince and telling him to fall back. That warning snapped him out of the dark spiral he was sinking into. Yuri turned immediately, and the moment he saw Raymond, clear surprise crossed his face. He questioned him at once, as if he could not understand why Raymond had suddenly appeared here at a moment like this. But Raymond did not hesitate for even a second. In a firm voice, he told Yuri that His Highness needed to return to Betrayal immediately, warning that the battlefield was on the verge of descending into complete chaos, and urging him to withdraw before it was too late. Yuri then shifted his gaze toward Jared, only to hear the very same thing from him as well. Jared urged him to leave the rest of this battle to them. and from that alone Yuri understood that they truly believed he had already carried more than enough on his shoulders. The problem was that Yuri could not accept that judgment at all. Deep down, it felt to him as if he had accomplished nothing, and he knew the apocalypse waiting ahead would never pause to ask whether what he had done was enough. For a fleeting instant, part of him did think about retreating, pulling back now and waiting for some better opportunity when fortune might finally turn in their favor. But those thoughts crashed against everything else inside him so violently that he suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face. The warriors nearby flinched and stared at him in confusion, unable to understand what they had just seen. More than one of them blurted out a startled question, asking what on earth was wrong with him. Yuri crushed that hesitation on the spot. He declared that he would not stay out of the battle, and he said it clearly enough for everyone to hear. Without him on that field, they would not be able to fight the way they needed to. Having accepted that there was no road left for him now except forward, Yuri straightened himself and began giving orders. He told his warriors to ready themselves at once and stand by for new commands. In his mind, the conclusion had already been reached. The only way to protect whatever future still remained was to bring down the monsters in front of them here and now, and the knights answered him without hesitation, immediately moving to form up in line. Yuri ordered that a message be sent out and placed Hernando on standby for what was about to come next. After that, he commanded his forces to spread through the camp and hunt down every black mage hiding inside it, and the men rushed off at once to carry out those orders. At the same time, Yuri kept his eyes fixed on Okua and noticed how grotesquely swollen its body had become. The thing had grown so huge and so overwhelming that it was obvious now ordinary physical attacks alone would never be enough to put it down. As he watched the clash between that monster and Master Mo, Yuri reached a grim conclusion almost immediately. The only possible answer was to somehow tear open a gap in the anti-magic field and force magic through that opening before the chance disappeared. Before any of those plans could be set into motion, Okua suddenly slipped into a berserk frenzy. It growled out its craving for death, and dark, murderous intent began condensing into its huge fist like a storm being compressed into solid form. With that lethal force packed into its arm, Okua drove a devastating punch straight at Master Mo. The blow crashed forward with enough violence to crush anything standing in its path. Master Mo planted himself and resisted the strike with every bit of strength he still had left. Even so, the raw force behind it was so overwhelming that it looked as if he could be overpowered at any moment. Then from behind, knights came charging into the fight to support him. With weapons already drawn, they hurled themselves into the fray without the slightest hesitation, moving before the monster could finish him off. They burst forward with astonishing speed, boots pounding across the ground before their bodies launched upward in one flowing charge. In the next instant, they were already in the air and closing fast. From that leap, they brought down a heavy strike aimed directly at Okua's head. It was the kind of blow meant to split the tide of battle in a single decisive moment. Yet to Okua, that attack was barely worth noticing. The creature simply turned and swatted the charging knight aside like an annoyance, sending him flying across the battlefield until he smashed hard into a stone wall. Blood spilled from the knight's mouth the moment he hit, and the violence of the impact sent shock tearing through his entire body. Even if he had not lost consciousness, the blow had clearly left him badly shaken. In that opening, Master Mo deliberately pulled Okua's attention back onto himself. He stepped in, as if to drag the monster's focus away from the others and make himself the obvious target once again. Then he declared that he alone would take this thing on. With those words, Master Mo tightened his grip and sliced through the air with one sharp, perfectly controlled swing. Master Mo's blade ripped hard across Okua's torso, carving a clean, brutal line through the monster's massive frame. But even after taking a hit like that, the thing did not stumble, did not sway, and did not give up its footing for even a single instant. Instead, Okua fired back immediately with another savage blow of its own. Master Mo avoided it by the narrowest margin, slipping around the attack at the very last second and gliding behind the giant beast in one smooth, controlled step. Once he reached its rear, he briefly rested his sword along his shoulder and drew in one measured breath as he reset his footing. His body was clearly under strain, but even then he forced himself to steady up and prepare for the next exchange. And when that next crushing attack came roaring straight toward him, Master Mo met it head-on and blocked it directly, refusing to yield so much as a single step. Even so, anyone watching from a distance could tell the battle still leaned heavily in Okua's favor. The monster's overwhelming size and that unnatural, sickening durability made the entire clash feel as if it were slowly but surely being dragged toward its side. Watching that grim scene unfold, Yuri Briol clenched his teeth so hard the muscles in his jaw tightened with frustration. Then he slowly forced out a breath as if he were making himself stay calm in the middle of a nightmare that was only getting worse. Because by now, one thing had become painfully clear to him. There was simply no longer enough time left to search the battlefield and hunt down every hidden black mage one by one. Yuri fully drew his sword and made his decision right there on the spot. If his knights could at least reduce the number of black mages still active, then even that much might be enough to change the flow of the battle. The logic in his mind was simple and merciless. If they could thin out the black mages, then the dark magic wrapped around Okuwa might weaken, the anti-magic field might crack open, and Yuri knew this was probably the last real chance left to force victory out of this battlefield. At that exact moment, a brilliant white aura suddenly flared to life around Yuri's blade. The glow was sharp, pure, and intense enough to stand out even against that corrupted battlefield. Okuwa noticed it instantly, and for the first time a clear jolt of shock passed across the monster's reaction. Then the creature turned its full attention toward Yuri, its fury rising the moment it saw that resistance was still standing against it. That anger swelled almost immediately into naked hostility. With that rage boiling over, Okuwa barked an order at the nearby orcs, commanding them to tear the humans apart and bring their severed limbs before it. The surrounding orcs did hear the command, but that brief shift in their attention gave the knights exactly the opening they needed. For veterans of a battlefield, even a lapse that small was enough. They cut the orcs down one after another in rapid succession, then turned back toward Yuri and demanded to know whether he had a plan. At the same time, they made it clear that whatever that plan was, they would back him to the end. They swore they would hold the enemy forces in place for as long as they could and urged Yuri to finish preparing his spell without hesitation. The message was simple and direct. Leave the front line to them, and do what only he could do. Yuri slowly drew in a breath and felt the pressure of black magic thickening across the battlefield. It was spreading wider and heavier by the second, like a stain swallowing the land whole. That dark power was consuming everything it touched, and Yuri could feel just how badly the situation had turned against them. Worse than that, his own mana reserves were nearly dried up. His body had been pushed so far beyond its limit that simply staying on his feet was already becoming difficult. He looked like a man who should have collapsed long ago, and yet he was still forcing himself to remain standing. Then, in the middle of that desperate moment, a skeletal knight shaped from necromantic energy appeared behind him. Its figure rose in silence, unnatural and solemn, like something called forth from death itself. The figure spoke to him and urged him not to throw away his resolve. It told Yuri to cast aside his fear and keep following his conviction all the way to the very end. As those words reached him, the necklace hanging at Yuri's neck began to shine with an intense, almost sacred light. It was as though the will of Betrayal itself was calling on him to carry out the duty bound to that name. A massive surge of power flooded into Yuri's hands, more than his body could comfortably endure and more than he could fully control. Even so, he raised his sword straight toward the sky, and when his eyes opened, they were burning with dense white mana. Then Yuri brought the blade down in one tremendous swing. The motion carried the weight of the Betrayal name and the burden attached to it, as if everything he had inherited was being poured into that single strike. He answered that call with every ounce of strength still left inside him and kept pushing until that duty was fulfilled. In that instant, Yuri rose to the level of a primal knight. Watching the chaos from a distance, Hernando realized that Yuri's prediction had been correct from the very beginning. Every time an orc unit was cut down and lost its ability to keep fighting, its life force was being pulled away through dark magic and absorbed into the larger orc, which meant that if this battle continued on its current course, the allied forces would eventually be annihilated. Just then, a voice called out to Hernando from behind, and the sound made him turn immediately. When he looked back, he saw the white-haired man standing there, watching him with obvious interest. The man remarked that Hernando seemed to be observing the battlefield very closely. Hernando answered calmly that he was simply carrying out an order given by His Highness. That reply made the white-haired man recall Yuri's earlier words, that he would create an opening and they were to be ready to use magic at any moment. Hernando quietly confirmed that this was exactly the plan. Even so, the white-haired man admitted that while the Prince of Betrayal was undeniably impressive, the difficulty of this battle was far beyond anything normal. He suggested that they might need some other plan, which immediately made Hernando ask what exactly he meant. The man then explained his reasoning. Okuwa, he said, had already fused completely with dark magic. And unless the flow of that dark power could be interrupted, even for the briefest moment, they would not be able to properly use magic or mana at all, regardless of whether Yuri managed to create an opening or not. He went on to add that none of the mages gathered there had the ability to unleash large-scale magic powerful enough to deal truly decisive damage. In fact, he pointed out that only a very small number of people in the entire world could accomplish something like that. But Hernando answered without the slightest tremor in his voice. To him, that would not be a problem. And at that exact second, something caught his eye. A tremendous glow suddenly surged from the direction of the castle. Hernando recognized that light at once. Then, from the thick mass of dark clouds overhead, a brilliant radiance shot upward through the sky. The white-haired man immediately realized what that meant and, in open surprise, noticed that the dark magic covering the battlefield had been completely sliced apart. So when he turned back, the sight in front of him left him speechless. A magic circle was forming overhead, and all he could do was call out to Sir Hernando in utter disbelief. Hernando, however, remained perfectly composed. He simply told the man to step back, reminded him that this was being done under Yuri's orders, and declared that he was about to unleash his strongest spell. With a light flick of his wrist, Hernando began the casting sequence. The movement itself was small and almost casual, but the magic building behind it was anything but. The older man tried to stop him, likely realizing just how dangerous this would be, but by then it was already too late. The spell had already begun. Within the torn clouds above, a colossal sphere of fire started taking shape. It swelled there like a second sun being born in the sky. Then that massive burning sphere began descending toward the battlefield below. Its fall was slow enough for everyone to see, but heavy enough to feel utterly unavoidable. Countless orcs looked up and saw the blazing mass dropping straight toward them. The sight of it stole the breath from the battlefield in an instant. Even the giant orc itself lifted its gaze toward it. The creature sensed the terrifying concentration of mana packed inside that fireball and could not understand what it was looking at. The power contained within it was so immense that even Okua struggled to believe such a thing could exist. At that moment, Yuri shouted an order for all soldiers to take a defensive stance immediately. His command rang across the battlefield without delay. The exhausted troops, already pushed to their very limits, gathered whatever strength they still had left and raised defensive barriers above their heads. Even battered and worn down as they were, they obeyed. Master Mo did the same, throwing up his own defense as the blazing spell descended over the battlefield. In the very next heartbeat, that massive fireball came hurtling down and struck the ground directly in front of Okua. It landed so close, so perfectly on line with it, that there was no room for doubt anymore. That blast had been aimed at Okua from the start, and even with an attack like that bearing down on it, the creature still refused to admit defeat. It drew back its fist and raised it stubbornly, as if it honestly believed that even a strike of this scale still wouldn't be enough to put it down. The fireball hit Okua with absolutely catastrophic force, and the moment it connected, a scream of pure agony burst out of the monster's throat. What came next didn't sound like a proud roar at all. It sounded like something that was finally, painfully breaking. The explosion of mana was so violent that even the soldiers huddled behind their barriers felt it shake them. Their protective walls managed to hold, but the pressure pressing against them was so overwhelming that it still rattled every one of them to the bone. Okua let out a savage howl as the flames ate deeper than skin and muscle. It was as if that fire wasn't just burning its body, but scorching all the way down into the monster's very soul. The blast tore through both its body and its essence in the same instant, ripping the giant creature apart while the destruction spread across everything around it. And the smaller orcs that had been caught inside that blazing inferno were wiped out just as completely. There was nothing left of them at all. They weren't merely killed or scattered, they were erased so thoroughly that not even scraps remained behind. Watching from a distance, Yuri Briol stared as that wave of destruction came crashing down over the monstrous army. Even he, who had pushed things this far, could not ignore the sheer scale of what he was seeing. The force was so immense that it made the battlefield itself seem suddenly small, and in that instant, something became crystal clear to him. Every decision he had made up to this point, every risk he had taken, every command he had issued, every desperate move he had forced himself into, all of it had finally carved out the path to this one decisive moment. So Yuri kept his eyes fixed on Okua as the creature burned, looking like it had been cast straight into the fires of hell. Without saying a word, he willed it to die there on the spot, to keep burning until nothing remained of it, not even bones, only ash and dust. At last, the soldiers began to breathe again. The relief that poured out of them was heavy, raw, and impossible to hide after everything they had just endured. One knight couldn't help muttering that if they had a method like this, they should have used it from the very start. But Yuri answered right away that this had never been some polished plan prepared in advance. It was a desperate improvisation pieced together from experience and from the lessons he had carried with him from past battles. Even so, as everything before them continued collapsing into ash, no one there could deny how devastating that single strike had been. They didn't need explanations anymore. The result was unfolding right in front of their eyes. In the end, the only conclusion left was that one blow had wiped out the entire orc force along with the giant abomination leading it. It looked like total victory delivered in one crushing, overwhelming instant. And yet Yuri still did not lower his guard. Something in the air refused to settle. and together with the faint sounds lingering in the ruined battlefield, it told him that the fight might not actually be finished yet. Then his attention snapped toward a slight movement among the ashes. The moment he turned, he saw it clearly, a scorched hand rising slowly up out of the burned remains. Then a voice followed, and it was unmistakably Okua's. As ash slid off its ruined frame, the monster dragged itself upright and spat out, with bitter defiance, that this battle was not over yet. Even in that half-destroyed state, it still insisted it would never be defeated by enemies like them. The hatred in its voice was warped, stubborn, and venomous to the very end. Most of its flesh had already been burned away, exposing a grotesque form beneath. What was left no longer looked like a proper living body. It looked like something that had kept moving long after it should have died. Instead of stepping back, Yuri moved forward. Staring straight at the ruined monster, he told it plainly that it had already lost and that there was nothing left sustaining it anymore. He demanded that it accept defeat. But even sprawled there in that shattered condition, the creature still refused to yield. The hatred inside it had not weakened in the slightest. Okua cursed Yuri as a servant of the Emperor and blamed him for everything that had happened. Then, through its ruined body and burning rage, it swore that it would drag Yuri down with it before the end. And with that final spike of spite, it suddenly threw itself forward in one last attack. The charge was reckless, broken, and driven by nothing except raw malice. Right. At that moment, another voice cut across the battlefield and declared that enough was enough. In the same instant, a spear shot through Okua and stopped that final charge dead in its tracks. The blow pinned the creature where it was and cut off its last attack before it could ever reach Yuri. Its ruined body jolted violently, then froze on the spot. Then Hernando appeared, and with nothing more than a light flick of his wrist, he followed up with magic so casually that it felt like he was merely finishing a task whose end had already been decided. That spell smashed Okua down at Yuri's feet. Looking at the collapsed monster, Yuri coldly asked if that pitiful lunge had really been its final attempt, then condemned it for clinging to such disgrace, even as it died. But the creature still answered back that the battle was not truly over. It warned them that dark magic ran far deeper than they understood, and that one day that darkness would swallow them too. After those final words, its body at last began to break apart. Cracks spread through it, pieces crumbled away, and right in front of their eyes the remains started dissolving into dust. Little by little, nothing was left except thin wisps of smoke drifting through the air where Okua had once stood. Still unable to fully trust what he was seeing, one knight hesitantly asked if it was really dead this time. He still couldn't completely believe it. What had just happened was so overwhelming, so far beyond ordinary battle, that his mind had not yet fully caught up with what his eyes had seen. Then, all at once, the Allied forces erupted into cheers. The sound burst out so suddenly it felt as though the entire battlefield had been holding its breath, waiting for that exact second to finally let it go. Their voices swelled into a full celebration of victory, and smiles began spreading from face to face as the truth finally sank in. They had survived. After everything they had suffered through, they were still alive. Even Master Mo finally let some of that tension drain out of him, and as Yuri listened to the cheers rolling across the field, he realized they carried more than simple joy. Mixed into them were relief, exhaustion, and the bitter emotional weight of everything they had just lived through. There was resentment in those cries, too. It hid underneath the celebration, quiet but unmistakable, lingering there like something that victory alone could not wash away. And it was only then that the victory began to feel truly real to Yuri. A quiet realization rose inside him at last. Somehow, against all odds, they had actually done it. Just as that realization settled in, his knights suddenly shouted out to him and came rushing over. They charged in with the reckless emotion only people who had survived hell together could possibly show. In their excitement, they dragged Yuri straight down into the mud and piled onto him, tears of joy spilling freely from their eyes. They laughed, cried, clung to him, and shouted all at once, celebrating the simple miracle that they were still alive. Yuri didn't push them away. Instead, he returned the embrace, and from the bottom of his heart, he thanked them for trusting him all the way through this nightmare. He thanked them, too, for staying beside him until the very end. Those words were simple, but they carried the full weight of the battle they had all just survived together. But as more and more knights crowded in, the moment quickly became too much. What had begun as a heartfelt celebration turned into a crushing group embrace, with too many bodies pressing in from every side at once. Yuri tried to tell them to stop, but they were far too emotional to listen to a single word. They kept shouting, laughing, and throwing themselves onto him with wild, unstoppable enthusiasm. In the end, all Yuri could do was beg them to at least let him breathe for a second. That was when they finally started to realize that if they kept this up any longer, he might actually collapse under all their combined weight. And in the middle of all that noise and chaos, Someone even threw out the idea of holding a victory celebration. But when another voice immediately asked who was still left alive to even attend it, nobody had an answer. And through the smoke, which had only just begun to thin, the battlefield still looked like a place haunted by everything that had happened there. From the place where Okua had once stood, faint remnants of dark energy could still be seen drifting away bit by bit. They were slowly dispersing into the air, but they had not vanished completely yet. By the time dawn arrived the following day, the battlefield had changed completely. The long, terrible night of slaughter had passed, giving way instead to a cold, solemn morning. Even then, the echoes of victory chants still carried across the land. Standing before those assembled, the Pope declared that this hard-won triumph had only been achieved after crossing vast plains and overcoming countless enemies along the way. But before anyone surrendered fully to celebration, he called on them to honor the dead first. He proclaimed that the divine makes no distinction between high and low, and that a sacrifice like theirs could never be measured by rank. So before the graves, they lowered their heads in solemn respect, and in that silence, they acknowledged that the devotion and courage of the fallen had been witnessed by the Lord, and that his grace would remember them. He declares that the lives given up on this ground will not be allowed to disappear into silence. Their sacrifice, he says, will remain here as part of the very foundation that upholds the continent's future, and for that reason they must never, ever be forgotten. Then, with solemn reverence, he offers a prayer that every one of their souls may be guided safely to paradise. As the prayer goes on, the Pope lowers his gaze to the script resting in his hands. His face stays grave and composed, the full weight of the ceremony settling over him as he reads. Then, in one slow and deliberate motion, he raises both arms and releases a sacred spell. Holy flames answer his call, summoned not to destroy but to bless the fallen and sanctify their bodies. And as that divine fire spreads among the dead, wrapping them in light instead of smoke, the whole scene becomes even more solemn. What fills the air now is not chaos, but a heavy, sacred stillness. Watching all of it unfold before him, Yuri Briol cannot help but sink into thought. Quietly, almost to himself, he begins wondering what paradise truly is. As the names of the fallen are read aloud, one after another, Yuri listens in silence and turns that meaning over in his mind. Paradise is meant to be the resting place of those who protected their faith to the very end, while damnation awaits the ones who gave themselves over to sin. But Yuri is still here. He is still breathing, still standing among the living. And in that moment he understands that what remains for him now is not only to pray for the dead, but to carry the weight of the lives they left behind on his own shoulders. By the time the final name is spoken, a quiet sense of honor has settled inside him. He knows without any doubt that he truly fought beside them and shared that battlefield with them to the end. Not long after the ceremony ends, a voice suddenly calls out to Yuri from behind. When he turns, he finds Jared and Raymond waiting there for him, standing at his side the same way they always have, as if that place beside him is the most natural one in the world. Looking at the two of them, Yuri tells them plainly that many more battles still lie ahead, and the next ones, he warns, may be even harsher and more brutal than the one they have only just survived. Then he asks them directly whether they truly intend to keep walking forward with him through all of it. Neither of them hesitates for even a moment. Their answer comes immediately. They are ready, and they have no other path they intend to follow. Yuri studies the unwavering resolve in their faces and quietly accepts their answer without making a show of it. Even so, he warns them not to relax. From here on out, he tells them they need to stay sharp and keep their guard up at all times. A few days later, the scene shifts to Balshad, where the night air hangs calm and cool. But while the sky above remains quiet, the city below is overflowing with celebration. Laughter spills through the streets, and wine is flowing as freely as the voices around it. Taking in all that noise, Yuri remarks that the place has gotten unusually loud. Beside him, Laurent Flandre looks over the crowd and observes that everyone seems to have cast aside their restraint entirely. Master Mo answers in his usual calm way, saying that after a victory like this, people finally feel able to loosen themselves and relax without holding anything back. Still, Laurent points out that it has only been 3 days since they were mourning the comrades they lost. Yuri responds that this is precisely why the celebration is happening now. He explains that people throw themselves into drinking, gambling, and deafening noise because it keeps their minds from sinking too deeply into the memory of the dead they could not save. Hearing that, Laurent finally understands what lies underneath all this revelry, and his respect for Yuri deepens even more. A little later, Yuri heads over to the king's table and offers his thanks for being invited there. The king looks genuinely surprised when Yuri approaches, but that surprise quickly softens into a warm smile, and he gestures for Yuri to sit. He extends the same welcome to Laurent Flandre and Master Mo as well, inviting both of them to take seats at the table. The two accept with proper humility and sit down without turning the moment into a display. Once everyone is settled, the king explains that this gathering was never meant to be just a celebration. He makes it clear that tonight is about more than food, drink, and the afterglow of victory. There is also an important matter he intends to announce in front of everyone gathered there. As the table falls quiet and all attention turns to him, the king reveals that after the most recent council meeting, the leaders of the allied forces received an invitation to attend the empire's grand festival. He adds that the event will be overseen by the emperor himself, and that each invited leader has been given permission to bring along any companions they choose. At that, a bearded noble rises from his seat and asks what kind of festival this is supposed to be. Before the man can go any further, the king cuts in and states it plainly. The event is a swordsmanship tournament. As more time passes, the mood at the table gradually shifts, and the talk naturally begins turning more and more toward the tournament itself. At one point during the discussion, Yuri turns to Sir Gandhi and asks what he thinks of it. Sir Gandhi admits a little awkwardly that his people are not particularly known for swordsmanship. He worries that if they entered a contest like that, they might only end up making fools of themselves. Hearing that, Yuri reflects on the fact that Sir Gandhi's homeland lies in the mountains near the empire's borders. It is exactly the kind of rugged terrain that would naturally shape its people into experts in ambushes, surprise strikes, and guerrilla warfare rather than formal face-to-face sword combat. Sir Gandhi goes on to admit that his soldiers also tend to lack discipline, and that they can be too easily lulled into complacency. Yuri listens without cutting him off, but behind his calm expression, he is already weighing every word and considering how that information might be put to use. Then Yuri answers by proposing that knights from that region be sent to train under his command. He offers to help refine both their fighting power and their discipline. The suggestion catches their leader so completely off guard that he has to ask if Yuri is truly serious. Yuri assures him that such an arrangement would strengthen both nations alike by improving each side's military power. Privately, Yuri's thoughts drift back to his previous life, to the time when the Empire's dark army swept across the continent like a flood. In that memory, Sir Gandhi's city was one of the first places to be crushed. That memory leads him to believe that if they are reinforced now, they may be able to endure in the future by relying on mountain-based guerrilla tactics, becoming an essential force in resisting the Empire when that time comes. So Yuri suggests starting with only a small group, just enough to build a training system tailored to their specific needs. The practicality of that idea earns the Surgani side's sincere admiration. Meanwhile, from farther away, Yekaterina Ivarna Grandzion watches the entire exchange with open irritation written all over her face. What bothers her most is painfully obvious. Ever since arriving, Yuri has not acknowledged her even once. Before long, someone approaches her, and Yekaterina turns at the sound of that arrival. Even now, the image hadn't faded from her mind. She could still see that blond young man standing right in front of her, visibly flustered, both hands carefully cradling a bouquet as he nervously held it out, and, in a shy voice, asked her to accept the flowers. But instead of showing even the slightest bit of warmth, she had answered him with a voice so flat and cold it might as well have frozen the air, telling him without the slightest hesitation to take the bouquet and offer it to somebody else. That one merciless response struck him like a blow. The poor young man just stood there, completely deflated, his face collapsing into such open heartbreak that he looked like he might burst into tears at any second. By the time night fell, she was back in her room alone, surrounded by silence. But the quiet did absolutely nothing to settle the foul mood still lingering inside her. She slowly pulled a comb through her hair, yet the annoyance from earlier still clung to her. It showed plainly in the rigid way she held herself, and in the tension that hadn't left her face even now. Then, without warning, she felt it. Someone else was in the room. Her eyes sharpened on the spot, and she snapped toward the hidden presence, coldly reminding whoever it was that no one entered her room without permission. And the instant she realized who had come in, her expression turned even harder. It was Hernando. With clear irritation, she demanded to know what he thought he was doing, slipping into her room without so much as announcing himself first. Hernando didn't offer some light excuse or awkward apology. Instead, he quietly cast a spell and told her in a low voice that there were too many eyes around, so whatever they were about to discuss had to stay absolutely secret. As the magic spread through the room, Mary Rose's focus sharpened immediately. She recognized the spell almost at once for what it was, an interception barrier, meant to prevent anyone from overhearing a single word of their conversation. She narrowed her eyes and remarked that, truthfully, she had expected someone else to show up. Then she pressed him again, asking what reason could possibly have brought him here at this hour of the night. Hernando didn't bother arguing. He simply told her to see for herself. The magic around them thickened, its color deepening into a rich, disturbing red. Then, from the middle of that crimson glow, a scroll slowly began to form in midair. Once it fully appeared, Hernando explained that he had taken it from the corpse of a dead orc. He made sure to state one thing clearly. This was not something he had created or prepared on his own. It had been recovered directly from the body of the fallen orc. And that fact alone made the atmosphere in the room feel even heavier. The second Mary Rose noticed the letter that had appeared in Hernando's hand, shock flashed across her face. Then confusion followed immediately after, and she stared at it as if trying to make sense of what exactly she was looking at. Hernando stayed unusually calm as he stopped her from coming any closer. First, he told her, she needed to cast a mind protection spell. Only after that was done should she approach and take a proper look at the object. As Mary Rose stepped toward him, she gave him a suspicious look and asked why he seemed so unnaturally tense. There was even a teasing edge to her voice when she warned that if this turned out to be something ordinary, she would personally throw him straight back out of her room. But the moment she came close enough to truly focus on the letter, the feeling around it changed completely. A dark, eerie aura began to curl around the object, twisting and writhing in a way that made it instantly feel unnatural. Her eyes widened as strange symbols started surfacing within that black energy. Yet no matter how closely she stared, none of those characters matched any language, script, or written system she had ever seen before. That was what made it worse. She couldn't even identify what kind of power she was dealing with. It was unfamiliar, alien, completely outside her knowledge, and that only made it feel even more dangerous. A moment later, her body began to stiffen unnaturally as if control was gradually slipping away from her limbs. At the same time, those bizarre symbols seemed to spread across her, crawling over her form like living marks. Then the situation turned stranger still. In the very next instant, the world around her seemed to warp violently, and it felt as though she had been ripped out of the room and dragged somewhere else entirely. When her senses finally steadied, she found herself standing in a vast crimson world. Right in front of her rose an enormous black structure wrapped in countless strange symbols, and above that towering shape floated a huge red eye, silently watching her as though it had been waiting for her all along. Inside her own head, Mary Rose immediately cursed herself for being careless. She had noticed Hernando's tension earlier. She had sensed that something was wrong, and yet she had still walked right into this. That frustration quickly turned outward as well, and irritation toward Hernando rose just as fast. Why had he brought something this dangerous to her in the first place? By now she could already tell how bad this was. If she went any deeper and kept probing into it, that overwhelming force would consume her long before she ever managed to uncover an answer. Without wasting even a second more, she began casting a spell. Mana gathered rapidly into her hand, and a bright magic circle bloomed into view. As she let out a quiet sigh, one annoyed thought crossed her mind. She had only just finished bathing, and this was the last kind of nuisance she wanted to deal with tonight. As soon as the spell was completed, the crimson world around her started to crack apart and dissolve. When the illusion finally broke and everything returned to normal, she gave a light cough, as though her body was still trying to shake off the lingering effects. After taking a brief moment to steady herself, she came to a firm conclusion. Whatever that object was, it had already been sealed behind several layers of powerful mana barriers, but even that didn't make it safe. She could still feel some foreign force pressing from within, steadily pushing against those barriers as if it were trying, little by little, to break through them. At that point, the anger on Mary Rose's face was impossible to miss. She demanded to know what that thing actually was, and with open outrage, asked why a corpse like Okua's had been carrying something so grotesquely abnormal. Hernando admitted that he still didn't fully understand its true nature himself. That vague answer only made Mary Rose's temper flare even higher, and she immediately snapped at him to stop dancing around the matter and explain it properly. So Hernando finally laid it out more clearly. The dark spell used during the battle had felt wrong to him from the very beginning. So after the fighting ended, he examined the enemy remains. While searching through the bodies, he found that object radiating an unusually strong energy, and because of that, he suppressed it by force on the spot. Then, with a tired sigh, he added that the method he used to keep it sealed had been Longinus, which he had driven straight through the corpse. The moment Mary Rose heard that, her anger jumped again. She sharply demanded how he could use that weapon without first lifting its restrictions, then pressed him even harder by asking what he would have done if the people inside the tower had found out. Hernando answered that he had done it openly, right there in front of the Empire's magicians, and that doing so had not even been particularly difficult. Even so, his tone turned serious as he urged her to keep this matter absolutely quiet and never speak of it to anyone else. After that, he asked her for something specific. He wanted Mary Rose to use her Ascension decryption ability to analyze the object, and he looked straight at her as he asked whether she believed she could manage it. Mary Rose didn't answer right away. She paused for a short moment to think it through. then finally said that she could at least attempt it, though she made it perfectly clear that she could promise nothing beyond that. She went on to explain that the symbols covering the object were unlike anything she had ever seen before. That alone made it an extremely dangerous thing to approach, much less examine carelessly. To her eyes, the object resembled a fragment torn from some kind of dark spell book. She added that she had heard Okuwa possessed knowledge of how to use that sort of power, and that detail only made the whole discovery more unsettling. But what disturbed her most wasn't only the object itself, it was the timing behind it. The way this thing had surfaced felt far too convenient to be natural, and Hernando frowned at that immediately, asking what exactly she was trying to suggest. Mary Rose answered in a calm, deliberate voice, explaining that dark magic grows stronger the more sacrifices are offered up to it, and somehow that dangerous power had ended up in the hands of the Orc King Okuwa at a moment that felt almost too perfect. At the very same time, the Allied forces had arrived there as well, in a way that made it feel as if they had been drawn in deliberately, like bait, or perhaps like offerings. She admitted that the battle had ultimately been won because Prince Yuri Briol was there to cut through that dark magic. But even as she said it, she couldn't stop herself from wondering what might have happened if he had not been there. With that unease hanging in the room, she asked Hernando if he truly had no idea who could have placed such a dangerous object into Okuwa's hands. She added that the very thought of it made her feel sick, because every piece of the situation fit together far too neatly. It was as if each event had been arranged in advance, carefully lined up according to somebody's design. At that, Hernando grabbed at his head and told her to stop, warning that she was pushing into territory far too dangerous to keep digging through. His voice turned firmer after that, and he told her plainly to drop the matter and go no further with the investigation. And right then, another voice cut in from the doorway, asking why the conversation should end there. Mary Rose and Hernando both turned at once toward the entrance, only to find Prince Yuri standing there. There was obvious curiosity in Yuri's eyes as he said he wanted to hear Mary Rose's thoughts for himself. From what he had overheard, he pointed out, their conversation seemed to imply that someone might be hiding behind the scenes, secretly manipulating the wars from the shadows. Hernando quickly warned Yuri that letting his thoughts drift too far into that kind of speculation could bring serious consequences. Yuri, however, brushed the warning aside and calmly noted that Mary Rose's suspicion clearly wasn't based on timing alone. Then he turned toward her and asked if she had any other reasons to support that conclusion. Mary Rose shot him an irritated glare immediately and demanded to know why he too had entered a lady's room without permission. Yuri could only answer with a small, awkward laugh, and the response was so shamelessly light that Mary Rose just stared at him for a moment in utter disbelief, too stunned to say anything back right away. Then she resumed, explaining that the Empire's recent behavior had been deeply unnatural. Disturbing rumors were spreading everywhere, some claiming the Emperor had lost his mind, others insisting that the prince had been deliberately sent to this war as a convenient way to dispose of him. But Hernando immediately pushed back on that line of thought. He argued that those stories were still only speculation, and stressed that there was no firm or trustworthy evidence proving any of it. Yuri listened to everything without losing that faint, controlled smile on his face. Then, after letting the silence sit for a brief moment, he finally said that from where he stood, the whole matter still followed a certain logic. And then, with no dramatic pause or grand announcement at all, he revealed something far more serious. He said this was not the first time such doubts had come up, because both he and the Emperor had already begun to question what this war had truly been meant to achieve. As he turned the matter over in his mind, his eyes slowly drifted away from the others and settled on the dark magic still trapped inside Mary Rose's spell. Then, calm and measured as ever, he began walking straight toward it. When Yuri finally stopped in front of the sealed object, he didn't hesitate in the slightest. He simply reached out, laid his hand on it, and began pouring his own magic directly into the power locked inside. The instant his magic touched it, a blinding flash burst outward from the object. Hernando's whole body tightened at the sight, and he quickly warned Yuri to be careful, his voice tense as he reminded him just how dangerous that thing really was. The dark energy answered immediately, erupting in a violent surge as though it were striking back at him. Seeing that sudden backlash, Hernando shouted Yuri's name in alarm. But Yuri didn't flinch, and he didn't pull his hand away. He remained exactly where he was, steady and unmoving, holding his focus without the slightest sign of wavering. Then, after that short but suffocating stretch of tension, the raging force finally began to yield. Bit by bit, the dark energy started peeling away, retreating in fragments until the letter hidden inside was slowly freed from the unnatural power wrapped around it. Mary Rose and Hernando could only stare at what had just happened. Both of them were plainly stunned, left speechless by the scene that had unfolded right in front of their eyes. At last, once the dark influence had been stripped away, Yuri reached forward and took the letter into his own hands. As he examined it closely, something in his memory stirred. He remembered being warned once to stay away from the demon spell book, and the moment his eyes settled on that page, understanding hit him at once. This was the very page that warning had been about. The second that realization clicked into place, Prince Yuri turned sharply toward Hernando and declared in a firm voice, without even a trace of hesitation, that they would be going to the Empire. After saying that, he calmly handed the letter back to Mary Rose. Hernando looked at him like he could hardly believe what he had just heard and asked if he was truly serious about deciding something like that, so suddenly. Yuri, however, answered in an even, composed tone that they would have had to go there sooner or later anyway. And whatever hidden truth was taking shape behind all this, he intended to see it with his own eyes. Then Yuri turned back to Mary Rose and said there was still one last thing he wanted to ask her. When she looked at him and asked what it was he wanted to know, Yuri asked whether there was any reliable way to identify someone who used dark magic, perhaps through certain physical abnormalities or telltale changes that might appear in the body. Mary Rose didn't respond right away. She paused for a short moment to think it through, then admitted that there was indeed one possible method, though it was not information she intended to part with for free. Yuri asked what exactly she meant by that. Letting out a small sigh, Mary Rose pointed out that she was already helping him by decrypting the object and offering valuable information, yet in return she had received absolutely nothing. Then, with the same irritation still lingering in her voice, she added that he hadn't even managed the courtesy of a proper greeting, and had simply walked straight into a lady's room without so much as knocking. Hearing that complaint, Yuri merely looked at her and asked, quite plainly, what it was she wanted from him. Mary Rose answered in a calm voice that she wasn't asking for anything right now. What she wanted was not an immediate reward, but a promise. She said that when the time came in the future, he would grant her one request. Yuri fell quiet the moment he heard that. As he thought it over, it was almost as if memories of other times just like this started surfacing in his mind one after another. Then, after a short pause, he let out an awkward little laugh as the realization sank in that the number of favors and debts piling up around him just kept growing. Even then, Yuri still hesitated, lingering there in a visibly awkward, uncertain stall as though he was trying to buy himself a little more time. Standing beside him, Hernando leaned in and whispered under his breath that if Yuri refused her now, she would absolutely stay angry about it. He went on to warn him that her temper burned like fire, that she was the sort of person who held grudges, and that turning someone like her into an enemy would be a terrible mistake. Inside his own head, Yuri could only mutter that this entire situation was completely insane. Mary Rose immediately caught the two of them whispering together and sharply demanded to know what exactly they were mumbling about over there. Yuri hurriedly answered that it was nothing. After dragging the pause out just a little longer, Yuri finally gave in with a sigh. Fine, he told her. It was a deal. Whenever the day came that she wanted something from him, she only had to ask and he would make it happen. The moment those words left his mouth, Mary Rose's entire mood visibly brightened, and she sweetly remarked that this was lovely. With that promise finally settled, Yuri brought the conversation back to the real issue and said he wanted an answer to the question he had asked before. Once again, he asked whether there was a way to identify a user of dark magic, whether through some visible sign during the casting itself, or through traces left behind afterward. Mary Rose gave a soft hum and took another moment to think. Then she finally said that yes, there was indeed one sign that could serve as a clear clue. She explained that people who use dark spells are, for all practical purposes, almost certain to lose their eyesight. Because of that, anyone whose vision deteriorated rapidly would be a very reasonable person to suspect. The moment Yuri heard that, he quietly repeated the word eyesight under his breath, and his thoughts immediately jumped to the orc enchanters, every one of whom had been blind. Hernando studied Yuri's expression and asked why he was bringing up a question like that now, of all times. Then he pressed him again, asking whether Yuri truly intended to go to the Empire himself. Yuri answered with complete calm that he had a friend in the Empire. Hernando blinked at him in bafflement, repeated the word friend like he could scarcely believe such a thing, and then pointed out that Yuri had never even been to the Empire before. Yuri replied that he had met that person in the back streets of Betrayal, and added that he was fairly sure Hernando had been there at the time as well. Hernando stared at him in open disbelief and asked who in the world he was talking about. But Yuri only answered with a quiet smile and gave him nothing more. Elsewhere, in the Grand Zion Empire, disorder was already breaking loose in a dark, filthy back alley. A pair of thugs shouted furiously, barking that somebody had dared to cross them, and still thought he would be able to walk away alive afterward. In response, a mocking voice shot right back at them, saying that kind of cheap lie might fool the sheltered fools living in the Empire, but it would never work on him. Then came another bold proclamation, loud and shameless, declaring that from this moment on, The place would belong to a branch of Uncle Lending, under the leadership of Goryo. Later on, under a sky that was bright and perfectly clear, Yuri and Hernando rode side by side down the road toward the Empire. As they traveled, Hernando repeated the name Goryo of the Aquarius parlor in a tone thick with disbelief, as if he still couldn't quite accept that this was really the lead Yuri intended to chase. Yuri answered that by now, there should already be at least one branch of Goryo's operation running somewhere inside the Empire. Hernando reminded him that he had assumed Yuri was finished with that man after squeezing money out of him last time. Yuri replied that Goryo might be a swindler, but he was a remarkably capable one, and when it came to gathering information for them, there simply wasn't anyone better. After hearing that, Hernando could only admit, somewhat reluctantly, that Yuri was right. As the two of them kept riding, Hernando suddenly asked what Yuri planned to do once he returned to Betrayal. Yuri responded with a confused noise, and Hernando immediately raised his voice, demanding to know what he meant by acting like he didn't understand the question. He reminded Yuri that now that the war was over, everyone would naturally be heading back to their own homes. Then Hernando told him to look behind him at the two men riding after them. Yuri turned in the saddle and glanced back. Following behind were Master Mo and another knight, and Hernando pointed out that both of those men were already famous across the entire continent, and because of that, Hernando said he could already imagine exactly what would happen the moment they returned. Those two would probably challenge Yuri's father to a duel on the spot. And if his father got too fired up, he was seriously worried the man might end up wrecking the entire castle. Yuri admitted without hesitation that Hernando's concern made perfect sense. In fact, he openly acknowledged that the outcome Hernando was worried about was not far-fetched at all, but a very real possibility. Even so, Yuri told him there was no reason to start panicking over it yet. He explained that Master Mo Youngchan still had more to teach him, and in the meantime, Bernard could stay together with Sir Jose Aratur. In the end, Yuri calmly summed it up by saying that everything should turn out fine as long as everyone simply followed orders properly. But before the conversation could go any further, a soldier suddenly pointed up ahead and called out to Yuri. Yuri lifted his gaze toward the front and a smile slowly spread across his face. Then he told the others to stop worrying so much and just enjoy their triumphant ride back home. Before long, the gates of Betrayal came into view beneath a dazzling sky, and the whole scene looked festive at a glance, with balloons floating above the city and flower petals drifting softly through the air. The moment they rode in through the entrance, the city erupted into celebration. Cheers rose from every side at once, and voices in the crowd cried out that their brave hero had finally returned. Yuri rode forward through the heart of that roaring welcome while people clapped, waved, and leaned from windows just to catch a better look at him. Petals kept raining down from above, and even the balloons overhead made the entire procession feel even more festive. And yet, even in the middle of all that laughter and celebration, Yuri narrowed his eyes slightly at the soldiers around him, quietly wondering why they were acting so strangely timid. Then, as though he had suddenly decided something, he called one of them by name. Gerald. And Gerald answered immediately. With complete casualness, Yuri ordered him to go borrow some flowers from the people standing along the street. Gerald froze in place at once and stammered in pure disbelief, looking like he genuinely wasn't sure he had heard the command correctly. But Yuri didn't leave him any room to complain. He smacked him right away and sharply told him to stop hesitating and hurry up already. Face burning with embarrassment, Gerald finally rode off and made his way toward a young girl nearby who was holding a basket full of flowers. He called out to her awkwardly, clearly unsure of himself, and the young woman answered him in the same shy, hesitant way. Then in a soft and gentle voice, she asked if he could come a little closer. Gerald bent himself down toward her and, still sounding uncertain, asked if this was close enough. But instead of simply handing him a few flowers, the girl suddenly lifted up a flower garland and placed it right around his neck, happily thanking him for protecting them. And when she spoke to him, she addressed him as Mr. Knight. Gerald's entire face flushed bright red on the spot. Completely overwhelmed by the sudden gesture, he stumbled through his words and managed to say that he had only done what any knight was supposed to do. Behind him, the other soldiers watched for just a beat before immediately breaking into loud teasing. They pointed, laughed, and shouted over one another, joking that Gerald had just gotten flowers from the cutest girl around. Still blushing furiously with the garland hanging around his neck, Gerald spun around and yelled at them to shut up already. And while he stood there, red-faced and flustered, insisting again and again that he had only been doing his duty as a knight, Yuri couldn't help laughing at the sight. Then, right in the middle of all that cheerful noise and laughter, someone suddenly called out for His Highness. When Yuri turned his eyes toward the palace entrance, he saw Sir Haim Sidor waiting there for him. Haim Sidor greeted him with full formality and offered his congratulations on Yuri's safe return. He added that he had already heard the stories spreading about Yuri and the Allied forces. Yuri answered modestly, saying that none of it had been accomplished by him alone, and that everything they had achieved had only been possible through teamwork. Jaime Sidor then explained that he had wanted to offer his thanks in person, which was why he had come there himself to meet him. He said that the orcs had been the enemy of his entire life, and then bowing his head with genuine gratitude, he thanked Yuri respectfully as Your Highness. Yuri looked at the old knight quietly, and in that brief silence a thought settled heavily in his heart. He could not allow a man like this to spend the rest of his life simply clinging to peace after revenge had already consumed so much of it. He addressed him in full as Jaime Sidor, the shield of Briol, and thought to himself that for a knight as honorable as this, a man who had guarded Briol's borders for so long, the only thing still left to offer him was the chance to meet a worthy end on a true battlefield. So Yuri told him plainly that his duty was not over yet. He said that the day he finally found his true enemies would be the day Jaime Sidor fought his last battle, and then he asked him whether he was still willing to stand with him until that moment came. Jaime Sidor answered without even the slightest pause. That, of course, he was. After that, he thanked Yuri for his time and said that Yuri should go on inside now. Soon afterward, Yuri was informed that His Majesty and the other highnesses were already waiting for him, and with a faint smile still on his face, he continued forward. Not long after that, a formal ceremony began. Standing before the gathered crowd, the king declared that he usually left ceremonies like this to one of his sons, but not today. This time, he said, it was their third prince, the one who had risked his life on the battlefield, who had returned home crowned in glory. As Yuri listened to those words, a quiet thought passed through his mind. None of this would ever have been possible without the people who had stood beside him the whole way through. When the king stepped down and came closer, he looked Yuri over from head to toe and remarked that Yuri had truly grown up and had even become taller than before. Then the king's gaze shifted off to the side, and he noted that Yuri had apparently brought back a rather unusual guest with him as well. Seeing Master Mo Yongchan standing beside him, Yuri calmly said that this man was going to exceed everyone's expectations. He even added, without a shred of hesitation, that his father might actually lose to him. The king dismissed that at once, and replied that Yuri was still too young to understand such matters. Then, throwing one arm high into the air, the king shouted that the heroes who had brought victory back to the kingdom deserved everything Briol had to give them. At that signal, bottles were uncorked all around them in unison, and in the very next instant, sparkling wine exploded everywhere, bursting over Yuri and the people around him in a glittering spray. Yuri flinched in pure shock at the sudden blast, while the crowd around him only laughed harder and cheered even louder at his reaction. Still dripping from the surprise, he turned straight toward his father and demanded to know who in the world had come up with a plan like that. The king only laughed and told him that he couldn't reveal that just yet. Then, still clearly amused, he added that the culprit had specifically said he did not want to hear Yuri get angry after finding out the truth. The moment Yuri heard that, realization hit him almost instantly. There was only one person he knew who would pull a stunt like this. He immediately shouted for his brother Joshua, and sure enough, Joshua was caught red-handed with a bottle still in his hands. The moment he was spotted, he let out a startled cry, then turned and ran. As he fled, Joshua shouted back that this was supposed to be a welcome ceremony, so Yuri ought to quit complaining and just enjoy it. Off to one side, his maid watches the happy commotion playing out in front of her, and the feeling that rises in her chest is strangely hard to describe. To her, it honestly feels like it was only yesterday that this very same prince was still the palace's hopeless little troublemaker, the kind of child no one could handle. Now seeing Yuri pin his older brother down so cleanly and so effortlessly, she can only stare in open admiration. Looking at him like this, she cannot help thinking that he really has become someone unbelievably impressive. All around them, the celebration keeps growing warmer and brighter, full of laughter, excited voices, and that easy kind of joy that naturally spreads from one person to the next. Before long, the lively brightness of the day slowly fades away, and the palace is swallowed by the calm quiet of night. Then, in the stillness of the courtyard, Yuri suddenly gets smacked on the head with a wooden practice sword. The blow comes completely out of nowhere, and he instantly lets out a sharp cry of pain. He drops down on the spot, clutching his head with a pained expression, while Mo Yongchan stands over him looking as calm and unbothered as ever. Without showing even the slightest concern, Master Mo bluntly tells him that he is still far too weak. From below, Yuri shoots him an irritated glare, clearly offended, and in no mood to take that comment quietly. Watching the whole thing from nearby, the maid can only mutter bitterly to herself that she truly believed her master would have grown up into someone much cooler than this. Still gripping the wooden sword, Yuri immediately tries to protest. He complains that yes, they agreed to have a duel, but definitely not tonight, and absolutely not right after the ceremony and welcome celebration had only just ended. Before Yuri can keep whining, Master Mo cuts him off and tells him to shut up. In his eyes, a swordsman should be prepared to draw his blade at any moment, no matter the time or situation. Left with no room to argue, Yuri mutters a curse under his breath and scrambles back to his feet. Yuri asks what happened to the duel Master Mo was supposed to have with Fiore Briol. Master Mo answers as simply as possible, saying that match is tomorrow. Then, as though that explains everything, he declares that Yuri will be his opponent for tonight instead. Standing off to the side with a flat, exhausted expression, Yuri thinks there is obviously something wrong with this man, but then quickly concludes that Master Mo is probably just bored. Letting out a long breath, he gives up on escaping and says that if this is how things are going to be, then they may as well do it seriously. The instant those words leave Yuri's mouth, Master Mo breaks into a wide grin and immediately tells him to show the inner chi technique. Yuri tightens his hold on the sword, lowers his center of gravity, and steadies his stance. Then he begins drawing up his aura, and little by little that power starts rising visibly around him. Even while getting ready, he cannot stop grumbling. He warns Master Mo that if he ends up getting killed out here tonight, he is absolutely going to run straight to his father and cry about it. Master Mo answers with complete indifference, saying that he never accepted a child as his disciple in the first place. Under the dark night sky, the two of them finally square off for real, swords raised and eyes locked on each other. Then the duel truly begins. Master Mo makes the first move, bursting forward wrapped in blazing fire, and instead of backing away, Yuri charges straight at him head-on. Their swords crash together in a direct clash, and the distance between them vanishes in an instant until their faces are nearly pressed close. Bright sparks burst from the point where the blades meet, and neither of them gives even an inch. Master Mo does not stop for even a moment. He follows up immediately with another overpowering slash, hurling a broad arc of flame down toward Yuri. Yuri braces himself and blocks it, but the sheer force of that strike tears violently across the courtyard floor. From the doorway, a maid watching the duel recoils in shock, visibly startled by how fierce and destructive the exchange has already become. Clearly enjoying himself, Master Mo praises Yuri and says that he is not bad at all. But even as he gives that compliment, he adds that there is no way this can possibly be everything Yuri has. By then, white wind has already started coiling around Yuri's body. As that power gathers tighter and tighter around him, he answers back that of course this is not all he can do, as the pressure in the courtyard rises and the storm around Yuri thickens. Master Mo watches him closely and admits that this technique of his is a good one. Then Yuri releases the first technique of Yuri Briol's sword style, the whirling wind sword. At once, a huge spiral of wind erupts outward around him, whipping up with enough force to shake everything nearby. In the very next moment, that spiral swells into a roaring vortex, growing wider and wider until it seems to dominate the entire courtyard. The instant Master Mo sees that, his eyes sharpen. He answers immediately with the reverse form of the clear sky scarlet cloud sword technique. Flames gather around Master Mo in a blazing ring, then twist backward in a reversed flow, spreading through the air in a way that bites directly into Yuri's wind current. Yuri notices the change right away and cries out in realization that Master Mo is turning his own winds against him. Master Mo tells him that his wind is too straightforward, too honest. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he adds that Yuri is still nowhere close to his level, and coldly tells him to make do with what he has. With a roar, Yuri forces even more power into the storm, driving the spinning current harder and harder as the pressure surges upward. Master Mo pushes straight forward through it, and unleashes the heavenly net form of the clear sky scarlet cloud sword technique, fully convinced that once those flames close around Yuri, there will be no point in struggling any further. At that exact moment, something in the flow suddenly changes. Deep inside the white vortex, Yuri's hand shifts, and one blade after another begins crossing and weaving through the wind itself. The storm no longer feels like one simple technique anymore. It becomes layered, sharper, stranger, and far more lethal than it had been only moments earlier. The hidden web of swords buried inside, that storm tears straight through Master Mo's flaming net, and in the same motion knocks the weapon cleanly from his hand. For the first time, Master Mo is visibly shaken, and he blurts out that he can hardly believe what he is seeing. As he stares into Yuri's technique, he realizes what makes it so abnormal. This martial art was built from the legacy of a swordsman who conquered the heavens, and yet somehow within it, the martial art of the heavenly demon has also been woven in. Through the raging storm, Yuri flashes a grin and says that his ancestors really did leave him something fun to play with.